Chapter 1501, Mortar. After a flash of white light, Zhao Hai appeared on a transmission formation. This transmission formation was quite big, at about 10 meters across. Zhao Hai looked around and saw that he was in a mountain valley. He couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect the transmission formation of Yan planet to be in such a place. But just as Zhao Hai was about to proceed, his eyes revealed his amazement. The mountains on both sides of the valley were very tall and seemed unending. One couldn't see where they ended up. This was because these mountains weren't made of earth or stone. Instead, they were piles of metals, entire mountains of metals. This was a terrifying scale, a pile of materials that reached as high as a mountain. Moreover, it wasn't just one mountain. It was an entire mountain range. Zhao Hai's eyes shone as he sized up his surroundings. Then all of a sudden a voice was heard. "Kid, why haven't I been informed that you were coming? I would have been waiting." Zhao Hai turned his head to see an old man with white hair and beard flying from a distance. The old man wasn't tall, but he was quite fat. Both his hair and beard were pale white and he had old age spots on his face. Despite this, the old man's eyes were still shining. One couldn't see his age from them at all. Just as Zhao Hai was about to introduce himself, the old man immediately said, "Are you my replacement? Young, but not motivated, running here to do this shabby work. TSK. But this old man wouldn't lecture a kid. Well then, I'll be leaving this place to you." After speaking, he didn't give Zhao Hai a chance to speak at all as he entered the transmission formation and left just like that. Zhao Hai was stunned in place. He didn't know what to say. The old man was too anxious to leave that he didn't even give Zhao Hai any opportunity to talk. Zhao Hai shrugged his shoulders and shifted his focus on the piles of waste materials around him. One could see that most of them were metallic, but there were things that he couldn't identify. Zhao Hai didn't immediately absorb these materials. Instead, he scouted the planet first. He wanted to see that there were indeed nobody else on the planet. The planet was very big. Even with Zhao Hai's speed, it took him several hours to circumnavigate it. After going through the planet, Zhao Hai was only left with shock. All kinds of waste materials were present on this planet. It was filled with these waste materials. There's also a cave residence on the planet. It should be owned by the old person who left just before. He should be Old Zhang. The cave residence was built inside one of these mountains. Although it was huge, it doesn't look comfortable. Zhao Hai didn't bother to go to that cave residence. After inspecting the planet for a week, he returned to the space. Laura and the others were now quite busy. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "How is it?" He wasn't asking about Yan planet but about another matter. Before being led to the transmission formation by Miu Yu, Zhao Hai left silver needles behind. At the same time, his large artifacts were also capable of releasing silver needles. Zhao Hai was using these needles to map more places for the space. Laura smiled and said, "Don't worry, everything's going well." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned his head to Kair and said, "Kair, how's the design for the cannons going?" Kair nodded and said, "It's done. I've also divided them into two types. One's the conventional cannon and the other is a mortar-type weapon. What do you think?" Zhao Hai gave a nod. "We'll give the blueprint for the mortar to Brother Miu Yu and the others. We'll keep the cannons for ourselves." "Right. We need to install these cannons to the Hell King's ship and our other large artifacts." Kair complied. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Now that we've come across such a huge treasure trove, it would be a waste if we don't harvest some good things. There's no need to hold back. Let's receive 1/10 first." Kair understood what Zhao Hai meant. Yan planet was indeed a treasure trove for them. Naturally, they wouldn't hold back. Kair replied, "A processing machine will take care of the rifles, cannons, bullets, and shells each. The rest will work on decomposing the materials. This task is too easy for the processing machine." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right. You can go take care of it. I'll head out now and collect waste materials. Let's sort the scavenged resources into their own groups." Kair nodded. Then Zhao Hai's body flashed as he went out of the space. Then he waved his hand as a spatial rift appeared and sucked in the waste material mountains. As a pile of waste materials vanished, the processing machines began to work. The waste materials were immediately decomposed into base materials and then put to storage. Now that he was the only person left in Yan planet, Zhao Hai naturally could do whatever he wanted. In a short while, a mountain was absorbed by the space. Various materials began piling up inside the space. At the same time, cannons and mortars were being produced. Naturally, this included their ammunition. After receiving the mountain, Zhao Hai stopped for a while. Then he took out a jade slip, a mortar, and a few shells to the transmission formation. The transmission formation flashed as the items disappeared. At this time, the transmission formation area of the 100 Treasures Realms headquarters was extremely busy. People were constantly coming in and out of the formations. The people who arrived were from subordinate realms while the people going out were from the 100 Treasures Realm. However, there was a transmission formation which didn't have any activity at all. There were even people guarding it. This caused the people coming to the headquarters to be curious. One of them asked, "Lei Peng, where does that transmission formation go? Why are people guarding it?" Last I remember, that formation was quite normal. Lei Peng turned towards the formation and then smiled faintly as he answered, "That's Mr. Zhao Hai's specially assigned transmission formation. Mr. is currently out of the headquarters, but Commander Mu ordered to have the formation open at all times for Mr. Zhao Hai to use." Those who were listening to Lei Peng were startled. The person who asked looked at Lei Peng and said, "Didn't Zhao Hai enter the 100 Treasures realm quite recently? I heard of him. Is he strong? Why does Commander Mu treat him well?" Lei Peng replied, "Mr. Zhao Hai isn't only strong. I followed Mr. Zhao Hai and Commander Mu back in the Octopus Islands to deal with the giant spirit realm bastards. I even got involved with fighting against the Fire Weavers. Ha ha ha. Fighting with Mr. Zhao Hai is really great. The other party simply can't do anything to us. Beating those bastards is very energizing." As he was talking, a white light flashed from Zhao Hai's transmission formation. After that, a jade slip, something similar to an iron pipe, and a few round iron objects appeared. The people guarding the transmission formation didn't dare neglect the items. They immediately took it and sent it over. Those present quickly turned their gazes back to Lei Peng. The person from the subordinate realm asked, "Lei Peng, what's that? Isn't it just an iron pipe? Why do the guards look anxious?" Lei Peng looked at the person and said, "It really seems like an iron pipe. However, it's something sent over by Mr. Zhao Hai. Not to say an iron pipe, even if he sent a stick of iron, the guards would still treat it with importance." "Alright, you go along. You shouldn't be staying here or else you'll block other people from entering." The person complied and then moved on with an expression of doubt. Mu Yu was really busy. He, along with Tangji and Tengwan, used Zhao Hai's large artifacts in order to shuttle people from all around. Because of the 3 large artifacts, the speed of evacuation had largely increased. However, it was clear that not everyone can stay in the 100 Treasures Realms camp. Fortunately for Mu Yu, he ordered for the transmission formation to Yan Planet to be guarded. He also told the guards to immediately send anything that appears on the transmission to the elders. With Mu Yu's status in the 100 Treasures Realm, nobody questioned him. So when the guards saw the items on the transmission formation, they immediately took them to the conference hall. Mu Yao and the others were currently listening to various reports and sending responses to some of them. When the guard arrived, he immediately handed the items over to Mu Yao. Mu Yao looked at the mortar with curiosity. Then he took the jade slip and read the contents using his spiritual force. Naturally, recorded in the jade slip was the refining method of the mortar. It must be known that Zhao Hai's mortars didn't need to have mounts. Normally, when a mortar was used, a mount would be used to withstand the recoil. However, the people using the mortar this time were cultivators. The recoil of the mortar was nothing to them. Instead of a mount, a handle was installed so that the mortar could be held. As for the mortar shells, Zhao Hai didn't need to think much about it nor make any modifications. The shells used were similar to the ones used by the Fire Weavers. The only difference was the shells of the Fire Weavers needed to be fired while the mortar shells were being triggered. Mu Yao happily nodded as he turned to Teng Yao and said, "Take a look. Little Hai is indeed a genius." As he said that, Mu Yao waved his hand and took the mortar into his hands. The mortar wasn't as simple as an iron pipe. There were plenty of formations inside it. These formations were accelerators that would boost the shells once they were triggered. This would cause the mortar shells to be more powerful than on their own. As for the mortar shells, they were made thick and were filled with smaller projectiles. This allowed the shells to explode once more, causing even more damage to the enemies. Chapter 1502, Metallic Plants. Zhao Hai continued absorbing the waste materials on Yan Planet. At this point, he was able to clear a large area of the planet. Naturally, the ground was also full of salvaged raw materials. There were enough ingots on the ground to cause people to be awestruck. Naturally, these ingots were the most common ones. As for the rarer metals, Zhao Hai didn't take them out and kept them inside the space. Of course, Zhao Hai left some of the more valuable materials outside. The rifles and the mortars were still being made inside the space. But at this time, the rifles and mortars that Zhao Hai was making were meant to be used by the 100 Treasures realm. The processing machines that used to make cannons have been changed to recycling the waste materials. Zhao Hai's actions seemed like clockwork as he collected waste materials for the space. As Zhao Hai was going about his task, he suddenly heard a prompt. Special flora detected. It absorbs metals for sustenance, increasing the space's metal attribute. Zhao Hai stared, then he immediately made care inspect the metal plant. The plant looked very ordinary. It wasn't tall and was pale blue in color with a metallic sheen on its leaves. It looked like a metal-crafted plant instead of a living being. Looking at the plant, Zhao Hai was reminded of the bone plants he'd seen before. Those plants were made out of bone, and this one was made out of metal. Zhao Hai immediately analyzed the properties of the plant. As it turns out, the plant can increase the material strength of an artifact. There are other properties to the plant, but it couldn't be analyzed. This doesn't mean that it had no other uses. The space's level was just too low. Hearing this result, Zhao Hai didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he soon got over it. Since the plant had its uses, then there's no need to stare at it all the time. He just needs to find a place to plant it. His main goal right now was to continue his recycling of the waste materials. To be honest, these waste materials were made out of very good components. Some were even rarely seen in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Of course, these special materials were found in the lower parts of the waste mountain. Even the 100 Treasures realm might not know when they were dumped here. By this point, the amount of materials that was inside Zhao Hai's space has increased tremendously. No less than 1,000 resource veins were created, much to Zhao Hai's surprise, and he hasn't even gone through 1,000th of the entire waste piles of the planet. Back in the 100 Treasures realm's headquarters, refiners were busy refining rifles, mortars, bullets, and shells. They no longer cared about perfect refinement right now, which would cause the process to be more complicated. Instead, they placed the materials into the furnace formation and immediately started to refine the item. It was common for waste materials to come out of this process. If the refiners had a 1% success rate before, then now it was less than that. Of course, the low success rate was also compensated by the increase in refining speed. Now, refiners could finish 5 refinements in the time it took one. The 100 Treasures realm couldn't afford to be wasteful before, but now they could. First, because of Zhao Hai's ability to recycle materials, and second, because they were running out of time and they needed weapons as soon as possible. Although Zhao Hai was still recycling the waste materials on Yan planet, he was still aware of the situation outside. Actually, he didn't need to produce a lot of cannons. He just made a few of them and then shifted the production to making ammunition. The cannons made by Mu Yu and the others weren't the ones he was planning to use. This was because liquid silver can transform into a cannon itself. He doesn't need to make them at all. Zhao Hai was now making rifles and bullets. The production of both was going very smoothly. At this point, the rifles inside the space numbered 100,000. There's no need to say about how many bullets there were. Zhao Hai planned to reach a certain number of rifles before all production was shifted to bullets and shells. After 7 days, Zhao Hai was able to turn 1/5 of the waste materials on Yan planet into usable resources. If Mu Yu and the others were to come, they wouldn't be able to believe how fast Zhao Hai was able to work. But Zhao Hai had no time to hold back. This was because the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm had already reached the 100 Treasures Realm's territory. Although the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm had arrived at the 100 Treasures Realm's territory, this didn't mean that they reached the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters. Conversely, the land they were in were territories of the subordinate realms. The people left behind here were scouts tasked to report on the progress of the enemy. In order to reach the headquarters, the army would still need a couple of days. Despite this, the 100 Treasures realm was already on full alert mode. All rifles had already been issued to the troops so that they could get more familiar with them. Then the 100 Treasures realm began to mobilize their army. A large number of people from the 100 Treasures realm entered the 10,000 realm battlefield. Outposts were constantly being built around the 100 Treasures realm's headquarters. There's nothing special about these outposts, besides defensive formations. The only other thing inside them were transmission formations. These outposts were mainly to prevent the Fireweavers and the Giant Spirit Realm from launching a direct attack on the headquarters. In each outpost were 10,000 troops and 10 mortars. There were as many as 20 outposts like this. Zhao Hai was also aware that the Fireweavers and the Giant Spirit Realm had reached the 100 Treasures Realm's territory. But he didn't care. He kept recycling the waste materials on Yan planet. Mu Yu still hasn't came to inform him. These days, besides recycling materials, Zhao Hai sent back about 1,000 rifles and 100,000 bullets to the 100 Treasures Realm. This would be a great supplement for the troops. Time passed as the Fireweavers and the Giant Spirit Realm army got closer and closer to the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters. At this time, the 100 Treasures Realm sent people to lobby the other realms to participate in the fight. However, there was no progress. The other high-grade realms seemed to be waiting for something. They didn't agree to send troops immediately. The 100 Treasures Realm was already prepared for such an outcome. As they intensified their lobbying, they were also bolstering their defenses to receive a full-on attack. Besides ordinary cultivators, the 100 Treasures Realm amassed about 1,000 immortal experts from various realms. The 100 Treasures Realm alone contributed 100 immortal experts. This showed their background as a high-grade realm. The people from the subordinate realms were initially shaken by the sudden development, but then they began to give their full-on support for the 100 Treasures Realm. For these realms, the situation was an opportunity. As long as the 100 Treasures Realm win and defeat the Fireweaver and Giant Spirit Realm army, they would definitely reward the subordinate realms with territory. The larger the territory, the more resources they would get, and the more resources, the more experts their realm could support. As long as they amass enough experts, their respective realms would then be able to increase their status. Finally, half a month after Zhao Hai entered Yan planet, the Giant Spirit Realm and the Fireweaver army finally arrived outside the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters. They were now fighting with the outposts outside the headquarters. There were now more than 50 outposts outside the headquarters, and each one of them had 1,000 people and 10 mortars. When the Fireweaver and Giant Spirit Realm army entered the range of these outposts, they were immediately met with an attack. It was clear that the Fireweaver and the Giant Spirit Realm army weren't prepared for these attacks. They didn't expect the 100 Treasures Realm to attack them with rifles. They didn't expect the refining method of the Fireweaver rifles to get into the hands of the 100 Treasures Realm. Moreover, they were even able to make a large amount. It didn't take long before the Fireweavers pressed hard on these outposts. In their view, rifles being in the hands of the 100 Treasures Realm was an enormous threat. The rifles contributed a large amount to the current status of the Fireweaver race. Matters related to it couldn't be taken lightly. The sheer number of rifles in the hands of the 100 Treasures Realm was a serious danger to the Fireweaver race. Therefore, the Fireweavers needed to eliminate the 100 Treasures Realm at all costs. However, things weren't as smooth as they imagined. The Fireweaver rifles couldn't be underestimated. Their offensive strength was very powerful. One shouldn't underestimate them just because Zhao Hai was able to block the bullets. Zhao Hai can block the bullets because his large artifacts were very powerful to begin with. Moreover, Zhao Hai used the full defensive power of his large artifacts in order to defend. And now, the rifles in the hands of the 100 Treasures Realm were much better compared to the Fireweaver rifles. Their range was farther and their lethality was greater. Because of this, the Fireweavers found it hard to advance one step. Although they were acting together with the Giant Spirit Realm, the Giant Spirit Realm didn't have any rifles on hand, and if their transcending tribulation experts tried to rush towards the enemy, they would be killed by the 100 Treasures Realm's rifles. Even those with powerful defensive artifacts found it difficult to attack the outpost because of the range of the rifles. At the same time, the Fireweavers discovered that besides the rifles, the 100 Treasures Realm also have artillery in their hands. The range of the artillery was very far. Its offensive strength was also formidable. The Fireweavers couldn't understand what was going on. Even while using their rifle technique, their rifles couldn't become this powerful. Where did the 100 Treasures Realm get these weapons? The appearance of the rifles and artillery in the 100 Treasures Realm's hands changed the form of warfare in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Normally, both sides would line up and attack each other using their artifacts. The side who couldn't hold on would retreat and lose while the winning side would give chase. But with the rifles, things became different. The rifles were a huge threat to transcending tribulation experts. They could hardly approach the riflemen to attack. In the end, the attacks became one-sided. lowering the morale of the cultivators that were under attack. Chapter 1503, Requesting Combat Assignment. After a flash of white light, a jade sword message appeared on the transmission formation. Then the jade sword message flew through several metallic mountains before appearing in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai received the jade sword message and then smiled as he said, "It's about time this arrived." Then he used his spiritual force to read the message inside. Just like what he thought, the message told him to go back to the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters. The Fire Weaver and the Giant Spirit Realm army had already exchanged fire against the 100 Treasures Realm for 5 days. In these 5 days, the 100 Treasures Realm were diligently defending. However, of the 50 outposts, 30 of them had been uprooted. The Fire Weaver and Giant Spirit Realm army was about to reach the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters. Although Zhao Hai was also aware of the situation, he didn't head back. Instead, he kept recycling the waste resources on Yan Planet. By this point, a third of the waste materials on the planet has been processed by Zhao Hai. The number of resources salvaged was beyond Zhao Hai's imagination. This was because the waste materials present was not what Zhao Hai expected. Yan Planet had canyons that had been filled in with waste materials, and the resources that composed these waste materials had been extinct in the 10,000 Realm battlefield. This happened before the 10,000 Realm battlefield decided to protect the survival of the battlefield's resources. When the realms initially entered the battlefield, they didn't have such thoughts and just took everything in their sight. This dried up a lot of resources without any means of regeneration. This action made a lot of materials in the 10,000 Realm battlefield extinct. It also didn't help that the 10,000 Realm battlefield experienced a war for materials. This war was called the Great War of the 10,000 Realm battlefield. Almost all realms participated in this war. Because of that war, plenty of plants and ore were ravaged. Nobody else managed to find these resources later on. Moreover, these extinct resources were one of the most valuable treasures in the 10,000 Realm battlefield. Right now, Zhao Hai has a lot of ores currently extinct in the 10,000 Realm battlefield. Besides the ores, there were also new plants used for refining being introduced to the space. The forms of the plants were greatly varied. Since they were used as refining materials, some of them were used as a whole, while some were used as seeds. As a result, once they were salvaged, whole plants, parts of plants, and seeds came up. Fortunately, these seeds and plant parts could be replanted. This discovery caused Zhao Hai to be ecstatic. He didn't expect something like this to happen. The main reason for his joy was the leveling up of the space. It leveled up not just by 1 level, but instead 10. Zhao Hai also discovered that artifact refining waste wasn't the only thing present on the planet. There's also alchemy waste. Although alchemy didn't have as low probability of success as artifact refining, it was also susceptible for failures. Once an alchemist fails, their materials would turn into slag and could no longer be used. Even the processing machine couldn't salvage any resources from them. However, although these alchemy slags cannot be recycled for materials, the space was still able to obtain its components. This allowed Zhao Hai to get his hands on even more plants. Now these plants had been planted inside the space. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with his harvest. Now, the number of rifles inside the space has reached 200,000. Besides the 150,000 used to arm the undead, the others were stored by Zhao Hai. Besides the rifles, Zhao Hai also made more than 50 cannons, all of which were handed over to Mu Yu along with the refining method. The cannons were much more powerful compared to mortars. However, refining them wasn't easy. It was only after obtaining rare materials in Yan Planet did Zhao Hai manage to refine them. Zhao Hai didn't install the cannons on the Hell King's ship, Giant Spirit Treasure ship, and the pagoda. It's not that he didn't want to arm them with cannons, but it was because it wasn't the right time to do so. Zhao Hai was in Yan Planet while the 3 large artifacts were elsewhere. It would seem suspicious if the 3 large artifacts were to suddenly gain new cannons. From his calculations, Zhao Hai discovered that a cannon shot could devastate a severed soul expert. As for the number of ammunition currently inside the space, Zhao Hai didn't bother taking count. Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel dizzy the last time he saw how many digits there were. So now, he no longer cared. Although Mu Yu managed to obtain 50 cannons, their side had only been able to manufacture 10. This wasn't only because the materials used were rare, but also the success rate was very low. By this point, the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters had almost been surrounded by the Fireweaver and Giant Spirit Realm army. The following battle would be the defense of the headquarters. This was the reason why Mu Yu called Zhao Hai over. Zhao Hai immediately flew towards the transmission formation and returned to the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters. Upon appearing at the transmission formation, the first person Zhao Hai saw was Mu Yu and the others. Mu Yu's expression remained the same. On the other hand, Tang Wen and Tang Ji had grief written all over their faces. Zhao Hai could understand why they were like this. This was because the recent losses of the 100 Treasures Realm has been very big. In the past several days, the 100 Treasures Realm lost more than 10,000 people. As for their subordinate realms, altogether they lost 50,000. This was the heaviest losses they experienced since entering the 10,000 realm battlefield. Zhao Hai knew about the statistics, but he feigned ignorance. He looked at Mu Yu and said, "Big brother Mu, did the Fire Weavers arrive?" Mu Yu smiled bitterly and said, "They're here. There's far more than we expected. In our subsequent battles against them, the realm has lost more than 10,000 people while the subordinate realms lost 50,000. But the enemy suffered much more losses, totaling about 150,000. Zhao Hai made his brows tighten as he asked, "Why didn't you call me?" "How's the situation now?" Mu Yu forced a smile and said, "The Fire Weaver and the Giant Spirit Treasure Realm army are now outside the headquarters, so I called you back. It's time for your large artifacts to take action." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, this isn't a problem, but I need time, about a few hours." Mu Yu replied, "Why? Is there something wrong?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Everything's fine, but I managed to obtain some materials in Yan Planet that I want to integrate to my large artifacts. There's also the cannons that I want to install. Once I get the cannons to my large artifacts, their offensive strength would become much more formidable." Mu Yu stared, then his eyes shone as he said, "All right, we can stall for a couple of hours. Don't worry about it." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Help me relay the news to the elders. I won't have the time to greet them." "I'll start working now." Mu Yu nodded. "Go, I will take you to your residence. I will make sure that you're not disturbed." Zhao Hai nodded and then followed Mu Yu to his residence and closing up. Mu Yu turned his head to Tang Ji and said, "Guard this place. Make sure that nobody disturbs Little Hai. I'll go and see Master." Tang Ji and Tang Wen nodded as they stood on the left and right side of Zhao Hai's residence. Mu Yu proceeded towards the conference hall. The conference room has been expanded to fit more than 1,000 immortal experts. Most of these immortal experts were from subordinate realms. Only about 100 of them belonged to the 100 Treasures realm. Mu Yao and Tang Yaoan were also inside the conference hall. People would give them reports from time to time. They reported the progress of the battles as well as the losses incurred by the 100 Treasures realm's side. Although the subordinate realms lost a lot of people, this loss was distributed among the various realms. This meant that, on average, each subordinate's losses were light. Their losses were still within what they could accept. Even so, the immortal experts of the subordinate realms couldn't help but frown every time they heard of the losses. Each person lost to this battle would affect their strength. When Mu Yu entered the conference hall, it happened that Mu Yao received the loss report. Another outpost has been broken through and they lost a lot of people. Mu Yu didn't mind the report as he flew towards Mu Yao. He gave Mu Yao a salute before saying, "Master, Little Hai has returned." Mu Yao was stunned for a moment before he said, "Where is he?" "Let him use his large artifacts to attack the enemy. Teach those bastards a little lesson." Mu Yao was under a lot of pressure recently. Although they were in a defensive position, they haven't been able to fight any beautiful battles recently. The immortal experts of the subordinate realms were beginning to criticize the 100 Treasures realm. At this point, they needed a victory, even if a small one. Mu Yu replied, "Little Hai still wants to integrate some materials he found into his large artifacts. He is also going to install new cannons into his artifacts. Because time is tight, he didn't have the opportunity to visit you." Mu Yu's words caused the surrounding immortal experts to discuss. Most of them were asking who Zhao Hai was and why he dared to treat Mu Yao like this. Mu Yao was a top existence in the 100 Treasures realm. Even people from the 100 Treasures realm wouldn't ignore him like that. Mu Yao didn't care about these people as he nodded and said, "All right." "How long did Little Hai say it would take?" Mu Yu replied, "He said it would take a few hours, but not too long. You know how Little Hai does things. He always prepares for the worst and does his best in preparing." Mu Yao nodded. Make sure that Little Hai remains undisturbed. No matter who they are, if they dare disturb him, kill them immediately. Once Little Hai comes out, tell him to come see me." Mu Yu nodded. Mu Yao turned his head towards the other immortal experts and said, "When Little Hai comes out, we'll gather 100,000 people and go with him to attack the Fire Weaver and the giant spirit realm army. Is there anyone willing to go with him?" As soon as Mu Yao said that, immortal experts from the zoo race and the world of cultivation stood up and simultaneously said, "Our realm is willing to go." After the two other immortal experts stood up, Mu Yao looked at the people who stood up. These people were mid to lower medium grade realms. They suffered sufficient losses in the war. Naturally they were distressed. A loss for them was a huge loss for their realms. Who would have thought that they would volunteer to attack alongside Zhao Hai? The actions of these immortal experts caused the immortal experts from low-grade realms to stare. They had just been commanded by their realms to go here, so they naturally wouldn't hope to be assigned to any battle. This was because an assignment meant the possibility of death. However, they didn't expect that instead of keeping silent and lowering their heads, these immortal experts volunteered immediately. This puzzled these immortal experts. They looked at the volunteers as though they had gone crazy. Seeing the immortal experts that stood up, Mu Yu understood what was going on. Those who stood up were immortal experts whose realms had participated in defending the Octopus Islands alongside Zhao Hai. It was natural that they had been rewarded greatly for this contribution. Now, upon hearing that Zhao Hai was going to set out once more, these people wouldn't want to miss this chance. Therefore, they all requested to be assigned to Zhao Hai's side. On the other hand, Mu Yao didn't expect this to happen. He had asked these people before to participate in the battle. However, these immortal experts just shrank their presence, not wanting to be called over. In the end, Mu Yu had to pick people himself. He was also fair in his selection. He made sure that the people he picked came from different realms. This was the first time he saw people actually volunteering to fight in the war. Mu Yao stared, but he still nodded and said, "Since you want to volunteer, then we'll ask you to gather 90,000 people for the assignment. Our 100 Treasures realm will dispatch 10,000 of our own people. This group will be assigned to Mu Yu and Zhao Hai's command. I ask everyone to prepare since you'll be heading out as soon as Little Hai goes out." Those who volunteered nodded. There weren't any traces of worry on their faces. Instead, they were excited, which puzzled the other immortal experts. Mu Yao nodded. Then he looked at Mu Yu and said, "This time, we need to make the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm understand that our 100 Treasures realm couldn't be bullied that easily. Remember, saving lives is your first goal. Killing enemies is secondary." Mu Yu nodded and said, "Roger, Master can rest assured." Mu Yao nodded, then he let out a long breath as he asked, "How are the aid requests going?" A severed soul expert immediately replied, "It hasn't been going well." All of them gave ambiguous responses, dragging the conversation. "I think they're waiting to see how we deal with the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm." Chapter 1504, Confident. Tang Yeo and coldly snorted and said, "Those trash. They really expect us to fall to the Fire Weavers. Didn't they think about what would happen if we get swallowed by the Fire Weaver race?" A group of short-sighted people. Mu Yao snorted as well, his eyes fiery as he said, "Those people actually don't want the Fire Weavers intervening in the 10,000 realm battlefield. They are shrewd. They aren't acting now so that we'll fight the Fire Weavers on our own and expend our strength. They want to use this opportunity to grab profits. But how could they know that we already have rifles and manage to kill a great number of Fire Weavers? If they get word about this, then they would no doubt make a stand. What we have to do right now is to force their hand." Tang Yeo and stared as he looked at Mu Yao and asked, "Senior brother, what do you mean? What do you plan to do?" Mu Yao coldly snorted and said, "We need those people to see that we have the strength to defeat the Fire Weavers. Once Little Hai comes out and leads the 100,000 army to attack the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm, the Fire Weavers would know who they're dealing with. And as long as Little Hai wins, then those fellows waiting at the back wouldn't be able to get a seat at the table." Tang Yeo and stared for a moment, then he frowned and said, "Brother, will this work? Little Hai is strong, but it shouldn't be easy for him to deal with the Fire Weaver and Giant Spirit Realm army." Mu Yao coldly snorted and said, "If the immortal experts of the Fire Weaver race and the Giant Spirit Realm don't interfere, then dealing with the army would be no problem. Haven't you seen the cannons sent by Little Hai? Those cannons are very powerful. It isn't easy to refine, but Little Hai's artifact can transform into a cannon. I reckon Little Hai will make use of it. With the cannons, the Fire Weavers and the giant spirit realm wouldn't be faring well, but those immortal experts supporting them wouldn't just stay and watch. However, once they make a move, we'll be prepared for it. We'll help Little Hai so that he wouldn't be hindered by immortal experts. Tang Yeo and snorted and said, they will have a hard time facing Little Hai. He was able to face 2 attacks from an immortal expert even before reaching transcending tribulation. Now, immortal experts wouldn't be able to deal with him in a short time. When the time comes, we would be able to block them. Mu Yao nodded and said, everyone, prepare for the battle. At this time, a voice was heard from outside. Zhao Hai has came to see the elders. Mu Yao smiled faintly and said, come in. Shortly after, Zhao Hai walked in. He already knew that this place was filled with immortal experts. The 100 Treasures realm truly invested a lot in the headquarters. They even moved their immortal experts over. They were here to fight head-on against the Fire Weaver race. After Zhao Hai entered, he gave Mu Yao and the others a salute. Some of the immortal experts hadn't seen Zhao Hai before and were very curious about why Mu Yao and Tang Yeo and looked at him highly. These people heard how Mu Yao placed great importance on Zhao Hai. Mu Yao looked at Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, I'll task you to use your large artifacts as well as 100,000-man army to face the Fire Weaver and the giant Spirit Realm army. You need to win this battle. We can't afford to lose. How confident are you? Tell me the truth. Zhao Hai looked at Mu Yao and said, replying to the elder, honestly, if the immortal experts of the other party don't interfere, then I'm confident of defeating the army. Upon hearing Zhao Hai's response, the immortal experts in the hall were in an uproar. They knew very well how strong the Fireweaver and Giant Spirit Realm army was. Even with the help of the rifles, the 100 Treasures realm was still pushed back into the headquarters. And now, there's Zhao Hai claiming that he can defeat the enemy army. He couldn't just be talking big, right? Hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yao stared. He looked at Zhao Hai's eyes and said, Little Hai, you have to know that this is wartime. This is a military assignment. It isn't the time to be making jokes. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I don't joke in battles, elder. This young one is truly confident. Mu Yao hesitated for a moment before he said, all right, you don't need to worry about the immortal experts. We'll take care of it. As long as you can repel the enemy army, you will be awarded first-class honors. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, thank you, elder. This Zhao Hai is now going to prepare. Mu Yao waved his hand and said, go and prepare. As long as you're done with your 3 large artifacts, Little You will arrange people to embark. This time, Little You will be the commander and you'll be the deputy. Zhao Hai nodded. He understood that although he gained some fame in the 100 Treasures realm, he was still far from Mu Yu. In the fight against the Fireweavers and the Giant Spirit realm, Mu Yu's prestige and fame was needed. So he needed to be a commander. Only someone of his status could command everyone. The reason Zhao Hai was given the position of deputy commander was to give him a status that allowed him to give orders to people. Whether they defeat the Fireweavers or not depends mainly on Zhao Hai. The 100 Treasures realm needs Zhao Hai's abilities and artifacts. But because Zhao Hai was an outsider, his status wasn't enough to convince people. So instead of making Zhao Hai commander, he gave the position to Mu Yu instead. Mu Yao knew that Mu Yao wouldn't be able to be very useful in the battle. Mu Yu couldn't do much against the Fireweaver and Giant Spirit Realm army. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to push towards the 100 Treasures realm's headquarters. Therefore, they can only rely on Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai approved of Mu Yao's arrangement. He also knew that he didn't have enough status to command the people of the 100 Treasures realm. The position of deputy commander was just proper for him. At the same time, this position would also elevate his status in the 100 Treasures realm. Zhao Hai received the assignment and then gave everyone a salute before leaving. Outside the hall were Mu Yu along with Teng Ji and Teng Wen. These 4 people will be in charge of commanding their army. Mu Yao also thought of assigning other severed soul experts to act together with Zhao Hai. However, Mu Yao was also afraid of these severed soul experts hindering Zhao Hai. The upcoming battle was just too important for the 100 Treasures realm. The 100 Treasures realm was crumbling under pressure recently, They needed a victory to show the other high-grade realms that they can deal with the Fire Weavers. The other high-grade realms needed to feel that they would be left out of the loot if they were to continue to delay. Mu Yao knew that the other high-grade realms could see that if it weren't for the Fire Weavers, then the Giant Spirit Realm would have been defeated. The 100 Treasures Realm couldn't swallow the Giant Spirit Realm, so these high-grade realms could still get some benefits. Now that the Fire Weavers have entered the stage, things have become a bit different. These realms knew how harmful it would be if the Fire Weavers were to join the battles in the 10,000 realm battlefield. But since these realms were led by old foxes, they want the 100 Treasures Realm to shave off some of the strength of the Fire Weaver and the Giant Spirit Realm army, and might even be defeated in their hands. When the time comes, they would act and defeat the Fire Weavers in one fell swoop and completely destroy the Giant Spirit Realm. This way, they could divide the Giant Spirit Realm and the 100 Treasures Realms territories among themselves. For this reason, these high-grade realms didn't send troops. But if the 100 Treasures Realm displays a strong hand, then the situation would be different. These people would be anxious and they would no doubt be forced to make a move. Zhao Hai had just closed up and took with him his 3 large artifacts. He said that he was going to integrate new materials into his artifacts. Naturally, this meant that people needed to get off the artifacts. Because of this, although Mu Yu and the others were ready, they still haven't entered the artifacts. When Zhao Hai came out, he immediately released his 3 large artifacts. Then people began to embark. Zhao Hai would be on the Hell King's ship, Mu Yu would be on the pagoda, and Tengji and Tengwen would be on the Giant Spirit treasure ship. Once everyone has entered the large artifacts, Zhao Hai immediately left the headquarters. Although the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm were practically outside the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters, they still haven't been able to attack it. The outposts outside were still resisting. The Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm were currently attacking them with all of their strength. As Mu Yu stood on the pagoda, he used his spiritual force to look at its changes. The pagoda originally had 9 floors each with their own windows. These windows were initially intended for cultivators to release their attacks, but now, these windows had large cannons jutting out from them. The cannons were much thicker compared to the mortars. Mu Yu could count 72 cannons on the pagoda alone. He turned his attention to the Hell King's ship and the Giant Spirit treasure ship and could see roughly the same amount of cannons. There were also several undead standing behind the cannons. Although they didn't hold anything, they all had spatial equipment on them. Mu Yu didn't have to look at what's inside to know that it had ammunition. Mu Yu let out a long breath and took back his spiritual force. He turned his head towards an outpost not far away. This one hasn't received any attacks yet. However, a cold glint passed through Mu Yu's eyes. He had seen too many outposts like these being extinguished by the enemy. He hated the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm for this. He wanted to take revenge. Chapter 1505. Battle start. Zhao Hai calmly looked ahead. Inside the space, an army of 100,000 undead were waiting. The undead were all equipped with rifles. Once Zhao Hai gives the order, they would emerge from the space and attack the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm army. However, Zhao Hai wasn't planning on releasing his undead army. If he released 100,000 undead armed with rifles, people would definitely be terrified. Naturally, they wouldn't be stunned by the undead, but by the number of rifles instead. If Zhao Hai took out 100,000 rifles, then Mu Yu and the others wouldn't be calm. If given the time, it's natural for Zhao Hai to get this much rifles. After all, Mu Yao gave Zhao Hai Yan Planet. If he used the materials there, he should be able to make a lot of materials. However, being able to create so many rifles in a short time surpassed Mu Yu and the others' imagination. This would only cause dread to occupy the 100 Treasures Realm's heart. Rifles were incomparable to magic artifacts. Magic artifacts required both spiritual force and spiritual chi to operate. If either was lacking, then even if you had a good artifact, you wouldn't be able to use it. On the other hand, rifles didn't need spiritual chi nor spiritual force. As long as one can pull the trigger and has enough bullets, then they would be able to kill people. Naturally, a rifle in the hands of a Foundation establishment expert couldn't compare to a rifle in the hands of a severed soul expert. Despite this, 100,000 rifles couldn't be treated lightly. Therefore, even if Zhao Hai's undead were armed with rifles, They couldn't be used that easily. Zhao Hai didn't want to arouse any suspicion since it would be unfavorable for his plans, but at the same time, Zhao Hai also knew that even if he didn't take out the rifles that he has, he still doesn't need to be afraid of the Fireweavers and the giant spirit realm. This was because he has cannons, more than 200 of them. They were enough. The range of the cannons was quite far, completely beyond the range of the Fireweavers and the giant spirit realm. Moreover, besides the cannon, the 100 Treasures realm also sent 10,000 people who had rifles. This was something that couldn't be underestimated. The 3 large artifacts flew fast, and before long they were able to hear the crackle of gunfire. Then shadows began to appear in front of them. Zhao Hai immediately stopped the 3 large artifacts. Then he waved his hands, ordering the undead to aim the cannons. The cultivators inside the large artifacts were curious about the cannons, and when they came over, they discovered that the cannons were not as simple as they thought. The aiming system of the cannons looked sophisticated. It could clearly show the targets at the front. The Fireweavers were currently standing on top of their tamed beasts, aiming their rifles towards the outpost. The outpost was also firing back at them. Bullets flew between the 2 sides. Since the Fireweavers were constantly moving and were far away from the outpost, the mortars weren't very useful against them. When he saw this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but slowly shake his head. He was somewhat disappointed with the 100 Treasures realm's refiners. His artillery were an improved version. Not only did they have an aiming system, it also had a tracking system which can lock onto an enemy. This increased the weapon's strength even further. The 3 large artifacts slowly distanced themselves, but not too far away. Zhao Hai looked at the undead controlling the cannons. These undead were already experienced in using cannons, and with the aiming system, they only needed less than a second to aim before they're ready to fire. The cannon shot would then actively seek out their target. Moreover, the aiming system was being controlled by the space. Each target will have a number, either 1 or 2. If a target has the number 2, it meant that 2 cannons were already aiming for it, so others could no longer lock onto them. Although the cannons were powerful, sometimes it wouldn't be able to kill a target on their own. Therefore, the aiming system permitted 2 cannons to aim at 1 target. The undead were proficient in using the cannons. One was responsible for choosing the target, which wasn't very easy to do. Although there were a lot of targets to aim at, the problem was choosing which targets to go for. There's also another undead who would determine when to fire. When 2 cannons aimed at its target, 5 blips would be seen. Once the 5 blips light up, then it would be the moment to fire. Besides that, there's also an undead responsible for loading the ammunition. Then lastly, there's the undead who would pull the trigger. They were well trained and coordinated well. Zhao Hai didn't need to command the undead when they to fire the cannons. During the battle, the undead can fire whatever they see fit. So once the targets were aimed at, the cannons began firing. Another improvement to the cannons was the reduction to the noise it made. If this many cannons fired at the same time, then those on the surroundings would definitely be shaken deaf. Zhu Wang stood on top of his spirit turtle while holding his rifle and shooting at the outpost of the 100 Treasures realm. The defensive formation of the outpost has already been broken through, so they were now attacking the people inside the outpost. However, Zhu Wang didn't have a good expression on his face. This was because he was extremely upset about his weapon. The Fireweavers were able to run unhindered in the battlefield because of their rifles, but they didn't expect the 100 Treasures realm to also have rifles in their hands. If it weren't for the horrible aim of the people in the outpost, then their side would have suffered more casualties. But even then, the people from the 100 Treasures realm side were still able to inflict huge losses to the Fireweavers and the giant spirit realm. They had always used the rifles to bully people, but now they were being bullied by rifles. Zhu Wang couldn't help but feel bitter inside. Zhu Wang aimed his rifle towards a person on the outpost. His spirit turtle was very stable. However, it still wouldn't be easy for him to hit his target. After a long time battling their enemy, the people from the 100 Treasures realm understood that if they stayed in one place for too long, then they would no doubt be killed. Therefore, they were constantly moving. With the targets moving, the spirit turtle was also moving, making aiming very difficult. However, the people from the 100 Treasures realm have a weakness. They were not used to firing their rifles while moving. When they want to shoot, they would stop first and take aim. This window of time would give Zhu Wang and the others a chance to hit their opponent. But just as Zhu Wang aimed at someone from the 100 Treasures realm, he suddenly noticed something in the corner of his eye. He turned his head and saw 3 large artifacts. The 3 large artifacts were slowly maneuvering themselves towards the outpost. Zhu Wang was startled. He knew what these 3 large artifacts were. They were the reason why the first batch the Fireweaver race sent were annihilated. Seeing them here, Zhu Wang couldn't help but feel a sense of crisis. While Zhu Wang was thinking about how to deal with the 3 large artifacts, he suddenly felt his hair stand up. Zhu Wang felt something similar before. It was a feeling of being aimed at. As a gunman himself, he was very familiar with this feeling. It was because of this feeling that he was able to avoid a lot of dangerous situations. And this time, he felt it one after another, and the danger he felt was much stronger than the ones he felt before. Zhu Wang's expression turned ugly. However, he didn't order his spirit turtle to move immediately. He was still moving at a moderate speed, but his direction had deviated. He was slowly retreating. Because he was very slow, nobody noticed. Zhu Wang raised his spirit turtle since it was little, so they were almost mentally connected. The spirit turtle moved slowly, but Zhu Wang knew that the spirit turtle was preparing to dash at any moment to avoid any danger. As Zhu Wang finished his preparations, the intensity of the feeling he got became extremely powerful. Zhu Wang knew that the other party had made their move. Although he didn't see what was coming, he shouted, "Go!" Hearing its master's word, the spirit turtle seems to have a fire lit up on its behind as it zoomed out of the area. They traveled close to 1,000 meters. In Zhu Wang's mind, this distance was enough to evade the enemy's attack. However, Zhu Wang quickly discovered his mistake. The feeling didn't vanish. Just as Zhu Wang was about to command his spirit turtle to move once more, 2 luminous spots could be seen moving closer and closer towards him. He immediately waved his hand as he released fireballs to meet the luminous spots. At the same time, the spirit turtle's golden snake tail pierced through the spots. Despite being hit by the fireballs, the luminous spots didn't slow down at all. The same was true when the golden snake hit them. It was also at this time that Zhu Wang was able to recognize what these 2 spots were: huge bullets. This was the final thought that ran through Zhu Wang's mind before he completely blacked out. Chapter 1506, Crackle of Gunfire. The rumbling crackle of gunfire was heard from the 3 large artifacts. Although Zhao Hai's cannons underwent a muffling out its sounds, a sound of more than 100 cannons would still be very loud. On the other hand, the Fireweavers were sent into a flurry. This was because they didn't expect to be attacked suddenly. Moreover, the strength of the other party was very powerful. They could see their comrades dying to the cannon shells in all directions. Zhao Hai made the cannon shells similar to the mortar shells. These shells explode as well, but it was impossible to kill cultivators with explosion alone. So Zhao Hai stuffed small artifacts inside the cannon shells. These small artifacts were actually small silver needles with armor penetration. So when the 2 shells hit Zhu Wang, he didn't even have a chance to defend before he was peppered with holes. It wasn't only Zhu Wang who suffered this fate. His spirit turtle was killed as well. Even a defensively strong spirit turtle couldn't do anything. Both the beast and person that died were immediately taken into the space by the silver needles. After that, the undead Zhu Wang joined the riflemen of the space. Zhao Hai didn't really need Zhu Wang's rifle. However, he currently didn't have the same rifle as Zhu Wang's. Therefore, he received Zhu Wang's rifle into the space. This way, when he releases Zhu Wang in the future, nobody would suspect anything. The other Fireweavers suffered the same fate as Zhu Wang. Some of them might have survived the explosion of the shells, but the silver needles inside finished them off. Under Kier's control, these silver needles could attack multiple times. This made it impossible for the Fireweavers to escape. After the first volley, more than 100 Fireweavers perished. This caused the other Fireweavers to be dumbfounded. They were used to seeing people die in this war, but seeing more than 100 die just like that, they were stunned. But this was only the beginning. The cannons continued to fire. As shells flew, a Fireweaver would die. Zhao Hai no longer hesitated to kill the Fireweavers. He used to be cautious, fearing that Miu Yu would find out that his artifacts were different. But now, he doesn't need to do so anymore. They were too far from the Fireweavers that spiritual force wouldn't be able to reach the shells. Therefore, Zhao Hai could confidently move using his silver needles. When the cannons began to fire, Zhao Hai contacted Miu Yu with his computer. As he commanded the cannons to attack, Miu Yu would lead his troops to evacuate the outpost. Not only would this ensure the safety of the people on the outpost, it would also increase the strength of the 100 Treasures Realms side. Also, because the outpost's defensive formation was broken, if he didn't get these people, then they wouldn't be able to return to the headquarters easily without the use of transmission formations. If they can't return, then they might as well join them to fight. Because of this, Zhao Hai's 3 artifacts didn't go forward. Instead, it stopped in place as it continued to attack the Fire Weavers. What's strange about this group was that there were no people from the giant spirit realm, nor were there people from subordinate realms. All of them were Fire Weavers numbering about 2,000. This confused Zhao Hai. He didn't understand why this group of Fire Weavers chose to attack this outpost without bringing other troops. This doesn't seem like the tactic of the Fire Weavers. However, this wasn't the time to think about this. As cannons fired, more Fire Weavers perished. Those who survived were flustered. They discovered that they didn't have any means to deal with the enemy. The rifles in their hands didn't have the same range as the enemy's artillery. They simply cannot hit their opponent. This meant that they could only take the attack without any means to shoot back. This caused the Fire Weavers to feel very angry. At the same time, they were also terrified. In the past, they used this method to bully other cultivators. This was because their rifles had far more range than normal artifacts. Because of this, they had a distance advantage against their enemies. They would kill the other party with their rifles without the enemy being able to retaliate. Now, they were in the same position as their past enemies. They became the people who could only take the shots without being able to shoot back. The other party was continuously sending attacks. Moreover, the strength of the attacks was so much stronger compared to the rifles. The Fireweaver rifles weren't actually very strong. After all, the bullets were small. Even if they managed to hit someone from far away, as long as they don't hit a critical spot, they could only injure their target. Naturally, this refers to normal situations where the other party didn't have any defensive artifacts to protect them. If the other party has a defensive artifact, then they would be lucky enough to be one of the people who could block the bullets. When facing the Fireweaver rifles, there's only 3 results: life, death, or disability. There's nothing else to say about life. If your artifact managed to block the bullet, then you would no doubt survive. Death was simple as well, not being able to block the bullet and being killed. As for disability, it was once the bullet hit you in a non-vital location. The Fireweaver rifle's bullets were also a kind of small artifact. They were quite hard to make. A cultivator's defensive artifacts weren't made for decoration. They were all hard to penetrate in. When bullets hit these defensive artifacts, it would be a collision between 2 tough objects. This collision would cause the bullet to fragment. But this fragmented bullet was much more lethal compared to normal bullets. When a bullet hits a cultivator, then it would only leave a hole behind. Most people might die from this hole, but not cultivators. With how resilient they were, as long as they consume medicine, this damage would be healed in no time. On the other hand, a fragmented bullet adds an irregularity to the damage, causing a larger area of damage to the target's body. Therefore, fragmented bullets were extremely lethal. Even if they hit an arm, they would no doubt shatter it. Most cultivators don't understand this principle. Because of this, whenever they fought the Fireweavers, they always used their defensive artifacts to protect themselves. In turn, this would increase the casualties because of the fragmented bullets. At first, the Fireweavers didn't understand how lethal their rifles were, but as they continued to discover how easy to use the rifles were, they began to rely on it more and more. Presently, besides rifles and bullets, they rarely brought any other artifact. Because of this over-reliance on rifles, the Fireweavers didn't consider bringing defensive artifacts along with them. In their opinion, the Fireweavers didn't need to defend. As long as they pepper their enemies with bullets, then the battle would be over. This made the Fireweaver army a purely offensive army without any regard for defense. Now, they suffered because of this arrangement. As soon as Zhao Hai attacked them with cannons, they began to lose numbers at an alarming rate. This caused the Fireweavers to be terrified. They were afraid that they would be the next ones to die. This wasn't the end. There weren't a lot of people inside the outposts. Before long, everyone has entered the large artifacts. This also meant that Zhao Hai and the others could let loose. With the addition of the people from the outpost, and the Fireweavers that were killed, along with the 100 Treasures Realms troops, Zhao Hai's current strength was now very good. He had no reason to be afraid of 1,000 Fireweavers. After the people from the outpost embarked on the ship, Zhao Hai immediately commanded the large artifacts to rush towards the Fireweavers. As the large artifacts charged over, Zhao Hai called over a Fireweaver undead. This Fireweaver undead was Zhuang, now one of Zhao Hai's loyal soldiers. Zhao Hai looked at Zhuang and said, Only fire weavers are here. Where are the people from the giant spirit realm and the subordinate realms? Zhu Wang immediately replied, replying to the young master, the army has been left behind. The fire weavers and the giant spirit realm managed to gather a total of 100,000 troops. They want to break through the 100 treasures realms headquarters in one go. In order to not disturb the grass and startle the snakes, we're sent in advance to pave the path of the army. After we do so, the army will go straight to the 100 treasures realms headquarters. Zhao Hai stared, then his expression changed as he said, can the army catch up that quickly? Zhu Wang replied, it can. The fire weavers and the giant spirit realm amassed more than 20 large artifacts fitted for fast and long travel as well as large capacity. But they weren't using giant spirit treasure ships, that would be too eye-catching. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he waved his hand to send Zhu Wang back. Then he commanded his large artifacts to chase the remaining fire weavers. At the same time, he sent orders to the undead to target only the fire weavers who were fleeing. As for those who still resisted, the other people with rifles would deal with them. After passing his orders, Zhao Hai appeared on the pagoda. Mu Yu was currently looking at the fire weavers who were being killed one by one with a pleased expression on his face. It was at this time that Zhao Hai appeared. Seeing Zhao Hai, Mu Yu couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he asked, Little Hai, why are you here? Did something happen? Zhao Hai nodded and said, I just asked an undead fire weaver. He said that the fire weavers and the giant spirit realm gathered 100,000 army to attack the headquarters. The ones here are just cleaners sent to make a path. Once they sweep the outposts, the army would march to the headquarters. But they didn't expect us to come out and attack. Hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yu coldly snorted and said, good, fire weavers, good. But why haven't we received this information before? Zhao Hai replied, they used large artifacts to hurry along. These large artifacts are made to fly long distances. I'm afraid they're just waiting for the outposts to be cleaned up. Then they would rush to the headquarters and use artifacts like the formation breaking needle to break into it. Mu Yu replied, their plan is good. But they didn't take us into account. Little Hai, what do you plan to do next? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, we'll clean the advanced troops first, then we'll wait for the enemy's response. They have 100,000 people, we also have 100,000 people on our side. They have rifles, we have rifles as well. However, they don't have artillery. We're at an advantage. Mu Yu nodded and said, alright, let's clean these fellows up first. Let's get in touch with Little Ji and Little Wen, then we'll proceed. Zhao Hai nodded. Then their figures moved and appeared on the giant spirit treasure ship where Tang Ji and Tang Wen were on. They discussed the plan before Zhao Hai and Mu Yu returned to their respective large artifacts and attacked what was left of the 2,000 fire weavers. The fire weavers already had low morale. They were panicking. Now that Zhao Hai increased the intensity of his attack, they no longer blocked and instead scattered in all directions to escape. However, they wouldn't be able to run away in time. Zhu Huo currently stood on his wind beast as he desperately fled the battlefield. To him, the events that just happened seemed like a nightmare. This was especially true regarding the 3 large artifacts. Zhu Huo knew clearly that if he didn't escape now, then he wouldn't be able to live on. Previously, the fire weavers, along with the giant spirit realm and its subordinate realms, sent a large number of people to wipe out the 3 large artifacts as well as the octopus islands. At that time, they had huge morale, but they were still annihilated in the end. Now, the 2,000 people didn't have any confidence in facing the 3 large artifacts. However, Zhu Huo was very confident in his running skill. His wind beast was very fast. It can be said that it was the quickest beast there was. Therefore, he was able to cover a large distance compared to the other fire weavers. Despite this, Zhu Huo didn't lower his guard. He knew how powerful the 100 treasures realms cannons were. Therefore, he constantly changed his route as he paid attention to any shells coming for him. He also fired his rifle from time to time. Before long, Zhu Huo managed to leave the battlefield. He was certain that the cannons wouldn't be able to reach his current location. Zhu Huo began to relax. But at this time, Zhu Huo suddenly discovered several people in front of him. In the hands of these people were rifles that he hasn't seen before. Zhu Huo swept these people with his spiritual force and discovered that they were undead. Then suddenly, the undead raised their rifles at the same time. Zhu Huo didn't have enough time to hide before the sound of gunfire was heard. Zhu Huo and his beast were killed immediately. Chapter 1507, bombing the enemy ship. The reason Zhao Hai released his undead this time was to see how effective they were with the rifles. At the same time, he didn't want any fire weavers escaping. If they managed to escape, then the fire weaver army would get information. When the time comes, things might become more complicated. Fortunately, the undead didn't disappoint him. They lined up in a formation and used their rifles. Their fighting strength was quite good. Zhu Huo and his tamed beast weren't able to counterattack before being killed. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with this result. Although the rifles were good on their own, seeing how good they were in the real battlefield still reassured him. Zhao Hai currently has 100,000 people going against 2,000 fire weavers. Along with the artillery they had, the fire weavers couldn't do anything. Moreover, the fire weavers discovered that their rifles were of no use to Zhao Hai, which demoralized them even more. The last trace of resistance in their hearts vanished completely. The 3 large artifacts continued to chase the fire weavers. Naturally, they wouldn't be able to kill every single one. As for those who escaped, they suffered the same fate as Zhu Huo. After a while, not a single fire weaver was left alive in the battlefield. Once they could no longer spot any fire weavers, the 3 large artifacts regrouped. Zhao Hai glanced at Mu Yu nodded. Mu Yu nodded as well. They didn't need to speak. It was time to implement what they discussed before. Zhao Hai waved his hand and the 3 artifacts began to fly forward. He already asked Zhu Wang where the fire weaver army was. It was time to deal with them. Mu Yu took out a jade sword message and passed the information back to the headquarters. Right now, the headquarters had managed to acquire more troops. As long as they make the proper adjustments, they would be able to empower their defense. At the same time, Mu Yu knew that if the fire weavers were to really attack the headquarters, then the result would greatly depend on the immortal experts. When the time comes, Mu Yu and the others could only occupy a supporting role. The 3 large artifacts quickly moved forward. Everyone on board had happy expressions on their faces. They actually didn't take a lot of shots since Zhao Hai directly used his cannons to obliterate the enemy. Although they weren't active participants, the people on board still couldn't help but feel ecstatic. After flying for 1 hour, Zhao Hai and the others still hadn't seen anyone from the Fire Weaver race nor the Giant Spirit Realm. It looked like there wasn't a war going on. Despite this, Zhao Hai knew that this war had captured the attention of the entire 10,000 realm battlefield. This time, both sides had troops numbered to the hundreds of thousands. This was almost unprecedented. It was impossible to ignore this battle. Although wars occurred between the 100 Treasures Realm and the Giant Spirit Realm before, the troops from both sides weren't that many. At that time, their numbers only reached dozens. Their battles were very discreet. But this time, it seems like both sides were going all out. This was a battle for the 100 Treasures Realm and their position in the 10,000 realm battlefield. If they survive, then they will rise. But if they failed, they would vanish into history. After another half an hour, Zhao Hai was finally able to see people from the Fire Weaver race and the Giant Spirit Realm. They were on 20 large ships. However, they weren't advancing at this time. The ships just stopped in place. It was clear that they were waiting for news. This was something that the Silver Needles discovered. In order to be in range to fire at the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm, they still needed to fly for at least 20 minutes more. Zhao Hai did not stop. He saw that the 20 ships that the Fire Weavers prepared weren't used for battles but instead for transport. Therefore, Zhao Hai wasn't worried about anything. Zhao Hai took out his computer and told Mu Yu about the situation. He had everyone prepare. 20 minutes was just a moment for cultivators. 20 minutes passed in a blink of an eye. Zhao Hai and the others entered the range of the Giant Spirit Realm and the Fire Weaver army. The other party also noticed their arrival as large quantities of people flew out of one transport ship. The ship didn't look like a wooden sailboat. It had a flat head and didn't have any sails. It was also very large. One could see from a glance that it wasn't made for battle. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite. After the enemy entered the range of the cannons, he immediately ordered the undead to open fire. In order to gain the initiative, he had to be the first to attack. Zhao Hai's cannon shells contained small spirit snake needles. Naturally, it would be very easy for the shells to deal with transport ships. After a few shots, several holes appeared on the ship. Some shells hit the ship and exploded, scattering small spirit snake needles into the surroundings. The explosion caused very serious damage. The ship was compact and the people inside were densely packed. When the shells exploded and released a large number of spirit snake needles, even if the cultivators wanted to hide, they would have nowhere to hide in. They were quickly killed by the needles. Zhao Hai didn't waste time and turned those who died into undead and sent them to the space. Many of the dead weren't from the Fireweaver race. The Fireweavers were very concerned about the security of their rifles. Therefore, besides Fireweavers, none of the other troops had rifles. They were just normal cultivators, the weakest of whom were at the nascent soul stage. One could also see how much the Fireweavers and the giant spirit realm invested in this war. The quality of troops was very high. If the 100 Treasures realm didn't have rifles, then they would never be able to stop this army. The Fireweaver and Giant Spirit Realm army also discovered what Zhao Hai was doing. They immediately ordered everyone to get out as fast as possible. They knew that if they stayed in the cabins, they would no doubt be killed. Zhu Yunshan's eyes were red. He was the leader of the Fireweaver army. He didn't expect to encounter an attack from the 100 Treasures realm at this time, and this was from the 3 large artifacts that they were tasked to watch out for. Seeing Zhao Hai's face, Zhu Yunshan knew that the 2,000 Fireweavers that they sent in advance had been cleaned up. However, he didn't expect Zhao Hai to have lethal cannons. Those who were in the cabins when the shells exploded died before they could even come out. Zhu Yunshan really wanted to rush out and eliminate the 3 large artifacts. However, he couldn't do so at this time. What they needed to do right now was to evacuate everyone out of their cabins, otherwise they would be killed. Zhao Hai calmly gazed at the Fireweaver army. He did not get closer to the enemy. The Fireweavers and the Giant Spirit Realm had been complacent this time. They thought they already won against the 100 Treasures Realm. They didn't think that the 100 Treasures Realm would be able to fight back, so they didn't bring large artifacts with fighting strength like the Giant Spirit Treasure ships. Instead, they brought transport ships. So even if the Fireweavers and the people from the Giant Spirit Realm came out of their ships, it would still be difficult for them to cause any damage to Zhao Hai's artifacts. The only way for Zhao Hai's artifacts to be damaged was if the enemy were to rush it. However, with their current state, this will be very difficult to accomplish. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't go forward. Although the 20 transport ships weren't meant for combat, they were still very large. If Zhao Hai and the others rushed over, then the enemy army would turn these ships into fortresses they could attack from. Therefore, Zhao Hai decided to bomb them at first. After destroying the 20 ships, only then would he go forward. The rumbling of cannon fire continued. Cultivators on the 3 large artifacts ran to the windows in order to look outside. Kong Miao and Zhu Wuzun were one of them. Looking at the 20 ships on the opposite side peppered with small and large holes, an excited expression couldn't help but appear on Zhu Wuzun's face. He turned to Kong Miao and said, "Grandmaster Kong, Mr. Zhao Hai has truly hidden his strength well. Look at those guys. I'm afraid they will be blown up to bits." Ha ha ha. Kong Miao couldn't hide his pride. Although Zhao Hai joined the 100 Treasures realm, it was undeniable that he came from the world of cultivation. Zhao Hai's achievements gave face to the realm. In the past, the world of cultivation was basically unknown in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Now, because of Zhao Hai, a lot of realms under the 100 Treasures realm took the initiative to build a relationship with Kong Miao. The flattering words he received recently was something he would never imagine in the past. Kong Miao was also aware that these people were only polite to him because of Zhao Hai. Because of this, he didn't put on any airs and was also polite to these people. Now that the world of cultivation was under the 100 Treasures realm, they needed to build connections in order to thrive. After some time, Zhu Yunshan called for statistics on the attack. The numbers he saw were painful. Just in this first batch of attacks, they lost about 20,000 people. 20,000 was a large number in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Lower grade realms might not necessarily have 20,000 troops in the battlefield. In other words, Zhao Hai's cannon fire destroyed about 2 World of Cultivation's worth of troops in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Zhao Hai still hadn't approached and instead continued to fire at the ships. Although Zhu Yunshan wanted to go out, he knew that it was impossible. If he did that, they would only lose more people. He was already prepared to retreat. At this time, a cold snort was heard followed by a cry of a phoenix. A fiery red figure flew straight from a distance. Its speed was very quick. In a blink of an eye, the red figure was already close to Zhao Hai. From what Zhao Hai can see, it was clearly a fire phoenix. Chapter 1508. Space Crisis. The Fire Phoenix was more than 30 jong tilde 100 meters, long. It had a golden crest on its head as well as 7 long plumes. It had a sharp pair of claws along with a long and sharp beak. It had red feathers that seemed to be on fire. Riding on the back of the phoenix was a person wearing clothes similar to those worn by the fire weavers. What's different about him was the rifle on his back. The rifle was much longer than the ones used by the fire weavers. It was also equipped with something like a scope. Seeing this rifle, Zhao Hai immediately thought of sniper rifles. Zhao Hai couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't expect to see this gun in the hands of the fire weavers. Originally, he was afraid of being too conspicuous with his rifles. Now, it seems like there's more to the fire weaver race's rifles than what he saw. Just like what Zhao Hai thought, the fire weaver rifles weren't that simple. The reason the rifles looked ordinary was because the fire weavers needed to be coordinated when using the rifle technique. The rifles they were equipped with were most suitable for this kind of combat. If they changed the form of the rifles like Zhao Hai, there would be some difficulties in using the rifle technique. Zhao Hai's rifles were made without considering the rifle technique. Therefore, he was able to make the appropriate adjustments. The fire weavers didn't have the same conditions as him. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was the fact that the person on the back of the fire phoenix was at the immortal stage. Not only him, the fire phoenix he was standing on was also at the immortal stage. The moment the immortal expert appeared, Zhao Hai immediately gathered the 3 artifact and formed it. Zhao Hai stood on the Hell King's ship, coldly looking at the immortal expert. The immortal expert was also looking at Zhao Hai. His eyes were electrifyingly cold. Although Zhao Hai was still far away from the immortal expert, he could feel a heavy pressure on him. Despite this, Zhao Hai didn't avoid the immortal expert's gaze. Seeing Zhao Hai dare look at him eye to eye, the immortal expert stared for a moment before he laughed and said, "A small place like the world of cultivation actually managed to make an expert like you. Ha ha ha, good. This old man really underestimated you." Zhao Hai, dying in my hands today can be regarded as your blessing. Because of your strength, this old man will tell you his name. I'm Zhu Huai, titled the Fire Phoenix Sniper. Zhao Hai cupped his fist and said, Zhao Hai has seen Senior Zhu. Senior Zhu, the 100 Treasures Realm and the Giant Spirit Realm are bitter enemies. Being from one of the 5 great realms, why did you join the fight? Zhu Huai looked at Zhao Hai, then he laughed and said, interesting, you still want to persuade this old man. Alright, let this old man tell you. The fire weavers want more territory. How's the answer? Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, Senior is really honest. This Zhao Hai has no words to say. Then, Senior, you may begin. Zhu Huai was no longer smiling. As the smile on his face vanished, he waved his hand as the huge rifle on his back appeared. Then he aimed at Zhao Hai. Zhu Huai's gunplay was very fast, but Zhao Hai still managed to make preparations. A metal plate appeared in front of him, hitting the shot Zhu Huai sent towards him. Zhao Hai felt his body shake. The Hell King's ship retreated along with the pagoda and the giant spirit treasure ship. Back when he discovered Zhu Huai, Zhao Hai immediately pulled the energy from the 3 large artifacts together. No matter which one of them was attacked, all 3 will take the brunt of the impact together. When Zhao Hai was thrown back by Zhu Huai's rifle, both Muyu and Tangji were also fired upon. But since the 3 large artifacts were being pushed back, the 2 shots also failed to penetrate. However, the 2 shots were still very heavy. Zhao Hai's spiritual force shook, but fortunately he wasn't injured. As Zhao Hai fell back, the cannons from the 3 artifacts also fired. Numerous shells were fired into the air, but their target was only one, Zhu Huai. Zhu Huai coldly snorted when he saw this. A giant fire phoenix let out a cry as it received these shells. There was a loud explosion as all the cannon shells were exploded by the fire phoenix. The giant phoenix was also hit hard. The flames on its body dimmed a little. However, that giant phoenix was merely an avatar of Zhu Huai's fire phoenix. This immortal stage beast indeed has extraordinary strength. At this moment, a voice was heard, Zhu Huai, let this old man face you. As soon as this voice was heard, 2 people appeared in front of Zhao Hai and the others. Both of them were dressed with the usual black clothing of the 100 Treasures Realm. One couldn't see any weapons on them, but their bodies exuded a strong aura that showed that they were at the immortal stage. Seeing the 2, Zhu Huai's eyes shrunk. It seems like the 100 Treasures Realm had a certain understanding about him. Otherwise they wouldn't have sent 2 immortal experts. Zhu Huai was a rather unusual person among the fire weavers. Unlike the other fire weavers who had 2 or more tame beasts, Zhu Huai only had one, his fire phoenix. Actually, Most of the powerful experts of the Fire Weaver race only had one tamed beast. This was because even though they trained multiple beasts when they were young, these beasts died out as time passed, leaving them with only one tamed beast. Zhu Huai was someone who raised only one beast since childhood. He had only been with his fire phoenix his entire life. His case was very rare among the fire weavers. Looking at the two experts from the 100 Treasures realm, Zhu Huai laughed and said, "So it turns out to be the twin swords of wind and cloud. I didn't expect you to look at this, Zhu Huai, highly. Both of you actually came to deal with me." One of the twin swords looked at Zhu Huai and said, "Zhu Huai, since you know our title, then you should know our custom. No matter where we are, we brothers always act together." "Zhu Huai, you're a famed immortal expert. Aren't you ashamed of attacking a junior?" Zhu Huai sneered and said, "You're preaching to someone who doesn't care about what you think. Also, is Zhao Hai an ordinary transcending tribulation expert? If he is, then this old man will withdraw from this battle immediately." Just like Zhu Huai said, was Zhao Hai really an ordinary transcending tribulation expert? Even children won't be fooled by this. No ordinary transcending tribulation expert could block an immortal expert's attack multiple times and still manage to survive. Seeing the two keeping silent, Zhu Huai coldly snorted and said, "Enough chit-chat. Let's leave this place or else we'll hurt the little ones." After he said that, Zhu Huai's body vanished as he left the battlefield. The twin swords also followed and disappeared. When the immortal experts left, Zhao Hai naturally continued. He waved his hand as the three large artifacts rushed and opened fire on the enemies. Then suddenly, a large fiery red bullet shot towards Zhao Hai from behind the Fire Weaver army. Zhao Hai's expression changed. This was because he couldn't see anyone behind the Fire Weaver army. Judging by the strength of the bullet, it was no doubt fired by an immortal expert. It was a hidden Fire Weaver immortal expert. While he thought of this, Zhao Hai raised a metal wall to surround the three large artifacts. Then at this time, Kair's voice was heard, "Young master, be careful." This bullet came from the spatial rift. It seems like the Fire Weavers have an immortal expert that has spatial abilities. Zhao Hai stared, then his complexion changed. The space was Zhao Hai's final trump card. If he really met an immortal expert with a spatial divergent ability, then he would have to be very careful to hide the existence of the space. But Kair's words didn't end there. She added, "Young master, the situation isn't good." The immortal experts of the 100 Treasures realm had all been sent out to battle the immortal experts of the Giant Spirit realm and the Fire Weaver race. "I'm afraid you'll have to face this immortal expert on your own. Nobody will come to help you." Zhao Hai's complexion turned ugly when he heard this. He immediately shrunk the three large artifacts and then sent them towards a spatial rift. He was the only one left. Just as he closed the spatial rift, Zhao Hai immediately felt the space around him compressing. It seems like the space was being locked in. Fortunately, Zhao Hai can still feel the existence of the space. However, if he wanted to take something out of the space, then it would be 10 times more difficult compared to before. Fortunately, if he wanted to concentrate the energy of the undead onto liquid silver, he could still do so. Miu Yu was able to notice the metal walls surrounding the pagoda. However, he wasn't anxious. He thought that Zhao Hai only did this in order to block the Fire Weaver attacks. Therefore, when he saw the metal walls, he didn't think of anything. But in the next moment, Miu Yu suddenly discovered that they had returned to the headquarters. Everyone who departed earlier were with him. The only one missing was Zhao Hai. Miu Yu stared, then he noticed his computer blinking. When he opened it to take a look, he discovered a message from Zhao Hai. He opened the message and heard Zhao Hai's voice. "Big brother Miu, I met an immortal expert that has a spatial ability. The immortal experts of the headquarters have all been sent to fight the immortal experts of the enemy. Therefore, I can only send you back while I stop him from attacking the headquarters. Big brother Miu, you need to keep everyone vigilant. If you can't hold on, return to the 100 Treasures realm." There were no more messages after that. Chapter 1509, Spirit Snake Rifle. Zhao Hai said his message in haste. When he heard the anxiety in Zhao Hai's voice, Miu Yu's expression drastically changed. He immediately wanted to save Zhao Hai, but he changed his mind when he understood what Zhao Hai meant. All of the immortal experts in the headquarters have been drawn away. Now, the headquarters was empty. If Miu Yu wanted to save Zhao Hai, then the core of the 100 Treasures realm would be defenseless. If an immortal expert comes, then nobody would be able to stop them. Miu Yu also knew why Zhao Hai didn't return. If Zhao Hai went back with them, then the immortal expert would definitely chase them. The outposts outside the headquarters couldn't stop an immortal expert. If the immortal expert used his spatial ability to attack the headquarters, then nobody would command the subordinate realms of the 100 Treasures realm. Because of this, Zhao Hai chose to constrain the immortal expert. As long as they managed to protect the headquarters, then the 100 Treasures realm would have an opportunity to overturn the situation. Mu Yu was aware that Zhao Hai waged his life to buy them some time, so he couldn't be impulsive in his decisions. Although Mu Yu was very confident in Zhao Hai, he knew that Zhao Hai still doesn't have the strength to fight an immortal expert. He can hold against an immortal expert, but it wouldn't be easy to do so. Moreover, if what Zhao Hai said was true, then the immortal expert also had spatial abilities. In other words, Zhao Hai's chances of escaping using his own spatial ability was very low. The only thing he could do was send Mu Yu and the others back to the headquarters. At that time, the immortal expert shouldn't have arrived. Otherwise, nobody would have been able to leave the battlefield. Mu Yu calmed down. At this time, Tang Ji and Tang Wen ran up to him with perplexed expressions. Tang Ji said, "Big brother Mu, where's Little Hai? Why didn't he return with us?" Mu Yu handed the computer to Tang Ji and said, "Take a look. Don't tell anybody else about this." After he said that, he turned around and left. Tang Ji and Tang Wen immediately opened the computer and listened to Zhao Hai's message. Their expression changed as well. Tang Ji was about to yell, but Tang Wen was able to cover his mouth. Tang Wen whispered, "Brother, don't say anything. Let's follow what Little Hai said. First let's defend the headquarters, or else the 100 Treasures realm would be finished." Tang Ji calmed down. Tang Wen looked at Tang Ji and said, "Brother, Little Hai is working hard to buy time for us. We cannot waste his efforts." Doesn't Big Brother Mu also want to save Little Hai? He understands what Zhao Hai wanted to do. We can only endure. Haven't you noticed Big Brother Mu's complexion? Tang Ji opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't say anything as he sighed and said, "Let's go." Then they followed behind Mu Yu. Seeing Tang Ji and Tang Wen behind him, Mu Yu nodded and immediately began to arrange the 100,000 troops into defensive positions around the headquarters. The defensive positions of the headquarters were built very well. Each were equipped with cannons as well as mortars. It was Zhao Hai who provided the cannons, so the defenses of the headquarters were very good. In addition to Mu Yu, there were also a few severed soul experts in the headquarters. After communicating with everybody, Mu Yu immediately arranged the cultivators to their respective posts. At the same time, Mu Yu went to the refining room where the rifles and the bullets were being made. Mu Yu immediately had 2 teams of refiners stop and shift their production to fake spirit snake needles. Mu Yu was aware that even if rifles were strong, they still couldn't compare to the formation-breaking spirit snake needles when it came to offensive power. A spirit snake needle used by 10 severed soul experts was enough to stop an immortal expert for some time. What the 100 Treasures realm needed at this time was exactly this. After all the preparations were finished, Mu Yu stood on the walls of the headquarters and looked outward. Actually, he was very anxious. He was afraid that Zhao Hai might suffer an accident. However, he couldn't show his emotions on his face. Right now, Mu Yu holds the highest status in the headquarters. The people from the subordinate realms weren't aware that there were no immortal experts in the headquarters. If he gave them a clue of what was going on, then things might go out of control. Without an immortal expert present, disaster might erupt within. Tang Ji and Tang Wen were also aware of Mu Yu's worries. Otherwise, Mu Yu wouldn't have stood there and presented himself. In fact, although he can't see anything, Mu Yu still stood in place. Tang Ji's thoughts were similarly in chaos, but he didn't show it. On the surface, nobody can see that something wasn't going well. Kong Miao and Zhu Wuzun also felt something strange. They knew how important Zhao Hai was to the 100 Treasures realm, and his status in the realm wasn't very low. Mu Yu was also very dependent on Zhao Hai. As long as Zhao Hai doesn't retreat, then Mu Yu would have stayed beside him. But now, they could only see Mu Yu. However, they didn't ask Mu Yu. This was because they knew that their status was nothing in front of the 100 Treasures realm, and there were also things that they couldn't ask. Zhu Wuzun was an old fox. The moment they returned to the headquarters without any warning, he began to feel that something was doing well. He was also aware that it wasn't the time to ask questions. Therefore, he didn't go forward. Naturally, since Kong Miao was still young, He wanted to ask what was going on before he was stopped by Zhu Wuzun. The Zhu race wasn't very popular in the 100 Treasures realm. This was related to their previous reputation. What the Zhu race needed was to get closer to the world of cultivation. Because of this, Zhu Wuzun was deliberately fostering his friendship with Kong Miao. Seeing Kong Miao about to do something stupid, it's natural for Zhu Wuzun to stop him. After sending Mu Yu and the others out, Zhao Hai felt the space around him turn more solid. If he wanted to take things out of the space, then he would need 10 times more effort than usual. Fortunately, the space still allows the undead to input their energy into liquid silver. Otherwise, Zhao Hai would have no confidence to face the immortal expert. At the same time, Zhao Hai had care and the others take a look how far the compact space goes. When necessary, he would open a spatial rift for the undead to attack the fire weavers. Zhao Hai knew that this solidified space had a great impact on him. If he wanted to enter the space now, it would take a longer time compared to before. That period of time was enough for an immortal expert to take action. Zhao Hai doesn't doubt the methods of an immortal expert. If the immortal expert can seal the spatial rift before Zhao Hai can enter, then that would be extremely dangerous. What Zhao Hai was most afraid of was if the spatial rift was opened for too long, then the immortal expert might enter the space. Zhao Hai still doesn't know if the space could defend itself against an immortal expert. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't planning on entering the space soon. It can be said that this was the most dangerous encounter Zhao Hai had ever since transmigrating. In the past, whenever he was in danger, he could still enter the space to save himself. But now, not only could he not enter the space also couldn't provide him with much support. Zhao Hai also discovered that the restrictions around him didn't only apply to the space. His artifacts were also affected. He would need 5 times more energy to control his artifacts. Controlling your artifacts lower than usual was very fatal. As Zhao Hai was investigating the space around him, a tall and thin old man dressed in fire weaver clothing appeared not far from him. This old man was very strange. Unlike other fire weavers who step on one beast, this old man was stepping on 2 silver snakes. These snakes were long but thin. It's common for snakes to be as thick as a bowl if they were a few meters long. However, these snakes were 50 meters long yet were still as thin as a common snake. Tiny scales covered these 2 snakes up to their triangle heads. They had cold crimson eyes that stared at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel cold under their gazes. The tall and thin man had a reserved aura when he appeared. His eyes were similarly cold. Zhao Hai felt the same feeling from this old man's gaze as the snakes. Additionally, behind the thin old man was an enormous rifle. It was big to the point that it didn't look compatible with the old man. The rifle carried by Zhu Huai before looked like a sniper rifle. On the other hand, this old man was carrying something like a bazooka. The barrel was thick and well built. Although it looked like a rocket launcher, it was in the form of a rifle. Its body was flaming red, which was very eye-catching. The old man sized Zhao Hai up for some time. Then he said with a strange smile, "Zhao Hai, I heard of your recent achievements. However, you need to remember that kids need to be low-key, or else they would die early." Zhao Hai looked at the old man, then he coldly snorted and said, "Can one really live long if they stay low-key? If an immortal expert like you can take action against me, what's the use of being low-key?" The old man coldly snorted and said, "Zhao Hai, you're a talented kid, but you shouldn't have annoyed the Fire Weaver race. Only death awaits those who offend the Fire Weavers." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You're not the first person to say that to me. Ever since I came out to the world, I heard numerous people saying the same thing. But as you can see, I'm still living well. Instead, it was those people who died. I just don't know if you can really kill me." The old man coldly snorted and said, extremely arrogant, "Zhao Hai, remember this, the one who killed you is Spirit Snake Rifle Shugui." After he said that, the large rifle appeared in his hand. Then he aimed at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai has been in full alert. Seeing the other party using their gun, he immediately erected a 100-layer shield in front of him. The shields were 10 meters thick and 20 meters tall. They looked extremely sturdy. Zhugui had a look of ridicule on his face. He was very confident in his rifle. This was because he knew that rifles used by mortal experts were unlike rifles used by severed soul experts. The Fire Weavers had rifles for many years. If Zhao Hai could discover their weakness, how could the Fire Weavers not? The Fire Weavers knew about the shortcomings of using the rifles a long time ago. But once they reached the immortal stage, Their rifles would be specially refined using secret methods. It was precisely because of this that once a fire weaver enters the immortal stage, they would have officially begun cultivating the rifle. The fire weavers discovered a unique cultivation from using rifles. This law, upon reaching the immortal stage, was called the rifle Dao. Zhugui didn't know how deep the rifle Dao was, but he knew that he had just touched the Dao upon reaching the immortal stage. The road ahead was still very long. Although he just touched the beginning of the rifle Dao, Zhugui already felt how powerful it was. This was strength far surpassing the severed soul stage. It was for this reason that Zhugui was confident of being able to destroy Zhao Hai's shield. The large fiery bullet hit the shield in no time. However, the shattering of the shield that Zhugui imagined didn't happen. He saw the shield bend back, but the bullet was becoming slower and slower. Before long, the bullet stopped. Then it bounced back into the air. Zhugui stared. The action of the wall made him think of a spring. This shield was just too springy. The wall drew back when it was hit, but when the momentum of the bullet ran out, it just sprung back into place, bouncing the bullet off. In fact, Zhugui wasn't thinking wrong. The huge shield was a spring. The shield was 10 meters thick. Naturally, Zhao Hai couldn't make it all solid. He installed countless springs inside it. The springs were layered to constantly counteract the force of the bullet. Once the bullet runs out of momentum, the wall would just go back to its original form. Zhao Hai knew that if he met the bullet with a rigid shield, then his spiritual force would be shaken and he might injure himself. Therefore, he installed springs to cushion the impact of the bullet. When the time comes, he wouldn't worry about his spiritual force being shaken by the impact. Chapter 1510, Immortal Rifle Technique. Zhugui didn't expect his attack to be blocked. His expression was hard to look at. In his mind, he already lost face when Zhao Hai blocked his first attack. Moreover, he allowed Zhao Hai to teleport the people from the 100 Treasures realm. This was without a doubt a slap to his face. It's natural for his expression to be ugly. Zhao Hai didn't care about Zhugui's reaction. He just discovered that the spring shield wall was very effective. Although it needed more spiritual chi, it was worth it as long as it blocked Zhugui's attack without causing any injury. This was an attack from an immortal expert. Such an attack was blocked by his shield, and he wasn't injured. Zhao Hai was truly proud of his achievement. However, Zhao Hai didn't lower his guard. This was different to his previous encounters. In the past, he can still escape to the space when he's in danger. He didn't have this luxury this time. Zhugui looked at Zhao Hai and said with a cold tone, "Good, very good, Zhao Hai. I didn't expect you to be this strong." "Then I'll have to be impolite." After he said that, Zhugui held his rifle and then fired one shot after another. But this time, Zhugui's firing method was a bit special. He didn't shoot after aiming like before. Instead, as if alive, the huge weapon in his hand moved on its own and fired bullet after fiery bullet. Naturally, this method of firing wasn't very accurate. Instead of heading towards Zhao Hai, the bullets were randomly shot in all directions. Zhao Hai couldn't understand what Zhugui was doing. Why was he waving his gun around? How can it hit? However, Zhao Hai soon discovered where he went wrong. Not only were these bullets aimed correctly, it also trapped him. After flying for some time in the air, the bullets began to make a turn. They all drew an arc before going straight for Zhao Hai, blocking all of his escape routes. How could a bullet change directions? Zhao Hai was stunned when he saw the bullet curve. He didn't expect such high-speed bullets to all change their directions and suddenly head towards him. However, Zhao Hai knew that this wasn't the time to be stunned. He waved his hand as his shield exploded and became flying swords. Zhao Hai ordered, "Myriad stellar transformations, go!" Along with his voice, about 1,000 flying swords arranged themselves into a sword formation. The flying swords swam around Zhao Hai like fishes. Whenever a bullet gets close to Zhao Hai, these flying swords block them. Zhao Hai stood in the middle of his sword formation. Then he waved his hand and summoned the 12 metal beasts. After coming out, the 12 metal beasts charged towards Zhugui. Zhugui was once again surprised that his barrage was blocked. His expression turned even uglier. Now, Zhao Hai even dared to counterattack, which enraged him. He coldly snorted as a clump of blue flames appeared in his hand. Then the flame merged with the rifle. The once fiery red pattern outside the rifle was replaced by blue flames. It made the rifle more beautiful. Seeing this, Zhao Hai didn't dare to be careless. Although he was able to block the bullets using his sword formation, it wasn't as easy as it seemed. After all, Those were bullets fired by an immortal expert. The might of each bullet was as strong as the cannons on the Hell King's ship. After feeling the impact of Zhugui's bullets, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. Immortal experts truly deserted their reputation. They were very strong. Each one of their attacks equaled an all-out attack of a severed soul expert. If Zhao Hai was a normal severed soul expert, he would have perished a long time ago. The flying swords Zhao Hai used in his sword formation each had yin-yang lightning pools inside them. Because of these yin-yang lightning pools, Zhao Hai was able to block Zhu Gui's bullets without being injured. Despite these advantages, Zhao Hai still spent a lot of energy blocking the bullets. He wasn't as relaxed as what he revealed on the surface. However, Zhu Gui didn't know this. Seeing Zhao Hai easily blocking his attack and even counter-attacking, he couldn't help but flare up. Zhu Gui coldly snorted as he tapped both of his feet. In an instant, the 2 snakes under his feet rushed out to meet the 12 metal beasts. Zhao Hai didn't care about the battle between the 12 metal beasts and the 2 snakes. The metal beasts could fight on their own. They can even decide to retreat if they need to. After multiple level-ups by the space, the 12 metal beasts were now as strong as a transcending tribulation expert. However, the biggest advantage of the 12 metal beasts were the materials that they were made of. In the past, the 12 metal beasts were not very strong, but now, within their bodies were yin-yang lightning pools. These lightning pools provided them with energy, further enhancing their fighting prowess. At the same time, Zhu Gui was very confident in his 2 snake beasts. These 2 snakes were mutated beasts known as silver whip snakes. Despite their soft bodies, these snakes' defensive capabilities were very good. Additionally, they have 2 venomous fangs. These fangs were hollow and could spit out venom. This venom was incomparable to normal poisons. Even severed soul experts would suffer under it. Moreover, the venom had a strong corrosive effect. Although the 2 silver whip snakes were only at the severed soul stage, their offensive strength puts them on level with immortal stage beasts. These beasts were very famous among the 5 great realms. The 12 metal beasts were much worse compared to the silver whip snakes. However, their defenses allowed them to fight evenly with the snakes. Zhu Gui's expression turned even uglier. Not only did he need to compress the surrounding space, he also used his barrage and silver whip snakes. Yet, he was still unable to deal with Zhao Hai. How could the arrogant Zhu Gui swallow this humiliation? Most importantly, he discovered that he had been held back by Zhao Hai for far too long, which was unfavorable to the plans of the Fire Weavers. The 100 Treasures Realm had already dispatched all of their immortal experts. The Giant Spirit Realm and the Fire Weavers worked together in order to lure them all out. It was Zhu Gui's job to attack the headquarters of the 100 Treasures Realm. It must be said that the Fire Weavers couldn't dispatch a lot of immortal experts. The 5 great realms were all in a fragile equilibrium. If the amount of immortal experts gets affected, then this balance might be overturned. It must be known that none of these 5 realms were pacifists. They would use all opportunities they have in order to get an advantage. Because of this, the Fire Weavers needed to leave behind enough immortal experts to defend their own territory. Therefore, they were very limited in the manpower they can use. Besides the immortal experts who lured the 100 Treasures Realm away, there were only very few who could make a move. And among these few, Zhu Gui was the only one with the spatial ability that allowed him to attack the headquarters of the 100 Treasures Realm. The defenses of the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters simply couldn't be compared to the defenses of the World of Cultivation's stronghold or the Zoo Race's Octopus Islands. The defenses of the latter two can be destroyed by a formation-breaking Spirit Snake Needle. On the other hand, immortal experts would need to take a lot of effort even with a Spirit Snake Needle in order to break the defensive formation of the 100 Treasures Realm. Because of this, the Fire Weavers sent Zhu Gui. He wasn't the strongest immortal expert, but he has a spatial divergent ability. He can use his ability to appear inside the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters. If there's an immortal expert inside the headquarters, then this plan would have failed. Zhu Gui wasn't strong. It's possible that he would be killed. But this time, the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters didn't have any immortal experts in it. Naturally, Zhu Gui could go there and wreak havoc. As long as Zhu Gui enters the headquarters, he can destroy it from the inside. When the time comes, other immortal experts can rush in. Even if the 100 Treasures Realm had countless transcending tribulation and severed soul experts, they still wouldn't be able to stop them. Before proceeding with the plan, the Fire Weavers gave Zhu Gui the command to kill Zhao Hai first and get all of his weapons. The Fire Weavers hated Zhao Hai. He killed thousands of their people and broke 2 of their attacks. How can the Fire Weavers just let him off? Moreover, the Fire Weavers knew that Mu Yu was dependent on Zhao Hai. The target of the Fire Weavers this time wasn't only Zhao Hai, but Mu Yu as well. Mu Yu was a key successor that the 100 Treasures realm groomed. His status in the 100 Treasures realm was very high. Even if Zhu Gui manages to infiltrate the headquarters, Mu Yu can still organize his people to defend. It was because of Mu Yu that the immortal experts were able to go out of the headquarters. With Mu Yu in command, victory and defeat was still difficult to see. Actually, the plan of the Fire Weavers was very good. They knew that Zhao Hai had spatial abilities. Therefore, they had Zhu Gui deal with him. In their opinion, sending the immortal expert Zhu Gui to deal with Zhao Hai would be quite easy. However, they didn't expect Zhao Hai to transport Mu Yu and the others back as soon as he noticed something wrong, and that he would face Zhu Gui by himself. At the same time, Zhu Gui didn't expect Zhao Hai to be very hard to deal with. His methods were actually thwarted by Zhao Hai. If he delayed even more than this, then the plan would be wasted. Zhu Gui knew that he could no longer delay. Because of this, Zhu Gui decided to use a rifle technique. This technique can only be used by immortal stage Fire Weavers. He would combine the Fire Weaver race's innate fire with the rifle technique in order to increase the strength of his bullets. Chapter 1511. The real battle begins. Zhu Gui's blue flame wasn't ordinary. It was named Nether Arctic Flame. The Nether Arctic Flame was an extremely inattributed flame. No matter which material it comes in contact with, it would freeze them instantly. Then it would shatter into bits. It was very domineering. Zhu Gui acquired this flame due to luck. Because this flame was very domineering, Zhu Gui didn't use it often. The flame was just too strong. The Fire Weavers had techniques to control flames, but the more overbearing the flame was, the harder it would be to control. Even if Zhu Gui already assimilated the flame into his body, using it often would affect his meridians. If an immortal expert like Zhu Gui gets affected by the Nether Arctic Flame, then there's no need to mention others. It could be said that this flame was Zhu Gui's trump card. Zhu Gui glared at Zhao Hai before waving his hand, controlling a belt of bullets with his spiritual force. The bullets laid themselves beside Zhu Gui. Then Zhu Gui began to pull his trigger. A red bullet with blue flames shot towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the bullet with a serious expression. He discovered that this bullet was different, mainly because of the blue flame. Zhu Gui wasn't done with just one bullet. He began to wield his rifle and rained bullets down on Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai waved his hand, increasing the number of swords in his formation to 10,000. This provided him with complete defense in all directions. Before long, the first bullet hit Zhao Hai's sword formation. It took a dozen swords before Zhao Hai stopped the bullet. However, Zhao Hai's expression became ugly to look at. This was because he discovered that the swords that blocked the bullet were all frozen. No mistakes, they were frozen. The swords were still under his control, but the efficiency of the yin-yang lightning pools dropped, like a machine that was jammed. The speed of the flying swords also decreased. Zhao Hai didn't expect the blue flame to be this domineering. If it was before, then he could capture a bullet into the space in order to break down the properties of the flame. Then after that, his artifacts would embody the flame and he would no longer worry about it. However, things were different this time. Zhu Gui has spatial abilities that allow him to lock the surrounding space. If Zhao Hai really captured a bullet for the space, then Zhu Gui would definitely find out about it. Because of this, Zhu Gui can only block the bullets using his flying swords, and every time a bullet was blocked, more flying swords would be frozen. However, Zhao Hai couldn't do anything about this. Right now, he wanted to see what Zhu Gui would do next. But what Zhao Hai wasn't aware of was Zhu Gui's surprise at his abilities. He didn't expect his Nether Arctic Flame to be unable to do anything to Zhao Hai. Then when Zhu Gui saw that his silver whip snakes were evenly matched against Zhao Hai's 12 metal beasts, he hatched up a new idea. He moved his rifle and shot towards the 12 metal beasts. Although the 12 metal beasts were very agile, it was still impossible for them to evade Zhu Gui's rifle. Zhu Gui was an immortal expert. How could they dodge his attacks? The 12 metal beasts were hit. Although they haven't been defeated, their speed definitely dropped. However, they were still faster than the frozen flying swords. Zhao Hai discovered that the yin-yang lightning pools inside the 12 metal beasts moved faster than the ones on the frozen swords. It seems like the size of the yin-yang lightning pools contributed to this difference. Despite being affected less than the flying swords, The 12 metal beasts were still hindered. They could no longer stop the silver whip snakes. The two snakes made use of this opportunity to attack Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai quickly commanded his flying swords to defend. However, the two snakes were just too agile. Moreover, they were unafraid of the swords. Zhao Hai's expression turned ugly. He discovered that he couldn't do anything to the snakes. He can take out the Hell King's ship, but it wouldn't do good against the blue flames. If it comes out, it would just be a huge target for Zhu Gui to fire at. In turn, it would cause Zhao Hai's spiritual force to be more strained. It just wasn't worth it. The strength of the Hell King's ship relied on its ability to ram the target as well as its cannons. The cannons needed people to load them. Normally this wouldn't be a problem because Zhao Hai can just take undead out of the space. But since he couldn't use the space right now, the undead couldn't come out. The cannons were also unusable. Once they were hit by Zhu Gui, they would also become sluggish. Therefore, Zhao Hai chose not to release the Hell King's ship. However, if he didn't take the Hell King's ship out, then it would be difficult to deal with the silver whip snakes. He can wrap himself with liquid silver, but it would be detrimental to his later actions. This was because the blue flame also affected liquid silver's ability to transform. If he covered his body with liquid silver and it came in contact with Zhu Gui's blue flames, then he would be in trouble. Zhu Gui's firing was getting faster and faster. Although Zhao Hai continued blocking them with his flying swords, the swords he could use were decreasing. Naturally, Zhao Hai can release more flying swords, but this would also drain his energy. If he wrapped himself with liquid silver, then all his flying swords would be affected. The Stellar Transformation's sword formation can completely block Zhu Gui's bullets. However, it also used a lot of spiritual force. If Zhao Hai releases a lot of flying swords, then he would not be able to fight for a long time. It should be known that the battle between Zhu Gui and Zhao Hai was a battle for endurance. The one who runs out of energy first would lose. Zhao Hai can already feel proud for lasting this long against an immortal expert. But in the current moment, what he needed to do was to find a way to deal with the silver whip snakes. Seeing the two silver whip snakes getting closer and closer, Zhao Hai coldly snorted before he performed hand seals. The hand seal this time was very simple with only one hand needed. But as the hand seal formed, Zhao Hai's expression turned solemn and free. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand as two golden lights shot directly towards the two silver whip snakes. The golden lights were very fast. The silver whip snakes simply couldn't avoid them. In an instant, the golden lights collided with the snakes. After a brief pause, the snakes began to twist their bodies uncomfortably. They seemed to be struggling, not because of physical damage, but mental. Naturally, Zhao Hai knew what was going on. He used a beast controlling technique on the two snakes. Zhao Hai knew that if he didn't show some of his true skills today, then he would lose to Zhu Gui. While using the beast controlling technique, Zhao Hai also used some of his faith power on his flying swords and 12 metal beasts. Once faith power entered them, it was like pouring a barrel of gasoline on an extinguished flame. The flying swords as well as the 12 metal beasts sprang back to life. Zhu Gui wasn't an ignorant old man. His eyes couldn't help but narrow when he saw the golden lights. Faith power, he exclaimed. Zhu Gui's expression became very ugly to look at. He knew clearly that not everyone can get their hands on faith power. Faced with faith power, the nether Arctic flame would no doubt be extinguished. When he thought of this, Zhu Gui's complexion changed. Then he turned his head to the fire weavers who didn't dare join the fight and said, "Everyone, attack. We cannot allow Zhao Hai to survive. Otherwise, he will be a huge disaster for us in the future." Zhu Gui knew that those with faith power had no roadblocks in their cultivation. Zhao Hai was only a transcending tribulation expert, yet he was already very hard to deal with. If he continued to become stronger, then nobody would be able to stop him. Therefore, he needed to make sure that Zhao Hai would be crushed today. The fire weavers behind were aware of the general plan. They were waiting for Zhu Gui to deal with Zhao Hai so that they could charge the 100 Treasures Realm headquarters together. This was the reason they stayed and didn't move. These fire weavers were aware that immortal experts didn't want other people joining their match. If they help without any orders, then the immortal expert will not let them off. To be honest, in the beginning, they thought that Zhao Hai was courting death. A transcending tribulation expert actually dared to stay behind and fight with an immortal expert. However, things were different from what they expected. Zhao Hai was actually very strong to the point of successfully defending himself against Zhu Gui. Hearing Zhu Gui's order, the fire weavers and the giant spirit realm experts responded and immediately took their artifacts out. Since he already revealed his faith power, Zhao Hai no longer held back and used faith power on his surroundings. The space around him returned to normal. Actually, he just wanted to try this and see if it worked, and it really did. Seeing his plan work, Zhao Hai waved his hand as 3 large artifacts materialized in the air. Nearly 200,000 undead with improved rifles stood on the ships. After that, the cannons began to fire. The real battle has begun. Chapter 1512, Huge Harvests. Zhao Hai was already exposing his abilities this time. Although he hadn't moved his more powerful undead, every undead with rifles were sent out. In any case, Muyu and the others weren't here. Zhao Hai thought that it was time to teach the Fire Weavers a lesson they would never forget. Zhu Gui discovered that his spatial ability could no longer restrain Zhao Hai. Moreover, Zhao Hai has already taken out his 3 large artifacts. Despite this, Zhu Gui didn't stop firing his rifle and was now aiming at the large artifacts. But in the end, it didn't have any effect. Zhu Gui knew that this was because of faith power. In the past, Zhu Gui heard about the infinite and wondrous uses of faith power. However, he didn't believe it at that time. He thought that people were elevating faith power because they couldn't acquire it. However, it seems like these rumors weren't false. Faith power was indeed formidable. No wonder a lot of people wanted to get their hands on it. Zhu Gui wasn't very strong among the immortal experts, but he wasn't weak as well. It was just that his opponent this time was an anomaly. Zhu Gui being able to force Zhao Hai to use faith power was already an extraordinary feat. Zhao Hai knew that he would have to use faith power sooner or later, but he didn't expect to use it this soon. But since he already took it out, then he wouldn't be polite. Zhao Hai used his 3 large artifacts as well as more than 200 cannons to bombard the Fire Weaver army. At the same time, the 3 large artifacts were charging over in full force. Although Zhao Hai was commanding the 3 large artifacts to attack the enemies, he excluded the 2 silver whip snakes from being targets. He was currently using the beast controlling technique to subdue the 2 beasts. But in turn, this also left Zhao Hai with little energy to micromanage the large artifacts and the undead. Therefore, Zhao Hai handed the control over to Laura and the others while he focused on the 2 silver whip snakes. Zhao Hai was very concerned about the silver whip snakes. This was because he really wanted them for the space. This way, the space would have more powerful beasts and also the beasts of the space would be strengthened. At the same time, he also wanted to see the effect of the beast controlling technique. He had not used this technique before, so he naturally wants to try it out. Zhao Hai discovered that the silver whip snakes had intense reactions to the technique. They weren't willing to submit to him. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried much about it. He would grind them down until they could no longer resist. Zhao Hai reckons that the reason why these silver whip snakes didn't submit sooner was because of their strength. Another important reason why they were hard to subdue was the fact that they had been raised by Zhu Gui ever since they were little. Their loyalty to Zhu Gui had been engraved deep into their souls. Zhao Hai's action was basically stealing someone's own hand. Naturally, it would be very difficult. If these 2 silver whip snakes were in the wild, then they would have submitted. The Buddhist beast controlling technique wasn't a joke. Although the control over the 3 large artifacts were handed over to Laura and the others, their fighting strength didn't decrease. Conversely, it had increased. If commanding ability was concerned, Zhao Hai couldn't compare to Lizzie and Megan. Amidst the crackle of gunfire, the 3 large artifacts crashed onto the Fire Weaver army's formation. Although Zhu Gui was defending with all his power, he couldn't do anything to the 3 large artifacts reinforced with faith power. Once the formation was broken through, the undead on the large artifacts began to attack. Their rifles had been improved. It was much more lethal compared to the standard rifles of the Fire Weavers. The Fire Weaver army couldn't do anything against the charge of the 3 large artifacts. Zhu Gui's eyes were burning as he looked at the 3 large artifacts. He didn't expect these artifacts to be so formidable. He actually couldn't block them using his immortal level strength. Zhu Gui clenched his teeth. He decided to give up on dealing with Zhao Hai and would instead attack the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters. In his opinion, as long as the 100 Treasures Realm was dealt with, then Zhao Hai would become a rootless wild ghost. He would no longer be able to go through any storms. Thinking of this, Zhu Gui received his Nether Arctic fire and rifle. He reluctantly glanced at the 2 silver whip snakes and then at Zhao Hai before he vanished. Although Zhao Hai focused on subduing the silver whip snakes, he was still paying attention to Zhugui. He didn't expect Zhugui to actually give up on the snakes. Seeing Zhugui disappear, Zhao Hai immediately knew where he was heading to. Zhao Hai's expression couldn't help but change. Just as he was about to give up on subduing the silver whip snakes and taking the 3 large artifacts back, he heard Kair's voice. "Young master, don't worry. Sir Tang Yao and the others have returned to the headquarters, and since Zhugui has been fighting you, he only has about a fourth or a third of his strength remaining. He wouldn't be Sir Tang Yao's opponent." Hearing Kair, Zhao Hai stared, then he smiled and said, "Good. Since Elder Tang Yao is back, then I no longer need to worry. Kair, help me deal with these people. I need to focus on subduing these long worms." Long worms were another name for snakes. It was something that Zhao Hai's folks back on Earth used to say. Knowing that Tang Yao and the others were back at the headquarters, Zhao Hai felt relieved. What Zhao Hai didn't expect was that as soon as Zhugui disappeared, the resistance of the silver whip snakes decreased. Zhao Hai was stunned. Then he was elated. He immediately intensified his attack. After more than half an hour, Zhao Hai finally felt the waves of obedience coming from the snakes. Zhao Hai was shaken. Then he immediately understood that the beast controlling technique had succeeded. Zhao Hai stopped the technique and the 2 silver whip snakes flew towards him. Zhao Hai calmly looked at the snakes. He could no longer sense any hostility coming from them. The 2 silver whip snakes flew to Zhao Hai's side and rubbed their bodies against him. They looked like children seeing their father coming home. Seeing the actions of the silver whip snakes, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. He waved his hand and sent the 2 silver whip snakes to the space. Then he began to pay attention to the situation of the battlefield. The situation wasn't doing very well for the enemies. Although the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm sent more than 80,000 people, they didn't have any large artifacts. Now, the strongest of them, Zhugui, has left. They could no longer do anything against Zhao Hai. Additionally, Zhao Hai has 200,000 undead with rifles. It's no wonder why the Fireweaver and Giant Spirit Realm army wasn't doing very well. Zhao Hai calmly looked at these people. There's no room for pity when it comes to enemies. At this point, he already killed 30,000 people. He turned them all into undead and sent them to the space. They would provide him with more faith power. In the past, Zhao Hai was continuously afraid of immortal experts. Because of this, he avoided any confrontation with them. However, after fighting Zhugui, Zhao Hai knew that he could go against them if he used faith power. But Zhao Hai still decided to minimize his usage of faith power in the future. A stronger enemy might be waiting for him, and Zhao Hai didn't want to expose all of his cards. After Zhugui left, Zhao Hai no longer added any faith power to his artifacts. But despite this, the Fire Weaver and the Giant Spirit Realm army still couldn't defend themselves. Also, Zhao Hai noticed another thing. The protective shield outside his large artifacts now has a layer of blue flame. This was the nether Arctic flame that Zhugui uses. When Zhao Hai used faith power to free the surrounding space, he also found time to receive some of Zhugui's bullets. Naturally, this resulted in the space acquiring the nether Arctic flame. In turn, this allowed the 3 large artifacts to have stronger defenses. At the same time, Zhao Hai's offensive means had become better. It was at this time that some subordinate realms from the Fire Weaver and Giant Spirit Realm army started to rout. It's impossible for these subordinate realms to be fully committed like the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm. After all, they still have their own realms to worry about. The same was true for the subordinate realms under the 100 Treasures realm. If Zhugui really managed to kill his way to the headquarters, and Mu Yu and the others were unable to resist, then the subordinate realms would run away. They couldn't bear to suffer heavy losses. Zhao Hai didn't care about these people. It was impossible for him to keep all of these 80,000 troops from escaping. Although he has 200,000 undead in his control, the enemy army is composed of experts no weaker than the nascent soul stage, with most of them at the transcending tribulation stage. Moreover, each one of them had hidden cards in their hands. If these people wanted to escape using all of their means, then it would be impossible to stop them. Zhao Hai also knew that, with these people escaping, his faith power would be exposed before long. However, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of it. He can use faith power in order to battle an immortal expert. If someone wanted to cause him trouble, then they would have to consider their own strength. The retreating troops caused a chain reaction. In the end, even the Fire Weavers and the people from the Giant Spirit Realm began to retreat. Surprisingly, the Fire Weavers were very disorganized in their retreat. They simply ran on their own. On the other hand, The giant spirit realm were retreating in a battle formation. They were slow, but they were still retreating. Seeing the giant spirit realm, Zhao Hai couldn't help but bitterly smile. He understood why they were like this. The giant spirit realm had faced Zhao Hai multiple times already. They knew that if they retreat without any organization, then they would lose a lot of people. Therefore, they decided to retreat in an organized and steady manner. Zhao Hai also discovered that the giant spirit realm weren't panicking when facing the 3 large artifacts. Whenever Zhao Hai's large artifacts come rushing over, they would give way. And after each attack, the giant spirit realm's people regrouped in the shortest amount of time. At the same time, Zhao Hai saw that the giant spirit realm's formations weren't the same as before. In the past, because they were like the other cultivators who attack in a long-range manner, their formation was compact. However, this formation was detrimental against the Hell King's ship and the other large artifacts. Therefore, they loosened their formation. They no longer adapted a large square-shaped formation and instead divided themselves into smaller squares. Because of this, they were able to avoid Zhao Hai's large artifacts. At the same time, these smaller squares could join up with the other squares to perform a united attack. One could see that the giant spirit realm had improved after each battle. They were growing and becoming harder to deal with. If Zhao Hai didn't release his undead, then the giant spirit realm wouldn't have lost as many people. From the way the giant spirit realm was retreating, Zhao Hai knew that even if he goes over with the undead, it would still be impossible for him to kill a lot of them. Therefore, Zhao Hai turned his attention to the fire weavers. The fire weavers were unlike the people from the giant spirit realm. They scattered in a chaotic manner. How could Zhao Hai let go of this opportunity? He immediately took his 3 large artifacts and chased them down. Seeing Zhao Hai coming after them, the fire weavers ran faster. Despite this, Zhao Hai was able to kill a large number of them. After 2 hours of pursuit, Zhao Hai began to slowly head back to the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters. Zhao Hai's harvest this time was very rich. Of the 100,000-man army of the fire weavers and the giant spirit realm, 60,000 fell to Zhao Hai's hands. Additionally, he was able to acquire the 2 silver whip snakes. Zhao Hai wasn't anxious to return to the headquarters. This was because he was already aware of what happened. Zhu Gui appeared at the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters to make a surprise attack. However, he didn't expect Tang Yaoan to be present. With his strength already spent fighting Zhao Hai, Zhu Gui could no longer escape. In the end, he was killed by Tang Yaoan. Additionally, more and more immortal experts were returning to the headquarters. This made the headquarters safe once more. Therefore, there's no need for Zhao Hai to hurry back. Originally, Zhao Hai was planning to clean up the allied army of the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm. Then he would return to the headquarters. However, upon seeing Mu Yu extremely worried and was about to lead a group of people to look for him, Zhao Hai decided to return to the headquarters first and listen to instructions. Chapter 1513, Turtle Immortal. Mu Yu was truly worried about Zhao Hai's state, especially after Zhu Gui suddenly appeared. Mu Yu knew that an immortal expert with spatial abilities would come to attack them. Because of this, they were ready. And since Tang Yaoan and the others were beginning to return, Zhu Gui was eliminated. Zhu Gui, an immortal expert with spatial abilities, couldn't escape and was killed. To be honest, this was unexpected, but at the same time, Mu Yu was worried. Mu Yu knew that Zhu Gui was the person going against Zhao Hai. This was because he saw the bullet that Zhu Gui fired at Zhao Hai before. With Zhu Gui seen at the headquarters and Zhao Hai nowhere to be seen, Mu Yu couldn't help but be worried. He was worried that Zhao Hai had suffered an accident. He wouldn't have been this worried in the past. After all, Zhao Hai has spatial abilities that allowed him to escape. But this time, Zhu Gui can control space as well. He was essentially Zhao Hai's nemesis. As soon as he saw Tang Yaoan killing Zhu Gui and the immortal experts beginning to return to the headquarters, Mu Yu approached Tang Yaoan and asked for permission to find Zhao Hai. He also told Tang Yaoan about Zhu Gui's entanglement with Zhao Hai. Tang Yaoan just came back from dealing with Zhu Gui. Strangely, although Zhu Gui was an immortal expert, his strength was quite lacking, which allowed Tang Yaoan to kill him. But after hearing Mu Yu's explanation, Tang Yaoan immediately understood Zhu Gui's state. Tang Yaoan immediately agreed to Mu Yu's proposal to organize people to look for Zhao Hai. They need to see him, even if he was a corpse. Tang Yaoan had the same thought as Mu Yu. Zhao Hai stayed behind in order to restrain Zhu Gui. But now, Zhu Gui appeared inside the headquarters while Zhao Hai was nowhere in sight. This meant that Zhao Hai failed to stop Zhu Gui, and it's possible that he had suffered an accident. Tang Yaoan was different from Mu Yao. Mu Yao was someone who listened to reason. If it was Mu Yao, then he might now permit Mu Yu to look for Zhao Hai. Instead, he would send Tang Ji and the others instead. After all, the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm had immortal experts outside. If an immortal expert ambushed Mu Yu outside, then he would be in danger. It must be known that Mu Yu was a key talent groomed by the 100 Treasures Realm. They couldn't afford to lose him. On the other hand, Tang Yaoan was someone who was impulsive. He was someone who acts on emotions first before others. As soon as he heard from Mu Yu that Zhao Hai stayed behind for the sake of the 100 Treasures Realm, he agreed immediately. If it weren't for the fact that the headquarters needed people to guard it, then he would have gone himself. With Tang Yaoan's approval, Mu Yu immediately organized a group to look for Zhao Hai. Mu Yu was also aware of how dangerous it was outside, but what he cared about was information about Zhao Hai. Besides people from the 100 Treasures Realm, there were also people from the world of cultivation and the Zhu race that went with Mu Yu. When Kong Miao and Zhu Wuzhen heard that something might have happened to Zhao Hai, they somewhat panicked. To their respective realms, the loss of Zhao Hai was a huge impact. They just subordinated themselves to the 100 Treasures Realm, so their standing was very low. Zhao Hai's status in the 100 Treasures Realm was a huge benefit to them. They can rely on Zhao Hai as their foundation. If Zhao Hai suffered an accident, then their biggest pillar would be gone. This was hugely disadvantageous to the two realms. Therefore, upon hearing that Mu Yu was going to look for Zhao Hai, Kong Miao and Zhu Wuzhen immediately arranged for their own people to join in. In the end, the group looking for Zhao Hai reached 10,000. Mu Yu was aware of the dangers outside. Not only would they meet the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm army, they might also come across immortal experts from the enemy's side. The more people there were, the safer they would be. Tang Ji and Tang Wen had a good relationship with Zhao Hai. Naturally they would also follow the search party. Mu Yu didn't oppose their decision. The party went out of the headquarters and went straight to the place where they fought the Fire Weaver and Giant Spirit Realm army. When they reached about 1,000 li 500 kilometers away from the headquarters, Mu Yu and the others stopped. This was because they were being blocked. A Fire Weaver sitting cross-legged on the back of a turtle was blocking the way. The Fire Weaver looked quite old. His hair and beard were all white, but as he sat on the back of his turtle, he looked as steady as a rock. Although his eyes were closed, nobody dared underestimate him. When Mu Yu saw this old person, his complexion changed. Then he said, "So it's Senior Turtle Immortal. This Junior Mu Yu greets you." The old man was titled the Turtle Immortal. His name was Zhu Yulong. He's a well-known immortal expert among the Fire Weaver race. He was coordinating with Zhu Gui to attack the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters. Then unexpectedly, Zhu Gui was tied down by Zhao Hai, making them unable to attack the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters in time. In the end, although Zhu Gui was able to reach his target, Tang Yaoan returned and killed him. This annoyed Zhu Yulong. He didn't want to retreat just like that. Therefore, he looked for an opportunity to turn things around. Seeing Mu Yu come out, he immediately blocked his way. When he heard Mu Yu, Zhu Yulong opened his eyes slowly. His eyes didn't show the cloudiness of an old person. Instead, his eyes were very clear and filled with wisdom. Zhu Yulong looked at Mu Yu, then he laughed and said, "Good, you really deserve being called the top talent of the 100 Treasures Realm. If our two realms weren't enemies, then I would have given you some guidance. Unfortunately, we are enemies. This old man can only kill you with my own hands." Hearing Zhu Yulong, Mu Yu couldn't help but be proud as he said, "Then I'll have to ask the elder for advice. It's not easy to take the life of this junior." After he said that, Mu Yu waved his hand as a fake spirit snake needle appeared in his hand. Tang Ji and the others followed through and divided themselves into groups of 10. Then they centralized their energy into the fake spirit snake needle. Mu Yu took out 10 formation-breaking spirit snake needles from his spatial bag and handed it over to the others. Mu Yu knew that Zhu Yulong could only resist a couple of fake spirit snake needles. Seeing Mu Yu's movement, Zhu Yulong didn't do anything. In his opinion, this was the final struggle of Mu Yu's group. He liked seeing his enemies struggle. It was the same as a cat tormenting an old mouse before killing it. Mu Yu felt cold in his heart. However, he wasn't anxious. They were still quite close to the headquarters. If they hear any sounds coming from here, then Tang Yaoan and the other immortal experts would immediately come over and help. It's fine as long as they hold on for some time. Zhu Yulong slowly stood up. His movement was very slow, It's probably his disposition preventing him from wasting his strength. Although his movements were slow, they didn't appear weak. Instead, he gave off the feeling that he was saving his strength, preparing to attack at any time. Miu Yu's expression turned a shade darker. He knew clearly how dangerous the enemy was. The moment the other party unleashes an attack, it would certainly be a killing move. At this time, someone's voice was heard. How lively. How could I miss this for myself? After speaking, a figure appeared beside Miu Yu. Miu Yu was stunned for a moment, then his expression lightened up. It was Zhao Hai that appeared beside him. Miu Yu looked at Zhao Hai, then he laughed and said, "Good, good. You finally came back. I knew you would be fine. Ha ha ha. This is good. Fantastic." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I made brother Miu Yu worried." "And this is?" He turned his head to look at Zhu Yulong. Miu Yu smiled faintly and said, "This is Turtle Immortal Zhu Yulong. He's a famed immortal expert among the fire weavers. I never expected him to be here." Zhao Hai looked at Zhu Yulong, then he smiled faintly and said, "It looks like Senior is waiting for me. I just don't know why Senior is still here. Why didn't you return to your camp?" Zhao Hai guessed correctly. Zhu Yulong was roaming around the vicinity to deal with Zhao Hai. He knew that Zhu Gui was blocked by Zhao Hai, putting a wrench into their plan of attacking the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters. This caused Zhu Yulong to dread Zhao Hai. A transcending tribulation expert was able to block an immortal expert. Such a person was too dangerous. If he continues to grow up, then the Fireweavers would have gained a powerful enemy. Therefore, Zhu Yulong was traveling around in order to hunt Zhao Hai. Naturally, he also knew that this might not be successful. This was because Zhao Hai had spatial abilities. He can just return to their headquarters directly. However, Zhu Yulong didn't give up. His long life made him understand that there's still a chance as long as you don't give up. Naturally, Zhu Yulong wouldn't tell Zhao Hai this. Therefore, as soon as he heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrow as he smiled faintly and said, "So you're the person who placed the Fireweavers in a bad position. You're truly extraordinary." "Correct. This old man has been waiting for you." Then after he said that, Zhu Yulong didn't waste any breath as he took the rifle on his back and then shot at Zhao Hai. He repeated his action and also sent a shot towards Miu Yu. Zhu Yulong's rifle was completely different to Zhu Gui's rifle. Zhu Gui's rifle was massive, looking like a rocket launcher. On the other hand, Zhu Yulong's rifle was 2 meters long and very thin. Its bullets were also quite long, looking like enlarged needles. However, Zhao Hai didn't dare underestimate these bullets. He waved his hand as his 3 large artifacts, 12 metal beasts, and 8 cyan imperial chariots appeared in front of him to block the bullets. At this time, another person's voice was heard, "Old Turtle, are you thinking that we're already dead?" Then a figure appeared in front of Zhao Hai and the others. Then with a wave of his hand, he sent throwing knives towards the incoming bullets. Dang, dang, dang. Sounds were heard when the throwing knives met with the bullets. The bullets were intercepted, but the throwing knives were driven back. Chapter 1514, Immortal Showdown. It was Tang Yaoan who arrived. Tang Yaoan was also worried about Zhao Hai. Additionally, he was also aware of the dangers outside. So after Miu Yu headed out, he paid attention to their movements. But since there were only a few immortal experts in the headquarters, the matters he needed to take care of were a lot. He couldn't pay attention to Miu Yu and the others frequently. He was only able to notice Miu Yu's situation when Zhao Hai appeared and Zhu Yulong made his move. Seeing Zhu Yulong making a move, Tang Yaoan immediately made a move and shot down the bullets using his throwing knives. One shouldn't feel bad about the destroyed throwing knives. This was because Tang Yaoan still had a lot of them in his hands. Seeing Tang Yaoan appear, Zhu Yulong's expression changed. Tang Yaoan was famous for being hard to deal with. If he were to be tied down by Tang Yaoan, then things would become troublesome. Tang Yaoan's presence meant that Zhu Gui had failed in his task, and in turn, the plan to attack the headquarters failed. Zhu Yulong wasn't aware that Zhu Gui was killed. After all, once Zhu Gui entered the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters, Zhu Yulong no longer had any contact with him. Although he was aware that the plan might have failed, he didn't know what happened to Zhu Gui. Now that Tang Yaoan appeared here, Zhu Yulong knew that Zhu Gui had suffered an unfortunate fate. Tang Yaoan looked at Zhu Yulong, then he sneered and said, "You old turtle, you think you can just do whatever you want here? Don't count on Zhu Gui. He has already been killed by me. The fire weavers have really regressed more and more. You actually sent a weakling to attack our headquarters. Do the fire weavers really hate their people so much that they sent them over to be killed by me? Zhu Yulong's expression turned gloomy as he said, Tang Yaoan, you're too proud. Your 100 treasures realm can only defend your headquarters. Let's see how long you can defend. Sooner or later, you will be wiped out by us. Tang Yaoan sneered and said, wipe out the 100 treasures realm? I'm afraid the fire weavers aren't good enough to do that. Also, make sure you protect yourselves well, or else you will not have any place to cry. Zhu Yulong sneered, enough talking. I really want to see how strong you really are. Take this. After he said that, Zhu Yulong fired at Tang Yaoan. Zhu Yulong used rapid fire this time as he sent bullets towards Tang Yaoan. Tang Yaoan coldly snorted. Then he waved his hand as he filled the skies with throwing knives. Some knives were sent to block the bullets while the rest targeted Zhu Yulong. Tang Yaoan's throwing knives were unusual. It was smaller compared to conventional throwing knives. They were in the shape of willow tree leaves, narrow and thin. They didn't look like artifacts used to kill people. 1. Zhao Hai knew that the two immortal experts were still probing each other. He turned his head and whispered to Mu Yu, Brother Mu, we should have everyone enter the Hell King's ship immediately. We don't want to be a drag for Senior Tang. Mu Yu, who was looking at the immortal experts, immediately recovered and had his order transmitted. Everyone moved and got into the Hell King's ship under Tang Ji's guidance. After that, Zhao Hai received his other artifacts and then slowly retreated from the battlefield. Although he was entangled with Tang Yaoan, Zhu Yulong was still able to notice Zhao Hai's actions. Naturally, he saw Zhao Hai whisper something to Mu Yu. He discovered that the order originated from Zhao Hai. This caused him to dread Zhao Hai even more. When Zhu Yulong was fighting against Tang Yaoan, Zhao Hai maintained his calm as he arranged everyone to embark on the Hell King's ship. Then he led everyone to retreat from the area. All of this was because of Zhao Hai's calm mind. He was able to make accurate judgments of the situation. This was a dangerous opponent. It must be known that very few people can keep their calm when two immortals fight. If they can comprehend something while witnessing the battle, then their path to immortality would be much easier. It was for this reason that Mu Yu was focused on witnessing the fight between the two immortal experts. He was hoping to comprehend something during their battle. Despite the benefits, Zhao Hai was able to be calm and make the correct decision. Such a person was dangerous to the Fire Weaver race. The more he thought of this, the firmer Zhu Yulong's decision to kill Zhao Hai was. However, even if he wanted to kill Zhao Hai, Tang Yaoan wasn't an easy opponent to deal with. Just as Zhao Hai thought, the two were just probing the strength of the other. Once they ascertain the capabilities of the other side, only then would they properly attack. Although the two were probing each other, neither of them underestimated the other party. Even a minor mistake was detrimental to fights between immortal experts. The two exchanged a dozen moves, but none of them gained any advantages. However, Zhu Yulong was a bit behind. After all, this place was near the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters. If Tang Yaoan wants, he can call over the other immortal experts to work together against Zhu Yulong. Since Zhu Yulong didn't want to die, he can only think of retreating. However, Zhu Yulong knew that even if he wanted to leave, he couldn't show it. He knew that if he showed any inkling of wanting to retreat, then Tang Yaoan would capitalize on it and become more aggressive. Because of this, Zhu Yulong would have to be on the offensive. After firing a couple more shots, Zhu Yulong waved his hand and then infused his rifle with a black flame. Then he took out a different bullet. This bullet was longer and more pointed than the previous ones. Zhu Yulong arranged these bullets into a chain beside his rifle. Tang Yaoan, who fought against the Fire Weavers, knew what Zhu Yulong was about to do. Tang Yaoan snorted as his body changed its stance. Almost immediately, the aura surrounding Tang Yaoan changed. If before this he looked like a normal immortal expert, the current him was like an unsheathed blade. When Tang Yaoan's aura changed, a phantom of a willow leaf appeared around his body. This phantom was a large version of his throwing knives. It was 10 meters high. Tang Yaoan stood on top of this phantom. Zhu Yulong didn't seem to notice this. With a jerk of his rifle, bullets shot out from its tip. This time, the bullets curved in all directions, but all of the bullets were headed towards Tang Yaoan. Tang Yaoan flipped his hand, taking out a willow leaf throwing knife. This time, he didn't take a lot, only one. After that, he opened his mouth and said, "Go." Then he threw his knife over. The willow leaf throwing knife began to light up. At the same time, a phantom throwing knife appeared around it, similar to the phantom Tang Yao and was standing on. This throwing knife headed straight towards Zhu Yulong with an indomitable momentum. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai was paying great attention to Zhu Yulong's new bullets. He felt how different these bullets were. This caused him to ponder. Before long, Zhao Hai discovered that after the bullets left the rifle, flames would erupt behind them. As soon as the flames came out, the bullets accelerated and also burned more violently. Boom! Throwing knife and bullet hit each other, causing a huge shockwave to ravage the surrounding area. Everything the shockwave passed through were eradicated. Moreover, 2 meters of soil from the ground were dug out from the area. It was clear how powerful the collision was. When the shockwave reached Tang Yaoan, the phantom he was standing on rose up, protecting Tang Yaoan inside. The same happened to Zhu Yulong. When the shockwave reached him, his turtle beast opened its mouth and exhaled, eradicating the approaching wave. Zhu Yulong intensely glared at Tang Yaoan. At the same time, Tang Yaoan was also looking at Zhu Yulong coldly. As soon as he experienced Tang Yaoan's throwing knife, Zhu Yulong's intention to retreat solidified. He understood that if he didn't leave, then he would be in deep trouble. He felt several spiritual forces coming from the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters. He needed to leave as soon as possible, before these immortal experts came over. Zhu Yulong raised his rifle and tapped the trigger 1 time. At the same time, he coldly snorted as his giant turtle bellowed, throwing gas bombs towards Tang Yaoan. Tang Yaoan coldly snorted, then he overlapped his hands in front of his chest. 4 of his fingers gathered as he released 2 throwing knives. Boom, boom. 2 loud bangs were heard as another collision occurred. This time, the impact of the collision brought more dust and more powerful shock waves. However, Tang Yaoan didn't pay attention to this. He looked at Zhu Yulong's location with a blank face. He could no longer see Zhu Yulong. His spiritual force was also telling him that Zhu Yulong had disappeared. In other words, Zhu Yulong ran away. The collision between the throwing knife and the bullet and gas bomb caused fluctuations that interfered with Tang Yaoan's spiritual force. At that moment, Tang Yaoan couldn't feel Zhu Yulong. When the fluctuations calmed down, Tang Yaoan could no longer feel Zhu Yulong. Zhu Yulong had already escaped. An immortal expert's speed couldn't be underestimated. If they wanted to escape with all their might, even Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship wouldn't be able to catch up with them. Tang Yaoan didn't expect a famed expert like Zhu Yulong to run away. When he discovered that Zhu Yulong had escaped, it was already too late to give chase. Chapter 1515, Bullet Sliding. Tang Yaoan sat inside the hall with a bitter expression. Meanwhile Mu Yao was sitting next to him with a smile. Both were looking at Zhao Hai not far away. Mu Yao was very satisfied with Zhao Hai. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to block Zhu Gui and also wash out the entire Fire Weaver Alliance army. However, even if the situation was perfectly dealt with, Mu Yao still couldn't help but feel terrified. If it weren't for Zhao Hai's instincts to send Mu Yao and the others back first, and if he failed to block Zhu Gui, then what would have happened? If Zhu Gui succeeded in wreaking havoc inside the headquarters, then the 100 Treasures Realm would be finished. We've been careless. Mu Yao couldn't help but think deep inside. If it weren't for Zhao Hai, things would have been dangerous. Mu Yao looked at Zhao Hai and then said, "Little Hai, good job. This is another major contribution. Tell me, what reward do you want this time? But please don't ask me for resources. I don't have much on me." Everyone inside the room couldn't help but laugh. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "This time, this junior doesn't want materials. I just want somebody." Mu Yao stared. He raised his eyebrow and asked, "Someone? Did some miss from somewhere attract you? With your status, which woman would neglect you? You can flatter them yourself." This caused another round of laughs inside the room. Zhao Hai laughed as well. Then he said, "It's not a woman I want the person Elder Tang Yaoan killed. I want Zhu Gui's corpse." When he heard Zhao Hai, Mu Yao couldn't help but hesitate for a moment before asking, "You want to turn him into your undead?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, I want to turn him into an undead and ask him how he managed to make his bullets curve." Mu Yao nodded and said, "I initially didn't plan to give you Zhu Gui's body. In any case, he's an immortal expert. His dignity has to be preserved. But since you specifically asked for it, then I'll leave him to you. If you get the method to curve bullets, make sure to give us a copy." Zhao Hai nodded. Mu Yao turned his head to Tang Yaoan, who was still fuming. Tang Yaoan snorted and said, "If he dared show his face next time, I'll make sure to kill him right away." "What? Little Hai wants Zhu Gui's body? Give it to him." Tang Yaoan harumphed and said, "He's buried in the back mountain. You dig him up yourself." Zhao Hai smiled and didn't mind Tang Yaoan's anger. He nodded and said, "Elder Mu, if there's nothing else, I'll be in Yan Planet. If something happens, just send me a message." Mu Yu nodded and said, "Then we won't be disturbing you. We still have to wait for the enemy's response. If they don't send a lot of troops, then we can deal with it on our own. But if they do send a lot, we'll call you over." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he gave Mu Yao and the others a salute before turning around and leaving. Mu Yu followed behind Zhao Hai. After leaving the hall, Mu Yu turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, you can make your own personal artifacts while in Yan Planet. In any case, the materials there can no longer be used by the world. By the way, how did you escape from Zhugui this time?" Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "Why would I escape? That fellow got terrified upon seeing my faith power. I reckon it wouldn't be long before everyone in the 10,000 realm battlefield would know that I have faith power. Trouble might come for me." Hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yu also sighed and said, "Rest assured, I'll talk to Master about this. You are a hero of the 100 Treasures realm. Master can cover for you. Don't worry much about it. Having faith power here in the 10,000 realm battlefield isn't that strange." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, then I'm leaving. If you have something to say, just send me a message. As soon as I return to Yan Planet, I'll continue recycling materials and making rifles. Then I'll equip my undead with them." When Mu Yu heard Zhao Hai, his eyes lit up as he said, "That's a good idea. You have so many undead. If they are equipped with rifles, then your combat power would increase." Zhao Hai smiled before waving goodbye to Mu Yu. Then he went to the back mountain and soon found Zhugui's grave. Fortunately, it hasn't been long since Zhugui. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to turn him into a useful undead. What surprised Zhao Hai was the fact that Zhugui was buried along with his rifle. There's no need to mention that Zhugui's rifle was a treasure. It was much better than the rifles used by Zhao Hai right now. However, Tang Yaoan and the others actually didn't keep it and instead buried it alongside Zhugui. It seems like immortal experts really do respect the dignity of their peers. However, Zhao Hai wasn't as polite as them. He immediately turned Zhugui into an undead and sent him to the space. The rifle was also taken away. Fortunately, Tang Yaoan also didn't take the bullets. These things would be very useful for Zhao Hai. After dealing with Zhugui, Zhao Hai went to the transmission formation to be sent to Yan Planet. The person operating the transmission formation was a severed soul expert, but he was still very polite to Zhao Hai. The two had small talk before Zhao Hai was teleported to Yan Planet. White light flashed before Zhao Hai appeared on Yan Planet. Along with Zhao Hai, Laura and the others also went out of the space. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "How is it? Didn't you want to go out? Let's explore Yan Planet together." When they heard Zhao Hai, Laura and the others were stunned. They looked at him in surprise. Then Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, can this work? What if we get found out?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's fine. I can just say that I met you all back in the world of cultivation and then came to pick you up." Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "But we still need to interrogate Zhugui and also research his weapon." Zhao Hai knew that Laura was nervous, so she said this. It has been too long since they went out of the space. This caused Zhao Hai to be sad. He couldn't help but blame himself for not taking them out earlier. Zhao Hai took a deep breath and said, "It's fine. We can do all these things outside. We can also have Care take care of everything else. Let's go see the Junk Mountains." Hearing Zhao Hai, Laura and the others smiled. Then they nodded and followed Zhao Hai to explore Yan Planet. To be honest, Yan Planet didn't have the best environment. Otherwise, it wouldn't have become a dumping ground. However, this doesn't have any effect on Zhao Hai. Although Laura and the others didn't focus too much on their cultivation, they still ate rich foods from the space. They had already reached the nascent soul stage. Climates like the one in Yan Planet no longer affect them. Together with Laura and the others was Mo Sheng. This young man had been following Zhao Hai practically all the time, but in the previous battle, Zhao Hai returned him to the space because of how dangerous it was. Although the environment wasn't very good, Laura and the others were still very happy to stroll outside. It was only Care who was left to manage things inside the space, but this wasn't a problem for her. Zhao Hai didn't accompany the women and just let them play on their own. He was currently recycling the trash materials for the space. Care interrogated Zhugui about the method to curve bullets. As it turns out, in addition to his technique, the modifications to his rifle also contributed to curving the bullets. In order to increase the firing distance and accuracy of Zhao Hai's rifles, its barrel needed to have rifling inside. The rifling would allow the bullet to spin. Not only would this increase the travel distance of the bullet, it would also increase its accuracy. Additionally, bullets fired through this barrel would be more lethal. On the other hand, the rifling on Zhu Gui's rifle was somewhat special. Ordinary rifles would have rifling from the beginning of the barrel to the end. Meanwhile, Zhu Gui's rifle only had rifling on the back half of the barrel. There's no rifling on the front half. Since only the first half had rifling on it, when the bullet is shot out, the user could move the rifle accordingly in order to curve it. Naturally, to successfully curve a bullet, countless hours of practice would be needed. Otherwise, it wouldn't be very useful to curve a bullet if it doesn't hit the target. Besides the different rifling on the barrel, the bullet used was also different. The powder inside the bullet was made to combust slower but still pack a lot of strength. But at the same time, in order to ignite this powder, more energy needed to be used. In this case, the trigger of the rifle was also modified. Not only was it made of better materials, its force transmission is also special. Normally, the force used to pull the trigger doesn't affect how hard the bullet would be hit. After all, it was the hammer connected to a spring that would hit the bullet, not the trigger. However, on the modified rifle, the force of the trigger reflects on the force applied on the bullet. The greater the pressure applied to the trigger, the greater the force on the bullet. A normal severed soul expert wouldn't have the strength to ignite the primer on Zhu Gui's bullet. So even if this idea gets revealed, severed soul experts wouldn't be able to make use of it. The method of curving bullets was named bullet sliding by the fire weavers. This method included the barrel design, trigger design, the powder compound, rifle techniques, levels of strength, and many others. All of them were collectively referred to as bullet sliding. Zhao Hai was astounded by the sophistication the fire weavers did to their rifles. At the same time, Zhao Hai didn't bother transferring this information into a jade slip. He believed that even if Mu Yao and the others got a hold of this method, they wouldn't let the people of the 100 Treasures realm practice it. This was because it would take too much time to master. At this time, the 100 Treasures realm were still novices when it came to rifles. They never fully understood the rifles, so it would be impossible for them to study bullet sliding. As for the compound used for the bullets, they can still use it, but only as artillery shells. For Zhao Hai, the formula of the powder was very useful. With this new formula, the ability of his cannons would increase. As for bullet sliding, Zhao Hai didn't intend to learn it. He wasn't planning on using the rifles in the long term. As for giving this method to the undead, he thought of it. But without the special powder, the efficacy of the technique would plummet. Moreover, this technique was only meant to be used once, to catch the enemy off guard, making it very hard for them to defend. This type of technique wasn't useful for the undead. The undead relied on their numbers in order to win. They would go out in several 100,000 and overwhelm the enemy. With this much bullets flying in the air, there really wasn't any use for curved bullets. It can be said that bullet sliding wasn't very useful for Zhao Hai. It wasn't as good as acquiring Zhu Gui outright. Zhu Gui was an immortal expert, so he would be a huge asset for the battlefield. With Zhu Gui in hand, Zhao Hai has gained yet another ace in his sleeve. Moreover, Zhao Hai discovered that Zhu Gui was giving him a much denser faith power compared to severed soul level undead. As for Zhu Gui's experiences in attaining immortality, Zhao Hai didn't bother to ask. In any case, he has faith power, so his path ahead was extremely free. The biggest gain to Zhao Hai was Zhu Gui himself. The things Zhu Gui knew were practically of no use to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai felt very content. After receiving Zhu Gui, he had his undead refine their rifle technique by themselves. In addition to cultivating, Zhao Hai also continued to recycle the trash materials and ended up receiving new metal plants. Although these metal plants were of a different kind, the space wasn't able to analyze them just yet. Zhao Hai didn't mull over it for long as he just planted metal plants and moved on. As the waste materials decreased, Zhao Hai discovered less and less new ore. However, Zhao Hai didn't stop and kept working to recycle the materials. Naturally, the materials he received in the space was a lot. This would be reserved for future use. Although it was possible to use the ores inside the space, Zhao Hai still stockpiles some resources. This was because he felt that using the resources grown by the space was akin to destroying it, and that was the last thing he wanted to do. Laura and the others explored the planet before returning to Zhao Hai's side. They chatted amongst themselves, clearly enjoying the experience. Zhao Hai didn't say anything as he just gave the women a smile. Zhao Hai liked seeing them like this. In his mind, they didn't deserve being cooped up inside the space all the time. Chapter 1516, decisive. Shoo, the last waste material was being taken from the ground. At this point, Yan Planet had become a huge material warehouse. All kinds of resources covered the entire planet. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Looking at the materials stacked on Yan Planet, he couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. It has been 3 days since he came here from the headquarters. Laura and the others had long since become tired of the planet and had gone back to the space. They came out this time to experience the novelty of the planet. However, how could Yan Planet's environment compare to the space? To them, Yan Planet was a garbage dump while the space was a well-sterilized room. Although Yan Planet was now stacked with materials, Zhao Hai was still able to get a lot of materials for his stockpile inside the space. Naturally, he didn't care about ordinary materials. What he stockpiled were the more special materials. Moreover, Kair hasn't been idle. 100,000 rifles had been made along with the shells with modified powders. Zhao Hai's fighting strength had once again increased. Zhao Hai was also paying attention to what was happening to the headquarters. Not long after Zhao Hai entered the 10,000 realm battlefield, rumors began to spread that he has faith power. Surprisingly, Mu Yao and the others were very calm when they heard it. Zhao Hai also saw how relaxed their expressions were. This caused Zhao Hai to wonder why they had this reaction. Actually, the situation wasn't as complicated as what Zhao Hai thought. On the contrary, after hearing about Zhao Hai's faith power, Mu Yao and Tang Yao and just nodded. They just accepted the fact and that was the end of it. Zhao Hai was surprised as to why Mu Yao didn't ask him about the source of his faith power. If Mu Yao knew that Zhao Hai also used his Buddhist techniques, then he wouldn't have been as collected as now. In any case, no matter what Zhao Hai thought, the matter has already occurred. Another thing that surprised Zhao Hai was the situation of the headquarters. Just after Zhao Hai entered the transmission formation to Yan Planet, representatives of more than 10 realms arrived at the headquarters. There's only one thing they want: to drive the Fire Weavers out and divide the giant spirit realm's land after destroying them. Naturally, the 100 Treasures realm agreed to their proposal, and of course, the 100 Treasures realm would take the lion's share of the prize. None of the realms had any problems with this arrangement. They knew how they acted and they also knew that the 100 Treasures realm was aware of it. Now, the 100 Treasures realm had gained a lot of benefits, and it had become impossible for the 100 Treasures realm to fall. They had already defeated the Fire Weavers in a battle. In order to make up to the 100 Treasures realm, they didn't argue with the 100 Treasures realm about this matter. However, there were a few realms who wanted the 100 Treasures realm to disclose the secret to making the Fire Weaver rifles, of which the 100 Treasures realm rejected on the spot. In the end, these realms gave up and sent troops to deal with the Fire Weavers together. Seeing this development, Zhao Hai felt relieved. The 100 Treasures realm was now in a safe position. Now that the other realms had begun to dispatch troops, the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit realm wouldn't have any good days ahead. But a thing that annoyed Zhao Hai was that they didn't immediately attack the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit realm. They instead decided to discuss the division of spoils first. This took a lot of precious time. By the time Zhao Hai finished cleaning Yan Planet up, they still hadn't sent their troops and had just finalized the split. Seeing this, Zhao Hai didn't know what to say. Seeing that he has nothing left to do in Yan Planet, Zhao Hai entered the space to rest. As he rested, the realms finally sent their troops, and unsurprisingly, under this large alliance, the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit realm weren't able to resist. In the end, the Giant Spirit realm had to grit its teeth and retreat from the 10,000 realm battlefield, destroying their transmission formation. It seems like it would be impossible for them to return to the 10,000 realm battlefield in a short time. Seeing the Giant Spirit realm retreating, the Fire Weavers drew back. They returned to their territory's border and waited there. They were sending a message to the Alliance army that if they were to attack, then they would fight desperately. Seeing this, the Alliance army retreated. What's left to do was to split up the Giant Spirit realm's territory. Zhao Hai didn't expect such developments to occur while he rested. The Giant Spirit realm just ran away while the Fire Weavers retreated. Things happened way too fast. Zhao Hai even felt that what happened wasn't real. However, Zhao Hai knew that this was real. The 100 Treasures realm began to distribute territories to its subordinate realms. The world of cultivation and the zoo race were also able to receive their own territories. With how things were moving so fast, Zhao Hai no longer stayed inside Yan Planet as he arrived at the transmission formation and returned to the 100 Treasures realm's headquarters. Compared to the time he left, The headquarters was now much quieter. This was because the subordinate realms had left. The 10,000 realm battlefield has returned to its previous calm environment. Zhao Hai knew that more than 10 high-grade realms participated in the counterattack. With this alliance army, the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm had no chance of winning. The Giant Spirit Realm decisively left while leaving a few experts behind. This was in preparation for their eventual return to the battlefield in the future. At the same time, the Fire Weavers knew that they couldn't fight for a long time. If they did, then the other 4 great realms wouldn't let them off. Don't expect the other great realms to be gentlemen. If they see any weaknesses appearing in the Fire Weaver race, then they would definitely pounce like hungry wolves. Because of this, the Fire Weavers retreated. Originally, under the assistance of the Giant Spirit Realm, they wanted to deal with the 100 Treasures Realm in a swift manner. Then the domain of the 100 Treasures Realm would be theirs. When the time comes, they can send an army to guard the territory, making it impossible for the other realms to get it from them. However, the Fire Weavers didn't expect the 100 Treasures Realm to be able to fight back under their joint army with the Giant Spirit Realm. They suffered a huge loss against the 100 Treasures Realm. The reason the Fire Weavers failed in dealing with the 100 Treasures Realm was the sudden appearance of rifles among the 100 Treasures Realm's troops. This rifle was very similar to the Fire Weaver rifles. With the rifles in hand, the 100 Treasures Realm was now on the same playing field as the Fire Weavers. In this case, it would be impossible to finish the 100 Treasures Realm in a short time, and with the other high-grade realms making a move, the Fire Weavers knew that their plan had failed. Therefore, they made a decisive withdrawal of troops. It can be said that the battle ended the moment the high-grade realms began to move. The Giant Spirit Realm decisively ran away while the Fire Weavers decisively withdrew. The battle ended in a decisive manner. Seeing Zhao Hai appearing on the headquarters transmission formation, someone immediately greeted him. The person was currently smiling, unable to hide his glee. Zhao Hai smiled back at the person. Then the person said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, the higher-ups ordered me to tell you to go to the conference hall as soon as you come back." Zhao Hai nodded and expressed his gratitude before flying towards the conference hall. It didn't take long before Zhao Hai arrived. He didn't see Mu Yu nor Tang Ji inside this time. Mu Yu and Tang Ji were very busy. Now that the Giant Spirit Realm has left the battlefield, the 100 Treasures Realm gained a large swathe of territory. This territory needed to be divided and the subordinate realms also needed to be rewarded. Not only that, infrastructure needed to be repaired and built. There were a lot of things to take care of. Because of this, Mu Yu and the other talents were sent over. 2 severed soul experts were guarding the outside of the conference hall. Seeing Zhao Hai, the 2 immediately gave Zhao Hai a salute. They didn't block Zhao Hai's path and instead invited him to enter. Zhao Hai smiled at the 2 guards and returned the salute. After that, he entered the conference hall. Just like outside, the hall was much more empty than before. 5 elders were inside chatting. It was evident that they were in a very good mood. These 5 elders would only step in when something major happened. The little things can be left for the severed soul experts to deal with. The 100 Treasures Realm has a very solid management system, so the 5 elders weren't always very busy. Although there were still plenty to be done, these things can be taken care of by Mu Yu and the others. There simply wasn't any need for the 5 elders to help. Therefore, they looked very leisurely and free. When Zhao Hai entered the room, the people inside turned their head over. Mu Yu waved Zhao Hai over as he laughed and said, "Little Hai, you're back. It's a pity that you came back too late." The Giant Spirit Realm has already left the 10,000 realm battlefield while the Fire Weavers returned to their territory. Zhao Hai pretended to be shocked as he said, "That fast? They retreated just like that? This doesn't sound like something they would do." Mu Yao grinned and said, "They had to return. If they didn't, then they would never be able to leave." "How is Yan Planet? Did you recycle enough materials?" "The more you process, the more resources you'll get. Don't worry about us snatching your work. You can take as much as you want." Zhao Hai smiled and then he cupped his fist and said, reporting to Elder Mu Yao, "All the waste materials in Yan Planet have been recycled. Please send people to inspect and take them as soon as possible. Otherwise, I won't be responsible if they get lost." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yao couldn't help but stare. Tang Yao and looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You're done, kid. Are you telling the truth?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Elders, if you don't believe me, you can come with me and see." Without hesitating, Mu Yao moved towards the transmission formation. Tang Yao and the other elders followed closely behind. Chapter 1517, Bestowing a Planet. Mu Yao and the others stood on Yan Planet's transmission formation and looked at the piles of materials around them. They even forgot to speak for a while. Mu Yao and the others were people born in the 100 Treasures realm. They had seen a lot of things in their lifetimes, but this was the first time they saw something like this. A mountain of materials wasn't a symbolic term for what they were seeing. It was an actual fact. Before their eyes, resources were literally piled up on mountains. After some time, Mu Yao let out a long breath. He didn't say anything as he flew up and began to fly around Yan Planet. Tang Yao and the others did the same. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai didn't move as he just stood there with a smile on his face. He knew that if he didn't let Mu Yao and the others take a look around, then their hearts would be settled. Before long, Mu Yu and the others returned to the transmission formation. Everyone had a look of disbelief on their faces. Mu Yu let out a long breath before he laughed and said, "Alright, good, little Hai, you can take whatever material you want." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Thank you, Elder. But in fact, I have already taken what I need. These are just what remained." Tang Yao and looked around him as he let out a sigh. He smiled bitterly and said, "I didn't expect the 100 Treasures realm to waste this much resources. The quantity of materials here is enough for the realm to use for 10,000 years. It seems like we need to train our refiners more." Mu Yao smiled as he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, I want to reward you well, so let me give you a planet in the 100 Treasures realm. It has a spiritual vein that people can use to cultivate in. I can also give you permission to enter the 10,000 realm battlefield whenever you want. What do you think?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Thank you, Elder Mu." "Elder, I have some friends in the world of cultivation that I want to take with me. Is that alright?" Mu Yao laughed. Then he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Of course, you already have a planet of your own. You can do whatever you want with it. Let's go. Follow me back to the 100 Treasures realm. We'll pick out a planet for you." After he said that, Mu Yao pulled Zhao Hai towards the transmission formation. After a flash of white light, the two vanished. Only Tang Yao and the other elders were left. Tang Yao and the other elders still needed to keep a watch at these resources. There were just a lot of materials on Yan Planet. Although this matter was known to a few people, it wasn't small enough to keep it a secret. If someone else comes to know about the resources present on the planet, they would definitely come over and steal it. Mu Yao and Zhao Hai appeared on a small transmission formation hub. The place looked like a courtyard with only a few transmission formations. Zhao Hai understood that this was a transmission formation hub exclusive for people like Mu Yao. Mu Yao led Zhao Hai towards a room. The room was quite special. In the middle of a room was a huge disc occupying half of the floor area. There were several chairs around the disc. Mu Yao brought Zhao Hai in front of the disc before pressing a small formation on top of it. The entire disc lit up, showing a huge star map. Zhao Hai looked at the star map and could roughly count more than 100 million planets. Majority of them were gray planets while the others were red and green planets. The latter two planets surpassed 100,000, with red planets numbering about 70-80,000 while green planets numbered 30-40,000. Naturally, Zhao Hai knew what these colors represented. They weren't the original color of the planets. Sure enough, as Mu Yao looked at the star map, he said, "The 100 Treasures realm spent a lot of time refining this star map. Inside is the territory of the 100 Treasures realm. All gray planets are uninhabited and had no spiritual chi as well as flora. Red planets are owned planets while the green ones are ownerless. These planets all have spirit veins. You can pick one." Zhao Hai nodded. The star map's controls were the same as what Zhao Hai expected. He pointed towards a green planet and information about it was immediately displayed. Looking at Zhao Hai, Mu Yao nodded and said, "I don't know about the world of cultivation, but in the 100 Treasures realm, once someone becomes a transcending tribulation expert, they would be assigned to a planet. People would then be sent to the planet as pioneers. Those transferred will become your servants as well as subjects. You can give them cultivation methods and select talents from them in order to cultivate. These people will follow your last name, and once you become an immortal expert, you would hand the planet over to them. If someone under you becomes a transcending tribulation expert, they can apply to be assigned to another planet. If nobody is willing to take over your planet after you become an immortal expert, then it would be taken back by the realm. As for the people on that planet, they would be redistributed to other planets. Zhao Hai nodded. He didn't expect the 100 Treasures realm to have this kind of distribution scheme. He could count around 80,000 red planets on the star map. If it was according to what Mu Yao said, there should be at least 80,000 transcending tribulation experts in the 100 Treasures realm, and this would be a conservative estimate. There would be experts who decide to stay on their master's planet. This meant that there were much more experts. This was the strength of the 100 Treasures realm. In the world of cultivation, the sect system was implemented. As long as you become a nascent soul expert, you would be allowed to establish your own sect. But in the 100 Treasures realm, one needed to be a transcending tribulation expert in order to establish your own school. This one step of difference shouldn't be underestimated. Plenty of cultivators can go through with their lives without reaching the transcending tribulation stage. If the world of cultivation adopted the same system as the 100 Treasures realm, then there would be a very small number of sects established. As Zhao Hai scanned the green planets, he came upon a planet that had been taken back. Zhao Hai understood what Mu Yao was saying right now. These planets had transmission formations and even medicine fields. The people assigned to this planet would grow the medicinal plants and build the residence of the transcending tribulation experts. They would also do the odd jobs required to keep the planet functioning. Zhao Hai continued to scan the green planets and saw planets both untouched and reclaimed. These planets were roughly the same. Zhao Hai thought for a while before he pointed to a random planet and said, "I'll have this one." Mu Yao looked at the planet and remembered that its previous owner had become an immortal expert. However, none of his subordinates reached the transcending tribulation stage. Therefore, the planet was reclaimed. The more talented subordinates followed him while the rest were redistributed. Mu Yao nodded and said, "All right. Then I'll hand this planet to you. You can go there anytime if you have matters to deal with in the world of cultivation. 10,000 people will be transferred on the planet. They would be your future subordinates. Don't worry, the ones sent over would be children not exceeding 10 years old and had not cultivated. You can teach these children to cultivate." Zhao Hai nodded. He expected there to be a population being sent over, but he didn't expect it to be 10,000 children. However, this wouldn't be a problem. Zhao Hai wasn't too unfamiliar with education. There's even an academy inside the space with great undead teachers. Zhao Hai looked at Mu Yao and said, "Elder Mu, I'd like to take a look at the planet first." "Right. The planet seems to be called Blue Tree Planet. Can I build an academy on it?" Mu Yao smiled and said, "You can. That planet is yours from now on, as long as you don't destroy the spirit vein. You can do whatever you want with it." Zhao Hai nodded and asked Mu Yao about the planet's coordinates. After that, he went to the transmission formation and went to the planet. As he arrived, Zhao Hai understood why the planet had its name. This was because a blue tree was native to the planet. This blue tree was a medicinal plant. It can also be used for refining, but it wasn't very useful. Its biggest use was emitting a fragrance that can calm people down, making it easy for them to cultivate. After taking a look at the situation on Blue Tree Planet, Zhao Hai had Care designed the Great Academy to be built on it. His only requirement was to not disrupt the planet's environment. For Care, this was an extremely easy task. Using the universal scanner, a blueprint was made before long. Zhao Hai was satisfied with the blueprint. He left the planet and then returned to the 10,000 realm battlefield. Mu Yu and the others had yet to return. Zhao Hai didn't stay in the headquarters for long before he left and went to the World of Cultivation's headquarters. Then he passed through the transmission formation and returned to the World of Cultivation. Zhao Hai returned to Jade Clear Mountain. After all, Huang Dan was still there. When Zhao Hai and Mo Sheng appeared on Jade Clear Mountain's transmission formation, Huang Dan and Feng Beiming were already waiting there for them. Zhao Hai's exploits in the 10,000 realm battlefield naturally entered the ears of Huang Dan and Feng Beiming. To be honest, they were really shocked at what they heard. Moreover, they were also aware about Zhao Hai's present status. Compared to Zhao Hai, their status was practically nothing. Chapter 1518. Attacking the Bug Race. When Zhao Hai came out of the transmission formation, he immediately saw Huang Dan and Feng Beiming. He quickly bowed and said, "Master, Uncle Master." Huang Dan looked at Zhao Hai with a complex expression. He didn't really expect Zhao Hai to achieve such huge achievements in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Moreover, he was able to join the 100 Treasures realm, which had a huge gap in power compared to the world of cultivation. Seeing Zhao Hai giving him a bow, Huang Dan smiled bitterly and said, "Little Hai, you don't need to be so polite with me. Actually, I didn't teach you anything. Now that you're a transcending tribulation expert, our master-disciple relationship is automatically finished. Zhao Hai was aware of this custom. He smiled bitterly and said, Master, don't say that. You will forever be my master. Right, Master. Now that I'm back, I plan to take people back to the 100 Treasures realm. How about coming with me? Zhao Hai knew that Huang Dan's talent was also great. Although Huang Dan wouldn't reach the severed soul stage in his life, he still wanted to take him to the 100 Treasures realm to help teach the 10,000 children. Huang Dan might even take a few children as his disciples. For cultivators, disciples that can inherit your legacy was very important. Hearing Zhao Hai, Huang Dan forced a smile before shaking his head and saying, I can't go. I'm not familiar with the 100 Treasures realm. What can I do there? I have lived in the world of cultivation my whole life. I don't plan to leave it. Just as Zhao Hai wanted to convince him, Huang Dan waved his hand and said, It's no use. I will not go. Come, let's go to blacksmith's residence first. I have something to tell you. Zhao Hai nodded and then went to Feng Beiming's residence alongside Huang Dan and Feng Beiming. Zhao Hai's return didn't cause too much disturbance. Kong Miao made sure to inform the higher-ups of the world of cultivation to receive Zhao Hai well. They needed to know that the current Zhao Hai wasn't someone the world of cultivation could afford to offend. 4 people sat inside Feng Beiming's place. Looking at Mo Sheng sitting behind Zhao Hai, Feng Beiming sighed and said, Even Mo Shen reached transcending tribulation. It seems like the decision to let him follow you is correct. Zhao Hai smiled. Mo Sheng's progress towards the transcending tribulation stage was somewhat special. Zhao Hai didn't know how to explain it to Feng Beiming, but since he didn't ask, Zhao Hai naturally would tell. Huang Dan looked at Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, now that you're back, I have to ask you for help. Zhao Hai stared, then he asked, Master, please tell me your order. Huang Dan waved his hand and said, What order? It's a request. This time doesn't only involve the cultivation realm, but the entire world of cultivation instead. An accident occurred in Fabio planet. The bug race has begun using our transmission formations to head to other planets. Although we have already sent people to deal with the crisis, the bug race was able to defend the transmission formations. Large quantities of bugs began appearing on the planets around Fabio planet. We think that this might be the prelude to the mass invasion of the bug race. Therefore, I want to ask for your help to take a look at Fabio planet. Naturally, we would also go with you. Besides us, the Buddhists also sent a few transcending tribulation experts and severed soul experts. There's even immortal experts present. Hearing Huang Dan, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he knit his brows. He felt that this matter was quite thorny. It must be said that in the world of cultivation, the bug race was synonymous with dread. Zhao Hai speculated before that the bug race had an infinite evolution ability. In this case, the bug race would be very dangerous. Back then, Zhao Hai felt that his strength was insufficient. He also cannot carelessly stir up the bug race. Because of this, he didn't make a move to deal with them in the past. And now, Huang Dan told him that the bug race had left Fabio planet and were even capable of using transmission formations. This was terrible news for the world of cultivation. Although Zhao Hai was now someone from the 100 Treasures realm, he still came from the world of cultivation. With the crisis looming over the world of cultivation, it's impossible for him to ignore it. Seeing Zhao Hai knit his brows, Huang Dan's heart couldn't help but sink. He heard that Zhao Hai's strength had become formidable. He was now able to block an attack from an immortal expert. Moreover, this was an immortal expert from a high-grade realm. These immortal experts were stronger than their contemporaries from realms like the world of cultivation. Because he was aware of this, Huang Dan invited Zhao Hai to make a move. Seeing Zhao Hai's knitted brows, Huang Doran thought that Zhao Hai might not want to. However, Huang Dan had no intention to urge Zhao Hai. He knew that with Zhao Hai's current status, he could no longer order Zhao Hai around. Not to say Huang Dan, even the world of cultivation's immortal experts had to be polite in front of Zhao Hai. After some time, Zhao Hai let out a long breath and said, I expected the bug race to be a threat a long time ago. However, since my strength has been insufficient, I didn't dare try to deal with them. I didn't expect the bug race to develop to this scale in a short time. This is also good. We can deal with it in time. Hearing Zhao Hai, Huang Dan couldn't help but stare. He asked, Little Hai, you want to deal with the bug race? Zhao Hai nodded. I want to deal with them completely. To be honest, although the bug race doesn't look strong, their evolution potential is limitless. Therefore, I want to take the opportunity to destroy them. But I didn't expect the bug race to make a huge move before I did. Huang Dan looked at Zhao Hai and said, Are you confident? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, whether I'm confident or not, it still needs to be done. The bug race has escaped their planet. Their terrifying evolution would also explode. If we don't eliminate them now, then they would be more troublesome later on. I'll take my people to the 100 Treasures realm first before dealing with the bug race. Before I return, don't send anyone to Fabio planet, even immortal experts. I'll come back as soon as possible. Huang Dan nodded and said, all right, I'll pass it on. Do you need any help? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I can take care of it. Remember to wait for me to come back. After he said that, Zhao Hai vanished. The place Zhao Hai reappeared in was Yulai-tu. He came here to see Zhongli and the others. Zhao Hai didn't plan to take them to the 100 Treasures realm. The overall strength of the 100 Treasures realm was just too high for Zhongli and the others who started cultivation late. If they go to the 100 Treasures realm, they will be pressured and wouldn't develop well. With Yulai-tu being his territory, Zhao Hai believes that nobody would dare touch it. He also intends for Huang Dan to take care of his brothers. This will be more beneficial to Zhongli and the others. Besides Zhongli and the others, Zhao Hai also visited Zhengli and Lui. In the future, Zhao Hai was planning to hand over the management of Yulai-tu to the two of them. Zhongli and the others preferred to cultivate. They weren't very useful in things like management. Zhongli and the others were cultivating well, but because of this, they weren't too aware of Zhao Hai's affairs. Zhao Hai just left them with training methods from the giant spirit realm. He might not have much time to return here in the future. Zhongli and the others weren't angry about this. They already knew that Zhao Hai would go far and they would be left behind. They could only chase Zhao Hai's footsteps. After seeing Zhongli and the others, Zhao Hai met Zhengli. Zhengli was also cultivating in Yulai-tu. He had already defected from the cultivation realm, so he couldn't return there in the future. In any case, Yulai-tu was developing well. The spiritual qi in the surroundings had also become adequate. Although Zhengli wouldn't have much progress here, it was still enough for him. The only thing troubling Zhengli right now was his sister Zhengyun. Zhao Hai has been aware that Zhengyun had feelings for him. Moreover, Zhengyun was pretty and had pretty good cultivation. But in the past, Zhao Hai has no plans to take her as a concubine. Therefore, he didn't have any response for her. From what Zhao Hai can see, Zhengyun's feelings for him was akin to a little girl's admiration towards her hero. As long as he left Zhengyun for some time, Zhengyun should be able to forget about him. However, Zhao Hai didn't expect Zhengyun to keep her feelings. When Zhao Hai returned to Yulai-tu, Zhengyun was still waiting for him. She even religiously cleaned his mansion for him. Zhengyun had matured a lot and her strength has reached the core formation stage. And since she has been helping to manage the affairs of the planet, her personality became more stable. However, her feelings towards Zhao Hai didn't change. Because of Zhengyun's sentiment, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel a headache. He already had a lot of women on his side. But looking at Zhengyun's situation, if he doesn't accept her, then she might wait for him her whole life. Having a female wait for him for such a long time wasn't something that Zhao Hai could accept. In the end, Zhao Hai brought Zhengyun along with him. Zhao Hai expected Zhengli to oppose this decision. However, Zhengli actually supported him. Before leaving, Zhao Hai met Lui. Lui wasn't only the commander of the Cross-Sword Pirate group, he's also a manager of Yulai-tu. After all, his members were living in this place. Zhao Hai told him this time that he would rarely return to Yulai-tu in the future. Everything here would depend on Lui management. Zhao Hai didn't tell them about the 100 Treasures realm. In fact, none of them were even aware of the 10,000 realm battlefield, not to say the 100 Treasures realm. Zhao Hai also found time to bring Margaret back to the Ashley family for a visit. He also asked them to help him look after Yulai-tu. Actually, even if Zhao Hai didn't ask the Ashley family for help, Yulai-tu would still be fine. The machine field's higher-ups knew about Zhao Hai's recent exploits as well as his present status. Even if they had the courage they had in their youth, they still wouldn't dare do anything to Yulai-tu. Zhao Hai didn't really intend for the Ashley family to take care of Yulai-tu. What he wanted to do was to tell people that he still had a relationship with the Ashley family. He wanted people to think twice before making a move on them. After taking care of his affairs, Zhao Hai released the Hell King's ship. Then he shrunk the ship and then appeared on Jade Clear Mountain. Zhao Hai greeted Huang Dan and Feng Beiming and then went directly to the transmission formation. A white light flashed and he returned to the 10,000 realm battlefield. This time, he appeared at the new headquarters of the World of Cultivation. Since this place was newly built, it cannot be compared to their old one. However, with the support of the 100 Treasures realm, they wouldn't have any problems rebuilding the stronghold. It's not even impossible to build the headquarters much better than before. Kong Miao has been waiting for Zhao Hai at the transmission formation. Seeing Zhao Hai coming out with his Hell King's ship, Kong Miao immediately greeted him. Little Hai, will you really help with the bug races matter? Wouldn't it be dangerous? Naturally, Kong Miao was aware about the bug races situation. Moreover, he knew how dangerous it would be. Therefore, he asked Zhao Hai about it. Zhao Hai nodded and said, it will be dangerous. Grandmaster, don't let anyone go into Fabio Planet, even immortal experts. Let me take care of my matters in the 100 Treasures realm first. Then I'll go back. Kong Miao gave a serious nod. He knew clearly that Zhao Hai wouldn't joke about matters like these. He was well aware of Zhao Hai's strength. Moreover, it was already known in the 10,000 realm battlefield that Zhao Hai possesses faith power. Even with faith power, Zhao Hai was still considering Fabio Planet as dangerous. The world of cultivation was different compared to the 100 Treasures realm. Transcending tribulation experts were already considered powerhouses in the world of cultivation. Every transcending tribulation expert lost was damaging to the realm. If they suffered heavy losses on Fabio Planet, then the world of cultivation's vitality would be affected. After reminding Kong Miao once more, Zhao Hai entered the nearby transmission formation and appeared on the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters. Chapter 1519, The Bug Race Crisis. When Zhao Hai appeared on the transmission formation, he discovered Mu Yu, Tang Ji, and Tang Wen waiting for him. Seeing Zhao Hai arrive, Mu Yu couldn't help but laugh as he welcomed him with glee. Zhao Hai stared. He looked at Mu Yu and said, Big brother Mu, aren't you busy? Why are you here? Mu Yu smiled and said, we're busy. We just came back in time to see you. Right, little Hai, were you able to get your people? Can we meet them? Zhao Hai nodded as he held the Hell King's ship in his hand. Naturally, the others had already seen this form. When he heard Mu Yu's question, Zhao Hai waved his hand and the Hell King's ship enlarged. Then Laura and the others walked out of the ship. Mu Yu and the others couldn't help but be stunned when they saw the beauties coming out of the ship. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to be the passionate type. He actually had a lot of beautiful women on his side. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others and said, this is Brother Mu, Brother Tang Ji, and Brother Tang Wen. Laura and the others immediately gave a salute and said, we have seen Brother Mu Yu, Brother Tang Ji, and Brother Tang Wen. Mu Yu and the others hastily returned the gesture. Zhao Hai smiled and said, these are my wives Laura, Megan, Lizzie, Ruian, Barry, Margaret, and Shengyun. Nar. Mu Yu nodded. Then he laughed and said, I never expected a kid like you to have such beautiful wives. Alright, let's go to your planet first. Master has been scouring everywhere for youths to be sent to you. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and entered the transmission formation with the others. Then they appeared at Blue Tree Planet. Blue Tree Planet was very calm. After all, there wasn't anyone here yet. The place they appeared in was the transmission formation hub of the planet. The group left the transmission formation hub and took a good look at the planet. The planet was filled with blue trees. Because of this, it was filled with a calming fragrance. The upper half of the planet was filled with water while the land areas were filled with the blue trees. This made it very beautiful. Although the planet was left uninhabited, the cave residences were still very clean. Not a single dust could be seen nor were they disturbed by beasts. This was because of the magic formations guarding the residences. And since there weren't any strong beasts on the planet, everything was practically left untouched. Zhao Hai led everyone on the Hell King's ship as they explored the planet. Looking at his surroundings, Mu Yu nodded and said, it's very good. I didn't expect Blue Tree Planet to be this attractive. It's a pity that I inherited Master's planet. Otherwise, I would have looked for a more beautiful planet. Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he turned his head to Laura and said, I'll have you stay here and take charge of the children being sent over. We need to build the academy as soon as possible. They will be arriving soon. They need to have somewhere to stay, and when they arrive, Laura nodded and said, don't worry about it, Brother Hai. We'll take care of it. Just take care of yourself. Zhao Hai nodded. Mu Yu stared and asked, what, little Hai, you're leaving? Where? Zhao Hai smiled and said, I need to return to the world of cultivation. I discovered that the world of cultivation's bug race has been causing trouble. I want to head back and see what I can do. In the past, I wasn't strong enough yet, so I wasn't able to deal with them. Moreover, the bug race couldn't be left on their own for a long time. I need to take action. Mu Yu knit his brows and said, since you're going to make a move, Then this means that this bug race isn't simple. So do you need a few of our brothers to come and help you? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, it's no use. I'm quite curious about the bug race. I want to see if I can find a way to subdue them. There's no need for people to go. Hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yu nodded and said, that's good. Remember, make sure to contact us if there's any danger. Zhao Hai nodded with a smile. The Hell King's ship stopped and descended outside the cave residences. Then he received the Hell King's ship and at the same time waved his hand to take out large quantities of building materials and machines. Zhao Hai turned his head to Margaret and said, you can begin. Margaret nodded and immediately took out a computer. She manipulated it for some time. Then soon after that, the construction machines began to move. It isn't very hard for a cultivator to build a house. As long as they use a spell, they would be able to build a wall. Naturally, they also need to cover their houses with artifacts. However, things like windows and doors made the process more complicated. Because cultivators didn't want to make things more troublesome, most of them opted to just dig a cave and make it their home. It was both secure and convenient. If an enemy comes, a house would have 4 walls that need to be considered for defense. On the other hand, since caves were dug out from a mountain, all of its walls encompassed the mountain itself. There were very few cultivators who could knock down a mountain in one blow. This allowed cave residences to have great defense. Because of this, cultivators were unfamiliar with building structures. Cultivators generally abstain themselves from the leisures of life. Therefore, they could live inside caves. The best they could do was decorate their caves to make them more livable. Therefore, when they saw Zhao Hai's machines, Mu Yu, Tangji, and Tangwen were very curious. Mu Yu looked at Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, what's this? You want to build an academy? Is it for the education and security of the children? Zhao Hai nodded and said, I plan to build a school to teach the children and also inform them how to plant medicinal herbs. I intend to give them most of the work, but I will not make them waste too much time. After all, they still need to cultivate. Mu Yu stared, then he frowned and said, Little Hai, you should know that it's impossible to turn all 10,000 children into formidable experts. If you teach them equally, then you would be spreading yourself too thin. I think you should teach your disciples following the way of the 100 Treasures realm. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, It's fine. Brother Mu doesn't need to worry. I won't be teaching these children myself. I found someone to teach them. Naturally, I know that it's impossible for the 10,000 children to become powerful cultivators. However, each child is gifted in their own fields. Some of the children might be good at refining. Some might be good at farming. I want them to display their talents. Perhaps we might uncover promising talent for the future. Mu Yu stared. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, You're not teaching them. Then who is? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, You forgot about my undead. I have a lot of them under my control. Some of them are experts. I can let them be teachers. Mu Yu was shocked. Then his eyes shone as he said, This is also good. If these undead could teach the children, then these children will be lucky. Zhao Hai smiled and said, The children are still at their growing stage. Once they display their talent, they would be placed under the supervision of an undead teacher. Mu Yu nodded. That's good. In any case, it wouldn't affect your cultivation, right? Those children will be coming in a couple of days. What do you plan to do with them? Zhao Hai replied, With Laura and the others here, I can't leave it to them. I still have to return to the world of cultivation. I reckon I'll be back soon. Mu Yu nodded. Zhao Hai turned to Meg and said, Meg, please prepare us some food to eat. I want to drink with my brothers. Meg nodded and then turned around and entered the cave residence. The kitchen of the residence was already modified for cooking. Mu Yu could see Zhao Hai's unusual behaviors, but he didn't say anything. He just stood outside the cave and chatted with Zhao Hai. The construction machines were working at making a house. Margaret already imagined the buildings to be made. Some should be built fairly soon. Before long, Meg finished preparing the food. Zhao Hai's group shared a feast together with Mu Yu and the others. Mu Yu and the others were especially surprised by Zhao Hai's food. The food contained spiritual qi, which caused their appetite to soar. After eating, Zhao Hai left the planet to Laura and the others while he returned to the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters with Mu Yu and the others. Zhao Hai greeted Mu Yao and said that he must return to the world of cultivation to take care of matters. Naturally, Mu Yao didn't oppose. Zhao Hai already made a huge contribution towards the 100 treasures realm. Additionally, Mu Yao was fond of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai returned to the World of Cultivation's base and then directly went back to the World of Cultivation and Jade Clear Mountain, with Laura and the others being busy at Blue Tree Planet. The only one left inside the space was Kair. Because she was connected to the space, Kair was essentially its custodian. Originally, Zhao Hai wasn't planning to return to the World of Cultivation this quickly. However, Kair told him that the bug race has seized the 5 surrounding planets of Fabio Planet. They were now beginning to slaughter people and expand in all directions. It seems like the bug race has learned to make transmission formations. They use this newfound knowledge to expand. Besides the 5 planets initially conquered, the bug race appeared in 10 more planets. Anytime the bug race appeared on a planet, they would target the cultivators inside it first. Once all cultivators died, they would begin killing the commoners. These bug race had no sense of propriety. They directly killed everyone and turned them into food. Because of this, Zhao Hai rushed back to the World of Cultivation. He knew that this matter could no longer wait. The World of Cultivation couldn't afford to lose a lot of planets. They needed to solve the bug race crisis by destroying the queen nest. With its queen, the bug race would no longer be able to reproduce. Chapter 1520. Rampage. Feng Beiming met Zhao Hai inside his residence alongside Huang Dan. Huang Dan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, the situation has become more serious. The bug race is beginning to expand. Moreover, they have become stronger and probably more intelligent." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Have everyone close their transmission formations for now. Remember, unless I say the word, don't open any transmission formations. Tell everyone that I'm going to Fabio Planet. The solution to this problem lies there." Huang Dan and Feng Beiming nodded. Then Huang Dan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "How many people do you want us to send to go along with you? Going alone is too dangerous." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "There's no need. It's useless no matter how many we send. The bug race evolves each time they eat a cultivator. I need to go alone." Huang Dan and Feng Beiming also didn't know what to say. They knew that their strength was now inferior to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "The sooner we fix this issue, the better. I'll head to Fabio Planet now. There's no time to waste." Then his figure disappeared and entered the space. At this time, Laura and the others had also returned. They knew how important and dangerous Zhao Hai's trip to Fabio Planet was. Zhao Hai didn't underestimate these bugs, so they all came to help. In any case, there's nothing to do in Blue Tree Planet. The machines were doing all the work. It must be known that these robots were specially made to construct buildings. When Zhao Hai entered the villa, he immediately asked, "Where's Mo Sheng?" Laura smiled and said, "He's fine. He just ran over to cultivate. There's no need for Brother Hai to worry about him." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at the monitor. On the screen was the current situation on Fabio Planet. 8-legged bugs were everywhere. The man-made structures were all destroyed. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was the presence of silverback gold-winged bugs everywhere. Zhao Hai knew how powerful these bugs were. Now, these bugs filled the skies of Fabio Planet. Some were even going to outer space, looking like satellites orbiting the planet. Zhao Hai's expression sank. He didn't expect the bug race to develop this quickly. He turned his head to Kair and said, "Have the undead riflemen prepare. When the time comes, we need them to take the bug race nest." Kair nodded. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, the reason why you didn't let Huang Dan and the others attack Fabio Planet, was it because you're afraid they would destroy the queen's nest?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "That's just one of the reasons. Right now, Fabio Planet is very hard to destroy. It's impossible to deal with it using conventional methods. Don't forget the capabilities of the bug race. Moreover, I feel that destroying Fabio Planet will bring even more trouble. Although this is only a feeling, I still need to be on guard against it." Hearing Zhao Hai, the expression on Laura's face changed. Zhao Hai's instincts rarely went wrong. This was because Zhao Hai cultivated the essence technique. This cultivation allowed its user to divine good and bad luck. If Zhao Hai felt that destroying Fabio Planet would lead to trouble, then he most likely was correct. Laura knit her brows and said, "Brother Hai, how confident are you this time? Can we really deal with the bug race?" Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "I feel that it would be very dangerous. However, there are good benefits despite the danger. Most importantly, the bug race had begun to move. If we don't deal with them right now, then they would be more troublesome to deal with them in the future. I reckon the bug race are amassing genes. Once they collect enough, I'm afraid even I wouldn't be able to deal with them." Laura and the others were startled. They didn't expect this matter to be so serious. In their minds, once Zhao Hai uses faith power, even immortal experts need to be serious. Despite this, Zhao Hai was afraid of the bug race, a race from the world of cultivation, a realm very common in the 10,000 realm battlefield. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to look very highly upon the bug race. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others and said, "The bug race's two strongest abilities are their evolution and reproduction. If given the opportunity, the bug race could evolve and produce immortal stage bugs. Their reproduction would multiply this threat in no time. These abilities are what made the bug race terrifying." Laura and the others nodded. These two abilities were indeed terrifying. If the bug race were allowed to produce high-level bugs on a large scale, then nobody would be able to deal with them. Seeing that everyone understood his thoughts, Zhao Hai said, "All right, it's time to make preparations. I'll be heading out." The group nodded before Zhao Hai left the space. He immediately appeared in an underground bug nest. Presently, Fabio Planet was filled with these bug nests. The moment Zhao Hai appeared, the surrounding bugs immediately flooded towards him. Zhao Hai coldly snorted. Then he waved his hand and took out the Hell King's ship. But this time, the Hell King's ship was only as big as an automobile. When Zhao Hai entered the ship, his body also shrunk. Then the sound of gunfire was heard as shells began shooting out of the ship. When the shells left the Hell King's ship, they returned to their normal size. While the ship was firing in all directions, Zhao Hai continued onwards. Left behind on his path were dead bugs. The majority of the bugs in this nest were the 8-legged bugs. Besides these, there were also other types scurrying around. Moreover, Zhao Hai discovered that these bugs weren't weak. Even the most common 8-legged bugs had foundation establishment level strength. Zhao Hai knew that this was caused by the bug race's evolutionary ability. With such an ability, if they were left behind for long, then nobody would be able to stop them. Zhao Hai moved forward non-stop. He left no bugs alive on the road he took. The undead on the Hell King's ship already coordinate themselves, allowing them to send waves of bullets towards the bugs. Every single bullet took the life of a bug. Zhao Hai didn't care about the path he left behind. He was aware that the bugs orbiting the planet had already descended. It seems like they want to block him. However, Zhao Hai didn't have any worries. These bugs could never be his opponent. Zhao Hai also discovered that the strength of the bugs he came across was increasing. The bugs intercepting him were now at the core formation stage. Core formation experts were minor experts in the world of cultivation. But now, the bug race had groups of them appearing. If the world of cultivation knew about this, they would no doubt be surprised. Nevertheless, Zhao Hai could still ignore core formation experts. The rifle bullets in Zhao Hai's hand were used to deal with transcending tribulation experts. These core formation bugs simply wouldn't be able to stop it. Zhao Hai was now rampaging his way across Fabio Planet. He doesn't know where the Queen's Nest was because it could shield against spiritual force. But one thing was certain, as he proceeded, the resistance from the bug race became fiercer. It's obvious that they had something to protect. It was based on this judgment that Zhao Hai continued on. Moreover, Zhao Hai used the infinity technique to communicate with the surroundings. Besides the bugs coming to stop him, Zhao Hai was talking to the air and the soil around him. It was them who showed the way. Before long, the bugs blocking Zhao Hai's way had reached the nascent soul level strength. The appearance of these bugs also changed. Some of the bugs looked like snakes with swords as tails. Some looked like scorpions with wings. The Hell King's ship never stopped as it killed its way through the bugs. The bugs that weren't shot down by the rifles were still killed by the Hell King's ship. Outside the ship was a shield covered with a layer of blue flames. The bugs would be frozen stiff upon contact with this shield, and once the ship ran them over, they would immediately turn into dust. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't expect the nether Arctic fire to be this overbearing. The bugs coming over continued to increase. Their strength was also becoming higher and higher. Some bugs were beginning to show transcending tribulation level strength. Moreover, these bugs were more difficult to deal with compared to the average transcending tribulation expert. This was because of the defensive shells of the bugs. Most importantly, there were just too many bugs. Zhao Hai already lost count of how many he killed. 100 million, 1 billion. Who knew anymore? What Zhao Hai didn't know was that as soon as he began his rampage, the bugs on the other planets seemed to have received orders to retreat to the transmission formations and return to Fabio Planet. They all rushed all at once, causing the cultivators fighting them to stare. Since the transmission formations of the world of cultivation were closed, information took a very long time to be transmitted. Not a lot of people knew that Zhao Hai had come to deal with the bug race. Chapter 1521, Wild-Natured Beauty. Although other people didn't know, Huang Dan and Feng Beiming did. When the two heard that the bug race were returning to Fabio Planet, they immediately knew that this was because of Zhao Hai. But since the transmission formations were sealed up, news couldn't spread as much. Huang Dan could only accept the news. Fortunately, the bugs have retreated. They no longer have to worry as much. Zhao Hai was still flying forward with no stopping. Moreover, he felt that as he continued forward, the bugs he met were getting stronger. Now, the bugs blocking his way had transcending tribulation level strength. He didn't know how these bugs crossed their tribulation, but they did indeed had traces of the transcending tribulation stage. Zhao Hai could feel that he was getting closer and closer to the heart of the bug race. This was because he could feel the danger increasing. This danger was definitely not because of the bugs in front of him, but the queen's nest instead. After killing some transcending tribulation level bugs, Zhao Hai suddenly felt that the bugs ahead of him had vanished. This caused him to stare. Then he immediately drove the Hell King's ship to head directly inside. After breaking through two entrances, Zhao Hai appeared in a very enormous space. In this space was an incomparably huge lava pond. The lava inside gurgled and bubbled. One could see at a glance how hot it was. Above this space was a huge egg-shaped meat sack. This meat sack looked like an enormous egg several hundred meters high and nearly 100 meters wide. There were a lot of fleshy membranes connected to the sack. The membranes looked like strips of muscles. Part of these strips were connected to the top of the cave while some were connected to the lava pool underneath. Most of the strips were hung across to the surrounding walls. Zhao Hai stared at this scene. Then he noticed a few fleshy pipes connected to the sack carrying water from outside. There were also pipes coming from below sucking lava into the meat sack. Zhao Hai couldn't help but raise his brows. The temperature of the lava wasn't that high. However, it was still unexpected for the meat sack to be able to take it in. Looking at this egg, it doesn't seem to be very strong. However, why does he feel that there's something dangerous inside? At this time, a young lady's laughter could be heard. Then a female voice was heard. What? Are you interested in this little treasure of mine? Zhao Hai stared. Then he looked at the egg. The egg's surface fluctuated before a falling sound was heard. A female then walked out. This female was completely naked. Her skin was very white, nearly transparent. Her hair was pitch black but very long, dragging from the top of her head to her heel. Her hair was braided and was fixed with a ruler-length bone hook at the tip. The hook was cold white, looking very beautiful. At the same time, her hair was constantly moving like a conscious snake. It swayed side to side. Zhao Hai was curious about this woman. Zhao Hai couldn't say that she was very attractive. However, her wild nature added a lot to her charm. Her figure was perfect. She was fat wherever she needed to be fat and thin where she needed to be thin. Considering the place she was in, she looked like a subject inside a painting. The seductive nature of her aura didn't come from her naked body but instead her temperament. Her eyes and gaze made her fatally attractive. Despite her charms, Zhao Hai was calm as he looked at the woman. This woman came out of the egg and she also called it her little treasure. From this point, it seems like this female was inseparable from the bug race. She might even be the queen of the bug race. The most important thing about her was the feeling of danger surrounding her body. This danger was even stronger than the ones Zhao Hai felt on immortal experts. 1. A female from the bug race that had a more dangerous aura than immortal experts. If Zhao Hai still dared to treat her as an ordinary person, then he would be an idiot. Seeing that Zhao Hai didn't speak, the female smiled and said, "What, are you curious about who I am?" Zhao Hai gave an honest nod and said, "I'm indeed curious." "Who are you? If you're from the bug race, then why do you have that form? And to be honest, you look like a beautiful woman." I didn't expect the bug race to understand the aesthetics of human beauty. It honestly surprised me. Hearing Zhao Hai, the smile on the woman's face widened even more. However, her face revealed the doubt on her face as she explained, "I also don't know who I am. I only know that I cannot leave this place. As for why I have this form, I also don't know. In any case, this is me." "Why, do you like me?" Zhao Hai stared, but he changed the topic and asked, "Why do you attack cultivators?" The female smiled and said, "They're the ones who attacked us first. But also, I can obtain a lot of benefits from them. They can make us more powerful. I don't know why we must become powerful. However, I want to be more powerful. Isn't that a good reason? Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. He really didn't know what to say. He looked at the female and said, "So what do you think about me?" The female immediately answered, "Naturally, I want to eat you. You're very powerful. After eating you, I will become even more powerful." Zhao Hai was speechless. This female couldn't even be considered to be a female human. She's just a very intelligent beast. A beast eats because they're hungry, and this woman wants to eat to make herself stronger. In her opinion, since eating would make her stronger, then why can't she eat? And with someone coming over to provoke her, it'll be a pity if she doesn't eat them. Looking at the female, Zhao Hai sighed and said, "I'm afraid you won't be able to eat me." The female smiled and said, "That is still uncertain." After she said that, she flung her hair as it extended and the bone hook headed straight towards Zhao Hai. Although the cave was big, Zhao Hai still couldn't use the Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai already put the Hell King's ship away. Seeing the female attacking him using her bone hook, Zhao Hai immediately swung his sword. A moment passed and a dang sound was heard as the sword hit the bone hook. The flying sword bounced back. What shocked Zhao Hai was the fact that the bone hook left a dent on the flying sword. This was the first time this has happened. After blowing the flying sword back, the bone hook still flew towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was taken aback. Then his body flashed yellow before he stretched his hand and caught the bone hook. Zhao Hai's hand has turned into a yellow crystal. The female bug didn't expect Zhao Hai to capture her hair. Her face had an astonished expression. She threw herself forward while turning her hands into two blades. Zhao Hai didn't think that the female bug would become aggressive this quickly. However, he didn't think much about it. He let go of the bone hook and took out two axes. He then met the charge of the female bug. Dang dang. Two collisions were heard as the two axes collided with the two blades. Zhao Hai's arm trembled. He was surprised with the woman's raw strength. It must be known that Zhao Hai was currently using the demon subjugation technique. Despite this, he felt his arms tremble upon receiving the female bug's blades. One could see how formidable the strength of this female bug was. However, Zhao Hai didn't have any time to think about this as the female sent a kick towards him. At the same time, she used her hair to attack Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's body changed. He no longer had his axes and was instead wearing gloves. At the same time, his feet turned metallic. He was using both the descending dragon technique and the crouching tiger technique. Zhao Hai knew that he could no longer use conventional methods or else he wouldn't be able to fight against the female bug. This person was just too dangerous. More dangerous than any immortal expert he met so far. These immortal experts had artifacts during battle, yet this female bug didn't have any. She used her body as her weapon. Moreover, her hands and feet could turn into extremely hard bone blades. Most importantly, her attacks were very formidable. Zhao Hai already covered his hands and feet with the transformed liquid silver. These defensive equipment also had yin-yang lightning pawns inside to provide Zhao Hai with energy to block incoming attacks. Even so, he still felt the powerful attacks of the female bug. Zhao Hai no longer had any stray thoughts at this point. All of his mental energy was focused on dealing with the female bug in front of him. She was truly strong, far from what he expected. Although Zhao Hai had already crystallized his body and was no longer afraid of any attacks, he was still threatened by the female bug's attacks. Zhao Hai was almost certain that he would still be heavily injured if the female bug was allowed to hit him a couple of times. Because of this, Zhao Hai had to be careful in making his moves. The two exchanged more than 100 moves. It was very rare for Zhao Hai's battles to last this long. At this level, after probing each other, the two combatants would use all of their strength to deal with their enemy. Battles lasted very short periods. It was possible to win in just a few moves. But this time, it was actually different. Zhao Hai was forced to use his full power. Moreover, he can feel that the female bug was also using all of her power. Zhao Hai believed that, besides him, other immortal experts wouldn't be able to leave this place alive. If they want to leave this place, then they would need to defeat this female bug. But this female bug was very strong. It would be very hard to defeat her. The two exchanged moves another 100 times. Without the support of the space, Zhao Hai wouldn't have been able to fight this long against this female. This caused Zhao Hai to be startled. His facial expression turned serious. At this time, the female bug retreated and returned to the huge egg-shaped sack's side. Also, all of her weapons disappeared as she returned to her original appearance. Zhao Hai stared, but he was still on alert as he looked at the female bug and said, "You're not trying to eat me anymore?" The female gave out a charming smile as she said, I couldn't win against you, so I can't eat you. You can leave." Zhao Hai was stunned. He didn't expect this female bug to say these words. He looked at the female bug in confusion and found that she was also looking at him. This woman's look was very bewitching, and the fact that she was naked made Zhao Hai feel like he was turning into a hungry wolf. Zhao Hai took a deep breath to calm himself down. He looked at the female bug and said, "Why are you staring at me? Do you have anything to say? I told you, I will not let you eat me. I cannot leave now, unless you forbid the bug race from leaving the planet." The female bug knit her brows and said, "I won't eat you anymore, but you can accompany me. It's boring here. Although the children can stay with me, they can't speak. I'm truly bored. How about chatting with me?" Zhao Hai stared. He asked, "You can't leave? How can someone as strong as you be unable to leave this place?" The female bug snorted and said, "I would have left this place if I can leave. Why would I stay in this place? Do you think it's fun here? Aside from sleeping, I can only command the children to find something to eat. I'm very bored. I was like this ever since I was born. I can't leave too far from this place. I tried it before and I almost died. From then on, I didn't dare to leave this egg anymore." Zhao Hai stared. He couldn't help but turn his head towards the large egg-shaped sack. His two eyes shone as he looked at the female and said, "You really want to leave this place? If I help you, will you leave?" Zhao Hai originally wanted to absorb the queen's nest into the space, but with this female bug, Zhao Hai found it impossible. Hearing that the female bug wants to leave, Zhao Hai felt that an opportunity has come. At this point, just think of the bug race as the Zerg from StarCraft. Chapter 1522, Seals. When she heard Zhao Hai, the eyes of the female bug shone for a moment. Then she turned vigilant as she snorted and said, "I won't be fooled by you. You cannot help me to get out of here. You want to trick me and then eat me. I know how sly you humans are." Zhao Hai stared. He asked, "You know about humans?" The female proudly humped and said, "Of course I do. I obtain part of the memories of those I eat. You humans aren't good people." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. It seems like eating and being eaten was normal in this female bug's vocabulary. This made him feel uncomfortable, but he still said, "I really can take you out of here. Not only you, we can even take the huge egg over there. This way, you won't leave the egg and you won't lose your strength. What do you think?" The female bug was silent when she heard Zhao Hai. It's obvious that the prospect of leaving this cave was very attractive to her. Although she still didn't believe Zhao Hai, she was beginning to hesitate. Seeing that his words managed to move the female bug, Zhao Hai added, "I can take you out of here, but I don't want you killing other people. You're so powerful that I can only fight you to a draw. So it's impossible to stop the bug race from killing people. So as long as you promise to not kill anyone, I will take you out of here. What do you think?" When the female heard what Zhao Hai said, the hesitation on her face seemed to decrease. She knew why Zhao Hai came here today. This was because the bug race had been killing people outside. Now that Zhao Hai said that, she was more convinced of his reason. However, she still said, "How will you take me out?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'm a spatial ability user. I can take living beings inside my space. If you don't believe me, you can take a look." Zhao Hai waved his hand as two silver whip snakes came out of a spatial rift. Zhao Hai looked at the female bug as the two silver whip snakes ran up to him and then he said, "These are beasts I raised in the past. They stayed inside my space all this time. What do you think? Since my space can take in living beings, naturally I can take you and your egg as well." The female bug looked at the two silver whip snakes and the hesitation on her face reduced once more. But she still said, "That's no good. Everything here is connected to water above and lava below. If you took me and the egg away, there would no longer be any water and lava. The egg wouldn't be able to survive." Zhao Hai paused for a moment. Then he smiled and waved his hand and took out a small vessel. He handed it to the female bug and said, "This is a spatial artifact. I can remodel the inside of it to be similar to this cave. This way, you will be able to survive. What do you think?" When the vessel arrived in front of the female bug, it quickly became bigger and bigger. It would have expanded more if it weren't afraid of damaging the fleshy membranes of the egg. The thing that Zhao Hai took out was the 100 Spirits Tree fruit. Although the fruit had many uses, Zhao Hai rarely took it out. This item was heaven-defying. Although it was much worse than the space, other cultivators would treat it as a treasure. If a cultivator were to get their hands on this fruit, they would no doubt refine it to be their life source artifacts. Besides its other functions, one of the most important aspects of the 100-spirit tree fruit was its lack of attribute. In other words, anybody can refine it to be their life source artifact. Think about it, an artifact that can be used for transportation, can help with cultivation, can defend and attack, and can even be planted on. Any cultivator would want to have their hands on it. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't take it out. If he did, then he would certainly cause a bloody war in the world of cultivation. The world of cultivation was a place where the strong prey on the weak. Anyone who can get their hands on the 100 spirits fruit would greatly benefit from it. However, this was in exchange for the amount of blood spilt on acquiring the fruit. Killing people to steal their treasures happen from time to time in the world of cultivation. Once the 100 spirits fruit comes into light, it would certainly attract a large amount of attention akin to a heavenly sword or a dragon-killing blade. This was the first time that Zhao Hai took out 100 spirit fruit. He did this to deal with the highly suspicious mindset of the female bug. If he didn't take it out, then she wouldn't enter the space. As long as she enters the space, everything else would be fine. The female bug looked at the 100 spirits fruit. Although she wasn't an expert in using spiritual force, she could still feel how formidable the fruit was. Upon scanning the 100 spirits fruit, the female bug was shocked. It was actually larger than what she expected. Moreover, planted on the fruit vessel were all kinds of plants. Inside was a cave almost exactly like the cave they were in right now. The female bug looked at Zhao Hai in surprise. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "What do you think? If you want, you can move into it. I can then take you out of here. I can even take your children away with you." The female bug looked at Zhao Hai and then to the 100 spirits fruit vessel. To be honest, the prospect was very attractive for her. She had always wanted to leave this cave, and now that an opportunity had presented itself, how could she not agree? When she thought of this, the female bug looked at Zhao Hai and said, "All right, you can take me out of here. I can promise that we will no longer kill people." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Then, please." Zhao Hai believed that the female bug had a way to move the egg into the 100 spirits fruit. Sure enough, the female bug looked at Zhao Hai and then stretched her hand out towards the egg sac. She closed her eyes for a while before the egg sac squirmed slightly. Then the egg sac's fleshy membranes retreated back. The egg sac turned into a detached egg. The female bug leapt on top of the egg. Then she looked at the surrounding walls with a solemn expression. Then at this time, as the two tubes connected to the top and bottom of the egg withdrew, a stream of clear water leaked in. When the water fell on the lava below, a spray of cloud and mist immediately filled the cave, making it look like a fairyland. After that, the female bug waved her hand as the egg flew towards the 100 spirits fruit. Seeing the female enter the fruit vessel, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel delighted. Then at this moment, a sudden change occurred. As the female bug entered the fruit vessel, countless symbols lit up around the cave. These symbols were composed of countless Buddhist swastika dot. These symbols then proceeded to rush towards the fruit vessel. Zhao Hai was startled. He could see that these symbols were seals. Someone actually sealed the bug race here. Who was this person? Why did they do this? As Zhao Hai was puzzled, the symbols fell on the fruit vessel. A huge explosion was heard as the 100 spirits fruit vessel exploded. Both the female bug and the egg appeared back in the cave. Seeing that a seal was about to fall into the female bug, Zhao Hai immediately appeared before her. He waved his hand and sent the female bug and the egg into the space. When the female bug saw the symbols, she seemed to be stunned stupid. She didn't even notice Zhao Hai's movements before she was sent to the space. When Zhao Hai sent the female bag into the space, the seal arrived. However, the seal no longer went after the female bug but instead it entered Zhao Hai's body. Zhao Hai suddenly felt a foreign strength enter his body. Zhao Hai felt a tearing pain as it drilled into his body. At this time, faith power exploded from within Zhao Hai's body and met with the foreign energy. The foreign energy was formidable, but it became like snow being melted by the sun when it met Zhao Hai's faith power. Before long, the faith power proceeded to swallow the foreign energy. This was the second time that Zhao Hai saw his faith power swallow another strength. The first time was the tribulation lightning and now it was an energy of sealing. How did this happen? While Zhao Hai was thinking about what happened, he felt the energy being swallowed by faith power re-enter his body. Then the chi inside his body seems to have evolved as if something was added. Originally, Zhao Hai's chi was silvery white with a trace of lightning on it, but now his chi has become golden yellow. Although the lightning still looked the same, Zhao Hai could feel that it was much stronger compared to before. Besides his lightning, Zhao Hai felt another type of energy on his chi. Zhao Hai couldn't help but investigate it to see what it was. Before long, Zhao Hai felt the new energy inside his body. Unexpectedly, it was Buddhist chi. Buddhist chi and ordinary chi were different. Generally, Buddhist chi could only be acquired by attaining enlightenment. This kind of chi was useless for people who don't cultivate. Ordinary cultivators with Buddhist chi would find their attacks infused with Buddhist light, allowing them to ward off all kinds of evils. Despite this, it wasn't very useful for Zhao Hai. However, Buddhist chi was a supreme weapon for those who practice Buddhism. Using Buddhist chi to practice Buddhist techniques would result in twice the reward with only half the effort. It would also increase the strength of any attacks using Buddhist techniques. It can be said that Buddhist chi was something that all Buddhists longed to obtain. Unfortunately for most Buddhists, Buddhist chi could only be acquired by high monks who attained enlightenment. These high monks would hardly fight anyone, unless they were dealing with extremely evil beings or traitors. These high monks wouldn't kill. Instead, they would seal these beings. Chapter 1523, Level Up. Zhao Hai began comprehending Buddhist chi. Buddhist chi began to be integrated into Zhao Hai's own chi and changed it. Before this, Zhao Hai's chi was dazzling like the stars, but it was sharp and quite savage. This savageness didn't mean that Zhao Hai's spiritual chi was evil. This savageness was merely the feeling that his chi gave out. In the past, Zhao Hai's chi was like an unsheathed double-edged sword, sparkling with cold light. It's very lethal, but it made people feel uncomfortable. But now, Zhao Hai's chi was filled with purity, tolerance, and mercy. This made Zhao Hai's spiritual chi appear noble and dignified. It's something that wouldn't show itself unless required. Zhao Hai can feel that the Buddhist chi inside his body was indeed the true Buddhist chi. This was because he could see that it was infused with an endless amount of mercy as well as good intent. Moreover, it brought upon an holistic change to his spiritual chi. At the same time, on top of the Tao Lotus on Zhao Hai's Tanzong chest acupoint, a long-haired Buddha appeared. This long-haired Buddha had the exact same appearance as Zhao Hai. The Buddha's eyes were closed and a faint smile could be seen on his face. He exuded an aura of great kindness. Naturally, Zhao Hai had no idea what this Buddha could do, but after it appeared, the avatar in the Baiui acupoint above his head has become stronger. Moreover, its smile was beginning to resemble a Buddha. Zhao Hai didn't care much about these things. However, he could feel how advantageous this Buddhist chi was for his 18 Buddhist techniques. Take the Enlightenment technique for example. It was Zhao Hai's most studied technique among the 18. The benefits of this technique were infinite. This was especially true for its ability to convert an enemy to his side. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then shortly after he heard a prompt from the space. Hostile bug race queen detected. Subjugating. Subjugation completed. Infinite evolution ability detected. It is currently weak. Extracting the evolutionary ability and integrating it to the space. Integration completed. Space may now evolve by itself. All living and non-living things inside the space have gained the ability to evolve. Space has leveled up to level 250. Universal processing machine has leveled up. Universal scanner has leveled up. The space's universal processing machine and universal scanner have merged to become universal refining machines, urging the host to work hard. Because the bug race brood is currently weak, the space has strengthened it. All current genes beneficial for the bug race will be added to the bug race brood. Adding intelligence. Bug race brood has been successfully upgraded. The brood can now absorb any ability for its own use. Production of bug race has been unlocked. The strongest bug that can be made will be at the immortal stage. Thump. Zhao Hai could feel a pork pie fall on his head. This pie was very big, causing him to be stunned. The benefits brought by the bug queen and the egg sac was too great. Forget anything else. The ability to evolve the space was already great by itself. This was what Zhao Hai wanted the most. Before this, Zhao Hai had to look around for materials in order to upgrade the space bit by bit. And with how high the space's level was, it had become too difficult for Zhao Hai to upgrade it. The ability of the space to evolve was akin to a mortal being able to cultivate. Although the speed of evolution wouldn't be quick, it was still something that Zhao Hai needed. Additionally, everything inside the space has gained the ability to evolve on their own. This was a good thing for Zhao Hai. Also, there's the bug race brood's ability to produce immortal stage bugs. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect, but soon Zhao Hai understood. Don't forget that the space already had an immortal expert. Although the immortal expert was an undead, its genes were still present, which was a benefit for the bug race. The bug race can absorb the genes of any life form in order to evolve. Now that they have absorbed the genes of an immortal expert, along with the myriad of genes present inside the space, it's normal for them to be able to produce immortal stage bugs. Zhao Hai intends to make immortal stage bugs. However, they would be kept for later use. They can't be revealed unless extremely necessary. Otherwise, their presences would frighten people. Just as Zhao Hai was thinking about these, another prompt was heard. Because the host has subjugated the bug race queen, the host has obtained the loyalty of the bug race. From now on, the bug race will provide the host with faith power. Because the bug race can be considered to be beasts and belong to the beastman race, the host's affinity to the beastman race will increase in the future. All beastmen inside the space will provide more faith power to the host. Only beasts with wisdom can provide faith power. Zhao Hai stared. He didn't expect an additional surprise to come up. However, this was still very good. Later on, he would be able to obtain more faith power. Zhao Hai looked around and saw that there's nothing left for him in this place. After entering the space, Laura and the others welcomed him. At this time, they all had excited expressions. They were very glad with the space's level up. Zhao Hai was also smiling widely. But this time, he noticed two additional people among the women. Naturally, one of them was Zheng Yun. Although Zhao Hai took Zheng Yun in, he had yet to consummate their marriage. Seeing Zhao Hai, Zheng Yun was somewhat shy, so she stayed at the back. The other person was the female bug he saw in the cave. It can be said that this female was the bug race's queen. But this time, she was wearing clothes and her hair had been tidied up. After Laura and the others exchanged words with Zhao Hai, Zheng Yun stepped forward and shyly greeted Zhao Hai. "Big brother Hai." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said with a soft voice, "Have you become familiar with living here? You're my woman from now on." Zheng Yun's complexion turned red as she nodded. At this time, another voice was heard, "Young master, when will you take me in?" Zhao Hai stared, then he turned his head towards the bug race queen. Zhao Hai was greatly surprised. He didn't expect her to be this forward. Zhao Hai opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Looking at Zhao Hai's reaction, Laura giggled and said, "Brother Hai, I have given her the name Julie. She still doesn't understand the customs of humans, but she's diligently studying. Moreover, Julie is now your woman. Make sure to pay her some attention." Hearing this, Zhao Hai gawked. He couldn't help but think about the strength Julie showed him back at the cave. Her offensive strength was something that Zhao Hai cannot take head on. He didn't expect that female to become his woman. Most importantly, he felt a little awkward thinking that she was the queen of the bug race. However, he soon changed his mind and relaxed. If he received care, who was the main body of the seven-colored flower, then receiving a bug race queen was no problem. If Zhao Hai had just transmigrated, then he would feel awkward. At that time, he would compare his situation with the customs back on Earth. If he met Julie then, it would be impossible for him to take her. But now it was different. Zhao Hai has reached the 10,000 realm battlefield and became a person of the 100 treasures realm. Beastmen, elves, and other races, he had seen all of them. Although other races looked different from humans, they were now similar to humans in Zhao Hai's eyes. Because of this, he didn't have any qualms about taking Julie in right now. After thinking things through, Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai also somewhat knew that the moment Julie entered the space, she would eventually become his woman. Seeing Zhao Hai nod, Julie said, "Young master, there's still a lot of children left on Fabio planet. You should take them into the space." Zhao Hai frowned for a moment before giving a nod. It's not impossible for the cultivators to deal with the bugs left outside. However, it would still cause the cultivators some losses. The world of cultivation had just experienced a war. They couldn't afford to lose any more manpower. Zhao Hai looked at Julie and said, "Julie, I'll open a few spatial rifts around Fabio planet. Order the bugs to enter them." Julie nodded. Zhao Hai opened a few spatial rifts and the bugs swarmed into them under Julie's command. Zhao Hai placed the bugs on an uninhabited planet inside the space. Afterwards, Zhao Hai turned to Julie and said, "Julie, do you know who sealed you inside that cave?" Julie shook her head and said, "I don't know. I only know that it was there when I gained awareness. If I left the cave, the seal wouldn't have too much reaction. But once I try to take the egg sac, it will immediately act up. We have suffered so much under that seal." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned to Laura and said, "Fabio planet needs to be destroyed. We need to erase any traces." Laura nodded. This wouldn't be difficult. The space can make some nuclear bombs to blow up the planet. But if we do this, the surrounding planets will be affected. How about controlling the core of the planet and setting fire to the surface? This way, nobody would have any doubts. Zhao Hai thought for a moment before nodding. Then he collected the corpses of the bugs on the planet and then placed them on the planet's core. Then he controlled the lava pool to erupt. Before long, the entire planet was turned into a huge fireball. Zhao Hai also left the planet. Chapter 1524. Polite Immortal Experts. Zhao Hai stood outside Fabio planet as he looked at it being swallowed by flames. His heart finally relaxed. Looking back, his decision to deal with the bug race on his own has been correct. With Julie's strength, even immortal experts wouldn't be able to take care of the problem. And as long as Julie gains the genes of an immortal expert, the strength of the bug race would skyrocket. When the time comes, even if he went to Fabio planet, it would be impossible to take Julie in. Additionally, Zhao Hai was happy. Fortunately, he didn't destroy Fabio planet directly. If he did, then he would have destroyed the cave where Julie was sealed in and released her from her cage. If that happened, then with his current strength, it would be impossible to trick Julie into entering the space. All of these were attributed to his luck. If he hadn't learned the instinct technique, then he wouldn't have made the right decisions. But what made Zhao Hai feel fortunate the most was the fact that Julie didn't leave the cave before he attacked. Although the cave was sealed, Zhao Hai could feel that the seal had become weak and its energy was somewhat insufficient. Otherwise, Zhao Hai's faith power wouldn't have been able to swallow it with ease. If Julie discovered this before and repeatedly challenged the seal, then she would have broken it. But since she suffered early on in her life, Julie didn't dare attack the seal. She was frightened by it and was forced to be obedient. In the end, it turned out to be beneficial for Zhao Hai. If Julie did break through the seal and was allowed to go out, then not only the world of cultivation, even the 10,000 realm battlefield would suffer bad luck. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. At this time, the sound of wind was heard. Actually, Zhao Hai already knew what it was without looking. Immortal experts from the world of cultivation, along with Huang Dan and Feng Beiming as well as transcending tribulation experts, appeared. Since the world of cultivation had just settled themselves on their new territory on the 10,000 realm battlefield, Kan Miao and the others still hadn't come back. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't know a lot of people who appeared here. Although Zhao Hai didn't know them, they were aware of who Zhao Hai was. Immortal experts approached Zhao Hai and then gave him a salute as they said, "We have seen Mr. Zhao Hai." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "This Zhao Hai has seen the masters." Hearing this, the immortal experts quickly replied, "We don't deserve Mr. calling us that. Mr. is too polite. We made Mr. work this time. We apologize for that." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "There's no need to be polite. Although I'm now a citizen of the 100 Treasures realm, I'm still born in the world of cultivation. I can't just ignore what happened here. I have to say, the bug race is indeed powerful. I have to use all my strength to defeat their queen. And since I find it annoying to deal with the bugs on the surface, I decided to set fire to the planet. I hope you'll forgive me for this decision." The immortal expert at the lead said, "Mr. You shouldn't say that. You did what you can for the world of cultivation. Moreover, Mr. took it upon himself to deal with the world of cultivation's problem. Mr. We're going to prepare some food and wine. I hope you enjoy them." Zhao Hai knew that the spiritual food of the world of cultivation was quite good. Ordinary people couldn't just eat them. Even people like Huang Dan and Feng Beiming couldn't eat it whenever they wanted. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "There's really no need. I still have some things to take care of in the 100 Treasures realm. I understand your sentiment. However, the world of cultivation is where I came from. This is my responsibility. Everyone doesn't need to be so polite." Hearing Zhao Hai, the immortal experts didn't urge him anymore. Instead, one of the immortal experts took out a spatial bag and handed it to Zhao Hai before saying, "We've inconvenienced Mr. We know that you want to collect unique things. These are things we managed to get over the years. We don't know how to use them, so we'll give them to Mr. Please accept it." Zhao Hai stared, but he also knew that it would be unreasonable for him if he also rejected this. He smiled faintly as he received the spatial bag and said, "Then this Zhao Hai will receive it." Everyone, thank you. Seeing Zhao Hai receive the gift, the immortal experts showed a smile. After that, everyone accompanied Zhao Hai for a little chat. On the other hand, Feng Beiming and Huang Dan looked a little silly. They had received Kong Miao's order to be polite to Zhao Hai. They also knew that Zhao Hai had joined the 100 Treasures realm. However, they didn't think much about it at that time. Although they were more polite to Zhao Hai, they weren't this excessively polite. And now, upon seeing the immortal experts, they couldn't help but be stunned. These were immortal experts. Even if they go to other realms, they would be treated with respect. However, these powerful immortal experts were very polite to Zhao Hai, as though they were employees flattering their boss. This attitude caused Feng Beiming and Huang Dan to finally understand Zhao Hai's status in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Huang Dan and Feng Beiming couldn't help but be amazed. They only knew that Zhao Hai joined the 100 Treasures realm. They didn't know that Zhao Hai had such high status. Huang Dan and Feng Beiming didn't spend a long time in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Naturally, they didn't understand the disparity between high-grade realms and the world of cultivation. They also didn't know how important Zhao Hai's position was. Therefore, they weren't that serious in treating Zhao Hai. But after witnessing the attitude of the immortal experts, they understood how high Zhao Hai's position was in the 100 Treasures realm. He was only on level below Mu Yu and Tang Ji, who were Tang Ji and Mu Yu. There were future pillars of the 100 Treasures realm. They had a lofty status. With Zhao Hai was on par with them, these immortal experts wouldn't dare put on any airs in front of him. Before long, the group arrived at a planet close to Fabio Planet. Zhao Hai didn't stay long. After chatting for a while, he used transmission formations to return to the 10,000 realm battlefield. After Zhao Hai left, the leader of the immortal experts immediately said, "Huang Dan, Feng Beiming." Huang Dan and Feng Beiming didn't dare ignore this. They immediately approached the immortal expert and said, "Huang Dan, Feng Beiming has seen Senior." The immortal expert nodded and said, "The two of you have the deepest relationship with Zhao Hai among us here. We've decided to assign both of you to the 10,000 realm battlefield to communicate with Mr. Zhao Hai. Go make your preparations. Someone will come get you soon." Huang Dan and Feng Beiming were shaken. They discovered that they still underestimated Zhao Hai's status. Just to communicate with Zhao Hai, the two of them were assigned to the 10,000 realm battlefield. This was a huge benefit. Although the two of them had entered the 10,000 realm battlefield, they weren't able to stay for long before they were injured and forced to retire. After that, it had become impossible for them to return. Now, because of Zhao Hai, they were given the opportunity to return. One could see how much importance the higher-ups gave Zhao Hai. The two didn't dare ask any questions as they hastily complied. The immortal experts waved their sleeves before they entered the transmission formations. Before long, all of them were gone. When the immortal experts left, the severed soul and transcending tribulation experts surrounded Huang Dan and Feng Beiming and began congratulating them. Then one of them suddenly said, "Chen Daokang, haven't you just returned from the 10,000 realm battlefield? What happened there? Why were those elders so polite to Zhao Hai?" The person called Chen Daokang was the only one present who didn't show surprise, and people were beginning to recall it right now. When Chen Daokang saw Zhao Hai, his expression also turned respectful. Although he didn't approach Zhao Hai, he behaved himself and didn't dare show any signs of disrespect. Chen Daokang looked at everyone before he sighed and said, "Everyone, I can't tell you too much about what happened in the 10,000 realm battlefield, but I can tell you that the 100 Treasures realm is now experiencing a great boom in popularity in the 10,000 realm battlefield. The experts they have are countless. That realm can send transcending tribulation experts and severed soul experts casually. Also, several thousand of their experts are enough to raise our stronghold to the ground. And right now, Zhao Hai has gained the favor of the 100 Treasures realm's immortal experts." Immortal experts of the 100 Treasures realm had to smile in front of Zhao Hai. With his current status, Zhao Hai can decide the world of cultivation's fate in the 10,000 realm battlefield with his words alone. It's not a mystery why the elders didn't dare to disrespect him. Hiss. Everyone present breathed in cold air. They didn't expect Zhao Hai's status in the 10,000 realm battlefield to be this prestigious. One of the severed soul experts asked, "What did Zhao Hai do? Why did the 100 Treasures realm treat him with importance?" Chen Daokang sighed and said, "Actually, Mr. Zhao Hai saved the world of cultivation more than once." "Everyone, our world of cultivation is merely a low-medium grade realm in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Originally, We are subordinated to a high-grade realm named the Giant Spirit Realm. The world of cultivation had always been paying tribute to the Giant Spirit Realm every year. The 100 Treasures Realm is the long-term enemy of the Giant Spirit Realm. There had been many battles between the two realms over the years. The 100 Treasures Realm planned to deal with us in order to cause damage to the Giant Spirit Realm. We suffered heavy losses from this. Later on, Mr. Zhao Hai made a move and killed thousands of people from the 100 Treasures Realm. But unexpectedly, the Giant Spirit Realm decided to abandon us. Mr. Zhao Hai was furious. He discussed it with everyone and in the end we decided to defect to the 100 Treasures Realm. The 100 Treasures Realm agreed. But this caused the Giant Spirit Realm to attack us. Under Mr. Zhao Hai's lead, and in cooperation with the 100 Treasures Realm, we were able to repel the attacks of the Giant Spirit Realm, embarrassing them in the process. Chen Daoking stopped as he looked at everyone before continuing. During the battle against the Giant Spirit Realm, Mr. Zhao Hai showed his abilities and was beginning to be treated as a promising youth by the 100 Treasures Realm. A severed soul expert nodded and said, "I see. No wonder the 100 Treasures Realm is fond of Mr. Zhao Hai." Mr. Zhao Hai helped them deal with the Giant Spirit Realm. It would be strange if they didn't treat him well. Chen Daoking looked at that person and said, "Did you think that was the end?" The Giant Spirit Realm suffered a loss. Seeing that they couldn't defeat us, they invited one of the 5 great realms of the 10,000 realm battlefield, the Fire Weaver race. The Fire Weavers are much more powerful compared to the 100 Treasures Realm. They had countless experts and had rifles. These rifles are different from the guns of the machine field. These rifles are very powerful. Transcending Tribulation experts would be severely injured if not killed if hit by their bullets. The Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm arranged a several 100,000 army to attack the 100 Treasures Realm. The 100 Treasures Realm also used all it had to defend. This was a war between 100,000-man armies of which the weakest were Transcending Tribulation experts. Everyone was pulled in by Chen Daking's words. After taking a breath, he continued, "At the critical moment, Mr. Zhao Hai helped the 100 Treasures Realm defend against the Fireweaver rifles and withstand the attack of the enemies. In the end, the other high-grade realms in the 10,000 realm battlefield could no longer accept the meddling of the Fireweavers and they made a move. The Fireweavers were forced to return to their territory. On the other hand, the Giant Spirit Realm was forced to leave the 10,000 realm battlefield. It can be said that, without Mr. Zhao Hai, the world of cultivation would have been forced to leave the 10,000 realm battlefield. The 100 Treasures Realm might have been forced to leave too. With the amount of contributions Mr. Zhao Hai made, how could he not be treated well? Everyone began to understand the events of the 10,000 realm battlefield. A 100,000-man army with people at the Transcending Tribulation stage and above. What would that be like? Those present couldn't help but feel amazed just by hearing it. Chen Daoking looked at everyone, then he turned his head to Huang Dan and Feng Beiming before saying, "You too." Mr. Zhao Hai cares about the world of cultivation. Mr. Zhao Hai's sentiment is important for the realm's future development. I have to ask you to keep Mr. Zhao Hai connected to the realm. Otherwise, it would be hard for the world of cultivation to survive in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Huang Dan and Feng Beiming nodded. The immortal experts were too lofty to explain these things, so they used Chen Daoking to express their words and make it clear how important Zhao Hai was. Chen Daoking's words were equal to the words of the immortal experts. Chapter 1525, Matters Behind the Curtains. When Zhao Hai appeared on the world of cultivation's stronghold, Kong Miao was already waiting for him along with some people. Seeing Zhao Hai come out, Kong Miao immediately welcomed him as he bowed and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, thank you." Zhao Hai stared, then he smiled and said, "Grandmaster, there's no need to be too polite. Just call me Little Hai like before. The world of cultivation is my home. I cannot just ignore its issues." "Grandmaster, I still have things I need to take care of in the 100 Treasures Realm, so I won't be remaining here for long. If the world of cultivation needs anything, don't hesitate to tell me." Kong Miao had some understanding about Zhao Hai's matters and knew what Zhao Hai needed to deal with. He heard rumors that Zhao Hai has been bestowed a planet by the 100 Treasures Realm. Naturally, He didn't know that this was because Zhao Hai was able to give the 100 Treasures Realm a planet's worth of materials. They thought that the planet was bestowed because of Zhao Hai's contributions during the war. Kong Miao was also aware of the 100 Treasures Realm's rules of inheritance. Zhao Hai would be assigned 10,000 youths who hadn't begun their cultivation. These youths would be Zhao Hai's future servants. He could also choose among them who he would take as disciples. Zhao Hai just got a planet, along with the responsibilities tied with it. Him going to the world of cultivation to help was already a huge favor. It would be unreasonable if Kong Miao held Zhao Hai up here. Because of this, Kong Miao immediately said, "Then, little Hai, I won't be keeping you. If you need anything, you can tell us." Although the world of cultivation is a small realm, we are also your most solid backing. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Grandmaster Kong Miao, you're too polite." This Zhao Hai will not forget that I'm from the world of cultivation. Well then, I'll be going. After saying that, he entered a nearby transmission formation and returned to the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters. The 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters was currently very busy. The war caused too much damage to the realm, especially to the headquarters. Everything needed repairs so that they can return to being operational. Moreover, although the 100 Treasures Realm managed to gain territory, they had yet to digest it. Don't think that other realms wouldn't fight for these territories. Those fellows weren't saints. As long as they have the opportunity, they would definitely take a bite. Because of this, not only does the 100 Treasures Realm need to stabilize internally, they also have to guard their newly gained territory. Each person in the headquarters was very busy. The place looked like a machine running to full capacity. But even so, Miu Yu and Tang Ji still had time to welcome Zhao Hai. Seeing Zhao Hai appear, Miu Yu stepped forward and said, "Little Hai, is everything fine?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Everything's fine. Brother Miu doesn't need to worry. How is it going? If you need help, you can tell me." Miu Yu paused for a moment, then he said, "Now that you mention it, I have something I need your help with. I heard that you've built an academy on your planet. Can you lend us your robots and machines?" Hearing Miu Yu, Zhao Hai laughed and said, "So it's this. Don't worry. When I head back, I'll immediately send them over to you." Miu Yu smiled and said, "A lot of buildings have been destroyed all around the territory. Although we don't use most of them, this also concerns the face of the 100 Treasures Realm. We have no choice but to fix it. By the way, little Hai, it seems like your academy is doing well. How did you design it?" Zhao Hai gave out a smile. Construction wasn't easy to do. From the building design to the internal decorations, everything needed to be considered well. Most cultivators were ignorant in the matters of construction. Even sect buildings were basic structures that were modified a bit. To be honest, these buildings weren't built very well. On the other hand, the academy that Zhao Hai built was designed and made by the Universal Scanner. Naturally, this structure was incomparable to basic structures, and these buildings were built very efficiently. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Laura and the others designed it." "Why did Brother Miu ask? Do you want to redesign the buildings of the headquarters? I can bring them over when I head back." Miu Yu patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "All right, then I'll leave it to you. Have the sister-in-laws come over and help us redesign the structures of the headquarters." With the realm's recent victory, Master and the others want to rebuild the outer halls and make it more prestigious. Later on, we'll use it to receive people from other realms. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, then I'll head back and have them come over. I'll make sure to show Brother Miu the architecture they're capable of." Miu Yu nodded. Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards him before turning around and entering the transmission formation. Returning back to Blue Tree Planet, the academy on the planet had been mostly built. The academy was built based on a simple atmosphere. However, it wasn't built with simple materials. Many high-grade materials were used to construct the buildings, and since the space had them all, the structure was quickly built. At this point, only the finishing touches were left. Zhao Hai nodded and left some undead to take care of the place's greenery. After that, he brought the robots along with Laura and the others back to the headquarters. Naturally, he didn't bring Kair and Julie along. Kair's form was unusual. Additionally, she was in charge of taking care of the space. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't take her out much. As for Julie, she had yet to get used to dealing with humans, so she stayed inside the space with Kair. Zhao Hai took Laura and the others to the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters. Seeing them arrive, Miu Yu immediately greeted them as he laughed and said, "You really came back fast. Come, Master wants to see you." Zhao Hai stared, then he quickly replied, Elder Mu wants to see me. Is something wrong? Mu Yu smiled and said, "It's fine, Master Head, that you brought your wives over, so he wants to take a look. Master is really fond of you. He says he wants to give gifts to sister-in-laws." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly as he led Laura and the others to the conference room. Mu Yao, Tang Yaoan, and the others were already inside. Zhao Hai took Laura and the others to give greetings to the elders. Mu Yao took a close look at Laura and the others, then he laughed and said, "I didn't expect little Hai to be such a romantic. He actually has such beautiful wives. As an elder, I naturally can't lose to you. Take these, treat it as my meeting gift to you." After he said that, artifacts appeared in front of Laura and the others. The women quickly accepted them and gave their thanks. Mu Yao turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, you should be aware about the current wave the 100 Treasures realm is riding on right now. This is both a good and bad thing. Not to talk about anything else, because of the 100 Treasures realm's current fame, our headquarters is receiving countless visitors every day. However, the reception hall of the headquarters is very lacking. I heard that you're quite good at making buildings. I'll leave this matter to you. You can destroy whichever building you want, but if you don't do the job well, I won't let you off." Zhao Hai quickly agreed. Mu Yao laughed and said, "Go all out. Make sure that nobody dares underestimate the 100 Treasures realm anymore." Zhao Hai nodded as he led Laura and the others out of the conference hall. When he got outside, Zhao Hai took a proper look around the headquarters and the reception hall. Several buildings needed to be destroyed. To be honest, even if they stayed up, they still weren't great to look at. Laura and the others also put on a performance. They really couldn't design a building since the space did everything. However, they still discussed with each other to keep up appearances. After looking around for some time, Zhao Hai brought Laura and the others back to his cave residence. When they entered the residence, they immediately entered the space. Kair had already printed out several sketches, each building as beautiful as the next. Zhao Hai looked over the drawings and nodded. Then he turned to Kair and said, "Wait for me while I take these to Elder Mu and the others. Once the buildings are settled, we can return to Blue Tree Planet. The children will be sent over as well. I'll have to trouble you then." Laura smiled and said, "Right, Brother Hai, you should be able to rest for a while, right? There shouldn't be anyone coming over to provoke the 100 Treasures realm." Zhao Hai shook his head as he sighed and said, "The situation isn't that simple. Remember our previous analysis? There may be people standing behind the 100 Treasures realm and the Giant Spirit realm. Don't you think it's strange that there seems to be a force that prevents the 10,000 realm battlefield from becoming peaceful? I'm afraid it won't take long before something happens again. And there's Julie's case as well, who sealed her in Fabio Planet. I feel that these things are connected. We need to see behind the curtains. To be honest, I'm quite worried. It seems like no matter how diligent we work, we're still pieces in another person's chessboard." Laura and the others turned silent when they heard this. To be honest, they haven't thought of it like this. Hearing Zhao Hai, they also thought that he made sense. From the world of cultivation to the 10,000 realm battlefield, everything that happened seems to have traces of interference from hidden hands. Moreover, the 6 realms battlefield and the 10,000 realm battlefield were man-made realms filled with treasures. If they told someone about this, then they wouldn't believe it, but it's true. So what was really hidden behind all of these things? Chapter 1526, National Affairs. Zhao Hai walked out of the space holding several drawings. Of course, these drawings were merely two-dimensional. The real projection of the buildings were uploaded to Zhao Hai's computer. Mu Yu and the others would use these drawings as previews of the structures. Zhao Hai's heart was a bit heavy. He didn't want to scare Laura and the others. He truly felt a sense of crisis. As long as he doesn't know the creator of the 10,000 realm battlefield, he wouldn't feel relaxed. To be honest, it doesn't feel good to be a chess piece. But given the current situation, he didn't have a choice. He needs time. As long as the space levels up, he would be stronger. When the time comes, he would have the strength to resist. Zhao Hai took a deep breath and then exhaled the bad air from his lungs. After that, he walked towards the conference hall. He no longer needs to ask for permission before entering. As soon as he was inside, he immediately saw Mu Yu and the others. After giving his greetings, he showed the drawings to Mu Yu and the others and said, "Elder Mu, these are plans that Laura and the others made. See if you like them. If you're interested in one, I'll show you a detailed projection." Mu Yao looked at the drawings, then he smiled and said, It seems like your wives are really talented. I didn't expect them to come up with these drawings so quickly." After he said that, he scanned the drawings he was presented with. These drawings were naturally made very well. They were all made according to the topography of the headquarters. The style of each building was different. Some had courtyards scattered around the place and some had buildings that were pleasing to the eye. But generally speaking, these buildings had a taste of Chinese architecture mixed within them. At the same time, they weren't too modern. Mu Yao looked through these drawings and gave a satisfied nod. Although the drawings looked different, all of them were very beautiful. He could understand at a glance that they were made very well. After some time, he passed the drawings to Tang Yao and the others and said, "You take a look at these drawings as well. Tell me if there's anything you like." Tang Yao received the drawings and began to scan through them. In the end, the group decided on one design. Coincidentally, this was the one Zhao Hai thought Mu Yu and the others would choose. This drawing wasn't the most artistic of all. However, this drawing had the superior atmosphere. Although the buildings weren't very tall, they were built to fit the aesthetic of the mountain. They were scattered without losing the overall design effect. It looks quite grand, which was the style Mu Yao and the others want. Seeing the drawing everyone else chose, Mu Yao nodded and said, "All right, then we'll pick this." Zhao Hai nodded and then took out his computer to present the full image of the design. He also showed the interior of each building. After listening to Zhao Hai, Mu Yao nodded and said, "Good, very good. Let's go according to your plans. Make sure to build it well." Zhao Hai nodded before asking to leave. Mu Yao followed Zhao Hai out. He smiled and said, "Kid, you really do things quickly. All right, I'll leave everything to you. I have to go back to work. By the way, the children will be sent to you in 2 days. Don't forget about it." Zhao Hai nodded with a smile before Mu Yu turned around and left. After that, he immediately took out the robots and construction vehicles. After that, he programmed the robots with the design chosen by Mu Yu and the others. The robots and machines swiftly began to work. A lot of people from the 100 Treasures realm haven't seen robots before, so they were interested in them. The robots and the machines didn't care about this. They just worked according to the program. After arranging everything, Zhao Hai no longer cared much about the construction. He would just check it from time to time. He spent most of his time inside his cave residence. Of course, this was what the people outside thought. In fact, he was inside the space all this time. The construction wasn't slow at all. After a couple of days, the buildings shown on the drawings have been built. It was also at this time that Zhao Hai officially took Zhang Yun in as his woman. Additionally, the children have been sent to Blue Tree Planet and entered the academy. Large numbers of undead also entered the academy in order to teach these children about cultivation. At this point, Zhao Hai had a large amount of cultivation methods in his hand. Naturally, he would pick the best methods for these children to use. But before teaching them cultivation, Zhao Hai inspected their constitution. Zhao Hai not only inspected their spiritual roots, but also their muscle strength, bone structure, and other aspects. This was to ensure that each student was taught in accordance to their aptitude. A person's achievements didn't only depend on their spiritual root. Factors such as muscle strength and bone structure were also important. So according to the result of the inspection, Zhao Hai assigned different cultivation methods. Zhao Hai treated the 10,000 children with importance. He treated them like a master treats his disciple. Not only was this rare in the 100 Treasures realm, it was rare in any other realm. At the same time, the meals of the children were being calculated. They also undergo culture training as well as refining classes. They would also learn how to plant herbs every 7 days. The main purpose of the planting class was to let the children learn how to grow various medicinal plants. They would not only learn how to plant, they also learned how to identify various medicinal materials along with various ores. They were also taught the uses of these plants and ores. It can be said that Zhao Hai's academy was the most advanced cultivation school in the 100 Treasures realm. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't want these children to be flowers grown in a greenhouse. Every other month or so, he would test them. The tests were simple. The children need to either kill or dissect a beast on their own. The beasts were sacrificial meat prepared for the children. Zhao Hai wanted to train their courage. Zhao Hai also arranged survival training for the children. Naturally, he wouldn't do it now. He has to wait for them to grow up. Zhao Hai wanted to train cultivators, not assassins. There's no need to train them in a cruel manner. What makes Zhao Hai happy with these children was the fact that they were evenly distributed between the two genders. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. This was because no matter which realm, Yang qi was more abundant than yin qi. Therefore, female cultivators were very rare. What Zhao Hai didn't know was that there were plenty of female cultivators in all high-grade realms. The problem was that female cultivators couldn't enter the higher levels of cultivation. This time, Mu Yao wanted to test Zhao Hai. He wanted to take a look if Zhao Hai's academy would work. Since this was the case, it was impossible to send boys only, so girls were also sent over. Zhao Hai didn't mind this arrangement. Having girls was good as well. It was just that training them would be slightly difficult. There weren't as many methods and teachers for female cultivators. After 10 days, the buildings of the headquarters were completed. The greenery and interior decoration were also finished. The buildings weren't only attractive, but they were arranged in a defensive formation. Even the design of the garden was taken into consideration. If someone wanted to attack the headquarters of the 100 Treasures realm in the future, then these buildings would form a defensive formation. Inside one of the buildings was a transmission formation. This made it very safe to reinforce or evacuate the inhabitants. It was precisely because of these considerations that it took so long for the construction to finish. It needs to be known that the materials used by Zhao Hai were all high grade. Not only were they strong and durable, they also had short drying time. Majority of the time was spent on interior decoration. The interior decorations of the buildings were themed. They all paid attention to being simple and rich. The decorations looked simple, but they didn't make people feel cheap. This was also in line with Zhao Hai's style, which was low-key arrogance. Once the construction was finished, Zhao Hai approached Mu Yao and the others to have them inspect the buildings. Mu Yao and the others gave nothing but endless praise to the buildings. They were very satisfied, which caused Zhao Hai to feel relieved. After visiting the buildings, Mu Yao and the others returned to the conference hall along with Zhao Hai. Today, Mu Yao made an exception and had Zhao Hai sit. After sitting down, Mu Yao looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, the buildings you made are very beautiful. I don't want to work here now. I want to go there instead." "Good, very good." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Elder Mu is very polite. This Zhao Hai does not deserve your praise." Mu Yao waved his hand and said, "There's no need to deny it. If you do well, you will naturally be praised." "Right, Little Hai. I heard that your academy is already functional and the children have started going there. How are they doing?" Zhao Hai didn't quite understand what Mu Yao was aiming at, but he quickly replied, "Fortunately, they were able to adapt to the environment. The preparations have also been done and their curriculum has been set. They should be able to start their learning soon." Mu Yao nodded. "Let me take a look at their curriculum." Zhao Hai nodded as he took out a copy of the curriculum and handed it to Mu Yao. After looking carefully at the curriculum, Mu Yao knit his brows as he said, "You're actually planning to have them eat? Can't they just eat pills?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I have planted vegetables in some of the medicinal fields in Blue Tree Planet. I also bred a lot of magical beasts. The children can eat them. These will be transformed into medicinal meals upon being cooked. Its effects are much better than eating pills. These foods also don't leave toxins inside the body. Pills can't be eaten every day while the grown food can." Chapter 1527, School Visit. Hearing what Zhao Hai said, Mu Yao was stunned for a moment. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Really? Aren't these kinds of food hard to grow?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's true. Back when I was in my home realm, I obtained a seed of a tree. This tree was planted by a race called the elves in the lower realms. They treated this tree like a deity. Upon being planted on an area with spiritual chi, once it grows up, it would produce more spiritual chi. It's the best tree to use in order to change an environment. I originally had a planet in the world of cultivation where I planted a lot of these trees. When I picked Laura and the others up, I also took a lot of these trees with me. Now that the environment of Blue Tree Planet has been improved, it became possible to plant those vegetables." Mu Yao could no longer sit still. He stood up and walked to Zhao Hai and said, "Let's go to Blue Tree Planet and let me take a look. I want to see what Blue Tree Planet looks like now." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "You're more than welcome. I was just about to invite the elders for a drink in Blue Tree Planet. Since this is the case, I'll also invite the elders to share a meal in Blue Tree Planet." Hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yao and the others laughed. Then they all stood up and walked out. As soon as they arrived at the door, they saw Mu Yu coming over. Seeing Mu Yao and the others coming out, Mu Yu was stunned. Then he asked, "Master, where are you going?" Mu Yao looked at Mu Yu. Then he smiled and said, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Mu Yu shook his head and said, It's nothing big. The repairs of the headquarters are basically completed, so I came to give my report. Would you like to take a look? Mu Yao smiled and said, there's no need to be anxious about that. Come with us. We're going to Little Hai's blue tree planet to take a look. Hearing Mu Yao, Mu Yu smiled and said, so it's that. Even if you don't go, I would still tell you about it. The academy that Little Hai built was very good. Mu Yao waved his hand and said, there's no use hearing about it. Just come with us. I want to see it on my own. After that, the group went to the transmission formation and arrived at Blue Tree Planet. When the party appeared on Blue Tree Planet, they discovered Laura and the others already waiting for them there. After the two groups exchanged greetings, they proceeded towards Blue Tree Planet's academy. Zhao Hai's academy was built like the universities back on Earth. The dormitories had rooms that could accommodate 4 people and each included a bathroom. The academy also has a canteen, a field, a public library, laboratory, training grounds, and farming area. There were also gardens and greenery that occupied a lot of space. Zhao Hai brought Mu Yao and the others around the academy and visited the public facilities. He also explained each place and their uses. Additionally, Zhao Hai also introduced the undead teachers. The undead teachers were all experienced veterans, and with the facilities being perfect, they were able to properly teach the students. The children were taking notes while studying. They weren't using computers but instead pens and papers. Zhao Hai deliberately did this so that they can deepen their impression of the topic they're studying. Zhao Hai also brought Mu Yao and the others to Blue Tree Planet's breeding farms and crop fields. These 2 places could be said to be the most important places in Blue Tree Planet. This was because the meat, grain, medicine, and vegetables of the planet relied on them. Zhao Hai also took Mu Yao and the others to see the elven trees. Although Zhao Hai raised a lot of beasts and planted a lot of vegetables for food, he never put aside planting medicinal materials. The medicinal fields had been transformed. They were now using high-tech equipment to monitor the overall state of the fields. A little change to the environment would alert the system. Moreover, robots guarded the fields all year round. These robots were fitted to handle the medicinal plants. In an instant, they were able to see if a plant was sick and they would immediately treat them. Naturally, these didn't come from the machine field, but instead created by the space. However, since Zhao Hai came from the machine field, people implied that the robots came from there. Of course, Zhao Hai wouldn't deliberately talk about the origin of the robots. He just told people that he modified the robots after getting them from the machine field. The visit made Mu Yao and the others learn a lot. The school that Zhao Hai made completely exceeded their imagination. Looking at the children taking notes while wearing uniforms as well as the facilities present at the academy, Mu Yao and the others felt that the spring of the 100 treasures realm was coming. After exploring the entire academy, Zhao Hai brought Mu Yao and the others to the school canteen. The canteen was very clean. There were robots inside cooking the meals. Although the robots weren't as good as Meg, their cooking wasn't bad. When Zhao Hai's group arrived at the canteen, the students already finished their meal and went back to rest. Zhao Hai asked Mu Yao and the others to sit down. Then Laura and the others brought the group a cup of tea. Zhao Hai turned towards Mu Yao and said, Elder Mu, this is herbal tea made by me. Drinking it will clear your mind. Please have a sip. Mu Yao picked up the teacup and took a sip. The first thing he noticed was the fragrance of the tea. Then he felt his mind clear up. He felt really great. Mu Yao put down the teacup as he nodded and said, good tea. Very good. Little Hai, is this tea easy to produce? Zhao Hai smiled and said, it's hard to make. Very hard. This tea needs leaves of the elven trees as well as other medicinal plants. It can be said that it is medicinal tea. Then he paused for a moment as he looked at Mu Yao and the others and said, Elders, rest assured, I have already calculated the output of this tea. I can send you a good amount every year. If you use spring water to make tea, its effect will be better. Mu Yao laughed and said, good kid. You arranged this a long time ago, right? Alright, then we'll accept it. Zhao Hai smiled faintly but didn't say anything. At this time, Laura and the others also brought the food to the table. The food this time was made by Meg. There were 12 dishes overall. They were meaty and plain but had all sorts of delicious colors and flavors. Zhao Hai took out a few jugs of liquor and poured everyone a cup. Then he took his cup as he turned to Mu Yao and the others and said, it's rare for elders to visit Blue Tree Planet. Allow this Zhao Hai to offer his respects. Mu Yao laughed loudly and said, Little Hai, you're too polite. Take a seat. I want to taste your food and wine. However, Some of the elders returned Zhao Hai's greeting before they tasted the dishes on the table. The dishes tasted very good. Most importantly, as Zhao Hai said, there's no toxin in them. After eating, the food immediately transformed into qi. This was the first time they have eaten such a good dish. Fortunately, Mu Yao and the others were people with high status. After eating, Zhao Hai invited them to his residence for tea. Since Mu Yao and the others also had something to tell Zhao Hai, they didn't decline. After arriving at the residence, Laura and the others brewed them a pot of tea before withdrawing. Mu Yao looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, can we establish schools like yours on other planets?" Zhao Hai guessed that Mu Yao and the others would ask about this. He shook his head and said, "The academy can be built. But the problem was that there weren't enough teachers. Elders should have seen it. I use undead for teachers. At this stage, the undead has no problems teaching the children. But once they grow up, the undead would no longer be able to. Fortunately, after the war, I was able to get Transcending Tribulation undead. They can teach the children once they grow up. However, there can only be so much Transcending Tribulation undead. The academies can be built. The spiritual food can be grown. Elven trees can be transplanted. The most difficult problem to solve is the lack of teachers." Mu Yao sighed and said, "That problem is very hard to solve. Without enough teachers, building academies is useless." Tang Yao and looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, do you have any solutions for this?" Zhao Hai already thought about this problem. He looked at Mu Yao and the others and said, "This problem is actually easy to solve. We have a lot of planets in the 100 Treasures realm, but there is no need to have an academy for each planet. Once someone reaches the core formation realm, they would no longer need teachers, nor learning at school. So I think that the 100 Treasures realm can concentrate its resources and teachers into certain planets. These planets will be specialized to teach children. Once these children reach core formation, they can return to their planet and learn from their master. This way will be much easier. It would also be easier for their master." Hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yao and the others immediately understood what he meant. However, they didn't agree on it on the spot. Instead, they thought about it for a while before Mu Yao said, "This method is good. We'll think about it before making a decision. But Little Hai, if we decide to do this, we'll be expecting you to help us." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Elders, rest assured, I will do my best." Mu Yao nodded. Then he stood up and said, "It's already late, so we'll be heading back. Little Hai, you can remain here. If there's anything you need, just go to the headquarters and look for us directly." Zhao Hai nodded. After that, Mu Yao took the other elders and left. Zhao Hai didn't follow the others back to the headquarters. It actually doesn't matter if he goes to the headquarters or not. Because of the construction task, Zhao Hai was given the opportunity to map out the entire headquarters. Even the secret caves had been mapped out. Because of this, Zhao Hai no longer needs to go to the headquarters to see if something was wrong. What Zhao Hai needed to do right now was to map out the entire 100 Treasures realm as soon as possible. At the same time, he wants to see what the entire 100 Treasures realm was really like. Zhao Hai believed that the 100 Treasures realm, world of cultivation, and the other realms were in the same universe. It's even possible that they're part of an even bigger realm. But because they were far apart from each other, it seems like they had no connection. Zhao Hai wanted to see if his guess was correct. While understanding the situation of the 100 Treasures realm, Zhao Hai was also going all out understanding the state of the 10,000 realm battlefield. The 10,000 realm battlefield just has too many realms. Too many to cause Zhao Hai to be surprised. Moreover, the battlefield was an extremely huge continent. Despite there being a lot of realms inside it, no one actually arrived at its edge. The 100 Treasures realm was now very popular in the 10,000 realm battlefield. However, Zhao Hai was very worried about this. It was said that the rafter that sticks out will rot first. The 100 Treasures realm was now a rafter that stuck out. The other realms in the battlefield would certainly try to deal with them. When the time comes, the 100 Treasures realm would suffer a misfortune. Moreover, the 100 Treasures realm now has a very powerful enemy, which was the Fire Weaver race. Although the Fire Weavers suffered a loss, it wasn't to the point where their vitality was damaged. At most they were forced to retreat. But because they hadn't been injured by their defeat, the Fire Weaver race was a predator waiting to strike. The 100 Treasures realm needed to tread carefully, otherwise they would give this predator a chance to attack. Most importantly, Zhao Hai wanted to find clues from the 10,000 realm battlefield to see how it was created. Even if he didn't find out how the realm was made, At least he wanted to know the people behind the 100 Treasures realm, if there really was someone behind the 100 Treasures realm. Originally, Zhao Hai thought that it was one of the 5 great realms, but after probing Mu Yu and the others time after time, he wasn't able to get a positive answer. From what he found out, the 5 great realms don't have enough strength to compel the 100 Treasures realm to become their subordinate. In other words, the 100 Treasures realm's background was much stronger than the 5 great realms. Zhao Hai wanted to look for clues in the 10,000 realm battlefield to confirm his own judgment. In the beginning, Zhao Hai was very confident in his judgment. He was fully convinced that there were people behind the 100 Treasures realm and the giant spirit realm. But after the war, his judgment was shaken. If there were really people behind the 2 realms, then why didn't they stand up when the giant spirit realm was about to be evicted out of the 10,000 realm battlefield? Could it be that the other party can endure its subordinate realm being evicted off of the battlefield? Was that possible? Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted concrete proof that there were people standing behind high-grade realms such as the 100 Treasures realm and the giant spirit realm. Chapter 1528. Handover. Time passed and it has been 2 years since the last battle between the 100 Treasures realm and the Fire Weaver race. In the past 2 years, the 10,000 realm battlefield had been calm. It seems like the battlefield returned to its original state. The territory of the 100 Treasures has grown larger. The subordinates under their protection had also increased. The realm's overall strength has risen. The 100 Treasures realm has already become a top powerhouse in the battlefield. Their future was looking bright. The other realms didn't dare offend the 100 Treasures realm. At the same time, the Fire Weavers have been behaving themselves. Zhao Hai knew that Fire Weavers were behaving themselves because they would risk being attacked by all high-grade realms if they dared to make a move. And once this happens, the other 4 great realms would definitely try to shake the foundations of the Fire Weaver race. Being able to become one of the 5 great realms, the Fire Weavers certainly weren't simple. They knew how to attack and retreat. The last time, they only made a move because they saw an opportunity, and when they saw their odds going bad, they decidedly withdrew. To be honest, Zhao Hai admired this aspect of the Fire Weaver race. However, the more the Fire Weavers were like this, the more wary Zhao Hai was. Such enemies were bound to be very dangerous. Right now, the 5 great realms were in an equilibrium. None of them wanted to make a huge move right now. And now that the 100 Treasures realm had become more powerful, it was almost impossible for the Fire Weavers to make a move on them. In the meantime, the 100 Treasures realm wasn't in any danger. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's investigation towards the 100 Treasures realm's background wasn't doing well. However, he was now certain that the 100 Treasures realm had someone behind it. No matter what, it seems like the 100 Treasures realm's backer didn't care too much about the realm's affairs. They didn't do anything despite knowing that the giant spirit realm and the Fire Weaver race were ganging up on the 100 Treasures realm. Zhao Hai found some clues on ancient scrolls of the 100 Treasures realm. When he began looking for clues, he wasn't able to find anything because of the long-term feud between the 100 Treasures realm and the giant spirit realm. Even so, the records he found were very ominous, causing Zhao Hai to be suspicious. However, this wasn't the time to be anxious. Zhao Hai felt that he would find proper clues sooner or later. In the past 2 years, Zhao Hai rarely went to the 10,000 realm battlefield. Sometimes he would visit Yan Planet. Yan Planet had already been listed as a forbidden land by Mu Yao and the others. It was now impossible to treat the planet as a garbage dump. Mu Yao and the others also assigned people to guard the planet. Naturally, waste materials were still being sent over to the planet. Zhao Hai went to Yan Planet in order to recycle the waste materials being sent, but normally, he stayed inside Blue Tree Planet in order to look after the children. He wanted to train these children to become his loyal subordinates. Despite having an abundance of resources, Zhao Hai actually has very few people to use it on. Now that he has the opportunity, he naturally wouldn't just let it go. Although the 100 Treasures realm looks calm, it was in fact divided into factions. For now, the strongest was Mu Yao's faction, and because of Mu Yao's connection with Zhao Hai, he was grouped up with them. The troubles of the 100 Treasures realm would begin from here. Because of this, the most important thing for Zhao Hai was to establish his own influence. As long as he grows his strength, nobody would dare make a move on him. Additionally, Zhao Hai has insurance for himself, and that was his status as refining grandmaster. He can recycle waste materials into useful resources. As long as he held this skill, Nobody from the 100 Treasures realm would dare offend him. Actually, Zhao Hai was most happy about the children. The children have been learning for 2 years now. In the past 2 years, Zhao Hai was very dedicated to teaching the children. At the same time, the children were also very competitive. More than 1,000 of them were already close to the foundation establishment stage, while the worst of them was approaching the peak of body refining. Moreover, the children's innate talents were beginning to show. Some of the children had skills regarding medicinal plants, some were good at refining. Zhao Hai made sure to develop these talents. If Zhao Hai wants to develop his power, then it's impossible to rely on cultivation alone. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't only focus on fostering the cultivation of the children, but he went along with their aptitude. In any case, these children were now his servants and disciples in the future. They would all follow his surname, so he can teach them as he wants. In the past 2 days, the 100 Treasures realm also built academies on other planets. Moreover, they followed the method that Zhao Hai suggested. So far, the academies were doing well. Once the children reached the foundation establishment stage, they would be sent back to their respective planets to follow their master. Although the effect wasn't as good as Zhao Hai's academy, it was still much better to their previous system. Needless to say, Zhao Hai made a great achievement this time. Although a lot of children were still below the foundation establishment stage, the proportion that had broken through was still much more than before. Even if these children couldn't enter the transcending tribulation stage, as long as they reach the nascent soul stage, they can become very good teachers. In turn, this would benefit the future development of the 100 Treasures realm. Zhao Hai also learned a lot about the 100 Treasures realm in the past 2 years. The 100 Treasures realm seen on the 10,000 realm battlefield was not the real 100 Treasures realm. The realm was indeed one of the top existences of the battlefield. Zhao Hai was now aware of the realm's true face. Because of the recent war, the 100 Treasures realm were able to gain a lot of good things. At the very least, the 100 Treasures realm can now make giant spirit treasures ships on their own. They can also make rifles. These two were very beneficial to the future of the realm. In the past 2 years, Mu Yao would also return to the realm from time to time to take a look. The same was true for Tangji and the others. Mu Yu's status in the 100 Treasures realm was now very high. After the war, Mu Yu's military exploits, adding to his formidable background, made it impossible for other people to make a move on him. This day, the children in Zhao Hai's Blue Tree Academy were attending their lessons. The students were divided into classes. These classes weren't decided based on the students' aptitude, but instead by what they were interested in. For example, there were physical training classes, refining classes, alchemy classes, spearmanship classes, and many others. At this point, the teachers in the academy have been changed into high-level undead. These were undead in the transcending tribulation stage and above. In addition to providing the children with better education, Zhao Hai also had the undead teach in order to train them. It must be known that imparting knowledge wasn't an easy matter. At this time, a flash of white light appeared on the transmission formation. After that, 3 people could be seen. Zhao Hai turned to look and saw that it was Mu Yu, Tang Ji, and Teng Wen. Zhao Hai immediately flew over and greeted them. "Brothers, why did you come over? Did something happen?" Mu Yu smiled and said, "We're here to ask you for a drink." Zhao Hai laughed. Then he led the 3 towards his residence. After arriving, Laura and the others provided them with food and drinks. Mu Yu drank his liquor. Then he sighed and said, "Little Hai, the reason we're here is because we have something we need you for." Zhao Hai stared, then he asked, "What is it?" Mu Yu forced a smile and said, "Little Hai, you should be aware that there are countless realms in the 10,000 realm battlefield. The location is also quite strange, facing the sea. The 100 Treasures realm surrounded by the 5 great realms. It's now impossible to increase our territory. As for the seas, it is surrounded by a poisonous purple fog as well as the black clouds overhead. Even if we went to the sea, it's still impossible. However, we haven't given up yet. After several expeditions, we discovered that the purple fog and the dark clouds weaken every 50 years. Because of this, the realm sends young people to scout the sea every 50 years. However, despite sending a lot of people, none of them had yet to return. These people have the same strength as you. But this didn't stop the major realms from sending people every 50 years. The time to send people is approaching. However, Nobody was willing to go because they knew that nobody was able to return alive from these expeditions. I came this time to tell you that Master is about to end his 100-year assignment in the 10,000 realm battlefield. He and the other elders will be replaced with another batch of immortal experts. This new batch of experts aren't very friendly with Master. Me and Tangy aren't in any danger since our masters have already taken care of this for us. But as for you, Little Hai, I advise you to go into a close-door cultivation soon. Otherwise, people will assign you to explore the sea, compelling you to a dead end. Zhao Hai stared. He also understood the factional strife of the 100 Treasures realm in the past 2 years. However, this was the first time he heard of this matter. He couldn't help but frown as he said, "They want to make a move on me? I have repeatedly gained achievements for the 100 Treasures realm. Moreover, I can recycle waste materials into usable resources. No matter what their purpose is, they shouldn't touch me, right?" Miu Yu sighed and said, "Little Hai, every time the immortal experts in the 10,000 realm battlefield gets rotated, a huge wave would ripple out in the 100 Treasures realm. Me, Little G, and Little Win have immortal experts behind us, so nobody dared to deal with us. Otherwise, once our master sits in the position, they would deal with the other party's disciples. However, although you are now under Master Mu's umbrella, you have no power behind you. The merits you made will also be counted on the master's faction, not on you. I'm afraid they will deal with you first. To them, your presence is a huge boost towards master's faction. You aren't someone they can allow to exist for a long time, in their opinion. Now that the giant spirit realm has been driven out of the battlefield, the 100 Treasures realm's biggest enemy is now gone. To the other party, losing you won't be that big. Chapter 1529. I'm going. Zhao Hai stared. He didn't really expect things to be like this. He thought that he could be on par with disciples of immortal experts with only his own skill. He didn't expect people to actually ignore his situation. Zhao Hai knew that Miu Yu and Tangy were both stable people, especially after their experience in the war. Since they both told him about this, it means that it was very likely to happen. This caused his expression to change. Zhao Hai looked at Miu Yu and said, "Big brother Miu, what advantage do they gain doing this?" Miu Yu smiled bitterly and said, "What other advantage could there be?" In their opinion, cutting off the arms of the Miu faction is an advantage. In fact, I think that immortal experts like them should not interfere with the matters of the realm. However, this was the rules, and the leadership would take turns. Nobody can change it. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I didn't expect there to be so many twists and turns in the 100 Treasures realm. If this is the case, then will the world of cultivation and the zoo race be touched as well?" Miu Yu shook his head and said, "That won't happen. There is a clear rule in the realm that as long as someone becomes a subordinate, they would not be suppressed. The offenders will be disposed of by the immortal experts." Zhao Hai let out a long breath and said, "Good. So what am I expected to do? Do I just explore the sea? If they really want me to go, I'll have no choice but to go and see." Miu Yu didn't expect Zhao Hai to say that. He couldn't help but be stunned as he said, "Little Hai, don't go. The poisonous fog and the black clouds are very powerful. Even immortal experts won't dare face them. Not to say you. You shouldn't go." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That is because immortal experts generally don't have faith power." "Brother Miu, let me tell you the truth. Ever since I gained faith power, I had been invincible against poisons. Whether it be the purple fog or the dark cloud, they wouldn't be able to do anything to me. Don't worry about me. I'm also a space divergent ability user. If I really can't bear it, then I will return." Miu Yu shook his head and said, "That's no good. Master already instructed me to prevent you from going. If you suffer an accident, the 100 Treasures realm would lose so much." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "If I don't go, then the other party would just hatch another plot. I might as well go. And if I manage to find something beyond the sea, then wouldn't that be good for the 100 Treasures realm?" "Don't worry, nothing will happen to me." Despite hearing this, Miu Yu still shook his head. Seeing this, Zhao Hai added, "Big brother Miu, let me tell you, even if the realm doesn't send me, I would still want to go to the sea in order to take a look. Just as you said, we could no longer gain more land. Moreover, I don't want to see land anymore. It's no longer interesting for me. It's better to head out to the sea. I'm not a normal person. I want to go to weird places and collect weird things." Seeing Zhao Hai's resolve, Miu Yu said, "You really want to go? If you really do, you have to see Master. I can't take responsibility for this decision." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, then I'll go visit Elder Mew. Meanwhile, let's have a drink and some food." Mew impatiently shook his head and said, "If you go, I will help you take care of Blue Tree Planet, so you don't have anything to worry about." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's no need for you to look after the planet once I go. I will take the children with me so they can learn. This is also a lesson for them." Mew smiled bitterly and said, "You really want to play around? Alright, you can discuss this with Master. Let's have a drink." The four ate and drank while chatting. Zhao Hai also asked about the immortal expert who was about to take over the 100 Treasures realm. From what Mew said, the person's name was surnamed Shen. His full name was Shen Wei. He was an old immortal expert who had some problems with Mu Yao since they were young. The two fought against each other their whole lives. Later on, when Mu Yao entered the immortal stage first, Shen Wei took it as the greatest shame in his life. Although Mu Yao didn't care about him, this person had always wanted to move against the Mu faction. It was just that he couldn't do anything to Mu Yao's faction. However, a few years ago, Shen Wei's direct disciple went outside and got killed. Up until now, nobody was able to discover who killed him. However, that disciple used to be on par with Mu Yu. Because of this, Shen Wei suspected that it was the Mu faction that killed his disciple, and since then he wanted to retaliate. But since Mu Yao was in charge of the realm, even if Shen Wei wanted to retaliate, he wouldn't be able to do anything. And now that Mu Yao was about to hand over control, Mu Yu and the others were instructed to be more careful. They were all instructed to close up. Mu Yao wasn't very fond of Shen Wei because Shen Wei had been domineering. Many people in the 100 Treasures realm didn't like him. Mu Yao was the exact opposite. He was gentle and knew how to reward and punish. Because of this, there were more people around Mu Yao. The reason why Mu Yao didn't confront Shen Wei was because he didn't want to cause any instability in the 100 Treasures realm. Naturally, Shen Wei also didn't dare go too far. Although he was resentful towards Mu Yao, he was also someone who thought of the larger picture. He also considered the future of the 100 Treasures realm. Because Zhao Hai wasn't his disciple, Mu Yao was afraid that Shen Wei would act against him. Moreover, Zhao Hai made a lot of great contributions towards the 100 Treasures realm. The more achievements Zhao Hai made, the more unfavorable it would be for Shen Wei. This was because all these achievements would be placed under Mu Yao's name. Additionally, Zhao Hai's performance in the recent war was too eye-catching. A lot of youths in the 100 Treasures realm treat him as an idol. It can be said that Zhao Hai's fame was bound to surpass Mu Yu's. In this case, it would be impossible if Shen Wei didn't try to deal with him. Shen Wei wouldn't dare make a move on Mu Yu. This was because Mu Yu was the foremost expert of his generation. Making a move on Mu Yu was basically crippling the future of the realm. Not only Mu Yao, but the other immortal experts wouldn't agree. However, Zhao Hai was different. Firstly, Zhao Hai was just an immigrant from the world of cultivation. Secondly, Zhao Hai wasn't Mu Yao's direct disciple. Thirdly, Shen Wei didn't know that Zhao Hai has the ability to recycle waste materials, and even if they knew, they still wouldn't accept it. Therefore, it's quite possible for Shen Wei to make a move on Zhao Hai. Because of this, Mu Yao made sure to warn Zhao Hai. Upon understanding Shen Wei's position, Zhao Hai sighed. He could hear from Mu Yu's words that Shen Wei wasn't a bad person. However, he was somewhat biased and stubborn. Otherwise, he wouldn't have pinned the murder of his disciple onto Mu Yao. After the four finished drinking, they rested a while before they all went to the headquarters. Mu Yao was currently very busy. He needed to organize everything before Shen Wei took over. Everything needed to be smoothed out before the handover. This was quite normal for the 100 Treasures realm, so they were used to the process. It's just that so many things happened in Mu Yao tenure. He had a lot of things to deal with. Seeing the four arrive, Mu Yao couldn't help but stare. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, why are you here? Do you need anything?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I have seen Elder Mu. This time, I came to discuss something with you." Mu Yao raised his brow and said, "What is it?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I heard that the realm would send people out to the sea. I'm thinking of volunteering for the task." Hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yao couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, "No, absolutely not. If you suffer an accident, the 100 Treasures realm would lose out too much." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and repeated to Mu Yao what he said to Mu Yu. Moreover, he also said that he would take the 10,000 children with him to gain experience. Hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yao was in doubt. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, do you really want to go? How confident are you?" Mu Yao knew clearly that Zhao Hai wouldn't hurt the children. If he wasn't confident, then he wouldn't take the children with him. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm very confident, Elder. Don't worry. When have I made decisions where I'm not sure?" Mu Yao looked at Zhao Hai, then he laughed and said, "All right, but you still need to be cautious." Hearing your reason, then I'm assured. If you're really confident, then you can go. However, this is only our speculation. If Shen Wei makes you go, then you can. If he doesn't, then you can forget it. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Even if you don't make me go, then I would still take a look. Originally, I'm still on the fence, but now I have to go." Elder Mu, this one also has something to tell you. Although your kindness is for the 100 Treasures realm, others can still treat it as weakness. When necessary, it's better to be overbearing. After hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yu and the others let out a cold air. Zhao Hai's words towards Mu Yao were somewhat excessive. Mu Yao was currently the head of the 100 Treasures realm. Zhao Hai was essentially giving advice to Mu Yao, and his words might cause turmoil to the 100 Treasures realm. Mu Yao narrowed his eyes and said, "Little Hai, what do you mean by your words?" Zhao Hai replied with a serious tone, "Elder, if Elder Shen Wei can send me to the sea, then what if he sends someone else as well? Every severed soul expert in the 100 Treasures realm is precious. If something happens to them, then it would be a great loss to the realm. If he can send people to explore the sea now, then what's stopping him from sending others later?" The 100 Treasures realm cannot always accept such losses. It would be detrimental to the realm's future development. When he spoke up to this point, Zhao Hai stopped for a moment, then he continued, "Everyone knows of my great contributions to the realm. If Elder Shen Wei sends me on an expedition to the sea, is he really the one that should be making the real decisions for the realm?" Chapter 1530, Preparing for Departure. Zhao Hai stood calmly outside the conference hall. It has been 2 months since his last entry to this room. Last time, Zhao Hai left very impolite words towards Mu Yao. However, Mu Yao didn't blame him. On the contrary, he agreed with what Zhao Hai said. A month ago, Mu Yao officially handed control over to Shen Wei. Now, Shen Wei had become the 100 Treasures realm's leader for the next 100 years. It was also at this time that Mu Yu and the others began their closed-door cultivation. Zhao Hai didn't close up and even attended the handover ceremony. When he saw Shen Wei, Zhao Hai didn't expect to see him as a gentleman. His whole person looked gentle and elegant, with an extraordinary temperament. However, there was an arrogant look on his face, which made Zhao Hai uncomfortable. After attending the handover ceremony, Zhao Hai returned to Blue Tree Planet. Meanwhile, in the headquarters, things were changing. Shen Wei moved swiftly. Naturally, he didn't overrule anything that Mu Yao set in place. This was because Mu Yao's arrangements were good for the 100 Treasures realm. If he vetoed it, then the people in the 100 Treasures realm wouldn't allow it. Instead, Shen Wei cleaned up the people in the headquarters. He let his own people in while he transferred others. With this, the Mu faction began to lose some influence in the 100 Treasures realm. Zhao Hai didn't oppose this. After all, a new boss would bring his own staff. A new officer would naturally arrange his own people to important positions in order to calm his heart. In this way, no massive waves were caused to the 100 Treasures realm. There was a smooth transition. And since the Mu faction tolerated it, this matter passed quietly. The reason why Zhao Hai was back in the headquarters was because of the sea expedition. Last time, when Zhao Hai talked with Mu Yao, they weren't in the conference hall but in Mu Yao's abode. Because of this, nobody knew that Zhao Hai volunteered to explore the sea. There were still 10 days before the expedition would leave. The 100 Treasures realm already decided on who to send. As expected by Mu Yao, it was Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai knew that when Shen Wei decided that he would explore the sea, a lot of people came to oppose it. However, Shen Wei was stubborn and determined. And since Mu Yao didn't come forward, Zhao Hai's assignment was set in stone. Zhao Hai also knew that this was Shen Wei acting against him, but he didn't care since he knew about it a long time ago. He wasn't worried at all. At the same time, Zhao Hai was aware why Mu Yao didn't step forward. This wasn't because Mu Yao can't do anything, but instead it's because Shen Wei hasn't done anything excessive yet. Therefore, Mu Yao just lied in wait. Zhao Hai knew that the words he spoke to Mu Yao that day had been received. Mu Yao wanted to wipe out Shen Wei's arrogance. However, He needed an opportunity that Shen Wei wouldn't just willingly give. Although Mu Yao didn't want to battle with Shen Wei for the stability of the 100 Treasures realm, Shen Wei had been more and more insolent lately. Shen Wei's action towards Zhao Hai was too much for Mu Yao's bottom line. Now that Shen Wei did indeed act against Zhao Hai, what's stopping him from dealing with Mu Yu later? It's precisely because of this that Mu Yao was ready to deal with Shen Wei. Mu Yao doesn't want to go head-to-head against Shen Wei, but once he decided to, Mu Yao wouldn't be a saint. He knows how to fight tigers. Therefore, he needed to wait for a chance to deal damage to Shen Wei that he wouldn't be able to recover from. Had it not been for his conversation with Zhao Hai, Mu Yao would have come out and gone head-to-head with Shen Wei once the latter decides to send Zhao Hai for the expedition. But if that happens, Mu Yao wouldn't be able to beat Shen Wei. But after talking with Zhao Hai and knowing that Zhao Hai had a desire to go to the sea, Mu Yao decided to wait for an opportunity. The entire headquarters was under Zhao Hai's surveillance. Therefore, he knew whatever Mu Yao was planning. He doesn't blame Mu Yao. Conversely, he agreed to Mu Yao's method. An opponent like Shen Wei needed to be erased. Otherwise, he would cause endless trouble in the future. Now that it has been decided that Zhao Hai would go out to explore the sea, Shen Wei sent a jade sword message to summon Zhao Hai to the headquarters. In the past, Zhao Hai treated the conference hall like his own home, coming in and out at will. But now, he already stood outside the hall for quarter of an hour and had yet to be invited in. Zhao Hai wasn't worried nor angry about this. He already knew that Shen Wei would pressure him. Therefore, he calmly waited outside. This wasn't a shameful thing. On the contrary, it would only make Shen Wei look worse to the rest of the 100 Treasures realm. Everyone in the 100 Treasures realm knew who Zhao Hai was. He was someone who contributed a lot to the 100 Treasures realm. His popularity wasn't any lower than Mu Yu. In this case, nobody objected when Mu Yao allowed Zhao Hai to just enter the conference hall whenever he wanted. And then there's Shen Wei, who made Zhao Hai wait outside for a quarter of an hour. The others from the 100 Treasures realm couldn't bear it. Everyone was aware that Zhao Hai was someone from the Mu faction, but strictly speaking, Zhao Hai couldn't be considered as someone under Mu Yao. The benefits that Zhao Hai gained were obtained through his contributions. Although he was close friends with Mu Yu and Tang Ji, he doesn't have any enmity with the Shen faction. It was Shen Wei and Mu Yao who had a grudge with each other, so why did Shen Wei bother Zhao Hai and assigned him for the sea expedition? Zhao Hai could hear the conversation of everyone around him, but he kept his calm. With eyes half shut, he just stood in place. People who didn't know would think that he was asleep. Actually, Zhao Hai was communicating with Kair. At this time, Kair and the others were organizing the students to enter the Hell King's ship. After all, Zhao Hai decided to bring them along for the trip. With the students leaving, the only ones left in Blue Tree Planet were the robots. These robots would look after the medicinal fields as well as the plantations and crops. Since Zhao Hai and the students were leaving, there was no need for the medicinal fields to be harvested. Some medicinal plants get better as they get older, and this time, Zhao Hai and the others would be on a long journey. As for the beasts in Blue Tree Planet, they had been butchered and loaded into the space. These beasts would be used as meat. If they were left behind, then all the plants in Blue Tree Planet would be eaten. A year ago, Zhao Hai also took Julie unofficially as his woman. Although Julie still had her wild nature, she was now able to distinguish right from wrong. She could now act like a human. As Zhao Hai was paying attention to the preparations in Blue Tree Planet, a voice was suddenly heard. "Zhao Hai, enter." Zhao Hai opened his eyes and walked slowly towards the conference hall. Upon entering the hall, Zhao Hai saw Shen Wei in the head seat. As usual, Shen Wei had the righteous look on his face. As he sat in his seat, Shen Wei did look like an upright official. Zhao Hai cupped his fist as he gave his greetings. Zhao Hai has seen Elder Shen Wei and the other elders. I don't know why Elder summoned me, but I would accept any advice. Shen Wei looked at Zhao Hai, then he coldly snorted and said, "Is this your first day in the 100 Treasures realm? How come you can't even give an offering?" "Forget it. This elder wouldn't haggle against you. In 10 days, the semi-centennial exploration of the sea will begin. This elder has decided to give you this opportunity. Do you have any opinion about this?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Zhao Hai doesn't have any opinions about it. I'll listen to elder's arrangement." Zhao Hai's reply caused Shen Wei to stare. He thought that Zhao Hai would reject his order. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to agree so quickly. Shen Wei sized Zhao Hai up as he said, The sea expedition is very important to my 100 treasures realm. Since you agreed to this assignment, you need to go to the appointed place in time. Otherwise, this elder will punish you heavily." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Zhao Hai will remember. I guarantee that I'll arrive on time." Elder can rest assured. It was difficult to hit a smiling face. Zhao Hai has been smiling ever since he entered the hall. Moreover, he accepted the assignment without delay. This denied Shen Wei the chance to show his authority. This aggrieved Shen Wei. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "It's good that you know. This is the place where the other explorers will gather. There is still time. But don't be late. Now go." Zhao Hai nodded as Shen Wei gave him a jade slip. Then he withdrew from the conference hall. As Zhao Hai left, Shen Wei frowned and said to the immortal expert at his side, "Third brother, what do you think about Zhao Hai? Why did he accept easily? Doesn't he know the dangers of exploring the sea?" The immortal expert at the side knit his brows and said, "I don't know. Although we haven't been in contact with Zhao Hai for a long time, rumors say that he's someone who plans deep before taking action. How is it possible for him to not know the dangers of the sea? Moreover, even if he doesn't know, how could the Mu faction not?" Mu Yao stepped back and allowed us to do this. It's impossible for him to withhold the danger to Zhao Hai. This is indeed strange. Shen Wei knit his brows and said, "I originally want to use Zhao Hai to lure Mu Yao out and use the name of justice to deal with him. However, I didn't expect Zhao Hai to accept the task. The situation has become more difficult." The immortal expert next to him said, "This is no big deal. In any case, Zhao Hai has to undergo this task. If he doesn't go, then we will deal with him." I don't believe that Mu Yao would just watch if that happens. No matter how much contribution Zhao Hai gave to the Mu faction, if Mu Yao doesn't protect him, then nobody would dare follow him in the future. Shen Wei nodded. Then he coldly snorted and said, "This time, I must let Mu Yao suffer a big loss." Then at this time, an immortal expert sitting on the end of the table turned towards Shen Wei and said, "Brother Shen, I'm fine with dealing with the Mu faction. However, I think we shouldn't touch Zhao Hai." Although he gave great achievements to the Mu faction, all of these achievements were also made for the 100 Treasures realm. Everyone in the realm knows about this. If we touch Zhao Hai, then people would think bad of us. I don't think it's worth it. Shen Wei looked at the immortal expert. Then he coldly snorted and said, "Zhao Hai is just someone who moved to the 100 Treasures realm. What's so great about that? The Mu faction is just putting gold on his face. If we can deal with him, then we'll deal with him. What can he do?" Looking at Shen Wei, the immortal expert no longer said anything. He knew that Shen Wei had been muddled by anger. When Mu Yao was in charge of the 100 Treasures realm, the Giant Spirit realm and the Fire Weavers attacked. At that time, he was also involved in the war. However, at that time, they were sent to deal with the other party's immortal experts. Therefore, they hadn't seen Zhao Hai's actions. However, the immortal expert was aware that Zhao Hai's achievements were real and not Mu Yu pinning it on him. To be honest, Mu Yao gave too little reward to Zhao Hai. It wouldn't be a wise decision to deal with such a person. It would be going too far. Even if they succeed, they would suffer backlash in the future. However, the immortal expert also knew that even if Shen Wei looked scholarly and well-mannered, he was actually hard-headed. He wouldn't listen to criticism and advice. Anything the immortal expert would say from now on would be in vain. When Zhao Hai exited the hall, he took a glance at it one more time before going to the transmission formation. When he arrived at Blue Tree Planet, Zhao Hai took out the jade slip and read the contents inside. The jade slip recorded the time and place where the realms would begin exploring the sea. The location was quite far from the 100 Treasures realm. If he wants to arrive there in 10 days, he needs to depart right now. The sea expedition wasn't only the 100 Treasures realm's operation. Other high-grade realms also deemed it important. Each one of them would send a famous youth to participate, and whether they had any grudges or not, once they entered the sea, they all needed to work together. Otherwise, they would suffer punishment when they come back. Although Zhao Hai can use transmission formations to shorten his journey, the last bit of the trip needed to be flown. Considering this, 10 days of traveling time was still a little tight. Moreover, Zhao Hai heard from Mu Yu that during the expedition, the realms would send an immortal expert to escort the representative towards the meeting site. But from what Zhao Hai can see, Shen Wei wasn't planning on sending someone to escort him. The reason people needed an escort was because the road towards the meeting site wasn't safe. Although a lot of realms would send representatives over, they would set off to the sea at the same time. If one arrives late, then they would lose their qualifications to join the group. And if the expedition finds something, then that realm wouldn't be able to get a cut. There was a realm in the past that deliberately sent their people late so that they wouldn't participate in the expedition. But in the end, they were pressured by the other realms. In the end, the representative of the realm was killed in order to quell the anger of the other realms. It can be said that the sea expedition has become a major competition between high.
Chapter 1531. Giving a push. Zhao Hai calmly observed as robots took care of the luggage to be loaded up from Blutri planet. If the robots can't handle it, then he could come back using the space. After everything has been taken care of, Zhao Hai brought the Hell King's ship to the headquarters. Although Shen Wei seems to have no intention of sending an immortal expert to escort him, Zhao Hai still had to give word to Shen Wei before departing. Otherwise, Shen Wei would find fault with him. Zhao Hai knew that Shen Wei was looking for anything to cause problems for him. Naturally, he wouldn't give Shen Wei anything to work on. So after arriving at the headquarters, the first thing he did was report to Shen Wei. Just as expected, Shen Wei had Zhao Hai wait for quarter of an hour before inviting him in. Looking at the Shen faction's actions, Zhao Hai knew that Shen Wei was someone who only did the minimum amount of work. He's a person who was too calculating. This kind of person wouldn't go on to do great things. Entering the conference hall, Zhao Hai saw Shen Wei still sitting on the seat of honor. The other immortal experts were also present. After Zhao Hai gave everyone a salute, he turned to Shen Wei and said, reporting to Elder Shen, "This Zhao Hai came to say farewell before leaving. I would be late if I don't leave. May I ask if Elder has any more advice?" Shen Wei looked at Zhao Hai feeling complicated. Zhao Hai had no grievances with him. Also, Zhao Hai's performance was satisfactory. If Zhao Hai wasn't from the Mu faction, he would definitely take him in. Unfortunately, Zhao Hai was too involved with the Mu faction. Shen Wei couldn't use Zhao Hai, and he wouldn't dare do so either. Shen Wei replied, "Go, don't lose face for the 100 Treasures realm." Zhao Hai nodded. Then after giving another salute, he turned around and left. As soon as Zhao Hai got outside, a few severed soul experts from the 100 Treasures realm asked where he was going. Naturally, Zhao Hai answered them with the truth. The reason these severed soul experts came to ask this was because they heard rumors that Zhao Hai would be sent to explore the sea. This caused the severed soul experts to be in an uproar. These severed soul experts knew very well how important Zhao Hai was to the 100 Treasures realm. During the last war, these people fought beside Zhao Hai. How strong was Zhao Hai? He was able to defend against immortal experts. In this case, it's natural for these people to react. Now that they met Zhao Hai, they naturally want to ask if the rumors were real. After obtaining a positive reply, these severed soul experts were in a great uproar. Naturally, Shen Wei heard the ruckus outside. He quickly appeared in front of the door as he looked at the people outside and roared, "What's the racket? Don't you know where this is?" The severed soul experts stopped. Some of them turned their head to look at Shen Wei. Then one of them took a step forward and said, "May I ask Elder Shen whether Zhao Hai was sent to explore the sea?" Shen Wei looked at the severed soul expert and knit his brows. It was because this severed soul expert wasn't from the Mu faction nor the Shen faction. It was a severed soul expert that Shen Wei didn't intend to offend. So he calmly replied, "Yes." After discussing with the other elders, the task of exploring the sea has been given to Zhao Hai. The severed soul expert replied, "Elder, Zhao Hai greatly contributed to the 100 Treasures realm. Moreover, his strength is formidable. Why would we send him out to explore the sea? I request the elder to withdraw the assignment." The other experts also loudly said, "We ask the elder to withdraw the assignment." Shen Wei didn't expect the situation to turn this way. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this popular in the 100 Treasures realm. But seeing Zhao Hai just standing there with a calm face, Shen Wei couldn't help but burn with anger. In his mind, this was Zhao Hai's scheme. Zhao Hai willingly agreed to explore the sea, and then he organized these people to put pressure on Shen Wei and make him look bad. If he takes a step back now, then he would have a hard time establishing his influence in the future. Thinking about this, Shen Wei coldly snorted and said, "This is the decision of the Elders' Assembly. This decision cannot be changed. What you're doing right now is useless. Go back to your jobs." Then he no longer paid attention to the crowd as he turned around and entered the conference hall. Nobody expected Shen Wei to have a strong attitude, but this made Zhao Hai secretly smile. He was going to the sea anyway, but he came this time to the conference hall to have Shen Wei make him wait for a quarter of an hour. Even if Zhao Hai didn't do anything, He was still quite angry. He knew that Shen Wei wouldn't last for long, and since Shen Wei wanted to ruin himself, then Zhao Hai would give him a push. Seeing Shen Wei's strong attitude, the severed soul experts were in an uproar once again. The severed soul expert who just spoke couldn't help but frown. Although he was not an immortal expert, he has someone backing him. Shen Wei not only ignored his face, but also the face of the immortal expert behind him. How can he just accept this humiliation? Just as the severed soul expert was about to enter the conference hall to give Shen Wei his thoughts, Zhao Hai grabbed him. After that, Zhao Hai turned to the other severed soul experts and said, "Everyone, please calm down. Listen to me first." The crowd quieted after a while. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Thank you for speaking up for me. I respect the decision made by the elders. Please don't defend the elders just for me. The 100 Treasures realm has been on the right track in the past 2 years. There shouldn't be any problems soon. Exploring the sea won't be a problem. Perhaps when I come back, I'll be able to bring treasures for everyone." "Right, time is tight. I won't stay for much longer." After he said that, Zhao Hai greeted everyone before turning around and leaving through the transmission formation, and with a flash of white light, he disappeared. The severed soul expert who spoke for Zhao Hai had a pale complexion. He looked at the conference hall coldly before he said, "Let's go." The severed soul expert wasn't mad at Zhao Hai. He knew that Zhao Hai had blocked him from having a conflict with Shen Wei, which would end in his eventual loss. Although Zhao Hai said that the expedition would bring benefits, a discerning person would know that this expedition was a life-and-death endeavor. Zhao Hai only said that he didn't want them to be in conflict with Shen Wei. These severed soul experts would not only remember Zhao Hai's kindness, but also their hatred towards Shen Wei. Although Shen Wei already entered the conference hall, he was still aware of what's happening outside. If that severed soul expert really did come and express his thoughts, then Shen Wei would certainly use him to show his position. But after hearing Zhao Hai, the severed soul expert retreated. Shen Wei was surprised, but he coldly snorted and said, "Lifting yourself up with favors, let's see how I deal with you." Shen Wei thinks himself as clever. However, in the eyes of the other immortal experts, he actually was not. These immortal experts weren't fools. The reason they sided with Shen Wei was because they want to get bigger benefits. However, they discovered that after his disciple died, Shen Wei was becoming more and more unreasonable. The only thing in his mind right now was dealing with the Mu faction. He didn't even know how his disciple died. Why would he blame the Mu faction? This was the 10,000 realm battlefield. Death was quite common here. However, Shen Wei put the loss on Mu Yao's head. Wasn't this thinking absolutely unfair? Also, to these immortal experts, Mu Yao had been very good to Shen Wei. During Mu Yao's term, he didn't suppress Shen Wei. Instead, he treated Shen Wei right. These immortal experts didn't think that Mu Yao was afraid of Shen Wei. Every powerful cultivator climbed up a mountain of corpses and swam through a sea of blood. How could they be afraid of anyone? Everything that happened was just Shen Wei's delusion caused by being inferior to Mu Yao ever since they were young. Because of this, Shen Wei did everything in order to suppress Mu Yao. And now, Shen Wei treated Zhao Hai in an ugly manner. Zhao Hai's achievements in the war were well known throughout the 100 Treasures realm. Moreover, it was impossible for Mu Yao to pin these achievements to Zhao Hai. The previous war was between 3 powerful realms along with countless smaller realms. Under the gaze of so many eyes, how could Mu Yao install fake achievements on Zhao Hai and have nobody complain? Shen Wei failed to see this point. Instead, he suppressed Zhao Hai and gave him a suicidal mission. Moreover, he treated the severed soul experts roughly. It must be known that the influence of the severed soul experts was still quite substantial. Even an immortal expert wouldn't dare a large number of severed soul experts. Shen Wei continued to miss important point after important point. Moreover, he still felt that he was clever. What he didn't know was that although the severed soul experts had retreated, the anger in their heart wouldn't be quenched. The more time passes, this anger would continue to grow before they could no longer suppress it, and it would explode like a volcano. When the time comes, even Shen Wei wouldn't have the power to stop it. Thinking of this, the other immortal experts couldn't help but look at one another. They could see the thoughts of the others. This wasn't the first time that they served beside Shen Wei. They all knew what kind of person Shen Wei was. He was a stubborn person who's prone to turning a deaf ear to advice. If Shen Wei continues to ignore advice, then it wouldn't be long before he suffers a misfortune. These immortal experts knew the future, yet they still followed Shen Wei. Actually, these immortal experts already had plans for themselves. They just didn't show it. They just calmly sat there and continued to chat with Shen Wei. They went on with their tasks as though there's nothing going on. Chapter 1532. Immortal Expert Blocking the Way. Zhao Hai appeared on the other side of the transmission formation. As soon as he appeared, before he could see what was around him, he heard someone say, "I have seen Mr. Zhao Hai." Zhao Hai focused his eyes and recognized a subordinate of the 100 Treasures realm. He also fought beside them before. This person was from a subordinate realm called the Shadow Shuttle Realm. They were good at making small shuttles that had formidable offensive strength. The commander of the Shadow Shuttle Realm in the battlefield was called Huang Tan. He was a Severed Soul stage expert. Their immortal experts didn't manage their normal affairs and instead acted as hidden guards of the headquarters. Because of this, the entire headquarters was managed by Huang Tan. Shadow Shuttle Realm was the 100 Treasures Realm's southernmost subordinate. Essentially, they were at the southern boundary of the 100 Treasures Realm's southern domain. This was the farthest Zhao Hai could teleport to. Now, he has to walk the rest of the way by himself. Moreover, the remaining section wasn't safe. He was at risk of being attacked by other realms. Zhao Hai understood the importance of this sea expedition to the other realms. This was very much a competition between realms. Although the various realms sent famed youths to explore the sea before, they didn't send any core members of their realm, which explained the current issue. Departing together and working with each other was practically a lie. Among the group were people who had grudges with each other. It was almost assured that they would kill each other once at sea. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about this. He already has a plan, and even if the other party sends an immortal expert, he could still deal with them. After chatting for a while with Huang Tan, Zhao Hai left the Shadow Shuttle Realm's headquarters. The meeting place was a peninsula quite a distance from the 100 Treasures Realm's territory. 10 days of travel was naturally enough, but there were people blocking the way, then time would be a little tight. Despite this, Zhao Hai was prepared. He already had his Silver Needles scout ahead. Even if people were blocking him, he can still rush to the meeting place in the shortest amount of time. Zhao Hai needed to reach the destination on time because of the rules set in place. If someone was late, then they would be subjected to a penalty. If it was still Mu Yao's turn, then Zhao Hai wouldn't be afraid of being punished. Not to say being punished, Mu Yao wouldn't even send Zhao Hai to explore the sea. But now that Shen Wei was in power, if he didn't arrive on time, then Shen Wei definitely wouldn't let him off. Upon leaving the Shadow Shuttle Realm's headquarters, Zhao Hai immediately took out the Hell King's ship and then rushed towards the seaside. It must be said that the Hell King's ship has become famous in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Everyone knew what it looked like. If they spotted the Hell King's ship, then people would get out of the way. Zhao Hai's reputation increased because of the previous war. Now, nobody in the 10,000 realm battlefield would dare underestimate him. He was currently the most famous youth in the battlefield. This time, Zhao Hai didn't only release the Hell King's ship to travel fast, he also wanted the children inside the ship to see the outside. Therefore, he also brought them all out. Laura and the others were also on the Hell King's ship. Besides them and the children, there were also a lot of undead keeping things in order. Now that Zhao Hai released the Hell King's ship, the undead opened the windows to allow the children to look outside. These children were very curious. In the past, they were just ordinary children back in their home planets. They haven't been anywhere else. And after being transferred to Blue Tree Planet, this was their first outing. Because of this, they were all curious as they looked at everything they passed by. Zhao Hai swept his ship with his spiritual force and couldn't help but smile. These children couldn't just stay at school studying. They need to expand their horizons. Only when their visions had been expanded could their efforts bear fruit. Laura stood on Zhao Hai's side. As she looked at the eyes of the children, she smiled faintly and said, "Brother Hai, these are quite good. This trip will be very important for their future. Now I hope that someone will attack us so that they can see a battle between experts." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "We're still in the Shadow Shuttle Realm's territory. The 100 Treasures Realm is currently riding a rising wave. People from the other realms wouldn't dare mess around with them. But once we get out of the 100 Treasures Realm's domain, some blind people might come and meet us." Laura and the others smiled. Julie was also on the ship along with Gaia. Julie looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, if someone blocks our way, can you leave them to me?" Hearing Julie, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he turned to her and smiled bitterly. He didn't expect Julie to still be this battle-hungry. Moreover, Zhao Hai understood Julie's strength. After entering the space, Julie experienced a huge power-up. Now, even if he used the 18 Buddhist techniques, Zhao Hai was still not sure if he could win against Julie. This was evidence to how powerful the current Julie was. Seeing Julie's hopeful face, Zhao Hai had no choice but to nod. Alright, if people really come to look for trouble, you can fight them. Hearing Zhao Hai, Julie turned ecstatic, and with an excited expression she said, "Fantastic. Thank you, Brother Hai." Julie was the liveliest one among the females. Moreover, she was somewhat naive. Her character was very likable. No matter, Zhao Hai and the others were very fond of her. As the Hell King's ship flew, cultivators immediately made way as soon as they saw it. Some cultivators even gave Zhao Hai a salute from a distance. Zhao Hai also returned the salute as he continued on without stopping. Before long, the Hell King's ship left the 100 Treasures Realms domain. Despite this, Zhao Hai didn't slow down. He kept flying forward at a high speed. But this time, Zhao Hai wasn't standing on the bow of the ship. Instead, he sat down on the deck along with Laura and the others to eat a meal. Mo Shen had always been on Zhao Hai's side. He also sat on the table and ate without reservations. In front of him was a large pile of food intended for him to consume. Zhao Hai took a glass of wine and took a sip. Then he placed the glass down and said, "Without discussing the resources we would gain, the exploration this time should at least give us two things. Firstly, the dark clouds and the purple fog. I don't believe that the space would be unable to subdue the two. And second, we might be able to establish a stronghold overseas." Laura nodded and said, "I don't believe that there are no beasts in this sea. Maybe we can collect beasts for the space, but it would be better if we could find a new continent." Lizzie smiled and said, "In 2 years, the space is able to level up to 270. A rise of 20 levels. I didn't expect this before. Sister Julie is really amazing." Julie chuckled and replied, "This is nothing. The space is also good to me." "Right. Why are there no enemies?" Hearing Julie, everyone laughed. Then at this time, Kair suddenly said, "Look, someone did come. Moreover, this person is quite strong." When Julie heard Kair, she stared, then she excitedly stood up as he said, Where are they? Are they looking for us?" Kair smiled faintly and said, "They should be. Otherwise, why would an immortal expert stand in our way?" "We'll meet him in about 10 minutes." Zhao Hai replied, "An immortal expert? They really think highly of me. But do they think that an immortal expert can do anything to me?" Kair replied, "That's possible. Although you fought with immortal experts before, it wasn't for a long time. Moreover, the enemy ran away. Because of this, a lot of people in the 10,000 realm battlefield don't believe that you fought with an immortal expert. Sending one after you should be quite normal." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "That's interesting. Alright, I want to see who I'm up against." The Hell King's ship accelerated. In less than 10 minutes, Zhao Hai slowed down because there was an immortal expert wearing grey clothes standing on the Hell King's ship's path. Zhao Hai and the others also finished their meal at this time. They stood on the bow of the ship and looked at the immortal expert. The immortal expert was quite ugly. He had a long face with very few hairs on his head. He also had small eyes that looked awkward on his face. Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards the immortal expert and said, "May I ask why Senior is blocking this junior's path?" The immortal expert was in a daze as he looked at the beautiful women on Zhao Hai's ship. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to have such pretty women beside him. A flash of envy and hate appeared in his eyes as he said, "I am here to take your life." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "A lot of people want to take this Zhao Hai's life. However, they all failed. I wonder if Senior is just like the rest of them." The immortal expert didn't reply. Instead he coldly snorted and said, "Enough chit-chat, go die." Then he waved his hand as he sent a fist flying towards Zhao Hai. Before Zhao Hai could make a move, a charming grunt could be heard as Julie jumped in. It has been a long time since her last battle, so Julie was itching for a fight. Seeing an immortal expert come out, Julie naturally didn't wait for Zhao Hai to speak. She immediately rushed forward. Chapter 1533 Use of the Bone Plants. The immortal expert never thought that it wouldn't be Zhao Hai who would move, but instead his woman. The punch that he sent out was just to test Zhao Hai. Seeing Julie get in front, the immortal expert couldn't help but squint his eyes. He wanted to see how strong this woman was. Julie turned her right hand into a bone blade. As he swung the blade down, the fist was immediately broken. Julie proceeded to attack the immortal expert. Julie was an expert at close combat. This fighting style requires the fighter to be quick, and because of the space, Julie was able to comprehend some space laws, allowing her to become faster. In a few flashes, she was already in front of the immortal expert. The immortal expert was startled. He didn't expect Julie to be this quick. He quickly withdrew a long spear. This spear was a rifle like the fire weavers. Instead, it was the cold weapon spear. The immortal expert raised his spear to counteract Julie's strike. At the same time, he retreated and took out more long-handled artifacts. Then he proceeded to attack Julie. Julie was like a bone maggot, sticking close to the immortal expert and not allowing any distance between them. Although the immortal expert released a few weapons, Julie counteracted by transforming her limbs into weapons as well. It didn't take long before the immortal expert was placed in a disadvantage. It wasn't hard to explain why the immortal expert was having a hard time. Normally, cultivators would fight at a long range. A close combat fighter like Julie was very rare, and only body cultivators do it. However, there weren't a lot of body cultivators in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Therefore, the immortal expert wasn't used to this type of battle. It's natural for him to be at the back foot. Most importantly, Julie wasn't any weaker than him. It was impossible for the immortal expert to use his artifacts to gain an advantage. Because of this, the immortal expert had an ugly expression on his face. Zhao Hai stood on the Hell King's ship as he spectated the fight. He didn't intend to meddle. Also at this time, although the children couldn't go out to see the fight, they were watching it through a projector. These children were quite familiar with Julie. Ever since she entered the space, Julie no longer hungered for humans. Instead, she became fond of children. Because of this, she visited the academy quite often. Now, seeing Julie fight on the screen, and seeing her being strong, the children couldn't help but be excited. They cheered every time she clashed with her opponent. Zhao Hai could see that Julie wasn't going all out. It seems like she was intending to keep the immortal expert from leaving. However, Zhao Hai also knew how hard it was to keep an immortal expert. If one wanted to stop an immortal expert from escaping, they would need to be at least a level stronger than them. The immortal expert wasn't in a good mood. He tried method after method in order to get out of Julie's entanglement. However, he had been unsuccessful so far. At this point, it had become more difficult to get out. The two sides fought for 1 hour. At this point, the immortal expert could no longer afford to delay. The longer he stayed here, the more dangerous it would be. This was because Zhao Hai was still on the side watching the battle. If he didn't leave now, he wouldn't be able to leave forever. Thinking of this, the immortal expert clenched his teeth as he attacked Julie with his artifacts. Then suddenly he shouted, "Explode!" The artifacts exploded with a bang. Exploding their artifacts was a technique that cultivators didn't like to use. This was because this skill damages their soul. It was damaging the enemy with 100 but also hurting yourself for 80, and it might not even kill the enemy. This was a technique primarily used to escape. Julie could be proud for being able to compel an immortal expert to use this technique. The immortal expert wants to use the explosion to drive Julie back. It would also be much better if Julie was injured. Unfortunately, the immortal expert was facing Julie. Julie was a bug queen. Not only can her limbs become bone weapons, her whole body could transform as well. Because of this, Julie was able to cover her body with bone armor before she was hit by the explosion. Before the immortal expert could leave, Zhao Hai blocked him. Zhao Hai was now wearing full body armor. He didn't use any weapons and instead used his fists to fight the immortal expert. The immortal expert was now feeling depressed. Both Zhao Hai and Julie were fighting in close combat. After Zhao Hai clashed with the immortal expert, Julie arrived. The two proceeded to team up against the enemy. On the other hand, because he exploded his artifacts, the immortal expert was now injured. He was further pushed back. However, the fight was still not easy. After all, the enemy was an immortal expert. He was able to divide his soul and placed it inside his spear to fight against Zhao Hai while the main body faced Julie. But now, it was obvious that he was no longer Julie's opponent. First, he wasn't a body cultivator and he was weak against close combat. And second, he was already injured. As for Zhao Hai, he was waiting for an opportunity to capture the spear and send it to the space. He knew that this spear was the life source weapon of the immortal expert. He wanted to send it to the space and analyze it and see what's special about it. However, the soul inside the spear was one with the immortal expert. Once the immortal expert dies, the soul inside the spear would die as well. In the past, when he sent immortal experts to the space, they were already dead. Because of this, the spirit inside their artifact was also dead. He wanted to study their life source weapons, but he didn't have any opportunity to do so. Because of this, He wanted an artifact of an immortal expert that was still alive. This wasn't easy to do. The soul inside the artifact was also at the immortal stage. Taking this artifact to the space was as hard as sending an immortal expert themselves into the space. As he fought with the spear, Zhao Hai was also paying attention to Julie's situation. Julie was now on the winning side. Although the immortal expert roared again and again, he could only parry the attacks coming after him. He didn't have the strength to fight back. It seems like it would only be a matter of time before Julie kills him. Zhao Hai needs to hurry up. Zhao Hai intensified his attacks as the spear clashed with him. Then at this moment, an opportunity appeared. He waved his hand and a long iron chain wrapped around the spear. The artifact seems to be stunned by the sudden change, and this pause was enough for Zhao Hai to send it through a spatial rift. The immortal expert was connected to his spear. Now, he suddenly found out that his spear had been cut out. He was shocked and couldn't help but pause. Julie used this chance to pierce his throat using a bone hook. At this moment, a prompt came from the space. Foreign program detected. Subjugating program. Program subjugated. The program seems to be a divine soul. Since it has been separated from the main body, it is rapidly weakening, suggesting the host to remove the divine soul and transplant it to another. It is also recommended that the host use bone plants for the carrier since it can help nurture divine souls. Zhao Hai stared, then he exploded with happiness. He never knew what the bone plants were used for. When the space was still level 250, he wanted to use the scanner to analyze what bone plants were. However, the space just told him that its level was still low. But now, the space took the initiative to tell him to use bone plants for the carrier since it can nourish divine souls. This made Zhao Hai happy. He immediately combined bone plants onto liquid silver. After that, he took out the divine soul from the spear and transplanted it onto liquid silver. However, Zhao Hai didn't expect it to fail. While he was stunned, the space issued another prompt. Because liquid silver is used by the host, divine souls cannot be added. Please look for another carrier. Zhao Hai couldn't help but knit his brows. He immediately decomposed the silver, gaining 2 new resources for the space. After that, Zhao Hai used the method to refine spirit snake needles in order to recreate the spear. He also added bone plants to the newly made spear. After that, he transplanted the divine soul into the spear. The divine soul melted into the spear. Zhao Hai even felt the divine soul transmitting a happy emotion. At this time, the corpse of an immortal expert was sent to the space. Once the corpse turned into an undead, Zhao Hai asked, "Where are you from?" The undead bowed its head and said, replying to the young master, "I am from the ghost spirit realm. I was ordered this time to kill the young master." Zhao Hai knit his brows as he said, "Ghost spirit realm, huh? They are really ambitious to actually be the first to cause trouble. HMPH, I'll find time to deal with them. What are your cultivation methods? Maybe I can teach the children new skills." Go back and write it. The immortal undead bowed and then drew back. Zhao Hai knew what cultivation methods the ghost spirit realm practiced. They belonged to the evil faction among cultivators. Moreover, they were quite strong. However, this person must be specially chosen. Cultivators from the ghost spirit realm normally used ghosts or zombies to fight. However, this person was instead using a spear. This should be intended to hide his origin. Zhao Hai wanted the ghost spirit realm's methods because several of the children had the yin attribute. They should be suitable to study evil cultivation methods. Because the evil cultivation methods that Zhao Hai collected before weren't advanced, he wasn't able to teach advanced-level evil cultivation methods to the children. He just laid a foundation for them. His original plan was to kill some evil sect masters and get their cultivation methods. But now, that seems unnecessary since someone personally delivered the cultivation methods to him. After dealing with the matters inside the space, Zhao Hai returned to the Hell King's ship. The ship was still moving fast. Laura and the others didn't return to the space and just chatted on the top deck. Seeing Zhao Hai arrive, Kair said, "Young master, now that we know how to use bone plants, should we make something?" Zhao Hai raised his brows and said, "What do we make?" Kair smiled and said, "Young master, how can you forget? Inside the hell space, soul fires are produced every time. Aren't soul fires like divine souls? It's only because they are inferior that they are weaker than skeletons. They also have no wisdom. But if we can use bone plants, we can nourish these soul fires. Once they gain sentience, we can obtain large quantities of soul weapons that aren't weak." Hearing Kair, Zhao Hai stared, then he nodded and said, "We can do that." "Alright, let's follow your plan." However, We need to experiment first to see if this method can be used. We also need to see if we can mass produce it. I still want to see what kind weapons we can use for this method. Kair nodded and said, rest assured, I'll take care of it. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he said, how are the children doing? Kair smiled and said, the children are currently talking about the battle. They are still very weak, so they have a lot of things they couldn't understand. And even if we tell them, they wouldn't be able to comprehend it. There's nothing to worry about them. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he said, we don't have much time left. We need to speed up a bit. There's no need to be dragged by these people. When I come back from the sea, I will clean up the ghost spirit realm. To actually dare move against me, they will regret it. Laura and the others agreed. Laura replied, the ghost spirit realm is good at using ghosts and zombies to fight. They came to us probably because they're curious about Brother Hai's undead controlling method. Brother Hai, although you didn't release strong undead, their sheer number definitely made those fellows jealous. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he said, we'll take care of this once we return from the sea. What's important right now is to see how big the sea really is. Spear and gun, rifle have the same character in Chinese, which explains the statement. Chapter 1534, Hornview Mountain. Hornview Mountain was a low rugged mountain. It had no plants and very thin spiritual chi density. It was a strange place considering that it was in the 10,000 realm battlefield. At this time, there were more than a dozen people standing on the mountain. Half of these people had powerful auras since they were immortal experts. As for the others, they were transcending tribulation experts. However, the expressions of these transcending tribulation experts weren't very good. Every single one of them had gray expressions. They looked defeated and dejected. These transcending tribulation experts were the representatives of their realms. Naturally, it was impossible for the realms to send severed soul experts. Because of these, transcending tribulation experts were sent. These transcending tribulation experts knew what they were about to do. They also knew that this was a suicidal mission. Because of these, all of them had ugly expressions. Suddenly, a huge ship came flying from a distance. Before long, the ship arrived at Hornview Mountain. Seeing the huge ship, those on the mountain couldn't help but change their expression. This included the immortal experts. This huge ship was very famous in the 10,000 realm battlefield. This ship signifies the presence of a person, someone from the 100 treasures realm, Zhao Hai. This ship was Zhao Hai's banner. Everyone in the battlefield has already recognized Zhao Hai's skill. However, nobody expected him to appear here. Everyone on the mountain was stunned. As they looked at the figure approaching Hornview Mountain, they were all sure that it was Zhao Hai. In the past 2 years, Zhao Hai's name rode alongside the 100 Treasures Realm's fame. Almost every major power knew Zhao Hai's face. They will not mistake it for someone else. When he arrived at Hornview Mountain, Zhao Hai gave everyone a bow and said, Zhao Hai has seen everyone. This Zhao Hai has been ordered to explore the sea. I thank everyone in advance for your help. Hearing Zhao Hai's introduction, the immortal experts looked at each other. They saw the shock on each other's faces. Zhao Hai's great contribution for the 100 Treasures Realm wasn't a secret. The 100 Treasures Realm was actually willing to send a talent like Zhao Hai to explore the sea. Had the 100 Treasures Realm gone mad? An immortal expert looked at Zhao Hai and said, I didn't expect the 100 Treasures Realm to send you. Good, good. To be honest, they didn't oppose the 100 Treasures Realm's decision to send Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai dies out at sea, then it would be good for them. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, this expedition is a major event for all of us. Naturally, the realm has to send the most capable person. Since this Zhao Hai is still young and ignorant, the realm chose to send me to learn. The immortal experts looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. They believed that Zhao Hai knew what this expedition represented. It was a suicidal mission. How could Zhao Hai be this confident? Isn't he afraid of death? The immortal experts naturally didn't know what's inside Zhao Hai's mind, and Zhao Hai didn't intend to tell them. Zhao Hai turned his head and looked at the experts who would participate in the expedition. He smiled at them and then calculated the time. He looked at the immortal experts and said, Seniors, there's still some time. Is there anyone who hasn't arrived yet? Hearing Zhao Hai, the immortal experts nodded. Then one of them said, there are still 2 realms who haven't arrived. One is from the puppet realm and the others is from the ghost spirit realm. However, they should be arriving soon. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at the mist flowing on top of the sea. He let out a long breath and said, although I have been sent to explore the sea, It's also something I wanted to do. Majority of the 10,000 realm battlefield's land is controlled by the 5 great realms. We can only fight each other for the small land we're left with. In the end, our strength is consumed. On the contrary, the 5 great realms have been having a peaceful time. Now, the 5 great realms have been in peace for many years and they had been accumulating their strength. With all this strength, they need someone to fight, which would end up to be us. We cannot afford to offend the 5 great realms at this time, so our only choice is to look beyond the sea. If we can really discover something out there, then it would be good for us. We can rely on the sea to face the 5 great realms. Advance and retreat, advance and retreat. When the time comes, it wouldn't be us who would be in trouble, but instead the 5 great realms. The immortal experts didn't expect Zhao Hai to suddenly say this. All of them stared, then one of them sighed and said, "We know that, but the poisonous mist and the dark clouds leave yous with nothing." For many years, a lot of experts died exploring the sea. Do you really think that we want to send people to their death? A lot of resources is needed to train a transcending tribulation expert. How can we just throw them away like that? The reason we continue to send people is the hope of finding something out there that can allow us to change our position. When the transcending tribulation experts heard this, their expression lightened up. Seeing their expressions, Zhao Hai just smiled faintly and didn't say anything. At this time, Zhao Hai could feel 2 formidable auras coming towards Hornview Mountain. Zhao Hai's senses couldn't be wrong. There were 2 immortal experts. Before long, 4 figures appeared near the mountain. 2 of them looked ghostly and had clouds beneath their feet. A ghost's face could be seen once in a while on the cloud, which looked quite eerie. The other 2 were standing on a black turtle's back. The turtle had a metallic luster all over its body. As it turns out, it was a beast puppet, not a real turtle. What's strange about this metal turtle was the fact that it could move just like a real one. It was very flexible and its bodily structure was made perfectly. What surprised Zhao Hai was the fact that this turtle also had a strong aura. From what he can see, this turtle should also be in the immortal stage, which was quite surprising. Before long, the 4 people arrived at Hornview Mountain. They received their artifacts and looked up at the Hell King's ship parked above. They didn't say anything. However, the person from the ghost spirit realm had an ugly expression. After the 4 stepped on the mountain, the immortal expert who spoke to Zhao Hai said, "You 2 are the last. Now that everyone is here, it's time for the kids to depart." At this time, someone from the ghost spirit realm said, "Wait, I have something to ask Zhao Hai." Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, why did you put your artifact above me and the others? Are you looking down on us?" Zhao Hai looked at the person from the ghost spirit realm and said, "This one didn't have that intention, but since this expedition is very dangerous, my wives didn't want me to go alone, so they came with me. Because of this, I can only leave them in my artifact." Hearing Zhao Hai, everyone present stared. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to bring his family to explore the sea. They were truly surprised. When the immortal expert from the ghost spirit realm heard what Zhao Hai said, he no longer said anything. He knew what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai wanted to say that since this expedition would be perilous, then it would be too much if the immortal expert still caused him trouble. Since the immortal expert from the ghost spirit realm no longer said anything, then others naturally stayed quiet. At this, the immortal expert who spoke before changed the topic and said, "All right, it's time for you to go. Remember, this expedition involves the fate of our realms. You need to do your best." Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards everyone and said, "Everyone, since we're all going to explore the sea, then we should go together. Let me invite you to my artifact. This way is much better than going on our own." When the others heard Zhao Hai, they were stunned for a while. They looked at each other and then one of them said, "That would be good. Then we'll be bothering Mr. Zhao Hai." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Everyone, please." After that, the others moved to Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai gave the immortal experts a salute before commanding the Hell King's ship to fly towards the sea. The immortal experts looked at Zhao Hai and the others and let out a long breath. One of them said, "This Zhao Hai is really good. It's a pity." Another immortal expert smiled and said, "I'm sure that Zhao Hai can come back alive. He's an extraordinary kid. Not to mention his strength. He has repeatedly created miracles. I'm afraid this time isn't an exception." The other immortal experts had an expression of disapproval. Zhao Hai has a great reputation in the 10,000 realm battlefield and he even fought against immortal experts. But so what? Even immortal experts couldn't do anything against the purple fog and the dark clouds. let alone Zhao Hai. On the other hand, Zhao Hai didn't think so much as he brought everyone to the sea. As for the transcending tribulation experts, they couldn't help but scan the ship with their spiritual force. Then they were stunned. There really were people inside the ship. Moreover, there were a lot of them, about more than 10,000. There's also a lot of undead. This caused the transcending tribulation experts to be confused. Looking at their expressions, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "They're my disciples from the 100 Treasures realm. I took them out this time to get some experience. To be honest, I really don't care much about this expedition." The transcending tribulation experts were stunned. This was a very dangerous mission, and Zhao Hai didn't care about it. How could he be that confident? Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "We're all selected by our realms. To be honest, in our own realms, our status isn't that good, right? If we can successfully explore the sea, then our position would be different." One of the transcending tribulation experts looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, you must be joking. Your position in the 100 Treasures realm is on par with Mu Yu. How could you be like us?" Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "That was before. You should know that the 100 Treasures realm changes its leaders every 10 years. Now, Elder Shen Wei is now in charge. Elder Shen and Elder Mu didn't have a good relationship in the past. Now that Elder Shen is in power, he will naturally attack the Mu faction, and I'm the first person he attacked." Chapter 1535, Probing. The transcending tribulation experts were speechless, but they couldn't help but think, after all, they were just victims of the struggle of their respective realms. As Zhao Hai was talking to the others, he also released silver needles in order to receive some dark clouds. Although Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of the dark clouds, he still needed to be careful. For immortal experts to be helpless against it, how could it be this simple? Because of this, Zhao Hai chose to be cautious. At this time, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Then a long-haired woman came out and ran towards Zhao Hai. "Brother Hai, help me, I'm being bullied." When the transcending tribulation experts saw this woman, they couldn't help but stare. This was because they felt the woman's level. As they were stunned, they saw the woman fling her hair. Her hair was like a snake as it flew out. Then they heard a punchy sound and a stream of blood flew out. Everyone was shocked. They noticed that there was a jade hook at the end of the woman's hair. Now this jade hook has pierced into the throat of the expert from the ghost spirit realm. The transcending tribulation experts paused. Then their expressions changed. They were about to fly out, but they discovered that they were surrounded by a large number of undead. These undead all had rifles aimed at them. The transcending tribulation experts didn't dare move. They knew about the rifles of the 100 Treasures realm. Although they were copied from the Fire Weavers, the rifles were still very powerful. In such a close distance, they wouldn't be able to dodge. The transcending tribulation experts had ugly expressions. One of them looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, what are you doing?" Zhao Hai looked at the immortal experts and said, "I'm sorry for using this method to stop you. When we get deep into the sea, I will definitely release you. As for this person from the ghost spirit realm, I need to kill him. It's because an immortal expert from the ghost spirit realm tried to kill me while I was on the way to Hornview Mountain. Please don't get offended." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved away the undead and the corpse of the ghost spirit realm expert. Julie looked at the transcending tribulation experts with a scornful expression on her face. She coldly snorted and returned back to the cabin. To be honest, Julie's action was very charming. However, a trace of fear appeared on the faces of the transcending tribulation experts. Although Julie sneak attacked, her strength was revealed when she made a move. Her attack had the strength of an immortal expert behind it. Otherwise, the person from the ghost spirit realm would have been able to counterattack. The transcending tribulation experts didn't expect Zhao Hai to bring along an immortal expert. Moreover, they could see that her relationship with Zhao Hai wasn't normal. Seeing the transcending tribulation experts, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That just now is my wife Julie." When the immortal expert from the ghost spirit realm came, Julie and I worked together to kill him. Although Zhao Hai's tone downplayed what happened, the words exploded in the minds of the transcending tribulation experts. Zhao Hai was talking about killing an immortal stage expert. When did immortal experts get so weak that they can be killed? Even in the war between the 100 Treasures realm and the giant spirit realm Fireweaver Alliance, there weren't a lot of immortal experts who fell. Now, Zhao Hai said that he killed one. How could they not be surprised? If they didn't believe that Zhao Hai fought against an immortal expert before, they certainly believed it now. Although they believed Zhao Hai's words, They were still wary and stood a distance away from Zhao Hai. One of the experts looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What does Mr. mean? If you don't plan to offend us, then why keep us on this ship?" Zhao Hai looked at them and then smiled and said, "I need you to stay on the ship for a few days. The main reason is to keep you from telling anyone about what happened. If you swear that you won't tell anyone about the death of the ghost spirit realm expert, then I can release you now." As soon as they heard Zhao Hai, the transcending tribulation experts paused for a moment before nodding. Zhao Hai didn't want the ghost spirit realm to know that the death of their representative had something to do with him. This was understandable. The transcending tribulation experts felt relieved. At the same time, they understood that Zhao Hai was positive that he would be able to return alive. If Zhao Hai wasn't, then he wouldn't have brought so many people nor his wives. Also, if Zhao Hai believes he would die, why would he care about the ghost spirit realm's revenge? Naturally not. When they thought of this, they knew that Zhao Hai was confident in surviving while they themselves weren't. If they don't follow Zhao Hai, then it's possible that they wouldn't live. And if they follow Zhao Hai, they cannot leave the ship. If Zhao Hai hadn't kept them back, then they would have returned and told their realms about what happened as soon as possible. It seems like Zhao Hai did indeed have no intentions of offending them. The transcending tribulation experts looked at each other. After that, one of them turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "So it's this. Mr. really scared us." "Mister, there's no need to worry. This matter will rot in our stomachs. However, I'm afraid we'll have to take advantage of Mister's hospitality for some time." "What does Mister think?" Hearing the transcending tribulation experts, Zhao Hai couldn't help but secretly approve of them. Then he smiled and said, "That would be great. Laura, please prepare a banquet. I'd like to share a few cups with them." Laura complex and immediately brought Meg and the others. Tables were set up on the deck along with food and wine. Motion was also called over. However, Laura and the others immediately retreated after serving the food and wine. The transcending tribulation experts were dumbfounded. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to have beautiful women on the ship, and it seems like these women were Zhao Hai's wives. Because of this, they sat respectfully. They were somewhat afraid of Zhao Hai. They could see that Zhao Hai had the ability to easily kill them all. In any case, the sea expedition was already a suicidal task. If Zhao Hai said that he didn't see anyone, then nobody could find fault with him. No matter what the others thought, Mo Sheng focused on eating the food on the table. On the other hand, Zhao Hai raised his wine glass and said, "Everyone, fate brought us together to participate in this expedition. Please, let me offer this glass to all of you." Everyone smiled. They also raised their glasses and drank the wine. After that, Zhao Hai said, "Misters, please have a taste of my food. It's very delicious." The transcending tribulation experts looked at the table. Although they were a bit greedy for the food, they didn't dare move their chopsticks. After all, they haven't eaten anything since they were young. Zhao Hai didn't think too much as he took his chopsticks and ate. Seeing Zhao Hai eating, the transcending tribulation experts felt that it wasn't good to decline, so they took their chopsticks and ate. After tasting the food, they couldn't help but eat more and more. After the group had their meal, Zhao Hai arranged rooms for the transcending tribulation experts to rest in. Then after that, he returned to the space. Right now the dark clouds have been received by the space. As Zhao Hai thought, the dark cloud will not have any effect on him. Not only was it ineffective, it also gave the space another method of attack. If he fights someone in the future, he can use the dark clouds to cover his opponent so that they couldn't run. However, they hadn't yet encountered the purple fog. However, Zhao Hai believes that the space wouldn't have any problem handling it. With this, the two obstacles of the expedition were gone. Searching the sea was no longer a problem. Seeing Zhao Hai calmly drinking tea, Laura asked, "Brother Hai, why did you keep those transcending tribulation experts? It's inconvenient to keep them. Why don't you just kill them all?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I can borrow their identity to look into their own realms. Hee. When the time comes, we'll have eyes looking into high-grade realms. I really don't believe that I can't find any clues after looking at the other realms." When Zhao Hai said this, Laura understood what was going on. She smiled and said, "Wouldn't it be better if we just put something on the bodies of those immortal experts?" "Why use the transcending tribulation experts?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "The immortal experts are too wary. Moreover, their senses are very sharp. For beings as strong as them, even a speck of dust wouldn't escape their notice. But with these transcending tribulation experts, we can have them as our friends from other realms. Our eventual return will be a great contribution. Later on, they wouldn't have a low status. In any case, I'm not short of transcending tribulation undead. I don't need to kill them now. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, what are you planning to do about the 10,000 realm battlefield? Zhao Hai smiled faintly, and Laura knew what he was thinking. Zhao Hai thought about this a long time ago. He wanted to slowly scour through the entire battlefield starting with the 100 treasures realm. He still hasn't given up on finding clues. Julie's attack on the world of cultivation was probably done by someone else. If this was really the case, then it's possible that this was also the person who made the 10,000 realm battlefield. The battlefield was eternally in a chaotic state. Someone wanted to keep the battlefield like this. They don't want peace to happen. Zhao Hai wanted to go through each realm one by one until he finds something. Chapter 1536. Black Dragon comes. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to know if this hidden hand exists was because he wanted to see his current situation. Zhao Hai felt that the 10,000 realm battlefield was similar to a jar of goo worms. The worms kill each other while people watch. If they don't fight, then an enemy would be introduced. The bug race was like this. Therefore, Zhao Hai wanted to nibble through each realm in the 10,000 realm battlefield. He wanted to see if the other party really didn't want the battlefield to be peaceful, and he wanted to see what method they would use to deal with him. Laura and the others looked at Zhao Hai and understood his thoughts. This wasn't the first time that Zhao Hai mentioned the hand behind the curtains. He was still trying to probe the situation. Laura and the others didn't oppose this decision. In fact, they didn't like being treated as chess pieces. If they don't understand the situation, then they wouldn't be able to get rid of this thorn in their heart. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, is it really time? Laura was really worried. Their performance recently had been very dazzling. If some people were paying attention, then they would certainly observe Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai made another huge move, then the other party might do something. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, if we don't try to know, then we won't know. If they want to deal with us, they will reveal some clues, then we might use it to track them down. As long as they came to light, we will know what a higher level existence is like. Laura nodded. That is also good. Now, there isn't anything left in the 10,000 realm battlefield that can be used for the space. We already gained all the good things from the 100 treasures realm, and with the space's ability to level up on its own, the best time to start is right now. Zhao Hai smiled and said, don't worry. We'll proceed step by step. First let's see if we can find anything at sea. Laura and the others looked at the dark clouds. The dark clouds looked like any other cloud, but compared to dark clouds of a rainy day, these clouds covered everything. Supposedly, even immortal experts would need to be cautious upon entering the dark clouds. Moreover, the only thing they could do inside was to get out again. They couldn't afford to die inside. But this could only mean that maybe there's something mysterious in this sea. At this time, Kair suddenly said, Young master, look, there's the poisonous purple fog. Zhao Hai turned his head towards the monitor and saw purple fog appearing in the distance. Zhao Hai replied, let's receive the purple fog first, then we'll see how to proceed. Kair nodded and immediately received some purple fog for the space. Before long, the space issued a prompt. Poisonous gas detected. Poison level high. Extracting poison and integrating it to the space. Integration completed. The space's poison has leveled up. Transcending tribulation experts subjected to this poison wouldn't survive. Transcending tribulation experts will die after 3 days. Severed soul experts would live no more than a month. After being poisoned, severed soul experts would have their lifespan reduced by 100 years. Their vitality would continue to drop after that. Zhao Hai breathed in cold air. He didn't expect the poison to be this lethal. Kair looked at Zhao Hai and said, Young master, there's no need to be surprised. This isn't just because of the purple mist. This is poison mixed with the space's own poisons. Moreover, the space has an antidote, so there's no need to worry. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he said, it won't affect us much. Let's go. Kair nodded and directed the Hell King's ship to move forward. At this time, the display on the monitor changed, showing the deck of the Hell King's ship. The transcending tribulation experts were currently grouped up. Seeing them go out, Zhao Hai couldn't help but know his brows. He moved and appeared on top of the deck. The transcending tribulation experts were currently pale as they looked at the approaching purple fog. Seeing Zhao Hai, one of the pale transcending tribulation experts said, Zhao Hai, the purple fog is coming. Can we survive? The person who spoke was named Xiangbo, a member of the puppet realm. Zhao Hai didn't know what his weapon was, but his strength was indeed at the transcending tribulation stage. Zhao Hai looked at Xiangbo and then smiled faintly as he replied, "Don't worry, nothing will happen." Xiangbo relaxed. Then he looked around him and said, "Brother Zhao Hai, your ship is really good. There's nobody in the 10,000 realm battlefield who doesn't know of it." Although he was commending the ship, Zhao Hai could see the anxiety on Xiangbo's face. It wasn't only Xiangbo, the others looked afraid as well. If not for Zhao Hai calmly standing in place, they would have thought of running away. Before long, the purple fog covered the Hell King's ship. However, the fog had no influence on the ship. The ship continued to go forward in a steady manner. When they saw this, Xiangbo and the others couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Xiangbo looked at Zhao Hai with beaming eyes as he said, "With this ship, we might successfully explore the sea." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "If we're successful, it would be a huge achievement for all of us. A lot of our predecessors failed, only we succeeded." Ha ha ha, everyone was smiling as well. If they really finished the exploration, then their contribution would be big. Seeing everyone's expression, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "But we cannot treat it lightly. Although the infamous purple mist couldn't do anything to us, there should be something else in the sea. It's better for us to be careful." Everyone nodded. Before long, the Hell King's ship passed through the purple fog. They were now quite far away from land. In front of them was an increasing amount of dark clouds. Zhao Hai turned his head to the others and said, "You should all go back to rest. I'll call you over if something happens." As they thought about the increasing danger outside, they nodded and went back to the rooms that Zhao Hai arranged for them. Seeing the others going back, Zhao Hai returned to the space. Upon entering, he found that Kair and the others were looking at the children. The children were currently learning. Although they were at sea, they still needed to attend their classes. But because of their situation, their classes were simplified. Zhao Hai didn't mind it. They currently don't have any encounters at sea, nor did they find any land. There was nothing worth doing at the moment. Time flew by and 2 days have unknowingly passed. 2 days was quite short for cultivators, but in these 2 days, Zhao Hai and the others were already very far into the sea. This area was very different from the shore. The usually sparse dark clouds now covered the entire sky. Moreover, the dark clouds were now very close to the surface. The Hell King's ship was almost sailing on the waters instead of flying on air. The transcending tribulation experts hadn't come out of their cabin since then. After all, 2 days was nothing to cultivators. They can sit for a longer amount of time. As for the children, Zhao Hai didn't treat them badly. He also installed an activity area inside the ship. This way, the children wouldn't feel so uncomfortable during the trip. On this day, as the Hell King's ship flew forward, Kair suddenly said, "Young master, we found something." Zhao Hai stared, then he immediately looked at the monitor. Seeing what was on the screen, Zhao Hai was stunned. The dark clouds rumbled and lightning struck down non-stop. The lightning resembled tribulation lightning. Looking at the dark clouds, Zhao Hai said, "How far is it from us? Can you tell if it's a dark cloud or tribulation cloud?" Kair replied, "It's definitely a dark cloud, not tribulation cloud." The silver needles could no longer enter it. "I don't know what's happening, but based on the space's analysis, it's very likely for beasts to hide in the cloud. We will reach the area in an hour or so." Zhao Hai replied, "Can we go around it?" Kair nodded and said, "We can." "Wait, it seems to be a black dragon. It seems to have found us." "What's this? We're so far away. It's coming over. It's too fast." Zhao Hai looked at the monitor and saw a black snake-like shadow flying towards them, but Zhao Hai was sure that this wasn't a snake. It was because he discovered that it has grown 4 claws. Zhao Hai was certain that it was a golden-clawed dragon. As a Chinese person from Earth, Zhao Hai knew that the Chinese worship dragons. 4-clawed and 5-clawed dragons were all dragons in Chinese mythology. Dragons were very important to the Chinese people. Dragons can rise and hide among the clouds. They can ascend the 9 heavens and call the wind and rain. The dragon that Zhao Hai saw this time was similar to the ones in his memories. Therefore, Zhao Hai was sure that it was a golden dragon, although he didn't know what's happening. Upon seeing the golden dragon, Zhao Hai was certain that it wasn't simple. At the very least, it wasn't related to the transcending tribulation experts on the ship. The transcending tribulation experts don't know that a gold dragon was coming. They also didn't know that lightning was about to strike the Hell King's ship. The Hell King's ship shook lightly. Before they could figure out what was going on, The Hell King's ship rushed towards the dragon. Seeing that its attack was useless, the silhouette of the dragon paused. Then it swung its body as it used its 4 claws to attack the Hell King's ship. However, as the claws hit the Hell King's ship, it suddenly flashed a white light. After a few bursts of electricity, the dragon retrieved its claws. Although the dragon's claws contain lightning, it wasn't tribulation lighting in the end. Because of this, its claws couldn't defeat the Hell King's ship. Despite this, Zhao Hai knew that the dragon just retreated and it would come again. As Zhao Hai thought, although they tried to escape, it was useless. The dragon could find the Hell King's ship when it was an hour away. It was impossible for the ship to circle around the thunderous clouds in just an hour. Lightning can break anything, and the dragon was an embodiment of it. The lightning on its limbs was already invincible, let alone its other abilities. Zhao Hai saw it with his own eyes. A flash of lightning from the breath of the dragon almost broke the shield of the Hell King's ship. It must be known that the Hell King's ship's shield wasn't very simple. Not only did it contain netherworld fire, it also incorporated the dark clouds and the purple mist. Despite that, the Hell King's ship was almost broken by the dragon. This was out of Zhao Hai's expectations. Chapter 1537. Tying up the dragon. The strength of the dragon exceeded Zhao Hai's imagination. It's not just the lightning. Zhao Hai was sure that the close combat ability of the dragon was also very powerful. Just now, the dragon used its dragon claws to grab the ship's shield. It can be said that it was very confident in his paws, but the Hell King's ship's shield wasn't easy to break open. It can also ward off lightning attacks. Because of this, the dragon retreated, but its lightning still lingered. Moreover, the lightning seems to be able to break spiritual force. The black dragon was much stronger compared to most immortal experts. Zhao Hai could see that no normal immortal expert could catch up to the dragon's speed. Zhao Hai could only use the space to run away, otherwise he wouldn't be able to escape. However, Zhao Hai didn't escape. He wasn't planning to expose the space this time. He was preparing to fight the dragon. Zhao Hai waved his hand as numerous cannons stretched out of the ship. Then the ship began firing towards the dragon. The dragon was still stunned since it couldn't destroy the ship's shield and its lightning was useless. As it was dumbfounded, the shells were fired towards it. The dragon swayed its body as it evaded the shells. This gave Zhao Hai a new understanding of its speed. However, Zhao Hai's shells weren't that easy to deal with. These shells could track their enemy. Although the dragon managed to dodge, the shells curved and shot back towards the dragon. The black dragon also noticed this. Lightning appeared on its 4 claws as it attacked the shells. Naturally, the lightning was very powerful. The shells were immediately destroyed. But this time, the figurehead of the Hell King's ship became a battering ram and shot itself towards the dragon. At the same time, he increased the energy supplied by the yin-yang pool to increase the ship's defenses. The cannons didn't stop as it continued to fire shell after shell. The black dragon had just crushed the shells when the battering ram arrived. The dragon stretched another claw to grasp the figurehead. Lightning crackled on the dragon's claws. But how could the Hell King's ship's battering ram be that simple to deal with? As though it was a snake, the battering ram swerved around the dragon's claw and directly struck towards the dragon. With a wave of its arm, the dragon sent lightning from his claw towards the battering ram. However, the lightning missed. The dragon frowned, seemingly annoyed. Then it roared and spat out lightning from its mouth, hitting the battering ram. The battering ram could no longer dodge this time. The lightning was too fast. It had no time to evade. The lightning couldn't be prevented from hitting the battering ram. Zhao Hai's complexion changed. The battering ram was under his control, so when it was struck, Zhao Hai's mind was shaken. If this battering ram wasn't part of liquid silver, he would have been injured. Zhao Hai waved his hand and took a spear out. Then a spear flew out from the Hell King's ship and headed towards the black dragon. This was the spear that Zhao Hai received from the immortal expert. This spear had an immortal expert's soul, so it was very powerful. It was as powerful as an immortal expert. After releasing the spear, Zhao Hai controlled the battering ram once more and attacked the dragon. At the same time, he released the 12 metal beasts. The beasts immediately roared and charged towards the dragon. The black dragon was naturally stunned. It didn't think that Zhao Hai would have so many methods. However, it wasn't afraid of Zhao Hai. The dragon's body flashed for a few times before it sucked the surrounding black clouds. The dragon sucked in the surrounding clouds as though it was water. The dark clouds 100 li 50 kilometers around the dragon disappeared. After that, the dragon released the clouds and used them to coat its body. Zhao Hai couldn't understand why the dragon's body flashed and then it absorbed the dark clouds only to spit it out again. What does it intend to do? However, this wasn't the proper time to think about this. Zhao Hai commanded his artifacts to attack the dragon, but before long, Zhao Hai felt that something wasn't right. It was as though the dark clouds were intelligent as they counterattacked the artifacts. Now Zhao Hai understood why the dragon sucked in the clouds. This was to enable it to control the dark clouds. This seems to be one of the dragon's abilities. Zhao Hai also discovered that the dark clouds that the dragon spat out didn't only have intelligence, they could also corrode spiritual force. Zhao Hai's complexion changed. He didn't expect the clouds to undergo this much change after going through the belly of the dragon. Essentially, the dark clouds became the domain of the dragon. Inside that domain, the dragon was invincible. Right, it was a domain. When Zhao Hai thought about domains, he would think about the lower realms. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't use domains in the higher realms was because it wasn't useful here. However, Zhao Hai discovered his mistake. Domains were also quite useful in the higher realms. Moreover, they might be easier to use. At the same time, Zhao Hai was sure that the lower realms domain would be useless. Domains in the higher realms probably formed in other forms. Zhao Hai waved his hand as he withdrew his artifacts from the dark clouds. Then at this time, lightning came out of the dark clouds, attacking the retreating artifacts. Zhao Hai quickly received his artifacts. At the same time, he moved and flew out of the Hell King's ship. Then he performed hand seals as his body emitted golden light. Zhao Hai waved his hand and an invisible sword chi blasted out towards the dark clouds. As this was happening, he also blocked the lightning sent out by the clouds. The sword breath technique was something that Zhao Hai studied for some time. However, he had yet to use it in battle. The sword breath technique was one of the 18 Buddhist techniques. It used invisible sword chi to kill silently and destroy the hardest defenses. The speed of Zhao Hai's battle with the black dragon surpassed Xiangbo and the others' imagination. As they were understanding the situation, Zhao Hai already used the Hell King's ship to fight a few rounds with the black dragon. When they had just recovered, Zhao Hai had already made his move. Although Zhao Hai attacked the dragon using his sword breath technique, he was also paying attention to the dragon. He wanted to see how useful the technique was against the dragon. In the end, the technique proved to be useful. In fact, it was very useful. The sword chi penetrated through the dark clouds, and the dark clouds couldn't do anything to the sword chi. Zhao Hai was certain that this wasn't because of the sword chi. Instead, it was caused by faith power. It shows once more how useful faith power was. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai imbued his artifacts with faith power. After that, he controlled them to attack the dark clouds once more. The effect was very good. The dark clouds couldn't do anything to the artifacts. Zhao Hai felt relieved. On the other hand, the dragon wasn't doing very well. Although it was agile, the spear was able to match its speed. In addition to Zhao Hai's sword chi, the black dragon was restrained even more. The black dragon didn't dare meet Zhao Hai's sword chi. Although it had formidable defense, it knew that it couldn't block the sword chi. Because of this, it could only try to evade the attack. It also used lightning to block the sword chi. At this time, Zhao Hai used the sword chi to attack. Just as the black dragon was about to feel relieved, it suddenly discovered that it had fallen into a sword formation. This sword formation was formed out of 10,000 swords. These flying swords didn't attack. Instead they revolved around a certain orbit like a planet. The black dragon also discovered that it was being attacked by an invisible force. It was being restrained little by little. The black dragon struggled. It wanted to leave the sword formation. Although it didn't know what sword formation it was, it could feel how dangerous it would be to him. The dragon tried to attack the flying swords using its lightning. However, the sword formation seems to be covered by an invisible force. Instead of being destroyed by the lightning, the formation seems to have absorbed some of its strength. Zhao Hai was now observing the sword formation. This 10,000 stellar transformation sword formation wasn't ordinary. Each sword used in it was imbued with faith power. With the addition of faith power, Zhao Hai discovered that the sword formation underwent a great transformation. Compared to before, its strength was much greater, a few levels at least. As soon as it entered the sword formation, the dragon was like a moth trapped in a spider web. It could only struggle in vain inside. Seeing this, Zhao Hai was relieved. The black dragon was indeed formidable. If he didn't have faith power, then he would not be able to deal with the dragon. The strength of this beast was much more powerful compared to most immortal experts. If an ordinary immortal expert were here, they wouldn't be fighting with all their strength. The dark clouds around would suppress the immortal expert. On the other hand, the dark clouds didn't affect the black dragon. In fact, the clouds could be used by the dragon. In other words, the dragon held home advantage in this battlefield. But once the dragon entered the sword formation, its advantage disappeared. It also rendered the black dragon's strength equal to an ordinary immortal expert. In this case, Zhao Hai would have no problem dealing with it. The black dragon could feel that the pressure on it was increasing. The restraint was also becoming more and more powerful. The speed that it was proud of was completely useless here. It's like its hands and feet were tied. Even if it wanted to escape, it wouldn't be able to. This caused the dragon to feel desperate. It didn't think that the toy it saw would turn out to be a predator. The desperation began to pile up and in the end it gave up struggling. Zhao Hai didn't expect the dragon to stop its struggle. He waved his hand and changed the sword formation into a chain and tied down the dragon. After that, he hauled the dragon towards the ship, marking the end of the battle. Chapter 1538. Julie's evolution. Zhao Hai returned to the Hell King's ship as he let out a long breath. To be honest, he was taking quite a risk undergoing this fight. He didn't expect the dragon's lightning to have an effect on the ship's shield. After all, the Hell King's ship has undergone multiple enhancements. The fact that the dragons were close to breaking the shield meant that it was formidable. Most importantly, the dragon could control the dark clouds, which was a handy skill to have. Clouds were everywhere in this region. The fact that they could become the dragon's weapon was terrifying. Fortunately, Zhao Hai has the 10,000 sword formation and faith power to subjugate the dragon. Otherwise, the fight would be in favor of the dragon. Its speed was something that Zhao Hai rarely encountered. As for taking the dragon to the Hell King's ship, it was just a performance. In truth, the dragon was taken to the space. Since Xiangbo and the others were on the Hell King's ship, Zhao Hai had to deceive them in order to receive the dragon. As Zhao Hai landed on the ship, he heard the space's prompt. Hostile beast detected. Subjugating. Beast subjugated successfully. Dragon-type beast has been detected. Because of its special birth, it can absorb dark clouds and shoot lightning. Extracting genes. Genes extracted. Genes have been used to strengthen the beasts of the space. Because of its special ability to shoot lightning and use the dark clouds, the yin-yang lightning pond has been improved. All weapons using the yin-yang lightning pond can now send out lightning attacks. Zhao Hai stared. He didn't expect the Balk dragon to give so much to the space. With these things, he can now travel the seas freely. At this time, Xiangbo and the others arrived beside Zhao Hai. All of them were looking at him in fear. It was understandable. Zhao Hai was just too strong. They heard that Zhao Hai was formidable before, but they didn't believe the gap between them was this great. Although they didn't participate in the fight, Xiangbo and the others could clearly see how powerful the dragon was. Despite this, Zhao Hai was still able to subdue the dragon through various means. This allowed them to get a certain understanding about Zhao Hai's strength. Zhao Hai looked at Xiangbo and the others as he smiled and said, "That was dangerous. I didn't expect there to be a beast in the middle of the dark clouds. Moreover, it's quite powerful." Xiangbo nodded and said, "The black dragon was indeed very powerful. It could shroud itself with dark clouds and become stronger. If it weren't for Mr. Zhao Hai's strength, we would have been in great danger. It seems like the people who explored the sea before us have died in the hands of these beasts." Zhao Hai understood what Xiangbo meant. If a black dragon existed among the dark clouds, then other beasts could exist as well. These beasts hold a complete advantage in the dark clouds. The immortal experts who tried to explore the seas before might have ended up being killed by these beasts. Xiangbo's words could also be taken as a reminder for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai gave a nod and said, "We still need to be careful. Now I'm more curious about the sea. I can't wait to see what we'll find out there." Xiangbo smiled bitterly. Only Zhao Hai had the qualification to say something like that. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "All right, everything's fine now. If you want, you can head back to rest. You can also stay here. I'll go and see the black dragon." Xiangbo looked at Zhao Hai and after hesitating for a bit, he said, "Mister, our puppet realm has methods to subjugate monsters. If you need help, don't hesitate to tell me." Zhao Hai looked at Xiangbo as he smiled and said, "I won't use it in the meantime. I also have some methods to subjugate beasts. If I can't do it, I'll definitely look for you." Zhao Hai knew that Xiangbo had no intentions of stealing the black dragon. He just wanted to pull Zhao Hai closer to himself. Xiangbo nodded and said, "Then we would no longer disturb Mr. Zhao Hai nodded and then turned around and entered the cabins. Then his body disappeared. Seeing Zhao Hai disappear, the others grouped up. Then one of them said, Xiangbo, do you think Mr. can really subjugate that dragon? Xiangbo nodded and said, I think so. Mr. is very strong. Moreover, didn't you notice? Mr. is very careful in his conduct. If he said that he has a method to subjugate beasts, it should be true. The others nodded. One of them sighed and said, Mr. is really formidable. He was even able to catch that black dragon. I don't know when we'll reach that level. Xiangbo looked at the others and said, in the past, I heard that Mr. has faith power. I didn't believe it at that time, but no, it seems like it's true. Faith power has infinite uses. Mr. dared to explore them because he has faith power to rely on. Mr. not being affected by the dark clouds should be because of faith power. The others nodded. Faith power was very mysterious, and because of this mystery, it has been elevated to such a high regard. It was especially true for people like Xiangbo and the others. They had unparalleled desire to acquire faith power. Unfortunately for them, they were relatively unimportant people in their respective realms. It was simply impossible for them to acquire faith power, and if they were important, they wouldn't have been sent for this expedition. Thinking of this, the transcending tribulation experts couldn't help but feel dejected. Then suddenly, Xiangbo's eyes shone. He thought about something. With Zhao Hai's strength, he should have great status in the 100 Treasures realm. Once they finished this expedition, he would be promoted once more. If they were on good terms with Zhao Hai, then they might gain a lot of benefits. Thinking of this, Xiangbo suddenly felt that there was a huge thigh in front of him. As long as he hugged it, he might become a powerful expert in the future. The others didn't know what Xiangbo was thinking about. After sighing, they all went back to their own rooms. Only Xiangbo was left behind. He didn't leave for some time. Xiangbo was currently thinking about his relationship with Zhao Hai. If he wanted to be friends with Zhao Hai, then he would need sufficient capital. Xiangbo could feel that Zhao Hai didn't care about him, and he could understand. For nobodies like Xiangbo, people like Zhao Hai simply didn't look at them with his eyes. It's not unreasonable to say that like attracts like, birds of the feather flock together. If you, a commoner, want to become friends with a noble, it would only end in your humiliation. For Xiangbo, Zhao Hai's status was several levels above him. Xiangbo was just a disposable expert in the puppet realm. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai was like Mu Yu, a treasure of the 100 Treasures realm. Xiangbo couldn't even be compared to half of Zhao Hai's status. Although Zhao Hai was similarly sent to explore the sea, Xiangbo knew that this was because Zhao Hai was subjected to a political disagreement. As long as he can return, it would be a great contribution to the 100 Treasures realm. When the time comes, even the elders of the 100 Treasures realm wouldn't be able to touch him. Such a character had limitless future. Who wouldn't want to associate with them? After thinking for half a day and getting nothing, Xiangbo could only sigh as he muttered, let's take it step by step. Zhao Hai returned to the space and looked at the black dragon. The black dragon no longer had its fierce aura from before. It was now as docile as a kitten, lying beside Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai turned to Kair and said, Kair, find a suitable planet that it can live in. Kair nodded and then chose a planet where the dragon can treat as a home. This was very easy to do. Just buy a planet and fill it with dark clouds. After taking care of the dragon's home, Zhao Hai looked at Kair and said, Kair, how are the children doing? Kair smiled and said, they saw you fight against the black dragon. They now worship you. Zhao Hai smiled. At this time, Julie ran over to Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, look, I have new abilities. Then she waved her hand and produced lightning. Zhao Hai stared, then he said, the black dragon's ability? Can you control the dark clouds as well? Julie nodded and said, the dark clouds have no effect on me. Moreover, not only can I use the dark clouds on my bone blades, I can also infuse it with the space's poison. Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh as he said, your evolution ability is really useful. You actually obtained new abilities. I didn't expect the one to benefit the most this time would be you. Julie proudly smiled. Looking at Julie, Zhao Hai was filled with glee. Julie was his woman. If she was happy, then he was happy. It must be said that Laura and the others weren't warriors. What they were skilled in was analysis and management. Only Julie could fight among them. Zhao Hai was certain that Julie was no weaker than him. Even if he used faith power, he still couldn't be sure if he could defeat her. Julie's strongest ability was her evolution. There were a lot of good things inside the space. Moreover, Zhao Hai wasn't stingy towards Julie. Everything that can make her evolve were given to her. Because of this, Julie's evolution has been rapid. Her strength increased rapidly as well. But this evolution also required a certain process. Julie couldn't become stronger in an instant. Although she can release lightning, it wasn't as strong as the black dragons. She still needed time. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry, and inside the space were numerous places where Julie can sharpen her skills. It wouldn't be long before Julie gets stronger. When the time comes, most immortal experts wouldn't be able to do anything against her. Chapter 1539, Impeachment. After dealing with the Black Dragon, Zhao Hai had nothing else to do. At this time, he was looking at the monitor observing the children. The children were now being taught by the undead teachers. They were currently replaying the fight between Zhao Hai and the Black Dragon. The children exclaimed at every move. They looked quite adorable. Zhao Hai liked these children very much. The same was true for Laura and the others. Zhao Hai actually felt strange about this situation. He had been with Laura and the others for quite some time. However, they had yet to bear children. It was confusing to Zhao Hai and his wives. The space provided them with very healthy bodies. It shouldn't have been a problem for them to have any children. And strangely, they didn't become pregnant. However, Zhao Hai didn't care much about this. In any case, Laura and the others were now strong cultivators. Their lifespans were very long. They could worry about this later on. At this time, Care looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, take a look at this." Xiangbo was outside for quite some time. He didn't do anything else and just walked back and forth. It seems like he is thinking about something. Zhao Hai stared, then he nodded and said, "I'll go take a look." His body disappeared and returned to the Hell King's ship. He opened the door and went outside. Xiangbo was still walking back and forth thinking about how to make friends with Zhao Hai. Because of this, he had yet to return to his room. Zhao Hai looked at Xiangbo and asked, "Xiangbo, did something happen? What's wrong?" Xiangbo couldn't help but jump upon hearing Zhao Hai's voice. Normally, he would notice if someone was getting close to him, but this time, he failed to notice Zhao Hai. Xiangbo was also too focused on thinking that he didn't notice Zhao Hai's arrival. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, he was somewhat embarrassed. He smiled faintly and said, "Mister, it's you. I just came here because I have nothing to do." "Why did Mister come out? Is something wrong?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Everything's alright. There's no need to worry." Xiangbo sighed and said, "Mister, you mentioned it before. But after we head back, how do you think they would reward us?" Zhao Hai stared, then he shook his head and said, "I really don't know. However, our contribution would certainly be big. They shouldn't reward us poorly." Xiangbo looked at Zhao Hai and bitterly smiled. "Mister, you can fight against immortal experts. Also, you have Mu Yu behind you. If you want, you can choose to not participate in the expedition." "Why did you come?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "If I don't want to come, then of course I can choose not to go. In fact, before Elder Mu retired, he told me that Elder Shen might deal with me. Therefore, he told me to go into a closed-door retreat. I can just go out in the future when the expedition is sent over. However, I didn't agree. This is because I want to explore the sea. Although Elder Shen was the one who gave me this task, it was me who chose to go." Hearing Zhao Hai, Xiangbo sighed and said, "So it's like that. No wonder." "Talking about it, it's good to have people watching your back. As for us, we're dispensable people in our realms or have offended someone high up. This is why we're assigned to this task. If not for you, we wouldn't be able to survive." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That no longer matters. Once we go back and receive our reward, you can rest assured that sooner or later you will also become immortal experts." Xiangbo forced a smile and said, "That's easier said than done. Although we made a huge contribution, we have nobody above us. We would still have a hard time getting good things." "Alright, let's no longer talk about this." Zhao Hai looked at Xiangbo and smiled as he said, "Cultivation is never easy for anyone. You have also gone through multiple hardships to reach where you currently are. Don't think about it too much. A cultivator can only move forward if they are alive. If you stagnate, then you will move backwards. When the time comes, you are doomed to fail. Meeting each other in this expedition is fate. From now on, we are friends. You can come to me if you need any help." Xiangbo, who was racking his brain thinking about how to befriend Zhao Hai, was stunned when he heard this. The reason he said those things to Zhao Hai was because he had nothing else to tell. He wanted to open a topic so that he can establish rapport with Zhao Hai. However, Xiangbo didn't hold much hope at the time. After all, Zhao Hai had a great status. He might say a few things to Zhao Hai that would cause him to leave. But contrary to what he expected, not only did Zhao Hai stay, he also said that they were friends. This was definitely a surprise. Xiangbo recovered and then immediately said, "Mister's words are too polite for someone like me. Meeting you is already a great achievement to me." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's not too polite. I used to be an ascender. Even in the world of cultivation, there aren't a lot of people who want to meet me. Haha. Here, this is a gift for you." After he said that, Zhao Hai flipped his hand and took out a jade box containing 1,000-year-old blood ginseng. Blood ginseng was very precious for cultivation. Not only could it help in cultivation, it also had excellent healing properties. This was especially true regarding very old blood giant. Even in the 10,000 realm battlefield, it was very difficult to find a 1,000-year-old blood ginseng. But for Zhao Hai, these things were nothing that great. He can get as many as he wants inside the space. He can get a 100-year-old ginseng and then accelerate its growth to 1,000 years. Not to mention 1,000-year-old ginseng. The space has several 10,000-year-old blood ginseng. Xiangbo received the jade box and saw a huge human-shaped blood ginseng inside. Xiangbo's complexion couldn't help but change. He hastily closed the jade box and said, "Mister, I cannot accept this. This is too precious." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's fine, just accept it. This thing is useless to me. Go and take a rest. Don't forget to reach out to me if you ever need help in the future." Xiangbo gratefully looked at Zhao Hai. He nodded and carefully stored the jade box. Then he turned around and left. Looking at Xiangbo, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. Although he didn't know that Xiangbo wanted to befriend him, he still wanted to become friends with Xiangbo. He has a plan for the future, and befriending Xiangbo was the start. As he stood on the deck of the Hell King's ship, looking at the dark clouds being cut apart, Zhao Hai let out a long breath before he murmured, "Even as a chess piece, I will be a chess piece that cannot be easily manipulated." After he said that, Zhao Hai took another look around. Now, the ship has been covered by the dark clouds. He couldn't see anything at all, and because he understood these dark clouds very well, Zhao Hai knew that his spiritual force couldn't go far. These dark clouds had a strong suppressive effect against the spiritual force of cultivators. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. This sea wasn't easy to search. His current spiritual force wasn't any less than immortal experts. But since he arrived here, he couldn't detect much of the surroundings. Immortal experts would have the same experience, maybe even worse. This was because Zhao Hai wasn't being affected by the dark clouds, which was something the other immortal experts didn't have. Zhao Hai sighed and then returned to the cabins before going to the space. Laura and the others were currently sitting on the sofa and looking at the monitor. The screen showed Xiangbo and the others. Xiangbo was now sitting inside his room holding the jade box that Zhao Hai gave him. He stared at the blood ginseng for a long time before he received it once more. Then he sat in place blankly, thinking about something. The others were sitting cross-legged in meditation. There wasn't much to see, so Laura and the others changed the display to the 100 Treasures Realms headquarters. When the headquarters was shown, Zhao Hai and the others were stunned. This was because they saw someone there. It was Mu Yao. Zhao Hai stared. Mu Yao should be in retreat right now. Why did he come out again? Mu Yao was also followed by a lot of people. These people were severed soul experts and transcending tribulation experts of the 100 Treasures Realm. In addition to these people, there were also at least 50 immortal experts. Opposite Mu Yao were Shen Wei as well as the immortal experts who were with him. Seeing this, Zhao Hai understood the situation. It seems like Mu Yao was about to impeach Shen Wei. Shen Wei's actions were very unfair, causing dissatisfaction among the cultivators of the 100 Treasures Realm. Mu Yao was also waiting for an opportunity, and it has came to reveal itself. However, Zhao Hai knew that he wasn't enough to be a reason. So what opportunity did Mu Yao see to allow him to attempt an impeachment? Adjusting the display, Zhao Hai finally knew. It turns out that Shen Wei punished the experts who spoke on behalf of Zhao Hai in the past few days. This caused everyone to be dissatisfied. It must be known that although the elders of the 100 Treasures Realm held great power, they couldn't just punish people that easily. They needed to be fair, otherwise people would rise up and impeach them. Although Shen Wei had only been in control for a short time, His suppression of the Mu faction has become so blatant that it began to displease other people. After all, the giant spirit realm and the Fire Weaver's defeat was caused by the leadership of the Mu faction. The Mu faction's prestige in the Hundred Treasures realm was at an all-time high. It's no wonder that Shen Wei's removal of the Mu faction's people from important positions managed to anger people. Additionally, there was Shen Wei's move to embarrass Zhao Hai and then his action against the dissatisfied severed soul experts. The anger that accumulated finally exploded. This allowed Mu Yao to group everyone to impeach Shen Wei. Chapter 1540. No, Shen Wei looked at Mu Yao with resentment. He wished to tear Mu Yao to shreds. However, he knew that he couldn't do this. Even if he made a move, he wouldn't be Mu Yao's opponent. On the other hand, Mu Yao looked calmly at Shen Wei. He knew why Shen Wei hated him. It was because he knew that he didn't want to confront Shen Wei. Shen Wei's hatred was due to a misunderstanding, and there was no benefit to the Hundred Treasures realm if he went against Shen Wei. In any case, Shen Wei's strength was very good. He can be considered to be a good commander. Although he resented the Mu faction and tried to suppress it, this was still within Mu Yao's tolerance. Therefore, Mu Yao endured all this time. But now, Shen Wei actually dared to touch Zhao Hai. How could Mu Yao just endure it this time? If Zhao Hai didn't express that he wanted to explore the sea, then Mu Yao would have raged against Shen Wei. It was now time to turn against Shen Wei, and with a reasonable cause behind him, Mu Yao can suppress Shen Wei in one stroke and let him lose power as an elder. Mu Yao wasn't a good man nor a saint. He didn't act against Shen Wei before because he was afraid of causing damage to the development of the Hundred Treasures realm. The Shen faction had a lot of members. If the two factions fight, it would certainly cause turmoil in the Hundred Treasures realm, which would be detrimental for the realm. In the past, the times were critical because of the giant spirit realm. Mu Yao had no spare energy to fight against Shen Wei. But now it was different. The giant spirit realm has been dealt with and the Hundred Treasures realm was at a golden age. With Shen Wei offending almost every transcending tribulation expert, this was a good opportunity. Shen Wei looked at Mu Yao and then bitterly said, "Mu Yao, what are you doing? Why did you bring all these people?" Mu Yao replied in a cold voice, "Shen Wei, as an elder, it's impossible for you to not know why I came. To be honest, I'm very disappointed in you. I never expected you to be something like this. This time, everyone is here to impeach you." Shen Wei replied, "Impeach me? I didn't do anything wrong. You can't impeach me." Mu Yao coldly replied, "Shen Wei, what does the Elders' Assembly do? It manages the Hundred Treasures realm and steers it into a stronger position. It's not a place where you can do whatever you want. Why did you use it as an opportunity to punish people you find unpleasant? Most importantly, why did you send Zhao Hai to explore the sea?" Shen Wei looked at Mu Yao, then he sneered and said, "To put it bluntly, you came because of Zhao Hai. Why can't Zhao Hai participate in the exploration of the sea? You might be fond of him, but I'm not. He just joined the Hundred Treasures realm, so why should he enjoy so much privilege?" Mu Yao, doing this, aren't you using public sentiment for your private gains? Mu Yao shook his head at Shen Wei as he said, "Shen Wei, oh Shen Wei, you're truly blinded by hatred. I gave Zhao Hai privileges because he deserved those privileges. Because of your hatred towards me, you didn't came to the headquarters in the battle against the Fire Weavers. You don't know about Zhao Hai at all. You don't know what he did for the Hundred Treasures realm, nor his importance to the realm. Your treatment of Zhao Hai turned everyone's heart cold." Shen Wei swept the cultivators behind Mu Yao with his eyes. What he saw caused his heart to get a bad feeling. He found out that the cultivators behind Mu Yao had a look of approval on their faces. They think that what Mu Yao said was right. This caused Shen Wei to be somewhat uneasy. He didn't really know much about Zhao Hai. He also participated in some battles in the war against the Fire Weavers, but because he didn't want to meet Mu Yao, he didn't visit the headquarters. He just stayed in the Hundred Treasures realm and would only come out when there were orders. It was precisely because he didn't come to the headquarters that he didn't know the identity of Zhao Hai. And due to his prejudice against Mu Yao, he didn't pay any attention to any information about Zhao Hai. He always thought that the information would be false. But now it seems like this wasn't the case. Was there really something with Zhao Hai? The uneasy feeling in Shen Wei's heart increased as he thought of this. However, Shen Wei also knew that this wasn't the time to show weakness. If he did, then he would be admitting that he was wrong, and he wasn't prepared to bow his head towards Mu Yao. Shen Wei coldly snorted and said, That's just your words. Who knows if Zhao Hai is really deserving like you said. Mu Yao looked at Shen Wei as he sighed. It seems like Shen Wei was truly blinded by his hatred, and he had yet to recover. Thinking of this, Mu Yao couldn't help but say, Shen Wei, there are some things that cannot be discussed outside. Let's head inside the conference hall and talk about it. All immortal experts, follow me inside. After that, he entered the conference hall along with the other elders. Despite this, the severed soul experts and the transcending tribulation experts stayed outside. They were waiting for the conclusion. They wanted Shen Wei to step down. Mu Yao entered the conference hall and then invited everyone to sit down. After looking at the immortal experts, Mu Yao said, I think there's still some people who have the same idea as Elder Shen. Everyone thinks that I gave Zhao Hai his privilege because of his military exploits. In fact, this isn't the case. You might not know this, but besides Zhao Hai's space abilities, he also has the ability to decompose and recycle materials. This ability is something that not a lot of people know. Mu Yao's words caused several elders to be surprised. An ability to decompose materials was very wanted in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Each realm that can obtain this ability will experience explosive growth. Shen Wei's expression also changed. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to have this valuable ability as well. Mu Yao looked at everyone and said, didn't everyone wonder why the 100 Treasures realm suddenly obtained the water refining technique? It came from Zhao Hai. Didn't you wonder how the realm was able to make fake spirit snake needles? It was because of Zhao Hai. The giant spirit treasure ship, the blueprint was given by Zhao Hai. The Fireweaver rifles and the cannons that we have right now, all of these were because of Zhao Hai's ability. Just these things alone mean a lot to the 100 Treasures realm. In this case, is it wrong to give great benefits to Zhao Hai? The immortal experts nodded. If these things were given by Zhao Hai, then there's no problems in giving him rich benefits. Looking at the crowd, Mu Yao continued, there's one thing that you need to know. Zhao Hai used his ability to recycle the waste materials on Yan planet. Some of the materials he managed to recover are now exhausted in the 10,000 realm battlefield. The materials he recovered are enough for the 100 Treasures realm to use for countless years. With such contributions, not to say privileges or a planet, it's not excessive if we gave him much more. Boom. Mu Yao's words exploded in the minds of the people present. These immortal experts were immediately stunned. They knew exactly what Yan planet meant for the 100 Treasures realm. It was a place where rejected and failed refining materials were thrown into. Hearing that these waste materials were turned into usable resources, the elders couldn't help but be startled. Mu Yao watched everyone and didn't talk for some time. For a while, the room was silent. After a moment, Mu Yao said, I have turned Yan planet into a forbidden area now. Only a few people are allowed to deliver waste material to the planet, and they cannot see much of the planet. Zhao Hai will periodically visit the planet in order to recycle the waste materials and make them into usable resources. Now all of you should understand why I gave Zhao Hai so many benefits. They understood. If they didn't, then they were idiots. Shen Wei's expression turned dark. He didn't expect the situation to be like this. Seeing that the crowd was quiet, Mu Yao said, if you don't believe me, you can go to Yan planet and take a look. The materials are still there. Also, Shen Wei, I did indeed kill your disciple. As for the reason why, you should be aware of it. This decision isn't only up to me, but it was made after the deliberation of the 10 Elder Assembly. The elders present stared when they heard this. They clearly knew what the 10 Elder Assembly was. This 10 Elder Assembly only happens if something important needs to be decided upon. 10 groups of elders would be invited and everyone would discuss the matter. If it wasn't important, this meeting couldn't be called upon. The power of the 10 Elder Assembly was more than a normal group of elders. A lot of people knew about the death of Shen Wei's disciple. They also suspected that it was because of Mu Yao. However, they didn't expect this matter to involve a 10 Elder Assembly. If this was the case, then what happened to Shen Wei's disciple? Why did the 10 Elder Assembly decide to kill him? The other immortal experts looked at Mu Yao in confusion. Seeing the crowd looking at him, Mu Yao elaborated, went out on a mission. Shen Wei's disciple has been abducted by an elder of the giant spirit realm. After he was captured, he was taken to their headquarters. Then 10 immortal elders of the giant spirit realm worked together to turn him into a puppet to come back as a spy. We discovered it later on. After the 10 Elder Assembly made their decision, They gave the task to me to accomplish because of my enmity with Shen Wei. This will hide the matter from the giant spirit realm. We never revealed it outside. Now that the giant spirit realm has been driven out of the 10,000 realm battlefield, I can now reveal it to you. Chapter 1541. Startling changes to the clouds. Everyone was stunned, especially Shen Wei. As soon as he heard Mu Yao, his complexion couldn't help but change. He angrily roared, "Nonsense, Zenger is not that kind of person." Zenger, whose name was Shen Zheng, was Shen Wei's disciple who was killed. At this time, a sigh was heard. "Elder Shen, what Elder Mu said is correct." It was indeed a decision made by the 10 Elder Assembly at that time, and this old man is one of the participants. Everyone turned towards the direction of the voice and saw an elder sitting at the back. He looked quite old with his hair and eyebrows already white. His face also had elderly spots. Seeing this person, everyone couldn't help but believe Mu Yao's words. Everyone knew who this old man was. He was a famed expert of the 100 Treasures realm, known for his good-heartedness. He didn't form his own faction nor have any enmity with people. Although he didn't have any famous disciples, his connections were pretty rich. It was impossible for this person to lie, so he was certainly telling the truth. In other words, Mu Yao wasn't lying. Shen Zheng had indeed turned traitor to the 100 Treasures realm. Upon hearing this old person, Shen Wei's bones turned to jelly. He felt his strength being sapped. Mu Yao glanced at Shen Wei, then to the others and said, "This time, I didn't want Zhao Hai to explore the sea. I already told him about the dangers, but he still took the task. He wanted to explore it. We can say that he had the intention to go there from the beginning." Everyone stared. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would want to explore the sea. They couldn't help but talk among themselves. Mu Yao continued, "Even if Zhao Hai wanted to explore the sea, Elder Shen still made a mistake on this matter. Following the decision of the majority, Elder Shen Wei, you will be removed from your position. Do you agree?" Shen Wei's eyes lost its spirit as he turned to Mu Yao. After some time, he said, "You said Zhao Hai wanted to explore the sea? Is he confident of his survival?" Mu Yao stared. He didn't think Shen Wei would ask this, but he still replied, "Zhao Hai is a cautious person. He should be able to safely return." Shen Wei breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Mu Yao and said, "This Shen Wei has never accepted you, Mu Yao. However, you're willing to take the blame for other people and are patient with me. This Shen Wei is ashamed. I have nothing to say about my impeachment. As long as Zhao Hai returns safely, then this Shen Wei will be assured." Shen Wei apologizes to you. After giving Mu Yao a bow, he turned and bowed to the other elders. "This Shen Wei has been selfish and is not suitable to become an elder. Everyone, from now on, I will return to Shen Planet and close up. I ask everyone to look after the headquarters on my behalf." Shen Wei walked away after speaking. Mu Yao looked at Shen Wei's departing back and sighed. He didn't expect Shen Wei to be such a gentleman. Another person who didn't expect this outcome was Zhao Hai. Through the Spaces monitor, Zhao Hai was able to see the entire thing. To be honest, he had a bad impression of Shen Wei. In his eyes, Shen Wei was a selfish person who was blind to the bigger picture. However, it seems like this wasn't the case. Shen Wei was without a doubt loyal to the 100 Treasures realm. He was only blinded by hatred before. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. No matter what, the dispute in the 100 Treasures realm has been resolved. He no longer has anything to worry about in the future. As long as he safely returns, the 100 Treasures realm would be fine. Zhao Hai adjusted the monitor's image towards the billowing dark clouds. They could also see purple fog intermittently, but compared to the dark clouds, the poisonous cloud was much less by a couple of times. Kair was quite busy at this time. She was focused on taking care of the children. The children's courses weren't much worse compared to back in Blue Tree Planet. The only thing that changed was that their classrooms were now in the Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai didn't manage Kair. He just stared at the screen. Right now, the image on the screen has zoomed out. The Hell King's ship was depicted as a green dot. Besides the green dot that was the Hell King's ship, the entire screen was filled with dark clouds. Despite looking at the monitor, Zhao Hai's mind was in another place. He was currently thinking about the Black Dragon. The dark clouds were able to nurture the Black Dragon. Does this mean that there were other beasts living here? What was the Black Dragon's level compared to these other beasts? The realms in the 10,000 realm battlefield had little to no understanding regarding the sea. Nobody knew how big it was. nor did anyone know what's in it. The dark clouds and the purple mist were natural barriers dividing the 10,000 realm battlefield into two different worlds. Right now, Zhao Hai was in this unexplored world and it seems to be bigger than the rest of the 10,000 realm battlefield. As Zhao Hai was thinking about this, something red suddenly appeared on the monitor. Moreover, this red wasn't a dot, but a large area instead. Zhao Hai stared, then he immediately enlarged the display. The enlarged image startled him once more. This was because what he saw was far from what he expected. Clouds. It was actually a huge group of clouds. This cloud wasn't black, but it was snow white instead. The presence of white clouds were normal anywhere else, but it was quite special amidst the dark clouds. After seeing dark clouds for a long time, the white clouds became too eye-catching. Zhao Hai immediately moved and appeared among the white clouds. As soon as he appeared, he was dumbfounded. This was because the white clouds contained a lot of spiritual qi. It was not much different compared to the mainland. In fact, the spiritual qi was richer in this place. What stunned Zhao Hai the most was that there seems to be a shield at the end of the clouds. The shield separated the white and the dark clouds, and amidst the white clouds, Zhao Hai was able to see trees that looked like cotton candy. What Zhao Hai saw was a tree. It had a trunk as well as branches, but in place of leaves, it had clouds. It looked like a painting that children would draw where a tree had a trunk, a branch, and then semicircles describing the leaves. Zhao Hai moved and arrived next to the tree. He reached out and felt the softness of the leaves. However, despite its texture, the cloud-like leaves were quite tough. It seems to be covered by a layer of protection. Zhao Hai looked at the cloud trees, speechless. The world was truly strange, even things like these existed. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly felt something move under his feet. When he looked down, he saw a mouse under him. This thing wasn't afraid of him at all. Most importantly, although it looked like a mouse, it had cloud-like fur covering its body, and it seems like its cloud-like fur was moving. It looked very cute. Zhao Hai squatted down and reached out towards the mouse. However, it seems like the mouse didn't want to be touched. It suddenly vanished and reappeared in a cloud tree, its beady eyes still staring at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. This little thing was quite smart, but its presence here was strange. What was its name? Cloud Beast? Cloud Mouse? As Zhao Hai was thinking about this, a loud voice was suddenly heard. Who dares enter my orchard? When the voice fell, a shadow appeared from a distance. This person had a formidable aura. Unexpectedly, he was a severed soul expert. Zhao Hai looked at the person. This person had white hair as well as white eyebrows. He had white clothing on while his skin was white also. Besides his eyes, everything about him was white. He was quite dazzling. However, Zhao Hai was sure that this person wasn't old. It may be because of this place that he looked like this. The person also saw Zhao Hai and was surprised. He stared at Zhao Hai while Zhao Hai stared at him. The two looked at each other and nobody spoke for some time. After a moment, the person asked, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Zhao Hai stared, then he smiled faintly as he cupped his fist and said, "I have seen your excellency. My name is Zhao Hai and I came from the 10,000 realm battlefield. I didn't know that this is your orchard. Please excuse me." The person looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You're from the 10,000 realm battlefield?" Zhao Hai nodded, "Yes." Just as Zhao Hai's words fell, the person suddenly roared, "Then die." Then he threw himself towards Zhao Hai with a long sword in his hand. The sword was entirely white and exuded cold sparkles. It could be seen at a glance that it wasn't ordinary. The person quickly arrived before Zhao Hai as he slashed the sword towards Zhao Hai's throat. Zhao Hai lifted his hand and grasped the sword while wearing a metal glove. The sword was grasped so firmly that it was very hard to budge. Zhao Hai looked at the person and coldly said, "Your Excellency, I have no intention of being your enemy. Why did you suddenly want to kill me?" The person looked at Zhao Hai's hand holding his sword. His complexion changed. Then he coldly snorted and said, "The people from the 10,000 realm battlefield were never good people. They come here only to plunder and kill. They kill everyone they come across." Zhao Hai stared, then he asked, "Your Excellency, you have seen people from the 10,000 realm battlefield?" When the person coldly snorted as he retreated, another sword appeared in his hand. But this time, The sword was a heavy one. It was 1.5 meters long and 30 centimeters wide. It looked like a plank of wood in the person's hand. Chapter 1542, Deceitful Go Ling. The man held his big sword and yelled as he slashed towards Zhao Hai. As the person waved his sword, Zhao Hai noticed the surrounding white clouds fluctuating violently. After that, the clouds gathered as though being directed by the big sword. All of it was pouring towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then he took a deep breath and threw out a punch. The man's sword wasn't a flying sword but a sword meant for close combat instead. However, Zhao Hai didn't meet the attack head-on. Instead he evaded and then punched the man's side. Although the person was wielding a huge sword, he was still very agile. Seeing Zhao Hai's fist, he immediately changed the sword's direction. The two exchanged moves quickly. However, the man understood that Zhao Hai had the upper hand and was just holding back. Otherwise, he would have already lost. The man wasn't a person who can't afford to lose. At first glance, Zhao Hai didn't come with malicious intent. He took his sword back as he retreated 50 meters away. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and asked once more, "Are you really from the 10,000 realm battlefield?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Of course I am, mister. How did you know about the 10,000 realm battlefield?" "I haven't seen anyone from the battlefield that looks like mister." The man looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You can't have seen us. Our knowledge about the 10,000 realm battlefield came accidentally as well. In this sea of clouds, there are countless places like my orchard." Hundreds of years ago, while someone from the Sea of Clouds was hunting beasts, he came upon a dying cultivator. "The cultivator looks just like you. That person is from the 10,000 realm battlefield." Because the people from the Cloud Sea are ignorant about the battlefield, they were naturally curious. They treated that person like an honored guest and had him stay in Cloud City. But they didn't expect that person to be heartless and cruel. After he recovered, he killed and robbed his saviors. In the end, several experts worked together to deal with him. If he wasn't killed, then the entire Cloud City would have been destroyed. Zhao Hai stared. He looked at the person and asked, "It shouldn't be like this." Every 50 years, the 10,000 realm battlefield would send people to explore the Sea of Clouds. "The people who come here aren't killers." The person looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Are you really from the 10,000 realm battlefield? Tell me what the battlefield is." Zhao Hai didn't hide anything from him and revealed the situation of the battlefield. After hearing this, the person said, "No wonder you're robbers. That place is basically a bandit's den." When he heard this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but bitterly smile. The person didn't speak wrongly. The place was truly a bandit's lair. It's a place where a huge bandit would rob from the small bandit and everyone were bandits. As long as they saw something good for the taking, like this orchard, the cultivators would no doubt want to rob it. And if Zhao Hai wasn't wrong, that person must have been an immortal expert. Besides immortal experts, most people wouldn't be able to make it this far. Zhao Hai sighed. Then he said, "That place is indeed a bandit's den. However, it's a place where the law is rob or be robbed. In order to survive, you need to be strong. It's not as peaceful as here." The person looked at Zhao Hai. Then he coldly snorted and said, "What's different?" "The same is true for this place. This orchard grows cloud fruits. Once eaten, these fruits can increase your cultivation. However, this orchard attracts cloud beasts. If you don't have enough strength, the cloud beasts will attack you. If you aren't strong enough, you will be robbed." Originally, that person offended a great clan and was sent here. In the end, it was a situation where a big bandit kills a small bandit. Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at the person in confusion and said, "Then why did you immediately try to kill me? And you even added the story about the person from the 10,000 realm battlefield." "We aren't that different." The person coldly snorted and said, "This is my orchard. I can say whatever I want." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel blood rushing to his head. He had never met such an unreasonable person before. This person's character was very weird. Zhao Hai looked at the person and said, "Your Excellency, I didn't come with evil intentions. If you don't want me here, I can leave." The person looked at Zhao Hai. Then he suddenly laughed as he said, "I think you have a good temperament. Come, let's have a drink. I have freshly brewed cloud fruit wine. It's very delicious." Zhao Hai looked at the person, then he smiled faintly and said, "Thank you very much, Your Excellency." Then he approached the person in a carefree manner. Seeing Zhao Hai's action, the person couldn't help but laugh as he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "You're quite refreshing." After he said that, he led Zhao Hai and flew. Before long, The two arrived before a house. Seeing this house, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be in a daze. The house looks like a huge cloud, except it had doors and windows on it. Looking at Zhao Hai's dazed expression, the person smiled and said, "This is my cloud house. In the Cloud Sea realm, this is the most common type of house. Mister, please come in." Zhao Hai quickly followed the person in. The house wasn't small and it was divided into several rooms, but at this time, Zhao Hai was in a living room more than 10 square meters big. It was very spacious. There weren't any furniture in the room but instead fluttering white clouds. The person asked Zhao Hai to sit on a cloud as he sat down as well. Then he cupped his fist and said, "This one is known as Go Ling. Meeting Mr. Today is fate. Please have a cup of my cloud fruit wine." Then he waved his hand and took out a white cloud. Then he grabbed the top of the cloud and opened it. As soon as he did that, an intoxicating fragrance filled the room. After that, Go Ling grabbed a clump of cloud and then pinched it a couple of times before pouring wine over it. The cloud that he pinched became a wine glass. Zhao Hai observed Go Ling's movements. He didn't expect the Cloud Sea realm's clouds to have too many uses. This broadened his vision. Seeing Zhao Hai staring at him, Go Ling smiled and said, "Mister, these clouds are called transforming clouds. They are clouds that have been refined. You can make anything you want out of them. Mister can give it a try." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he grasped at a nearby cloud and took a clump. The cloud was weightless. Zhao Hai pinched the cloud and formed it into a cup similar to the one in front of him. Go Ling saw this and then smiled as he poured Zhao Hai some liquor. The glass in Zhao Hai's hand still had the texture of a cloud, but when the wine was poured over, the liquid stayed inside and didn't spill out at all. Zhao Hai was surprised. Seeing this, Go Ling couldn't help but laugh as he said, "Mister, please." Zhao Hai gave a nod and then drank the wine inside the cup. The wine smoothly flowed through Zhao Hai's throat. The fragrance of the liquor lingered for some time. Zhao Hai couldn't help but shout, "Good wine." Go Ling laughed and said, "If you like it, have some more." Then he poured Zhao Hai another glass. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't decline. The two happily exchanged several cups. Suddenly, Zhao Hai's complexion changed. His face turned to anger as he looked at Go Ling and said, The wine was poisoned?" Go Ling laughed and said, "Of course it's poisoned. You bumpkins from the 10,000 realm battlefield. How could you fathom the wondrous arts of the Cloud Sea territory? Ha ha ha. While the wine you drank is poisonous, I have been drinking peerlessly good wine." Zhao Hai's complexion turned whiter, becoming as white as Go Ling's. Looking at Zhao Hai, Go Ling sneered, "What I told you before was a lie. There was indeed someone from the 10,000 realm battlefield that ended up here and was rescued. However, we sealed his cultivation and turned him into a slave. He told us everything about the 10,000 realm battlefield. Ha ha ha. What an idiot. You really think you can get benefits here? Let me tell you, if the 10,000 realm battlefield is a bandit's den, the Cloud Sea territory is an even bigger bandit lair. If it weren't for the dark clouds separating us, our Cloud Sea army would have already killed their way to the 10,000 realm battlefield." Zhao Hai looked at Go Ling and said, "I didn't expect it to be like this." Go Ling laughed and said, "It's been many years since I've caught a slave from the 10,000 realm battlefield. I can definitely sell you for a good price, enough for me to buy more orchards." As Go Ling was reveling in his achievement, Zhao Hai's voice was heard, "I won't be a slave of the Cloud Sea territory." Go Ling stared. He discovered that something wasn't right with Zhao Hai. He turned his head to see that Zhao Hai was coldly looking at him. However, Zhao Hai's complexion turned normal. It was as if he wasn't poisoned in the first place. As Go Ling was stunned, he suddenly felt a pain in chest. He looked down to see a sword poking out of him. He felt his heart being torn into two and couldn't help but vomit out blood. Surprisingly, his blood was also white. Go Ling looked at Zhao Hai. His mouth moved but no words came out. In the end, his body lost its balance and fell down. The light in his eyes had disappeared. Zhao Hai coldly snorted and waved his hand. Dark mist wrapped around Go Ling's body. Once the dark mist vanished, a new undead stood in front of Zhao Hai. Chapter 1543. Not enough levels. Zhao Hai looked at the undead standing before him. This undead was naturally Go Ling. As soon as he ingested the wine, Zhao Hai immediately discovered that there was poison in it. However, he didn't act on it. He had the space detoxify it first. To be honest, The poison wasn't that strong and wasn't life-threatening. It just made people unable to use their spiritual force. It was nothing remarkable. After discovering this, Zhao Hai wanted to see what Go Ling would do next. This Go Ling was quite interesting. He was aggressive in the beginning and even wanted to kill him. But when he saw that he couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai, he immediately pretended to be kind. This caused him to act and poison the alcohol. Then, upon hearing Go Ling later on, Zhao Hai confirmed that the Cloud Sea realm wasn't a good place. It might be more chaotic than the 10,000 realm battlefield. Looking at the undead in front of him, Zhao Hai asked, Go Ling, are the people of the Cloud Sea territory ascenders from the lower realms? Go Ling shook his head and said, replying to the young master, we're not. The people from the Cloud Sea territory are natives born here. According to legend, the Cloud Sea territory had nobody in the beginning. Afterwards, the spiritual chi of the clouds gave birth to many things, and in the end, we were created. Zhao Hai nodded. The situation of the Cloud Sea territory was quite special. It's impossible for them to be ascenders nor people from outside. However, Zhao Hai didn't expect there to be natives of the 10,000 realm battlefield. How many years did it take before humans appeared on Earth? The 10,000 realm battlefield was a subspace made by other people. Not only did it give birth to people, it gave birth to people who can cultivate. In this case, how old was the 10,000 realm battlefield? Thinking of this, Zhao Hai's scalp couldn't help but tingle. He looked at Go Ling and said, when did cultivation begin to exist here? Go Ling shook his head and said, I don't know. Nobody tried to find out. Zhao Hai replied, what cultivation method does the Cloud Sea territory use? How are you related to cloud beasts? What are cloud fruits? Go Ling answered, the cultivation methods of the Cloud Sea territory are about the same as those in the 10,000 realm battlefield. As for the cloud beasts, they exist here in the territory. Capturing these beasts can help with our cultivation. Generally, these beasts stay inside the clouds, but these beasts would often be attracted to White Cloud Islands. Zhao Hai stared. What do cloud beasts look like? Zhao Hai asked this because he felt that the black dragon that he caught was probably one of these cloud beasts. Go Ling turned his hand and took out a white token. He handed it over to Zhao Hai and said, young master, this is the cloud token. The Cloud Sea territory uses it to record everything. Inside the token are all the cloud beasts currently discovered. Please have a look. Zhao Hai nodded and received the token before searching it with his spiritual force. The information stored inside immediately entered his brain. This was a very detailed record of every cloud beast along with their strength. There's also their benefit to people as well as methods to subdue them. Zhao Hai looked through the list one by one. These cloud beasts come in all shapes and forms. Some were small like bugs while some were as huge as dragons. They all live in what they call the endless black clouds. Once these cloud beasts were captured, the energy they absorbed from the black clouds could be transformed into spiritual chi. It was precisely because of this that cloud beasts were quite famous in the Cloud Sea territory. Zhao Hai also found information about the black dragon he captured. The black dragon was called Thunder Dragon. It was a powerful and dangerous cloud beast. Average immortal experts wouldn't dare catch it. Zhao Hai stored the cloud token before looking at Go Ling and said, Go Ling, tell me about White Cloud Islands. Go Ling replied, White Cloud Islands are footholds in the Cloud Sea territory. People from the Cloud Sea territory cannot just explore it freely. We need to use cloud ships in order to traverse it. And even with a cloud ship, we cannot go too far. But in White Cloud Islands, we can go wherever we want. We don't know how large the Cloud Sea territory is or how many White Cloud Islands there are. These White Cloud Islands vary in sizes and they usually grow plants. Some of these plants are cloud fruit trees. These fruits can be eaten and turned into wine. In some bigger White Cloud Islands, they also grow other things such as cloud rice or cloud vegetables. There are also cloud crystals. These crystals can be used to refine medicine or be ingested directly. Because of this, every White Cloud Island discovered are occupied by people as a place to cultivate. A group's strength depends on how many White Cloud Islands they hold. Zhao Hai understood that although Go Ling and the others were residents of the Cloud Sea territory, they should have all been born in these White Cloud Islands. The territory was filled with dark clouds, making it impossible for the people of the territory to freely explore it. These White Cloud Islands were akin to sanctuaries that allowed people to thrive in. Zhao Hai nodded and said, what about these transforming clouds? Go Ling replied, Transforming clouds are ordinary white clouds that the people of the territory refine. These clouds can be shaped into any form. Although they look like clouds on the outside, they are all perfectly usable. They are the main tools of the people in the Cloud Sea territory. Zhao Hai frowned and said, if everyone in the Cloud Sea territory used the white clouds, then wouldn't they run out? Go Ling answered, young master, the white clouds are growing all the time. The speed at which we use them is far less than its generation. There aren't any problems with us using them. Zhao Hai stared. He didn't expect it to be like this. He looked at Go Ling and said, whoa, what about the weapon that you use? What are they made of? Go Ling replied, all weapons that we use are refined from the bones of cloud beasts. After refining them, the beast bones become very hard. They also carry very powerful might. Zhao Hai gave a nod. So it's like that. Write how to use the cloud beasts as well as the process to make transforming clouds. Also, write everything you know about the Cloud Sea territory. Go Ling nodded before he was sent to the space. Actually, there's no need for Go Ling to write anything down. After leveling up, the space's abilities had been further improved. Undead like Go Ling can directly input their memories into the space's database. This was a lot more convenient than writing down. Zhao Hai stood in Go Ling's orchard and looked at the cloud fruit trees. He waved his hand and sent a whole tree as well as a clump of white cloud to the space. After the white clouds and the tree was sent to the space, a prompt was heard. Special white clouds detected. It can grow on its own and contains a large quantity of spiritual chi as well as life force. As it grows, it can also produce spiritual force. Special white cloud fruit-bearing tree detected. Its fruits can be used to brew alcohol. It has a high amount of spiritual chi. Zhao Hai didn't expect the white clouds to have additional use. It seems like he found a treasure this time. At this time, another prompt was heard. Animal living in white clouds discovered. The animal can transform into mist and return to its original form. Extracting abilities. Abilities extracted. Adding abilities to the animals to the space. The ability has also been integrated into the host's body. Zhao Hai stared. He didn't really think that there would be such a thing. Could his body really transform into a cloud and reorganize? With a thought, Zhao Hai's body vanished into mist and reformed itself. Zhao Hai was stunned. He immediately tried it again and found out that his body had become a white cloud. Then he used his spiritual force to move his body towards another place. Zhao Hai smiled. This ability was good, but it wasn't very useful for him. He returned to the space and found Laura and the others looking at a cloud in the middle of the room. Zhao Hai can see that it was a transforming cloud. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "What's the matter? You all like this thing?" Laura turned her head to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, let's make more of this cloud, alright?" Zhao Hai replied, "You can talk to Kair about that. There's a lot of white clouds outside, you can make as much as you want." Zhao Hai was naturally referring to Go Ling's White Cloud Island. Since Go Ling has no need for it, then naturally Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite. Laura and the others turned to Kair. Seeing the gazes on her, Kair smiled and said, "Alright, this White Cloud Island isn't that big, we can just use it. Originally, I wanted to make the island into a foothold into the Cloud Sea territory. We can establish a transmission formation here so that we can return from the 100 Treasures realm." Laura stared, then she said, "This will be an issue. With Brother Hai's strength, he wouldn't be able to digest all of the Cloud Sea territory. We might as well tell the 100 Treasures realm." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Of course I can't digest the entire territory. Even the 100 Treasures realm can't do it. Once our people come, they can only move into this island. If they leave this island, they would be finished. The cultivators in the Cloud Sea territory will also come to this island soon. Alright, let's stop talking about this. Let's see first how many islands there are in this territory and then send our report. Let the people back in the 10,000 realm battlefield deal with it. In any case, we can also create a white cloud planet inside the space." Hearing Zhao Hai, Laura and the others smiled. There really isn't anything in the Cloud Sea territory. Apart from White Cloud Islands, there's nothing else to take note of. White Cloud Islands were the flesh and blood of the Cloud Sea territory. While looking at the monitor, Lizzie turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Big Brother Hai, will you inform Xiangbo and the others about this? I'm afraid this isn't something we can keep as a secret." Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, "This matter needs to be thought out. We can tell them, but after we report to the 100 Treasures realm. Let's ask them for advice first." Lizzie and the others nodded. At this time, Kair turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, We should take some of these white clouds to the universal scanner to be decomposed and integrated into liquid silver. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up as he said, "Good idea, let's do that." Kair smiled faintly and immediately sent a clump of white clouds to the universal scanner. But this time, they were left disappointed. They were given a prompt that the level of the scanner wasn't enough. It couldn't decompose the white clouds. This caused Zhao Hai to be startled. It has been a long time since the space returned this prompt. Kair pursed her lips as she said, "I didn't expect it to be this advanced. We can't analyze it yet." This caused Zhao Hai's eyes to light up as he said, "This just means that it's a high-grade material. The space already received a lot of things from the 10,000 realm battlefield. If the universal scanner can analyze the white clouds, then this means that it's anything but ordinary. I'm sure it has a lot of uses." Laura's eyes also shone as she said, "Right. For the 10,000 realm battlefield to birth living beings is already strange. Brother Hai, do you think this involves the white clouds? If this is the case, then the white clouds have more uses than we think. Most importantly, it might mean that the 10,000 realm battlefield is created much sooner than we thought." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's possible. It seems like we need to take these white clouds seriously. But this is also good. At least we managed to get our hands on something extraordinary." At this time, Megan shook her head and said, "Big Brother Hai, if the white clouds are really extraordinary, then the space should have leveled up. Why didn't it create any prompts?" It was Kair who answered, "This isn't strange. Right now, the space only knows about the basic use of the white clouds. However, it cannot analyze what it's made of and its properties. Because of this, it cannot be judged by the space. The space doesn't know if it can level up from the white clouds." Zhao Hai said, "Then the white cloud must be the most valuable material we've sent to the space. Is it higher than the spirit root?" Kair shook her head and said, "This and that are different. The spirit root is something produced by the world of cultivation. Meanwhile, the white clouds might be linked to the creator of the 10,000 realm battlefield. It might be the creator's artifact, an influence higher than the 100 treasures realm. Because its level is too high, the space cannot judge it. We still aren't sure if it's as valuable as the spirit root." Zhao Hai nodded. "All right, no matter what, we'll know when the space levels up." Kair, begin refining the white clouds of this white cloud island. Then let's go find another island. Chapter 1544, Sea of Beasts. Zhao Hai stood on the top of the bow as the Hell King's ship traversed the Cloud Sea territory. However, this Cloud Sea territory was truly boring. There were a lot of dark clouds. No matter who, they would be tired of looking at it after some time. However, Zhao Hai wasn't bothered by it. He continued to stand on the ship's bow and stare at the black clouds ahead as though he was waiting for a treasure to emerge. Actually, there really were treasures in the dark clouds. The cloud beasts. Cloud beasts live inside the dark clouds. Growing up in this environment, each and every one of them were strong. But these cloud beasts share the same hobby, and that was eating white clouds. Since the people on the Cloud Sea territory knew about this characteristic, they would frequently use white clouds to bait the cloud beasts. It must be said that these white clouds were really interesting. As long as you cut a piece of it and put it among the dark clouds, it would slowly grow up by itself. Zhao Hai didn't use white clouds as bait this time. This was because Kair discovered a cloud beast in front of them. The cloud beast looked like a fierce tiger. Zhao Hai saw a lot of beasts in the 10,000 realm battlefield. However, there were no tiger beasts. This caused Zhao Hai to think that there were tigers in the 10,000 realm battlefield. But now, he finally saw one. The tiger seemed to be sleeping on a dark cloud. It was covered in black shiny fur. Its entire body was pitch black besides the white pattern on its forehead that looked like a king character. Although the tiger seems like it was sleeping soundly, every breath it took caused the surrounding dark clouds to form tornadoes. Zhao Hai was still some distance away from the tiger beast. He was observing it through the space. This tiger wasn't weak. It had the strength of an immortal expert. This caused Zhao Hai to wonder, why do the cloud beasts he encounters all have great strength? He remembered that most of the cloud beasts in Go Ling's list were quite weak, with the weakest at the lowest level of cultivation. On the other hand, the two beasts that Zhao Hai met were at the immortal level. At this time, the black tiger opened its eyes and swept towards Zhao Hai's direction. Then it slowly stood up. Its actions weren't quick. Instead they looked very graceful. After that, the tiger began walking towards the Hell King's ship. The walking speed of the tiger wasn't fast, and as it walked, The surrounding clouds weren't disturbed at all. This helped to hide its figure. Seeing this, Zhao Hai became even more curious about this tiger. It has been 5 days since he departed Goling's island. In those 5 days, Zhao Hai hadn't met any living creatures. After asking Goling about it, Zhao Hai learned that Goling chose to go into a far place because he managed to offend people. The orchard wasn't his. Goling just found records of a distant White Cloud Island, so he went there in order to avoid pursuit. Because he was being chased down, Goling lost his weapons and various items. It was because of this that he displayed horrible strength when he fought against Zhao Hai. It has been hard for Goling to run to such a faraway place. In order to reach his island, he suffered injuries. After spending many years on the island, Goling had yet to recover from his wounds. In order to deal with enemies, he had to make poisonous wine. In the end, he used the wine on Zhao Hai, which caused him to be killed. Goling also told Zhao Hai that the place they were currently in was a forbidden area in the Cloud Sea territory. It was called the Sea of Beasts. In this area, formidable cloud beasts roam. The strength of the beasts couldn't be underestimated. Because of this, Goling chose to run here. This was because the power that he offended was just too strong. If he picked any other place, he wouldn't survive. It was because this was the Sea of Beasts that so few people came here, let alone people from the 10,000 realm battlefield. It was because of this region that the people from the 10,000 realm battlefield and the Cloud Sea territory had not met each other. Zhao Hai also managed to grasp some understanding about the Cloud Sea territory. Although Goling was a severed soul expert, he wasn't an extraordinary person in the Cloud Sea territory. Moreover, he had a rogue cultivator background. Naturally, he wasn't regarded very well. He didn't know anyone high up. Otherwise, he wouldn't have offended the people he managed to offend. The Cloud Sea territory was like the lower realms. The influence here was divided between clans. There were no nations here. On the other hand, the 10,000 realm battlefield were ruled by various realms. It didn't have any clans in control. Because of this style of government, there exists numerous powers in the Cloud Sea territory. These powers formed a balance between cooperation and struggle. Rogue cultivators like Goling basically couldn't progress far. Despite this, the Sea of Beasts lay outside the influence of these clans. This was because there were just too many beasts in this region. A lot of clans send their people here in order to try and capture cloud beasts. However, they would only explore the outskirts of the region. They wouldn't dare go any deeper. Otherwise, if any of the formidable beasts show up, they would all be eradicated. Goling was only able to reach his island because he found a token of a predecessor. This token had a fairly safe route through the Sea of Beasts. Goling used this route to escape. Zhao Hai originally thought that even if there were powerful beasts in the Sea of Beasts, there should also be smaller beasts mixed in. It was really strange that he only met immortal stage beasts. However, Zhao Hai didn't think too much about this. He was very curious about the cloud beasts, but he has yet to form an idea to capture them for the space. Looking at the tiger making a move, Zhao Hai stopped. Then he retreated slowly. He wanted to see if the tiger would try to pursue. The tiger noticed Zhao Hai's intention to retreat. It immediately pounced. Before long, it was very close to Zhao Hai's location. Zhao Hai didn't expect the lazy and sluggish-looking tiger to have such quick speed once it made an effort. However, he wasn't worried. He already expected it due to his previous fight with the black dragon. Cloud beasts couldn't just be provoked easily, especially these high-level beasts. Although the black tiger didn't look special, Zhao Hai knew clearly that it was very strong. In Goling's list, this black tiger was known as Howling Wind Tiger. Once it moves, the wind and clouds change color. Its ability to control the wind was very formidable. Zhao Hai calculated the location of the tiger's next pounce. With a wave of his hand, he made a sword formation with 10,000 swords appear on the calculated location. Once the tiger landed, it fell down on the sword formation. It tried to struggle free. To be honest, the tiger was indeed very strong. However, Zhao Hai's sword formation mixed with faith power has become its nemesis. No matter how hard the Howling Wind Tiger moved, it couldn't get out. Before long, it was captured and sent to the space by Zhao Hai. From Goling's list, Zhao Hai knew that the Howling Wind Tiger and the Thunder Dragon were among the top-level beasts in the Sea of Beasts. Even immortal experts of the Cloud Sea territory didn't dare offend them. Because of this, Zhao Hai lost interest in capturing the other cloud beasts. By this point, Capturing cloud beasts would bring no benefit to the space. Zhao Hai cleared his mind and then traversed the sea of beasts according to the map that Go Ling acquired. Zhao Hai spent nearly 1 month flying. He was very careful along the way and tightly followed the map in his hand. He also avoided strong cloud beasts. This wasn't to say that Zhao Hai was afraid of the cloud beasts, because these beasts were useless to him. It would only be a waste of time if he were to fight them. What Zhao Hai wanted to do right now was to reach the core of the Cloud Sea territory and see what it really was. Something that caused Zhao Hai to feel a headache was his identity. People from the Cloud Sea territory looked distinctly different from Zhao Hai. As soon as he was seen, they would immediately know that he wasn't one of them. When the time comes, the people from the Cloud Sea territory might try to deal with him. However, Zhao Hai felt that it would be a pity if he didn't visit the Cloud Sea territory. In the end, he decided to push through. The worst thing that could happen was for him to cause trouble in the territory. Zhao Hai might be a cautious person who treated matters with a lukewarm response. However, this didn't mean that he was a coward. As his strength improved, his bearing was also becoming stronger. In the past, he preferred to act low-key because he knew that his strength was nothing in the 10,000 realm battlefield. At that time, immortal experts can force him to use his trump cards. As his strength increased, the less and less cards he would have to reveal. Moreover, his strength was becoming well known. It would be unreasonable if he still acted low-key. Zhao Hai didn't want to be discreet, but some people actually think that he wanted to. Mu Yao and the others wanted Zhao Hai to keep being low-key since he was too important for the 100 Treasures realm. They wanted to reduce Zhao Hai's fame to as little as possible so that other realms wouldn't pay attention to him. If the other realms knew about Zhao Hai's abilities, then they would no doubt try to assassinate him. Because of this worry, Mu Yao wanted Zhao Hai to disappear from public eyes. But at this moment, a jade sword message flew into the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters and delivered itself to Mu Yao's hands. Chapter 1545, Beast Concealed in the Clouds. After chasing Shen Wei out, Mu Yao returned to his cave residence. Although Shen Wei has been kicked out from power, this doesn't mean that he was now in control. He had just ended his term. Because of this, the 100 Treasures Realm would arrange another 5 elders to become the ruling elders. Despite this, Mu Yao was still very concerned about any news regarding Zhao Hai. He knew clearly well how crucial Zhao Hai was for the 100 Treasures realm. It can be said that as long as Zhao Hai returns, even if he didn't bring anything back, the 100 Treasures realm would still gain a lot. For this reason, Mu Yao was paying attention to any developments in the headquarters. Although he wasn't in charge and could return to his planet to close up, he still stayed in the headquarters in order to wait for any information about Zhao Hai. The elders of the 100 Treasures realm also understood Mu Yao's feelings, but since they hadn't met Zhao Hai before, it was impossible for him to know about their spiritual signature. As the matter stands, Zhao Hai could only send a message back to Mu Yao. It was best for Mu Yao to stay in the headquarters in order to receive any news. However, it has already been 10 days but no news had come. Mu Yao couldn't help but become very anxious. Mu Yao no longer had any intentions of closing up. Once in a while, he would get out of his residence and take a stroll around the transmission formations. It wasn't only Mu Yao who was waiting. The entire headquarters were also waiting with him. Whether it was an immortal expert or a transcending tribulation expert, everyone was waiting for any news from Zhao Hai. However, they heard nothing back. The mood of the headquarters was very heavy. This day, Mu Yao was once again strolling around the transmission formation. Mu Yao looked like a senile old man lately. His eyes showed anxiety as he strolled back and forth the transmission formations. He was now beginning to regret agreeing to Zhao Hai's request to explore the sea. At this time, a jade sword message flew over. Mu Yao didn't even turn his head as he casually caught it. He looked like he didn't care. Then he nonchalantly scanned it using his spiritual force. Upon seeing the contents of the jade sword message, Mu Yao couldn't help but shake. Then he focused on the jade sword message's contents. His expression quickly lit up as he laughed in front of the transmission formation. The experts near the transmission formation were already used to Mu Yao's presence there. Seeing Mu Yao's happy expression, they couldn't help but ask, "Elder Mu, is it news about Zhao Hai?" They knew that the only thing that could make Mu Yao laugh was Zhao Hai. Looking at the one who asked, Mu Yao nodded and said, "It's a message sent by Zhao Hai. He's currently safe." After speaking, Mu Yao turned around and left. His voice wasn't low, so a lot of people heard it. In no time, The atmosphere of the headquarters lightened up. Mu Yao didn't have any time to join in on the merry mood. This was because Zhao Hai's message contained more than information about his well-being. A shocking news was included that would affect the future development of the 100 Treasures realm. Mu Yao quickly arrived at the conference hall. The two severed soul experts on the entrance of the hall immediately welcomed Mu Yao as soon as they saw him. Mu Yao didn't delay. He waved his head and quickly entered the hall. There were 5 elders inside the hall. One of the 5 was a man dressed in black robes. He had an iron-like expression on his face. As he closed his eyes, he looked more like a statue than a person. Mu Yao turned to the man dressed in black and said, "Old Zong, huge news just arrived." The black-dressed elder turned his head to Mu Yao and said, "Old Mu, what are you so anxious about?" Mu Yao stepped forward and said, "Old Zong, look at this." Zhao Hai just sent his report about the sea. He actually found traces of people and beasts. He's now currently investigating. Hearing Mu Yao, Elder Zong was also excited. He snatched the jade sword message and searched it with his spiritual force. He carefully searched through the contents of the message before turning to Mu Yao and saying, "Are you certain that this is genuine?" Mu Yao looked into Elder Zong's eyes. Then he said, "I'm absolutely sure. I believe that Little Hai wouldn't make a joke about this matter." Elder Zong looked at Mu Yao and then smiled bitterly and said, "Old Mu, please don't be offended, but this matter is too important. I need to be careful. We need to discuss this further. I alone cannot make a decision on this matter." Mu Yao also believed that this matter was too big and the people here weren't enough to make a decision. It might even require a 10-elder assembly. Although it might seem that the last battle against the Fire Weaver and the Giant Spirit Realm was more important than Zhao Hai's matter, it must be known that the 100 Treasures realm had been prepared to deal with the Giant Spirit Realm for many years. With this in place, naturally there's no need for a 10-elder assembly. And when the Fire Weavers entered the scene, the 100 Treasures realm was surprised. Even a 10-elder assembly wouldn't be much of a help at that time, but this time, the implications were too important. Zhao Hai discovered signs of beasts and people on the sea. This was completely unprecedented. This may lead to a major opportunity for the entire 100 Treasures realm. It cannot be dealt with carelessly. Mu Yao nodded and said, "We need to make a swift decision, but I think we can wait for Little Hai's next message." The sea is entirely filled with black clouds. Even if we send Little Hai a message, there's no way for it to reach him. We can only wait for Little Hai. What we need to do right now is to prepare. Mu Yao spent the longest time with Zhao Hai among the people in the conference hall, so he understood Zhao Hai the most. Zhao Hai wouldn't send a message with no reason. When he wrote it, he definitely knew something more regarding the sea. As soon as Elder Zong heard Mu Yao, he said, "You really have so much confidence in Zhao Hai. But if you're that confident, Old Mu, then why were you so anxious before?" Mu Yao scratched his head and said, "Zong Zi, you old man, stick to talking about business." Hearing Mu Yao, Elder Zong couldn't help but laugh. Mu Yao and Zong Zi were very good friends. Naturally, there's no need for politeness between the two of them. They can ridicule each other as much as they want. Mu Yao looked at Zong Zi, then he snorted and said, "I was anxious before because I'm worried that Little Hai would be affected by the purple mist and the dark clouds. Now that Little Hai managed to send a message back, it showed that he's not afraid of these things. So why would I be worried? Even if there's people there as well as beasts, as long as he's not affected by the dark clouds, how could they do anything to him?" Little Hai will definitely send another message. When he does, I reckon he has already ventured deep inside. Hearing Mu Yao, Zong Zi nodded and said, "All right, if this is really the case, then that would be the best. But it's good that we make some preparations. Old Mu, you should call Little Yu and the others back. We're going to prepare people, so how could we leave them out?" Mu Yu was also aware that there's no longer any use for Mu Yao and the others to close up. He gave a nod and said, "All right, I'll go call him over." "All right then, I'll be leaving this place to you." After he said that, he turned around and left. These people didn't know that their actions had been seen by Zhao Hai. He didn't send the message from the Cloud Sea territory but instead from outside the headquarters. The space already mapped the headquarters, so he can send a message there in a blink of an eye. Naturally, the speed was very fast. When he saw that Mu Yao was actually worried about him, Zhao Hai decided to send word back. Seeing Mu Yao's happy appearance, Zhao Hai was also glad. Hearing Mu Yao's exchange with Zong Zi, he turned his head to Laura and the others and said, I didn't expect Elder Mew to know me so well. It seems like I cannot be lazy anymore. Laura smiled faintly. Then she said, with our current speed, we'll be able to exit the Sea of Beasts in a few days. After we leave, there will be a huge white cloud island named the Beast Fortress. This is a place used by the Cloud Sea territory to prevent the cloud beasts from killing people. There are 3 great clans in the Cloud Sea territory. Moreover, these 3 clans are located close to the Sea of Beasts. This allowed them to seize cloud beasts for their own use. The people in these clans are very strong. Even Go Ling doesn't know how many powerhouses they have. After all, Go Ling is just a severed soul expert. He has no idea about the strength of each clan. Zhao Hai nodded and then he said, we cannot casually offend anyone in this place. If these 3 clans can keep such powerful beasts, it means that they are very strong. There certainly are a lot of immortal experts inside those clans. If we provoke them, we not only alert them of our presence, we will also have no place to hide in. Lizzie gave a nod and said, this means that we cannot show up in front of these people. I have read Go Ling's notes. About 10,000 kilometers east of the Beast Fortress is a small island. There are no great clans living there and most people don't even know that it exists. The people there are those who want to take risks and venture into the Sea of Beasts and also those who offended some big clans before. Because of how small the island is, the clans ignore it. Our goal should be that place. Zhao Hai agreed. Are you talking about the Hidden Cloud Village? It's indeed good for a temporary base. Alright, let's go there. We'll settle down first before exploring the Cloud Sea territory. I really want to see how strong they are. Kair smiled faintly before changing the Hell King's ship's direction towards the Hidden Cloud Village. They haven't told Xiangbo and the others about this yet. Since they were inside the ship, Xiangbo and the others could also sense some anomalies. However, they couldn't sense anything outside. Since this was the case, Xiangbo and the others knew that something must have happened and Zhao Hai didn't want them to know about it. They didn't ask any questions and just stayed inside their rooms to cultivate. This was because they knew very well that they had no courage to ask Zhao Hai. Chapter 1546 Cloud Rat Zjun. Zjun was carefully traversing the sea in front of him. He kept cautious of his surroundings. It must be said that Zjun's appearance was quite sinister. He had shiny rat-like eyes as well as a pair of buck teeth. He also had short hair which made people associate him with mice. Zjun was a very interesting person. Besides his greed, he really had no other weakness. His hands and feet were very dishonest. He liked to do petty thefts. However, he was also wise. He didn't dare provoke people. Because of this, he was able to live easily before. But 5 years ago, he stole something from a very ordinary cultivator. It was the cultivator's storage cloud token. He managed to find a lot of good things inside from cloud fruit wine to cloud crystals. However, before June could enjoy his spoils, he suddenly heard that a clan was tracking him. It was said that they wanted to find the person who stole from their steward. The clan was very strong. It would be very easy for them to squeeze him to death. June didn't dare stay in the huge white cloud island. He ran to the hidden cloud village and hid there for 5 years. Afterwards, he discovered that the village was very good with nobody managing it. He was unfettered there. Moreover, he can go to the Sea of Beasts once in a while in order to take a small cloud beast or two. Although it couldn't be sold for a lot, it was still able to provide him with enough food to eat. Zjun also had a peculiar liking towards rats. He has a lot of rats inside his cloud beast token. These rats were also cloud beasts, but the help they provided people was very minimal. Because of this, not a lot of people use them. Despite this, Zjun liked them. The cloud beasts he used were all rats. Rats don't help much when alone, but they're quite useful in big numbers. Slowly, Zjun was able to gain a reputation for himself in the hidden cloud village. He was named Cloud Rat Zjun. Nobody knows the reason why Zjun liked to use his army of rats. Actually, Zjun was a practical person. The cloud beasts he used before weren't rats. Cloud beasts needed to be fed white clouds from time to time, otherwise they would die. While Zjun was running away, his cloud beasts began dying one by one. Later on, he can only afford to use rats. However, after using rats, Zjun discovered that the spiritual chi provided by rats allowed him to stay in the Sea of Beasts for quite a while. Moreover, they consume very little food. In terms of costs, they were quite efficient. So from then on, Zjun decided to use rats as his cloud beasts. In the Cloud Sea territory, Everyone can use cloud beasts to provide themselves with spiritual chi. These beasts lived freely among the dark clouds. Even if they don't eat white clouds, there would be no problems. However, once they were caught, they needed to be fed with white clouds from time to time, otherwise they would die of hunger. Captured cloud beasts give their energy to cultivators so that they could survive in the sea of clouds. This allowed the cultivators to move in the dark clouds for a long time. Once the cloud beasts die, the cultivators would be in danger since they would be affected by the dark clouds. Due to this, if they weren't using cloud sea ships, people knew that they could only stay in the dark clouds for at most 10 days. If they don't come back in 10 days, their cloud beasts would be exhausted and they would be influenced by the dark clouds. After June used rats, he discovered that they allowed him to thrive in the dark clouds for 15 days with no problem. These rats would still be energetic and their strength didn't decrease. Despite having this discovery, June didn't inform anybody else. He knew that he wasn't strong. If he made his discovery known, then he would only be bringing disaster onto himself. He just used this discovery to benefit himself. This day, June was out catching cloud beasts. His strength was only at the core formation stage. His level of strength was at the minimum in this place. He also didn't have a special ability, which caused him to be at the lowest level of society. Majority of cloud beasts he caught were rabbits, cats, and other small critters. They were barely enough to trade for some food and drinks. June was cautiously moving forward. With his strength, if he met a strong cloud beast, then he would definitely become food. Fortunately, June was using rats as his cloud beasts. These rats were very good. As long as a high-level beast was in the vicinity, they would immediately become alert and then group up. Whilst June was flying forward, he suddenly noticed the dark clouds in front of him roll over. This caused him to be startled. This could only mean that there's something abnormal in front of him. But what made him feel strange was the fact that his cloud rats didn't make any response. As June was confused, he suddenly felt his body tighten. Without noticing it, iron chains had entangled him. June was greatly surprised. Just as he was about to attempt breaking loose, he felt his body losing its strength. He can no longer move. Then he felt the iron chains tighten even more before being pulled towards the approaching figure. Before long, June felt a presence in front of him. He was approaching a huge ship, and there was someone standing in front of it. Seeing this person, June couldn't help but be startled. This was because this person didn't look like someone from the Cloud Sea territory. Due to his surprise, June forgot to speak. Seeing June, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and asked, "What's your name? Are you from the Hidden Cloud Village?" June recovered. His original white appearance had now turned green. He looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "May I ask who you are? Why did you tie me up?" Zhao Hai looked at June and said, "I'm the one asking the question. You only need to answer. If you don't, then I won't mind killing you." Zhao Hai's tone was very light, but June was able to feel the murderous aura coming out of him. The more he pondered about it, the more scared he became. Zhao Hai looked at June and asked once more, "What's your name? Are you from the Hidden Cloud Village?" June didn't dare lie as he quickly replied, "This one is named June and I'm from the Hidden Cloud Village." "Mister, please spare my life. From now on, I will obediently follow your orders." Zhao Hai stared. He didn't expect June to be so smart. He was clearly aware that if he didn't capitulate, then he would not be able to survive. When he heard June's response, Zhao Hai no longer wanted to kill him. He also saw that June was only at the core formation stage. Such a person could provide no help to him. Moreover, although June looked wretched, he was a very clever person. It won't be bad to have him as a servant. Seeing Zhao Hai being silent for some time, June's heart couldn't help but beat like a drum. He could see that although Zhao Hai spoke plainly and without any killing intent, he was a person that couldn't be provoked. This was a person that casually took lives. Because of this, June immediately expressed his willingness to surrender and serve. He was hoping that Zhao Hai would take him in. Other cultivators might not be able to do this, but June had been at the bottom levels for so long that he was sensitive to other people's moods. Moreover, to unimportant people like him, surrendering to a powerful expert wasn't a disgrace. Instead, it would be very advantageous if a powerful expert were to take him in. Zhao Hai waved his hand as the chains binding June vanished. Zhao Hai looked at June and said, "June, I'm someone from the 10,000 Realm battlefield. Have you heard about the 10,000 Realm battlefield?" June stared, then his expression changed. But he immediately bowed towards Zhao Hai and said, "Yes, I've heard of it." Zhao Hai nodded and said, That's good. I know what the people from the Cloud Sea territory think about those from the 10,000 realm battlefield, but I don't care about that. I'm just an advance party. Later on, the 10,000 realm battlefield and the Cloud Sea territory will have more interactions. Zhao Hai's tone was light, but Jun could feel his body shudder. He knew what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of Jun revealing his status. This was because Zhao Hai was just a vanguard and the 10,000 realm battlefield's main force was right behind him. Thinking of this, Jun couldn't help but kneel down as he kowtowed and said, "This one is incompetent. It's this one's honor to be able to meet the young master. This one is willing to become a slave for his entire life." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Get up. Since you're willing to become my servant, then I will take you into my wing. You will not regret this decision." He waved his hand as a dragon and a tiger appeared. They were the Thunder Dragon and the Howling Wind Tiger. Jun was so frightened by the two beasts that he laid down on the floor without moving. He was a person who traversed the Sea of Beasts regularly, so how could he not recognize the Thunder Dragon and the Howling Wind Tiger? These two beasts were quite famous in the Cloud Sea territory. Then he heard Zhao Hai say, "I'm giving this dragon and tiger to you as a reward." Jun thought that he had misheard. He looked up at Zhao Hai and stuttered, "Mom Master, did you just say that you're giving the dragon and tiger to me?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly. He nodded and said, "It's your reward. If you have a cloud beast token, you can put them away. By the way, what cloud beast do you usually use?" Hearing Zhao Hai, Jun couldn't help but be embarrassed. He lowered his head and said, replying to young master, "This one uses cloud rats." Jun felt his face turn red. Using rats as his cloud beasts was a disgrace. However, Jun didn't expect Zhao Hai to just wave it off and said, "Let me see your rats." Jun didn't understand what Zhao Hai wanted to do, but he still took out his cloud beast token and took out the rats inside. As soon as the rats came out, they all trembled on the ground, afraid to make a move. Zhao Hai waved his hand and sent the rats to the space. As Jun was stunned, Zhao Hai waved his hand once more and released the rats. Although the rats didn't have any visual changes, their aura completely changed. Even if they were in front of the dragon and the tiger, they didn't show any fear at all. Zhao Hai waved his hand and took back the dragon and tiger. He looked at Jun and said, "I've transformed your rats and given them back to you. These rats wouldn't be any weaker than the dragon and the tiger, so I'll be taking these two back." Although Jun was aggrieved, he stored his cloud rats back into his cloud beast token. But just as he received the rats, Jun was startled. This was because the spiritual chi that the rats provided him has increased by a lot. If the spiritual chi provided by the rats before this was a cup of water, now they were giving him a river's worth of spiritual chi. Jun's heart skipped a beat as he felt even more terrified of Zhao Hai. He saw Zhao Hai wave his hand to receive the rats and then they became formidable when they reappeared. How could this not surprise Jun? Zhao Hai looked at Jun and said, "Stand up and cultivate well. Also, call me young master from now on." Jun hurriedly complied and stood up. Zhao Hai looked at Jun and said, "This time, I came as a scout for the 10,000 realm battlefield. This hidden cloud village is remote and suits my uses. I will take it for myself and use it as a temporary base. Tell me about the village as well as the number of experts there." Jun didn't delay and quickly explained the hidden cloud village's situation. It must be said that the hidden cloud village was truly a small island. The place wasn't large and the people living in it were all fugitives. It was a lawless place. Naturally, there were some groups there, but they weren't that powerful. The strongest person in the village was at the transcending tribulation stage. Its population numbered about 50,000 people. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Dealing with these 50,000 people will be a bit troublesome. We can kill them all, but those who went out will return sooner or later. If they discover the changes to the island, I'm afraid they will leak the message out." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Jun couldn't help but jump in fright. This was 50,000 people. Yet Zhao Hai just casually mentioned killing them all. When he heard this, Jun rejoiced in his decision to submit. If he didn't, then he would have become a corpse a long time ago. Jun wiped a cold sweat as he said, "Young master, although the hidden cloud village is full of fugitives, there are also a lot of people who ran away after offending powerful clans. If young master can listen to this one, I suggest forcing them to surrender." Zhao Hai looked at Jun and said, "Having them surrender isn't impossible. However, there's one thing you need to understand. They can't know about my identity. Don't make me repeat it. Understand?" Jun quickly replied, "Yes, young master." Rest assured, This little one will take care of it. Zhao Hai asked, how are you planning to return? Jun quickly replied, young master, you might not know this, but this one discovered that cloud rats allow me to travel the dark clouds 5 days more than the others. Therefore, there's no need for the young master to worry. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he waved his hand and said, go. Jun nodded as he departed from the Hell King's ship and disappeared into the dark clouds. Chapter 1547. Jun persuades them to surrender. When Zhao Hai returned to the space, Laura and the others were already waiting for him. After sitting down, Laura looked at Zhao Hai and asked, Brother Hai, why did you take Jun in? He's useless to us. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I don't want to kill too many people, or else it might affect my nature. Also, it would be good if we can take those people in. Alive subordinates are always better than undead. Although Jun wasn't an important person, he's quite clever. And in the future, we can't just destroy the entire Cloud Sea territory. We're here to conquer it, not turn it into ruins. Laura nodded. After years of following Zhao Hai, they saw him killing countless people, so they were quite used to it. Because of this, Zhao Hai sparing someone was somewhat strange. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and said, as long as we gain this foothold, we can establish a transmission formation and send word back to the realm. But we still have to kill people. After all, not everyone is as insightful as Jun. Laura smiled and said, this hidden cloud village isn't that big. It cannot accommodate a lot of people. I think we should find a bigger island. However, we'll be exposed if we do. I think we should tell the realm first and make a decision. Zhao Hai nodded. Let's see if Jun dares to betray me first. Then his rats will be enough to deal with him. Naturally, there's no need for Zhao Hai to be defensive against Jun. The rats had already been transformed by Zhao Hai. They would no longer listen to Jun. Additionally, Zhao Hai also had silver needles embedded into Jun's body. If he dared to talk nonsense, he would die immediately. Although Zhao Hai decided to refrain from killing this time, this didn't mean that he would be soft. When the time comes, he would kill people. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of Jun's actions. Actually, Jun didn't have any thoughts of betrayal. He wasn't a member of any clan, and if one looks at it closely, Jun had no reason to have any attachments to the Cloud Sea territory. He was just a small cultivator at the bottom of society. They were people that were constantly bullied by clans. In this case, he had no reason to be loyal to the Cloud Sea territory. Jun was born in the Cloud Sea territory and grew up there. However, the people in the Cloud Sea territory didn't give him any benefits. Everything he owns had been gained by his own hands. But Zhao Hai was different. Zhao Hai met him and improved his cloud rats. For people in the Cloud Sea territory, improvements to their cloud beasts was closely related to their cultivation. With his newly improved rats, Jun was certain that his cultivation would massively increase. This was a great benefit. Because of this, Jun decided to be loyal to Zhao Hai. After Jun left the ship, he immediately flew towards the hidden cloud village. The Hell King's ship wasn't very far, so he was able to arrive 2 days later. The White Cloud Island that hidden cloud village was located in was not very big. It was about 1,000 li across 500 kilometers. Cloud houses could be seen everywhere. Moreover, some of these houses hovered in midair. The houses varied in size. There were some structures where cultivators frequently came in and out. There were no shops on this island, but one can buy all they need here. It was a very strange place. It looked like a forgotten corner of the world, yet it was full of vitality. Jun was very familiar with the hidden cloud village. When he arrived, he returned to his house first. His residence was in a corner of the village. People like him weren't treated well by the people here. As Jun was flying towards his home, he met a very fat cultivator. He had a disc-like face and pea-like eyes that flashed from time to time. He looked like a very shrewd man. When this fatty saw Jun, he immediately called, Jun, why did you return so fast? Did you have a great harvest? Jun smiled and said, so it's fatty brother. There's no need to mention my harvest. I also met a huge guy when I went out. If I hadn't run so fast, I might not have been able to return. Let me go home first and recover. Hearing Jun, the fatty couldn't help but laugh as he said, speaking of which, you're really clever. Although your rats don't look like much, they have provided you with great help. I don't know how many people at your level died on the sea. Only you are able to live comfortably. Ha ha ha. Jun thought about it before he laughed and said, the rats are my treasures. Brother G, I have some good cloud fruit wine. Want to try it with me? Zhao Hai knew this fatty really well. The fatty came here because he offended some people. However, this person was quite resourceful. He was able to get food for the people in the village to consume. Merchants also prospered in Hidden Cloud Village. Even if they don't go hunt for cloud beasts, they could still live well. However, this fatty has a weakness for liquor. He would be sad if he hadn't had liquor for quite some time. Hearing June, the fatty couldn't help but lick his lips as he said, I happen to be free today. Then I'll happily share a few cups with you. June smiled faintly as he led the fatty back to his house. June's home wasn't that big, but it was very clean. After the fatty sat down, June took out a few white clouds of wine. In the Cloud Sea territory, wines were stored inside white clouds that could store about 10 jin of wine. After pouring the fat man a glass of wine, June took out 2 side dishes. The cultivators in the Cloud Sea territory didn't prohibit themselves from eating and drinking. On the contrary, food and drinks were part of their daily necessities. Naturally, they could skip meals if they have to. Like anything else on the territory, cloud dishes also looked very strange. They looked like squashed clouds. They were sweet and delicious, and they were also generally eaten raw. Taking a sip from his wine, the fat man opened his mouth and said, June, is there anything wrong? Let's talk. Your brother will listen. Hearing the fatty, June stared for a moment. Then he smiled and said, I really can't hide anything from you, brother. Fatty brother, why did you come to Hidden Cloud Village? June didn't expect the fatty to be so insightful. He even noticed that there's something different about June. But after thinking that the fatty wouldn't do anything bad to him, June decided to check whether he would be able to bring the fatty to his side. June didn't have a lot of friends in the Hidden Cloud Village, and this fatty was one of the very few friends he had. Because June used cloud rats, everyone ridiculed him. On the other hand, not only did this fatty not laugh at him, he also helped June. Because of this, June wanted to win this fatty over. This was because he knew that if this fatty didn't surrender, then he might be killed by Zhao Hai when the time comes. Hearing June, the fatty sighed and said, why are you asking? Hi, if I had a choice, why would I come to this village? In the Cloud Sea territory, my family can be considered to be a medium-grade clan. We have been mechants for generations. Although we can't compare to those big clans, we're still able to eat good food. Additionally, my family conducts honest business. Unfortunately, seeing our family doing good business, a big clan accused us of a crime we didn't do. My clan has been wiped out. If it weren't for me being out at that time, I might have suffered the same fate as my clan. Sadness could be clearly seen on the fatty's eyes. As tears flowed down his face, he said, although my family is only a medium-grade clan, we have more than 100 people both young and old. All of them were killed. At that time, I had a wife and a 3-year-old son. I want to take revenge, but I am weak. I simply cannot do anything to that big clan. Moreover, that family chased me down, causing me to hide in this village. Because of the relationships I managed to foster in the past, I was able to get supplies to sell in this village. Brother, do you know why I became a drunkard? If I'm not drunk, how could I forget this irresolvable enmity in my heart? This hatred is torturing me, driving me mad. The fatty couldn't help but wail as he said these words. June sighed. His parents perished when he was young. Although he also suffered the coldness of society, he didn't suffer as much as the fatty did. However, June also saw an opportunity in this. He looked at the fatty and said, Brother fatty, do you want revenge? If you do, this little brother might be able to help you. When he heard June, the crying fatty couldn't help but stare. Then he shook his head and said, Brother, there's no need to comfort me. You cannot compare to my enemy. Even you were forced to came to this place. How can you help me? June looked at the fatty and said, if it was 2 days ago, then I truly wouldn't be able to help brother. I'm even struggling to survive. But now it's different. Brother, let me tell you, I have become someone's subordinate. The fatty looked at June and asked, you've become a subordinate? Who did you surrender to? June lowered his voice and said, Brother, have you heard about the 10,000 realm battlefield? Fatty stared, then he immediately understood. He looked at June in the eyes and said, you're saying you've surrendered to someone from the 10,000 realm battlefield? That's no good. Even if people from the 10,000 realm battlefield come, I'm afraid they would be constrained in this place. What benefits would we gain by surrendering to them? June smiled faintly and said, Brother, Let me tell you, my young master is different compared to ordinary people from the 10,000 realm battlefield. He came in a huge ship and his strength is unfathomable. There's certainly a huge influence behind him. The young master is sent over as a vanguard. If I didn't surrender, then I might have already been killed. The young master sent me on a mission to persuade the people in the hidden cloud village to surrender. Brother, your enemy is powerful and you have no ability to take revenge. But if you surrender to the young master, once they begin their move against the Cloud Sea territory, they will inevitably clash with the big clans. There would be an opportunity for you to take revenge. Chapter 1548. Changing the status. The fatty stared into June's eyes. He didn't distrust June's words. However, he experienced different things from June. Ever since childhood, June was an orphan, so he had always been treated coldly by almost everyone. Because of this, he had no sense of belonging to the Cloud Sea territory. The Cloud Sea territory didn't give him any warmth at all. However, the fatty was different. He was from a medium-grade clan. Although it was only a medium-grade clan, it was enough to cause him to have deep feelings towards the Cloud Sea territory. For him, the Cloud Sea territory wasn't a name nor a place. It represented his identity, his home. Therefore, the fatty held some hesitation in his heart. In his opinion, now that the 10,000 realm battlefield intends to invade the Cloud Sea territory, both sides have become enemies. On the other hand, this was an opportunity to get revenge. He knew that it was impossible for him to take revenge by himself given his aptitude. Even if he reached the immortal stage, it was still useless. This was because the enemy was just too strong. He simply didn't have any means to take revenge. Between a familial grudge and righteousness, only a hero would let go of his grudge and follow the path of righteousness. Naturally, the fatty wasn't a heroic character. He regarded the Cloud Sea territory as his home, but this home was also the home of a devil. Moreover, it was a devil that killed his entire family, and now there's someone who could allow him to take revenge. How could he not take it? The fatty thought about it for a while, then he looked at June and said, "Brother, will your new master agree to me joining? I'm not very talented. As you can see, I only managed to reach this level after many years of cultivation. Will he take me in?" June smiled and said, "Brother Fatty, you're mocking me. Do you really think I'm strong? Am I a cultivation genius?" Yet the young master received me. "Brother, let me tell you the truth. If I hadn't stopped the young master, then he would have decided to kill everyone in the hidden cloud village. Not to say about revenge, you wouldn't even be able to do anything. If you go with the young master, at the very least you'll survive." When he heard June, the fatty's expression changed. Then he took a deep breath and said, "All right, I have nothing else to say. I will join your young master's side." "Brother, I'll have to depend on you in the future." June laughed and said, "Brother, there's no need to be polite." "Right, I've always called you Brother Fatty. I never really got your name. If the young master asks, I cannot just introduce you as Brother Fatty, right?" The fat man chuckled and said, "My surname is Lee, name Zhang." "Brother, if you have heard about the Lee family from White Sand Island, that's my family." June stared. This was because he heard about the Lee family before. White Sand Island was quite a large white cloud island. It had several big clans and even more medium-grade clans like the Lee clan. However, the Lee clan was famed on the island because the wine they brewed tasted the best. Later on, he heard that the Lee clan had been destroyed. He didn't expect the fatty who escaped to the Hidden Clouds village to be from the Lee clan. June looked at the fat man and said, "I didn't expect Brother Fatty to be from the Lee clan. I have been disrespectful." "Brother, I came back this time because the young master wanted me to attract people. I also want to show my abilities by bringing more people to the young master's side. At the same time, I want to give the other brothers in the Hidden Cloud village a way to survive. Otherwise, once the young master arrives, they will be finished." The fatty nodded and said, "Kid, you're really clever. You just surrendered to your young master but you already thought of so much. So what are you planning to do right now?" June replied, "Brother, you've spent a longer time than me in this place. You should know some people worth winning over. But we have to make sure that they won't ruin the young master's plan. Otherwise, young master will not let me off." Fatty Lee nodded and said, "We need to choose well. I reckon the young master wouldn't want information about the Hidden Cloud village to be known early. Fortunately, there's no transmission formations on the island. Otherwise, things would be more troublesome. We also can't persuade the big groups of the island since they wouldn't listen. Those guys have been benefiting from the hidden cloud village. They definitely won't let it go. I know people who have a grudge against big clans like me. I think we could persuade them. Naturally, we can't approach those who join the big groups. We'll look for those who are poor. June nodded. That's good. Let's act separately. We need to find reliable people to persuade, and we must not leak anything. Fatty Lee nodded and said, then I won't stay here for long, brother. I'll leave once I drink this cup. June gave Fatty Lee another cup before the two bid themselves farewell. June no longer had any mood to eat and drink. He immediately made his move. He looked for people who had an unsatisfactory life in the hidden cloud village, and also those who had a deep hatred towards the big clans. These people had no sense of belonging towards the Cloud Sea territory, so it was easy to persuade these people. Before the day ended, June and Fatty Lee had recruited more than 20 people, which surprised the two of them. But what surprised them even more was that these more than 20 people became the beginner sparks of a bigger flame. As the 20 recruited their own people and they in turn recruited more people, about 30,000 people had already agreed to side with Zhao Hai in just 3 days. It must be known that Hidden Cloud Village only had a population of approximately 50,000 people. June was actually able to recruit 30,000 in just 3 days. Even Zhao Hai was surprised by this. Actually, this was an understandable result. The Hidden Cloud Village could be considered as a special prison. It was a place where people who offended great families came to stay, and with gangs forming in the village, there were people who were oppressed and bullied. These people were just holding on, waiting for someone to change the situation. However, nobody has done such a thing, because everyone was wary of each other. It was almost impossible for someone to unite the island and quell the chaos. Zhao Hai's order to June was the impetus for change that these people were waiting for. Although this method wasn't what they expected, their expected result was the same. The gangs in Hidden Cloud Village naturally noticed the recent changes. They were now aware of Zhao Hai's existence. They couldn't help but be flustered. Some of them got in contact with June in hopes that they could join Zhao Hai. As for the other gangs, they began to flee. Seeing that the island's situation has become heated, June agreed to the gangs who requested to take refuge under Zhao Hai. After that, June and Fatty Lee left the island and flew to the direction where the Hell King's ship had stopped. June and Fatty Lee's actions were all seen by Zhao Hai. He didn't expect June to be this efficient. Without even lifting a finger, Hidden Cloud Village had practically fallen into his control. This was quite surprising. As for the gangs who escaped, naturally they couldn't be let off. Zhao Hai sent undead to hunt them down. None of them were able to run away. Before long, June and Fatty Lee arrived before the Hell King's ship. Looking at the ship, the anxiety inside Fatty Lee's heart finally settled down. When June and Fatty Lee arrived by the Hell King's ship, they noticed Zhao Hai standing on the deck. June immediately led Fatty Lee forward to pay respects. After kneeling down, June reported, June pays his respects to the young master. This is my good friend Li Zhang. Thanks to him, I was able to persuade 30,000 people from the Hidden Cloud Village, but some of them fled. I invite the young master to deal with them. Zhao Hai looked at June, then he nodded and said, good, well done. I'm aware of what happened in the Hidden Cloud Village. I've already dealt with those who escaped. Li Zhang, if you keep being loyal, I will definitely give you an opportunity to take revenge. Hearing Zhao Hai, June and Li Zhang were stunned. When they heard Zhao Hai saying that he's aware of what happened to the Hidden Cloud Village, they thought that it was just Zhao Hai's casual remark, but it seems like this wasn't the case. Li Zhang only told June about his revenge. The two of them were now looking at Zhao Hai with fear. Both of them bowed their heads and didn't dare to move. The two of them were coldly sweating. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, get up. The two trembled before getting up. They seemed frozen in place as they didn't dare make any unnecessary moves. Zhao Hai waved his hand and the Hell King's ship slowly flew towards the Hidden Cloud Village. At this time, a lot of people were waiting on the island. None of them ran away. They wanted to see if June was speaking the truth. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived in Hidden Cloud Village. When the huge ship appeared, the people on the island were alarmed. Some wanted to run away, but they soon discovered that they were surrounded. Not to say people, even mosquitoes wouldn't be able to escape. Despite being startled, the people from the Hidden Cloud Village didn't dare rebel, but as they thought that they were going to be killed, Zhao Hai sent Jun and Fatty Li to meet them. They sent a message saying that Zhao Hai wouldn't make a move against them as long as they don't leave the village. After appeasing the people in the village, Zhao Hai began to establish a transmission formation. At the same time, he sent a message back to the 100 Treasures realm. It was still Mu Yao who received the letter. Mu Yao was no longer as anxious as several days before, because he knew that Zhao Hai was safe. He began to feel relieved. Upon seeing the Jade Sword message, Mu Yao was no longer surprised. Looking at the contents, Mu Yao laughed. Then he took the Jade Sword message to Zongzi. Zongzi and the others were now waiting for news from Zhao Hai. This was the most important step for the 100 Treasures realm's future. If this plan goes through, the 100 Treasures realm would attain great benefits. Because of this, they were very receptive to any developments regarding Zhao Hai. They wanted to know how he was doing. When Mu Yao arrived at the conference hall, Zongzi's eyes lit up as he said, "Did Little Hai send a message?" Mu Yao laughed before handing the Jade Sword message over. Chapter 1549, 4 Boundaries of the Cloud Sea Territory. Zhao Hai's message had a lot of content. He spoke about his journey to the Cloud Sea Territory as well as the first person he met. Then he explained the situation of the territory and the fact that he was able to occupy an island. He also informed the headquarters that he established a transmission formation there. With this amount of content, it's natural that there were a lot of words included. Zongzi read Zhao Hai's message for some time. After putting it down, he let out a long breath before turning to Mu Yao and said, "Old Mu, now I know why you trust Zhao Hai so much. He's really someone who creates miracles." Not only was he able to survive, he also managed to occupy a place for himself. He even got 30,000 people to join his side. Ha ha ha. Old Mu, this Zhao Hai is definitely a blessing to the 100 Treasures realm. Mu Yao laughed as well. At this time, Mu Yu ran in from the outside. Mu Yu was called out by Mu Yao in order to watch the transmission formation, but now he actually left his post. Mu Yao thought that Mu Yu came to know what Zhao Hai sent, but before he could say anything, Mu Yao said, "Master, look who's here." As he said that, he approached Mu Yao and pointed towards the entrance of the conference hall. Someone was calmly walking inside. He was wearing black clothing and had a gentle smile. It was none other than Zhao Hai. When he entered the hall, Zhao Hai gave everyone a salute and said, "Zhao Hai has seen Elder Mu, Elder Zong, and the other elders. I'm fortunate to complete the expedition. I'm back." Mu Yao laughed. He went towards Zhao Hai and patted his shoulder heavily as he said, "Good Little Hai, good job, ha ha ha. Quickly tell everyone how you're doing." Zhao Hai nodded. He turned to Zongzi and said, "The situation is the same as I have written in the Jade Sword message. The Hidden Cloud Village is now under my control. The transmission formation has also been established." Zongzi nodded and said, "Little Hai, you've done a great achievement once more. What do you think we should do now?" Zhao Hai fell silent for a moment and then said, "Now that we have Hidden Cloud Village under control, I think we should start sending people over. But as to whether we should attack the Cloud Sea territory, it still needs a lot of consideration. The Cloud Sea territory is very big and it will be difficult for the 100 Treasures realm to swallow it all. Moreover, there are people from the other realms who came with me this time. Besides the person from the Ghost Spirit realm, the others are still with me. The people from the Ghost Spirit realm sent someone to kill me when I was heading to Hornview Mountain. Because of this, I killed the person they sent with me to explore." Zongzi didn't mind this information at all. He waved his hand and said, "How is the Cloud Sea territory's strength compared to us?" Zhao Hai paused and said, "They should be as strong as us. They have a special cultivation method and they can survive in the dark clouds for some time without their strength being affected. They have cloud beasts that allow them to survive in the dark clouds for about 10 days. Even with this, it's already impressive. We have to be careful when facing them." Zongzi nodded and said, "Good." "How large is the Cloud Sea territory?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't know. The entire Cloud Sea territory might not be smaller than the 10,000 realm battlefield. This is the reason why I said that we cannot swallow the entire Cloud Sea territory on our own. One realm cannot fight against the entire territory. I'm afraid we'll have to ask the other realms for help. But Elder Zong doesn't need to worry. Although the people from the other realms came with me, they spent the entire time inside the Hell King's ship. They don't know what's happening outside. We still have control over when we notify them about the situation." When Zongzi heard this, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Before, He was worried that the people who came with Zhao Hai would reveal this information ahead of time. He was even prepared to tell Zhao Hai to kill those people, but this would cause friction with the other realms. Those people weren't fools. So many people went out, but only Zhao Hai came back. This would be unjustified. When the time comes, those realms might ally with each other and cause trouble. Zhao Hai's move was the best solution to this problem. These people were alive but they didn't know anything. This would give the 100 Treasures realm time to take initiative in taking a bite out of the Cloud Sea territory. Zongzi pondered for a moment and said, "Don't let them know for now. Have someone take control over the hidden cloud village. At the same time, scout the surroundings and see if there are other places we can use as a base." Little Hai, even if you've worked hard, you're still the one most familiar with the hidden cloud village. We'll have to depend on you again this time. Zhao Hai cupped his fist and said, "Elder, rest assured, I'll take care of it." Zongzi nodded. Then he turned to Mu Yu and said, "Little Yu, take 10,000 people and follow Little Hai to the hidden cloud village. Build our base and then we'll look for other places to build another base. Once that's completed, we'll inform the others." Mu Yu and Zhao Hai immediately understood what Zongzi meant. The hidden cloud village was very remote even for an island in the Cloud Sea territory. It doesn't even maintain any transmission formations. It was an almost forgotten place. But at the same time, this made it a perfect place to have a base. The 100 Treasures realm would build a base here and then find another place where bases could be built. When the 100 Treasures realm informs the other realms about the Cloud Sea territory and they send troops, the 100 Treasures realm would have a secret base unknown to the others. Naturally, this would be the first step. With this secret base, they can have more safety in retreating and attacking in the Cloud Sea territory. Mu Yu nodded and immediately went to make his arrangements. Zongzi turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, first go back to the hidden cloud village and prepare. The people we're sending over would need a place to stay." Zhao Hai nodded, then he left after giving the other elders a salute. Looking at Zhao Hai's departing back, Mu Yao smiled and said, "This kid is always lukewarm when he does things. However, he does his tasks step by step. You cannot find fault in his actions. Well, it won't be long before we can stretch our hands into the Cloud Sea territory." Zongzi nodded and said, "Old Mu, let's arrange a 10-elder assembly. This is something we cannot take responsibility for on our own." Mu Yao agreed to Zongzi's proposal. Zongzi proceeded to invite all the elders for a conference. Zhao Hai had just returned to the headquarters but now he was back in Hidden Cloud Village. Nothing noteworthy happened in the village while he was gone. Now that everyone had changed sides to Zhao Hai, there was no longer any disorder. Fatty Li and June were now managing the village. The gangs in the Hidden Cloud Village were practically made up of people who ran away. Because of this, they didn't dare leave the village. This is the reason why the gangs easily joined Zhao Hai's side. As for those who didn't, they were already dead. Upon returning to the Hidden Cloud Village, Zhao Hai immediately summons June and Fatty Li. Zhao Hai no longer stayed in the Hell King's ship. Instead he occupied a cloud house in the village. After reaching the cloud house, June and Fatty Li knelt down and gave a greeting to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Get up. There's no need to kneel. There's no need to do that in the future." The two complied and stood on the side with respectful expressions. Looking at the two, Zhao Hai said, "You have been taking great care of the Hidden Cloud Village. You can rest assured that I will not treat you unfairly. Li Zhong, take out your cloud beast. Let me see." Although Li Zhong didn't know why, he still took out his Cloud Beast token and released his Cloud Beast. To Zhao Hai's surprise, Fatty Li's Cloud Beast was actually a pig. There's no mistaking it. It's a pig. Not a wild boar, but a plump black pig. After being released, the pig snorted repeatedly with no regard for the place it was in. It looked quite embarrassing. Zhao Hai looked at this black pig, speechless and confused. The people in the Cloud Beast territory were really interesting. Their Cloud Beasts resembled themselves. There was June's rats and now there's Li Jiang's pig. It was really strange. June looked at Zhao Hai's expression and knew what he was thinking about. He cupped his fist and said, "Young master, after using their Cloud Beasts, the bodies of the people in the Cloud Sea territory would change. They would take the form of the Cloud Beast they use." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he waved his hand and sent the pig to the space. Soon after, he took it back out and handed it to Li Zhong before saying, "Take this." Li Zhong received the pig and immediately felt the changes that happened to it. He couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai with astonishment. Zhao Hai looked at Li Zhong and said, This is your reward. As long as you work earnestly, you will receive more. The two of you need to take care of the others. Don't let them think that I'm a lenient person. Everyone who escaped the village has already been killed by me. If there's anyone who gives me a headache, I won't hesitate to kill them. Understand?" The two nodded and said, "Yes, young master can rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at the two and said, "Have people build cloud houses. My people will come over in 2 days. Before they arrive, we need to arrange their accommodations. You can also clean up the houses of those who left. About 10,000 cloud houses will do." The two nodded. But before they could leave, Zhao Hai said, "Zjun, you take care of it. Li Zhang, stay behind." Zjun nodded and then bowed before he left. Meanwhile, Li Zhang was looking at Zhao Hai with an anxious expression. Zhao Hai looked at Li Zhang and said, "Li Zhang, since your clan has been doing business in the past, you should be very familiar with the Cloud Sea territory. I want to know how big the territory is." Li Zhang had a difficult expression as he replied, "Young master, this one really has no idea, and it's not only me. I'm afraid nobody knows how big the territory is. What we know is that there's 2 boundaries in the north and south as well as 2 mountains in the east and west. This should be the range of the Cloud Sea territory. However, I heard that there are still White Cloud Islands behind the boundaries." Zhao Hai nodded. "Then tell me about the Sea of Clouds." Li Zhang replied, "The Sea of Clouds that you're saying should be the Sea of Beasts. Nobody knows how large the Sea of Beasts is. There are very few White Cloud Islands inside the Sea of Beasts and people cannot survive inside it. On the other hand, cloud beasts thrive there. It's filled with beasts that are very powerful. This is the reason why it's referred to as one of the boundaries of the Cloud Sea territory. There's a waterfall in the southernmost part of the Cloud Sea territory. Nobody knows where it leads to. It only flows from the territory and then to another place. This waterfall is the southern boundary of the Cloud Sea territory. The 2 mountains on either side of the territory act like walls. One of them is called the Bronze Wall while the other is the Iron Wall. They became the east and west boundaries of the Cloud Sea territory. Nobody has a clear idea about how tall they are, but inside these 4 boundaries are a countless number of White Cloud Islands. Some of the biggest islands are connected to each other by transmission formations. As for the smaller islands, they have transmission formations connecting to a bigger island. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he asked once more, "This waterfall, the Bronze Wall, and the Iron Wall, why did nobody investigate them? Why did you say that nobody knows how high they are?" Li Zhang answered, "The 2 mountains have been explored. However, the rocks on the mountains are very hard. It's very difficult to dig through them. Additionally, dark clouds in those areas are more dense. Because of this, nobody knows how high it is. Nobody knows what's beyond those mountains, nor does anyone know how high or how far it stretches. The waterfall is the most peculiar. It was teeming with beasts. As long as someone approaches it, they would immediately be flooded with beasts. These beasts are very powerful. Even immortal experts wouldn't survive under their attack. Because of this, nobody knows what's in it. People always wanted to leave the Cloud Sea territory, but they would be attacked by countless beasts. There were very few people who managed to survive these journeys. However, there's a rumor saying that a legendary continent lies outside the territory where there are white clouds everywhere." Zhao Hai smiled faintly. He didn't believe that there would be a place full of white clouds beyond the Cloud Sea territory. People always wanted to fantasize about great things. After hearing Li Zhang, Zhao Hai asked once more, "How many powerful clans are there in the territory?" Chapter 1550, Around Hidden Cloud Village. Li Zhang replied, answering to the young master, "I don't know a lot about the various powers. In the Cloud Sea territory, there are a lot of clans that can be considered as big powers. I know that there are hundreds of them. Experts flock to these big clans. In addition to their clan members, they also employ the descendants of their servants as well as experts that seek refuge. These clans are very powerful. From what I heard, big clans of the Cloud Sea territory have at least 500 immortal experts. Before its demise, my clan has only been in contact with a few large clans as well as some medium and small-sized clans. A large White Cloud Island can house hundreds of clans. As for the entire power of the Cloud Sea territory, I really have no idea." Zhao Hai nodded. The waters of the Cloud Sea territory are much deeper than he imagined. To be called a big clan, it has to have at least 500 immortal experts. Li Zhang alone knows about 100 big clans. How many immortal experts was that? It seems like the Cloud Sea territory has experts as common as clouds. Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "Do you know any white cloud islands near here?" Li Zhang nodded. "I know some. I sell food in the hidden cloud village. Because of this, I was able to be familiar with the surrounding islands." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, tell me about the nearby islands." Li Zhang answered, "Since there are no transmission formations in the village, people choose to go to places that are within 10 days away. The most famous island is the Cloud Beast Fortress. It has several big clans living in it as well as medium and small clans. The main market there is the buying and selling of cloud beasts. Because of this, the situation of the island is quite complex. Even the 3 big clans that are native there can't control the entire island." Zhao Hai nodded. Go Ling already told him about the Cloud Beast Fortress, so he wasn't surprised. Li Zhang continued. About 8 days of travel to the southeast is a small island called the Beast Artifact Pavilion. It has a large number of refiners making weapons, armor, and other things. They are very famous for their craft. There are no big clans on the island, only a collection of refiners. Since everyone uses cloud artifacts, nobody dares to provoke them. 6 days of travel southwards is an island called Cloud Rice Township. It's the biggest rice plantation in the area. It mainly supplies the Cloud Beast Fortress. In the township is a big clan called the Mi Clan. Because of the profitability of Cloud Rice, they don't do any other business. Their relationship with the 3 big clans of the Cloud Beast Fortress is also good. Because of this, their business is very safe. In the past, I would often go to Cloud Rice Township in order to peddle rice. I know a steward of the Mi clan, so I was able to get some rice to sell. 13 days south of Hidden Cloud Village is G Village. It's quite a large and well-known market. Legend has it that it's one of the most ancient markets in the Cloud Sea territory. After saying this, Li Zhang paused for a moment before continuing. These are the closest islands to the Hidden Cloud Village. Most of the time, people from the Hidden Cloud Village go to these islands and use their transmission formations to go to other places. There are very few people who travel to these places. Firstly, it was a waste of time. Secondly, it's dangerous. It's more likely to meet powerful beasts here than other places. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he waved his hand and said, "You go back and help June." Li Zhang nodded before leaving. Zhao Hai paused for a moment before he entered the space. Then he looked at Kair and said, "Is it possible to send silver needles to those places?" Kair nodded and said, "Young master, don't worry. I've already sent the needles. We should receive information soon." "What do you plan to do now?" Zhao Hai thought about it and said, "Let's look at the surrounding islands first. The Cloud Beast Fortress is a good place, but since it has big clans, we need to be more careful." Kair nodded. At this time, the newly established transmission formation on Hidden Cloud Village lit up. This caused the people in the village to pause. They all stopped what they were doing as they stared at the transmission formation. Naturally, this was the transmission formation that was set up by Zhao Hai connected to the 10,000 realm battlefield. The people from the Cloud Sea territory weren't unfamiliar with the 10,000 realm battlefield. Although they haven't been to the 10,000 realm battlefield, they heard legends of it. They saw Zhao Hai's special appearance before, so when they saw the transmission formation activating, they were very curious. After the white light flashed, several figures could be seen. There weren't a lot of people, only 5. Leading the group was Miu Yu, and he was followed by 4 severed soul experts. Zhao Hai appeared at the transmission formation as he laughed and said, "Brother Miu, you arrived quickly. I have just prepared the rooms." Miu Yu left and said, "Who doesn't want to see the Cloud Sea territory sooner?" "These are the people of the Cloud Sea territory. They really look different from us." Zhao Hai laughed loudly as he patted someone's shoulder and said, "Lead us to one of the houses." After he said that, the person he patted on the shoulder led them to a cloud house. Once they were inside the house, Zhao Hai turned to Miu Yu and said, "Brother Miu, have everyone come in batches. There's still not enough room here." Miu Yu smiled and said, "That's not a problem. You have the Hell King's ship. Worst comes to worst, we can just have people stay inside your ship. There won't be any problems." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That works as well. Then have them all come." After that, he said, "Zjun, Li Zhang, come in." As his voice fell, Zjun and Li Zhang walked in from the outside. The two gave Zhao Hai a salute, addressing him as young master. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "This is my brother Miu Yu. Call him young master Miu from now on. The others will be coming here soon." "How are the accommodations doing?" Zjun immediately replied, young master can rest assured. It's been arranged. As long as you don't bring over 13,000 people, you can accommodate everyone. Zhao Hai nodded. Good. Go arrange for people to help those that will be arriving soon. The two nodded before leaving. Looking at the two, Mu Yu smiled and said, you really treat people well, but those two aren't very strong. They aren't enough to be your servant. Hearing this, Zhao Hai laughed and said, Brother Mu, I'm not an influential person. What do you mean they aren't enough to be my servant? Although they are weak, their skills aren't bad. We're here to conquer the Cloud Sea territory, not to commit genocide. Let's just keep them. These guys all came to this island because they have enmity with the big clans. With them on our side, we might have a more convenient path in the future. Mu Yu nodded. He looked around and said, this place really looks the same as you described. It's really beautiful. By the way, did you find out about the surrounding area? Zhao Hai smiled and said, we'll have information in a couple of days. I already found out about the names of the nearby islands. However, since they aren't connected to the hidden cloud village by transmission formation, I have to collect information slowly. Mu Yu nodded. Don't worry about it. This place will be our base in the future. We can't expose it. This time, the realm will give you our full support. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, things aren't as simple as we initially thought. I asked Li Zhong just now and found out that the powers in the territory aren't that small. Most importantly, there are a lot of experts here. Li Zhong said that big clans in the Cloud Sea territory have about 500 immortal experts in them, and he heard that there are hundreds of big clans. Fighting them won't be easy. Mu Yu stared, his complexion turned serious as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, then what do you think we should do? Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, we'll use courtesy first before force. But we cannot expose our connection with the hidden cloud village. We can unite with the other realms and get in contact with the Cloud Sea territory. If we manage to negotiate peacefully, we'll be able to slowly establish our roots here and build a firm foundation. But if the negotiations fail, we don't need to be polite. In any case, we can arrive at the Cloud Sea territory anytime to fight them. On the other hand, they can't go to the 10,000 realm battlefield to fight back. Mu Yu knit his brows and said, I'm afraid it won't be easy. Those big clans surely wouldn't just ignore it. Alright, there's no need to think so much. We know too little about the Cloud Sea territory. Let's make our secret base here first. Little Hai, how do you think we should build the hidden cloud village? Zhao Hai thought about it for a moment and said, I don't want to build too much. We'll put the transmission formation in a hidden place and make the troops move around the village to avoid being watched. Although Hidden Cloud Village isn't noteworthy right now, when we fight the Cloud Sea territory in the future, the village would definitely be noticed. We need to make sure that the village won't be connected with us. Mu Yu nodded and said, I agree. After all, we are the invading army. I'll have to ask you to take care of this matter. I'll guarantee that the troops will listen to you. If not, you can deal with them as you wish. Zhao Hai nodded. Although Mu Yu said something so cold, it was the best they could do right now.